All right, welcome to the six-figure storefront. It's honestly insane how long all of this has taken to put together for you, but I can confidently say that no matter what free videos you've seen before this or any paid courses you've taken, they'll pale in comparison to what we've put together for you today. Absolutely no one has released a course to the level of quality that we've done for you here. Just to give you a little perspective, we spent over a month just outlining the content to make sure that we included absolutely everything that we needed to include. Just filming it was a 2-month process. We've spent months editing all of the footage. We built out a completely free, fully custom website with all of the course content and the guides that you'll need. And I've personally invested around $30,000 and over a year and a half just to get this in front of you. And as a result, this course is over 10 hours of 4K content, teaching you absolutely everything that I've learned about print on demand in my 7 years of experience. During that time, I've grown multiple 6- and 7-figure shops. And inside this course, I'm gonna show you the actual raw stats and the exact methods that I've used to create a catalog of products where individual products that I've made and posted for sale are making tens of thousands of dollars on their own. I explain the research, the design methods, AI, marketing, and all of the strategies that I've used to hit those kind of numbers. This course is going to teach you the exact approach that I've used time and time again to start shops from complete zero that allows me to scale them to millions of dollars in sales and create individual product listings that make more money than I ever did in a full year working my day job. All of the sales that my shops make are almost entirely passive, bringing in around a 30% profit margin, even after you remove all of the fees and the product costs. And the only thing that I have to do to grow those shops is follow the system I lay out for making more products. This is what has enabled me to genuinely live the life of my dreams. Traveling around the world, only needing to work a few hours a day from my laptop, quitting the job that I hated working over 7 years ago. In this course, I'm not just teaching you the theoretical how-to, but I'm also going to teach you the practical and give you the actual skills that you need to start this as a side hustle and scale it into a full business. It's not just a course about how to be successful at print on demand, but it's a course about how to be successful in general. And over the next few hours, I'm not just teaching you this, but I'm actually doing it with you alongside you, building out a completely new store from scratch, from selecting the products that we're going to sell, opening up an optimized shop, branding out all of the elements, researching competitors, mastering organic SEO, automating product design, leveraging AI, and even marketing these products and scaling the shop. I'm gonna show you absolutely everything. If you let this become just another video that you throw on in the background, it's not going to work for you, so please try to lock in. This is a dense course with tons of information and value packed in every single minute. There's 10 modules and 10 hours of detailed video content to go along with it. That means that you're probably not going to make it through the entire video in one single sitting, and that's okay because I've designed the entire thing to be modular. Absolutely everything is organized into bite-sized sections that are easy to follow and come at you in the order that you need them. So before you do anything, I would recommend you save this video and then come into the description where you can access all of the 6-figure storefront course material through this one single link completely for free. This is a website where you essentially have access to the entire course material, so save it. It might be hard to place value on something that you get for free. And honestly, that's the main reason why nobody makes truly free, high quality courses like this. But what we're doing here is entirely different. This is a completely custom platform with all of the education you need, absolutely zero gatekeeping. And we've even built out a private community group just for course members. I've been able to make this entire course completely free by partnering up with the services and companies that you're already going to need. So instead of you having to spend $1,000 just to get the information and then go buy tools and services on top of that, this course is designed so that when you use the links that we have, it supports me and this program without costing you anything extra. In fact, because of the deals that I've been able to get and the relationships that I've built with these companies and suppliers over 7 years of doing print-on-demand business with them, you're able to get over $650 in discounts just by having access to and using these links. When you use these links that we've included inside the course material, that's how I'm able to make any money off of this course and keep it free. For example, if you use my Printify link, the discount alone saves you $60 and it doesn't cost you anything extra to use. And I only make money from you using that link when you start to make money from the business. Printify and I have an agreement where they're gonna give me a small cut of their profit for every sale that I help you make. Again, at absolutely no extra cost to you. There's absolutely no obligation for you to use my links. You can bypass them if you'd like. There's no restrictions here. I can't force you to, but that's how I've been able to make all of this course free. And that's how you're able to get all of these discounts I mentioned. Some of you might know that a few years ago, the 6-figure storefront was launched as a paid product. But last year, I made a pivot. Instead of just selling a course, I changed the entire business from the ground up and built out a private community group. This is a group where we host weekly live calls with myself and with hand-picked seller success coaches who have been in the trenches building shops, taking the course, and can actually help you implement everything that's in this course to achieve success. This is where you're able to get one-on-one access with me, success coaches, and a network of peers who help your journey feel a lot less lonely. And that doesn't even include all of the recorded coaching sessions, the weekly product reviews where we're taking a look at your products that you've created and posted for sale to make sure that you're actually following the course material. And that doesn't include the monthly trend reports, which point out exactly what types of products and designs to be making and which niches specifically to be targeting. This community is a place where I'm personally able to help you implement these strategies that I'm about to teach you into your own shops. So far, the community has already grown to a few hundred people, and you can kind of think of it like support. If you were looking to get in shape or lose some weight, between AI and Google, you could absolutely find every piece of information that you could possibly need to make that actually happen. But when you run into an issue or a problem, it's very difficult to ask Google what you did wrong or what mistake you might have made along the way. Google can't look at your problem and tell you what the issue is because it doesn't know, and you might not know either. But if you have a network of a coach and some partners following along the exact same process at the exact same time as you, it becomes much easier to hit your goals. The community is designed to work in the same way so that you can get real-time feedback and avoid making a ton of mistakes. You can join the community if you'd like to get more help growing your shop, and it gets you live weekly calls with myself and other 6-figure seller success coaches. We run weekly product reviews where you can get feedback on the actual products you're selling. We run monthly challenges so that you can compete for hundreds of dollars in prizes while growing your shop in the process. You get access to that network of peers, and you get accountability and real feedback on how you're implementing everything in the products that you're selling, and a community of sellers just like yourself who are all growing alongside one another so you don't have to do this whole thing alone. This is a paid community because I have coaches who are online every day to help out, and because I personally put time into this community every single day to answer your questions. And so between the links that get you discounts and are free for you to use and the community that we've started, although it was still a tough decision, it's ultimately a win-win for me to make this entire course free for you to take. All you need to do to get access is come down into the description, create an account, and this is where you can access absolutely everything that pertains to the course and the private community that I mentioned. All of these guides are broken down into sections and modules, and these correlate to the main sections of this video course. So this is the main homepage where you have access to all of those discounts and links that I mentioned. Whenever you click on one of these links, it's going to apply the best discount that you can possibly get to these platforms that you're already going to need to grow this business. The only thing I ask is that you do at least consider using these links, not only to get the discounts for yourself, but also to support me in this free course. Up at the top, you can navigate to this video course that you're watching right now. You can jump into the guides, and you can also join that community if you'd like to. but I won't mention it again, so don't worry. When you click Start Learning, it'll jump you into Module 1, and this is the very first section of the course. Now, the layout is very simple. So up at the top, you've got the Resources tab. This is where you're going to find any additional resources or guides that we've included for this specific section. Some of these guides are clickable, so it'll take you into that specific guide, and then you can come back to the module when you're ready. You're also going to have all of the section links. So anytime we mention a tool or a resource throughout this section or module, you'll find the links right here at the top, so you always know where to find them. And then down here, you have the actual guide. So you can read the full guide. Every single module has an entire guide. And the cool part is it's all synchronized with this video course. So if you want to watch a specific section from the course, all you have to do is click on that title in the guide and it'll take you to that specific moment in the video course that you're watching right here. So whenever you need to reference the specific lesson, you can click on the timestamp and it'll take you to that specific section in the video. Or if you're watching this course and I mention a free download that you want to get, you can reference that module in the course and you could go to the resource section to find all of the downloads and guides. This way, since there's a ton of information, you can hopefully stay pretty organized and find exactly what you need without having to do too much digging. At the very bottom of the page, you'll also find the slide deck, and these are the actual slides that I show throughout the course. So you can obviously click through and view these if you'd like. And using this navigation tool at the very bottom, you can jump into any module and navigate the entire course. In short, we've synchronized this entire document and the video and all of the downloads that you'll need to go along with the course. So if you haven't already, I would recommend going to that first link in the description and creating your completely free account before we go any further. That said, one last thing that I want to leave you with is I truly hope that you understand the opportunity that you have in front of you, and I truly hope that you believe in yourself enough to take advantage of it. But that said, you now have full uncensored access to the course, so good luck, and I'll see you inside. Quick note here, this video is tutorial focused, so although I am going to show you stats along the way, if you ever want even more comprehensive breakdowns of some of the months I've been able to hit, or if you're in the mood for a little bit of motivation, I've started documenting a lot more results over on the IG, so you can check that out using this button if you're ever curious. Now, a quick disclaimer before we get started. This content is for educational and entertainment purposes only. I'm only sharing my personal experiences and opinions, not financial, legal, or business advice, and there are no guarantees of results. Your outcomes will depend entirely on your efforts, decisions, and market conditions, and you're responsible for how you use this information. This video includes brief, transformative commentary on publicly available Etsy shops and listings for teaching and market analysis, but all examples are shown under fair use commentary for education. Nothing is copied or resold or used commercially. Use this content for inspiration and for learning, not for imitation, and always do your own research before taking action. Now, before we dive super deep into the content, you're probably wondering, how does this whole business model work and how much is it going to cost me? So the print-on-demand business model works by allowing you to sell various white label products, which are essentially just blank products like t-shirts, mugs, or posters with your unique design or artwork printed on those products. But the key is that the items that you're selling only get your design printed on them and only get shipped to the customer after someone orders them. So that means you don't need to hold any inventory. You don't have to buy and store those white label blank products yourself. You can also run the entire business on a laptop. So because you're not the one actually printing the design on the product and then shipping it to your customer, you can run this entire business from your laptop, making it basically a laptop lifestyle business. You also only pay after you make sales. So the only time you have to buy a product or pay to fulfill a product and get it shipped to your customers are after you've already made a sale, which means you're already profitable. This also means that if you set up the business correctly, the way that I'm going to show you throughout this entire course, it's going to be a mostly passive business. So it allows you to scale it when you have time, and it can keep operating. It can keep making you sales even when you're not directly at the business working and growing it. This means you'll keep making sales and income even while you're traveling, sleeping, or watching more of my YouTube videos. Now let's briefly talk about how this course is actually laid out. Even for those of you who have already opened up a shop, there's so much value that I give you along the way. I'm talking even module 2, 3, and 4 in terms of keeping everything organized, optimizing all of your discounts, and getting everything structured and set up in a way that scales. I know it's not going to be super easy, but please do your best not to skip anything. I've designed this entire course in chronological order, and it's divided into modules and sections. And so that means you should try and watch as much as you can from start to finish. You can think of it like a book. If you need to take breaks, try to do it at the end of a section for a nice stopping point so that when you come back to the course, you could just resume from where you left off. Most of the content comes at you in order, but there are some things that would be jarring and out of place if I just chucked them in. And so I've included them in the bonus section, in the bonus modules of the course. So for example, I cover exactly how to use the 5 main tools that we'll be using to run our business in more depth, but those are at the end of the course, because if I just inject them in the middle, it's not going to make a ton of sense. So I'm going to cover exactly how to use the tools throughout the course. But if you want a detailed breakdown of each specific tool in even more detail, I've included those in the bonus material at the very end, just so it's not jarring when I chuck it in the middle. This is a long course, probably over 10 hours, but it's also teaching you something that you can use to make money. So think about how long you'd be in college if you went. Maybe some of you did go to college, or maybe you're in college right now. It would take you much longer to complete even a week of college than it would take you to complete watching this video. And I say that so that you hopefully don't feel overwhelmed. This course is much easier to complete than even 1 week in college. And so although it can feel very daunting, it's 10 hours of material. If you split it up over the course of a few days or maybe even a week or two, you can absolutely tackle all of the material that's in here. That said, we can break this entire business into 4 core components. So component number 1 is going to be the product. This is what you're actually going to sell. This is that white label product like a t-shirt or a mug or a sweatshirt or a poster. Second is the design. This is the actual artwork that goes on the product. I'm going to talk about a ton of different ways throughout this course to actually create designs. Third, we'll talk about the actual website to sell it on. So this is where online you're actually going to be listing your products with those designs for sale. And 4 is we're going to be talking about how to market those products and actually get customers to come visit your products and buy them. Now, I want to leave you with hopefully a little bit of motivation just so you can see where I actually came from. In May of 2020, I was leaving comments on videos very similar to this one. This is another popular YouTuber, Greg Gottfried. You can see I was leaving comments on his content just asking for more help. And that wasn't the only video. I kept leaving comment after comment because I was struggling. I was having trouble actually making this business work. And you can see video after video, I was just posting comments trying to get help because I didn't know exactly what I was doing and I couldn't figure out how to actually do the business. I only show you this because I want you to understand that I started from a very similar point to where you might be at. I had no head start. I had absolutely no experience. I had 0 sales. I was making 0 money, and yet I was able to make it work. I was able to find my own path. Now, honestly, Greg has a completely different method from what ended up working for me. He has a completely different approach to print on demand. I just show you this so that you know that 5 years ago, I was in a very similar position to where you might be right now. And so after the last 5 years of doing print on demand full time, I've learned a lot of what works and a lot of what doesn't, and what separates the top 1% from the 99% who fail. And after helping over 6,000 people make their very first print on demand sale, these are the reasons why most people fail. First is that your mindset is going to play a bigger role in your ability to succeed than any other aspect. Your mindset really covers anything from just learning the business and your attitude towards it to staying consistent over time. It is genuinely the foundation for having a successful business and just being a successful person. Now, honestly, 99% of people aren't even going to watch more than 20 minutes of this video. And so if that's you, I honestly have no sympathy if you're still complaining that you're broke. People spend tens of thousands of dollars per year to attend college and university to get a degree and a job that will pay them less per year than I can make in a single month using this business. So if you're looking at making money online, you should absolutely watch this entire video. The second reason most people will fail is because they don't have long-term thinking. So why is it hard for people to succeed? It's the same reason why most people decide to click off this video in the first 5 minutes. They have short-term thinking instead of long-term thinking. Humans are hardwired to do what feels good in the moment, to watch the video that's the most entertaining, and to put off what they know they should actually do. But successful people understand that they have to make sacrifices and think long-term about their goals and what they actually want out of life. Number 3 is consistency. Motivation is a fleeting feeling. You can still work even if you don't feel motivated to work. Assuming that you can get your head right and actually commit to working on this business, then the next reason people will ultimately fail is because they lack the consistency that's required to succeed over time. This is your ability to show up every single day, every single week, and put in work regardless of how you feel about it. The people that fight through that lack of motivation are the consistent people that force success into the world, and that's how you separate yourself from the 99% who don't. Fourth is perfectionism, and this is the final reason that I constantly see causing people to actually fail at achieving their goals. You're not going to be perfect, especially when you're getting started, and that is okay. I'm not even perfect, and I've been doing this for over 5 years at this point, probably almost 6 years. It's okay to create bad products that look terrible at the beginning. It's okay to list a bunch of products that aren't going to sell. The goal is to build up a catalog of products that sell passively over time, and every time you create and post a product for sale, you get one step closer to that income goal, regardless of how that specific product performs. Now, I know you're curious. How long is this whole thing going to take, and how long before I actually start making sales? You can sort of calculate your success timeline based on the amount of input that you put into the business. So you can sort of think about it in a bunch of different ways. For example, if you want to be successful here on YouTube, you obviously know that you need to create a lot of YouTube videos. And on average, it takes around 100 videos before you ever start to see any kind of meaningful revenue. So that means that if you wanted to start a YouTube channel, you need to prepare yourself to post at least 100 YouTube videos before you start to make money. On Etsy, it takes around 100 listings, each selling around 15 times per month at a $7 profit margin to get to the $10,000 per month mark. You can see that calculation right here. So the goal that you could have is to have 100 listings that each sell 15 times per month. Keep in mind, not all listings are going to sell in the first place. So you might have to post 200, 300, or even 1,000 products for sale before you find that 100 that are going to consistently sell 15 times per month. So does that mean that you shouldn't do it because it's going to require you to post so many products? Absolutely not. See, failure-prone people sit and think about how much work it's going to be and how impossible reaching that goal actually is, whereas successful people think about how they're actually going to achieve that level of input into the business. So as much as I'd like to tell you, who knows how many products it's actually going to take you to create and post for sale before you hit your income goals. But at the end of the day, does it actually matter? If you end up hitting your income goal regardless, does it really matter if it takes you 100 listings or 1,000 or 2,000? The resources in this course will get you there if you're willing to put in the work. Now, the last thing I want to leave you with before we jump into the raw material here is that giving up is the final nail in the coffin, and that is the moment you truly fail. Until then, every time you seemingly fail, every time you stumble, you're just getting better. And the beautiful thing about business is that it compounds over time. And so as long as you stay in business, you'll never be as bad at it as you are right now in this moment. Every single day that you put in gets you closer to your goal. And I know that it won't feel that way early on, but it's factual. You get better over time, and eventually, even if you didn't have the massive head start that is this free course, just by being in business long enough, it's inevitable that you hit your goals. Every day is a decision to keep working on the business or to give up and put it off until later. Remember, successful people show up and are consistent every day over time. They're not bogged down with perfectionism. People who fail and give up will blame not knowing how to be perfect as one of their reasons. Online business is not dead. It's evolving every single month and every single year. And now I'm going to jump into the specific frameworks and blueprints that have worked year after year to generate insane amounts of income despite algorithm changes and unexpected updates. So with all of that, welcome to the six-figure storefront. All right, great. So in this section, we're going to be covering actually opening up your storefront. This is the place online where you're actually going to be selling your products. And to do that, we're going to be using Etsy. So we're going to get started by opening up our Etsy shop. We're going to do all of the one-time setup and getting the foundation laid so that the entire rest of the course can strictly be focused on actually growing the business and turning it into something that can make us money. Now, there's a lot of places where you can sell products online. And so you might be wondering, why would we want to start selling products on Etsy specifically? When you're getting started, you're going to hear all about the best platforms to get started with, whether that's Shopify or Amazon. But the easiest place to get started as a beginner is on Etsy. And the reason is because they're bringing the customers to you. Etsy has built-in traffic. Think about this like opening a business and having customers sent directly to your shop. Etsy drives more than enough organic traffic to their website for you to grow your own 6 or 7 figure business. You don't need to worry about driving traffic yourself when you're just getting started out. This makes it the perfect place for a beginner to get started because Etsy's going to help drive that traffic for you while you're getting things figured out. And then, of course, once you're in a comfortable position and you have some cash coming in, then we can talk about scaling to Shopify or other platforms down the line where you own the website and have a little bit more control. Like I said, there's a ton of options that you could go with to actually start your storefront, but the fact that Etsy has over 95 million active buyers on their platform means that they drive more than enough organic traffic to their website for your shop to reach 6 and 7 figures without even needing to run paid ads. In fact, that's exactly what I was able to do, and I'll show you proof in just a minute. And by the way, you can see these numbers for yourself by coming to Etsy's investor presentation. You can see that they do in fact have over 95 million active buyers, and last year they processed over $12.6 billion in revenue. One of the most common questions I get is, isn't Etsy dead? Since there's so many sellers on the platform, people always want to know, isn't it too competitive? Isn't it too hard for beginners just starting out to open a shop and actually make sales? But the thing is that these comments come from people who were never going to be successful in the first place. They come from people who were never going to do anything with their lives. But the truth of the matter is that new shops that are able to scale to thousands of dollars a month in only around 3 months' time are able to do so because of the great opportunity that Etsy provides. And you can actually see this for yourself. So this is one of the product research tools that we'll be using throughout the course called ListingView, and we'll talk more about it in a second. But if you come over to the shops database, we can filter out the shops by new shops that opened in the last 180 days, or 6 months time. And then we can sort all of these shops by something like monthly sales. And you can see that there's dozens of shops on this list that are able to make tens of thousands of dollars a month. And all of these shops are 6-month-old or newer. And on top of that, a lot of these shops are selling print-on-demand type products such as t-shirts and making a great income doing it. Now, again, that isn't always normal because most people give up before they ever see that type of revenue, but I just wanted to show you that so that you know it's possible. Most people use the competition on Etsy as an excuse to not actually get started and scale their shop. But the truth is that 99% of the competition on Etsy doesn't even exist. 99% of the shops on Etsy are people who posted 100 listings for sale and then gave up when they didn't start making money immediately. The truth is, almost all of the shops that are opened are abandoned shops that got started and didn't have an actual strategy. If you get started correctly, you can imitate the strategies of the top 1% of sellers and take advantage of Etsy's marketplace, which unlocks that mostly passive income that Etsy is known for. It drives a lot of organic traffic to your shop without you even having to run paid ads to your products. You don't need a resale certificate or any licenses to get started on Etsy, and growing your Etsy shop first lays a great foundation for you to scale onto Shopify or other platforms down the line. Now, you might be wondering, why don't you choose to sell on free print-on-demand marketplaces like Society6, Teespring, or even Redbubble? And the simple answer is, I tried it and it just doesn't work super well. So I listed around 2,000 products for sale on Redbubble and earned a grand total of $2.32 over the couple years that those products were listed for sale. You can actually see this for yourself. So this is the shop where I posted all these listings for sale. You can see my payout was $2.32, and that came from 3 orders and 5 favorites on my products. And so if you do the math there, that's about 77 cents per sale. And when you choose to sell on a platform like Etsy, you're able to make $5 to $7 to even $9 of profit per sale. So that means that every sale you make on a platform like Etsy is worth around 10 sales that you'd make on one of these free marketplaces like Redbubble. So it's just clearly not worth your time investment to even focus on these platforms. Now, you guys may have seen other popular YouTubers like this guy, Greg. Absolutely no shade to him. I think he has a great channel, and he's actually one of the reasons I got into print on demand in the first place. You can see this comment I left over 5 years ago on his channel, and he promotes listing your products for sale on these websites like Redbubble and Teespring and other free print-on-demand marketplaces. But for me, it just didn't work well enough for it to be worth my time. The real reason that these marketplaces don't work well is because there's so much competition, but they don't drive enough traffic for you to actually be profitable after all of the fees that they take out of each sale. So in short, don't even worry about posting your designs for sale on these type of websites. So with that out of the way, hopefully you can understand some of the logic behind why we choose Etsy to actually run our storefront. It's one of the most affordable options since there aren't any monthly subscription fees. You don't need any licenses or certificates to open up the shop. And considering they have nearly 100 million active buyers and are growing every single year, it makes the best place to actually start our storefront so that we can scale it up and then advance to other platforms down the line if we really want to. So hopefully it's starting to make at least a little bit more sense. Etsy is one of the most affordable options since there's no monthly subscription fees to have a shop. They also have over 100 million active buyers who already come to their website to buy products that we can take advantage of just by opening our shop on Etsy. All of their sales data is public, which means we can use research tools like ListingView to find best-selling products in our niche so that we know exactly what type of products to list for sale. And they have a Printify approved integration, which means we can connect Printify as our print-on-demand supplier directly to our Etsy shop to enable automated order fulfillment. All right, but with that out of the way, now we can get into actually opening up the shop so that we have a place to sell our products. There's a few steps here, and if you have the downloaded material, then you'll be able to follow along a bit better. But the first step is going to be downloading the Google Chrome browser for your computer. Now, there's a few reasons why you'll want to do that, but primarily it's because we'll want to take advantage of the Chrome profiles feature. It'll enable you to download my bookmarks bar, which we'll talk about in just a second. And it enables you to use Chrome web apps like the ListingView Product Research Chrome plugin so that we can view sales data right on Etsy. But once we've downloaded the browser, then we can create a business name and use that name to create a Google account and set up a profile for our business so that all of our accounts can be under one uniform email to keep things super nice and organized. Then we'll use that email to open up our Etsy seller account. We'll connect it to Printify. We'll finish setting up the shop, and then we will open an account for all of the other tools that we'll be using throughout this course. The setup can feel a little bit tedious at first, but trust me, once this is out of the way, the entire rest of the course is strictly going to be focused on actually growing the business and the money-making activities. So although this section is a little bit more boring, it's still incredibly important to the success of your overall business. So let's hop into my computer and actually go about opening up a brand new shop right here in this video. Now, you should have already downloaded the six-figure storefront resource vault. If you haven't, pause the video and go download it now so that you can follow along. But we're going to start with our opening your shop guide. This is going to walk you through every single step of the process so that you can open up your shop without any confusion or any delays. And it typically takes around 10 to 20 minutes, depending on how fast you go. So I'm going to do it here live. Of course, you can skip ahead if you don't want to watch me do this, but it's kind of an important step because we only have to do this once, but you also want to make sure you do it right. All right, so before we get started, you're going to want to make sure that you have a government issued ID. Something like a driver's license will work perfectly. You'll also need a bank account that we can link to the shop, and a credit or debit card to pay the one-time shop opening fee of around $15 to $30. It varies depending on your location, and any listing fees you have if you're not using my affiliate links from down below. But from there, we can get started with step 0, which is actually to download the Google Chrome browser. There's 3 primary reasons why you want to use the Google Chrome's browser. First is to stay organized because it allows us to use something called profiles, which we'll get into in a little bit. Second, it allows you to download my bookmarks bar, which has a bunch of organized bookmarks that you can plug right into the browser so that you can navigate to all the same tabs that you see me using in real time so that you can follow along even better. And also because it'll allow us to use Chrome web app plugins like ListingView's plugin. So those are the main reasons why I like to use it. Also, considering it'll sync all your data across different computers if you ever get a new one, and it keeps everything in one nice organized place. So that's why I recommend using it. So once you've got it downloaded, you should see something like this asking you to set up your Chrome profile, and you can continue without an account for now. And I'll just change the color and we'll call this our new example shop. All right, so now I'm just going to go back to my guide so that we can continue with the steps. Now, the first real step is to generate a business name, and then we'll use this to set everything else up. So I like using the Shopify business name generator, and all we have to do is type in a few keywords about our business that we're starting, and then it'll give us a bunch of name ideas that we can use. So for example, we'll say a handcrafted vintage apparel shop, and we'll see if we get any good results here. So we'll let this load. And it basically just gives us a bunch of keywords that hopefully can spark our inspiration. So you can obviously click, let's try some more names and get another list of name ideas. But out of these, we'll just try and pick something and then we'll build a name off of it. So maybe something like Memento could be good. I kind of like that. I think it means almost like nostalgic or like a gift that someone received, maybe like a special memory. So I think we'll try and do something based on Memento. So I'm going to leave that page open, and then I'm going to move on to the second step, which is that we want to verify that there's no other shops on Etsy that have the exact name that we're looking for. So if you click this link that I have in the guide, it'll open this page where you can search for shops that have a specific name on Etsy. So let's try searching for Memento, and then we'll add something like studios. So we'll say like Memento Studios, and it doesn't look like there's any shops with that name, so we should be good to go right there. Now, assuming that we do have a good name and it hasn't been taken, then we can go ahead and open up a Gmail account, and this is what we'll actually use to run the entire business. So I think we'll say that the name is Memento and last name is Studios. We'll just put in just some details to kind of fill out the information. All right, so Memento Studio Gmail is taken. All right, let's try something like Memento Factory. So that one's not taken. Maybe we can open up our Gmail account using this instead. Let's double check that it's not taken, and hopefully, and we're able to do it. So you can see we actually don't have Memento Factory taken. So that's what we're going to go with. Is it the best name? No, we can always change it later if we really need to. So then we'll just create a Gmail password. Then we're going to enter in our phone number, and we just have to go through the verification process. And I'm going to type in the code. We're going to skip the recovery, and there you go. We have Memento Factory. So then we'll just continue to agree with everything, confirm. All right, perfect. So now we're completely signed up. And what you want to do is click on your little profile and link your new Gmail account to this Google Chrome profile. So now, whenever you need to access all of your business related stuff, it'll be all inside of this nice little Google Chrome profile that we can use into the future. Now, back in our guide, the last step to setting up Google Chrome is to download and add this Google Chrome bookmarks bar. So this is just something that I've included. If you download it, you can use this and install it in the bookmarks manager. So all you'll want to do is press Option Command B or click the bookmarks tab and open up the bookmarks manager. And then from here, we can click these little three dots in the top right corner, import bookmarks. And you'll see that it gives you this new bookmarks bar with all of the bookmarks that I use. And I'll continue to update this as we go, but you can see everything that you need kind of right up here so that it's even quicker for you to access everything. But with that done, now we can start setting up all of our accounts. So again, try and use these links where you can because they save you money and they help me out. Otherwise, you can, do this however you want. But clicking this link will get you the best discount. So I'll just put in our details here, which is Momento, and then we will say, I guess it only needs the first name. So then I'm going to use our recommended passwords, and then I'm just going to hit register. So basically, I'm just filling this out and creating an account. Now you can see that we have an Etsy account. So there you go, pretty easy to sign up there. Now from here, before you click on anything, you want to go back into the guide and click my Become a Seller link. This is really important because what it does is it allows you to claim 40 free items. So you can see this is my affiliate link. And when you click on Open a Shop Today, it's going to grant you those 40 free listings. If you click on Etsy's Sell on Etsy button, you're not going to get the 40 free listings. Make sure that you use that link. Now we'll just finish the setup process. So you can see the steps right here. You can also follow all of the steps in the quick start guide if you're curious about how to fill things out specifically, but we're just going to do that right now live so you can see how to do it. So let's do it. So you can just click through these buttons and follow along exactly how I'm doing it. Good thing our Momento factory name is available, and let's save and continue. Now here is where we're going to start entering some of our personal information. So you're not going to exactly see this information being entered by me. I'm just going to kind of cut out or block out this part, but this is just where you enter in all of your personal details. Once you get all of that information saved, then we'll just hit continue with Plaid. And this basically just links our Etsy shop to our bank account. So again, I'm going to do this. You're not going to see all of the banking details, obviously, but you'll kind of get the idea of the process. It's very simple. You just have to put in all of the details yourself. All right, so now they're just verifying my account. Again, this is very simple stuff. You're just selecting your bank account and connecting it. Your bank account's just used for deposits and paying any fees. So now you can see that my bank account was connected, so I'll hit save and continue. Now they just want to verify my identity, so I'm going to put in all of my personal details. And so there you go. Once you're verified, then you can continue to setting up your shop. Now to open up your shop, you do have to pay a one-time setup fee. I guess right now it looks like it's $29. Sometimes it's lower and it's around $15. I think it just depends on your total location. And then you'll also be responsible for a 20-cent listing fee every time you post a listing for sale. So just say, I have read and I understand, and then we'll resend the confirmation email. I guess we don't need to resend it. I'm just going to double check that I got it. Oh, so we just have to confirm our account. And we should be good to proceed. Perfect. Great. So now I just have to put in my credit card information to finish setting up the shop. All right. So it looks like everything got approved. So now proceeding, I don't need to grab this one-time offer. I don't really like using Etsy Plus. You can grab it now if you want, but I don't really think that it helps that much. So I'm just going to continue without it. And then we're going to use the Authenticator app to secure our account. So we'll just continue. Now, you might need to download the Authenticator app, but it only takes a few seconds to do and it's free. So I like using that to kind of secure the account. Now, obviously, you'll want to save these backup codes to your device. This just helps you restore the account if it's ever lost. So we'll save that and then we'll hit continue. And it seems like we are almost done and we can start building out the shop. And just like that, now our shop is all set up and ready for business. So you can see Memento Factory is now ready to make some sales, and we can explore the shop manager. So they used to make you do all this stuff where you create a listing and have to go through a bunch of hoops, but now you can see that our shop is open and we're ready to start selling. So we'll get into the actual layout and everything and building out the shop a little bit more in a second. But before we do all of that, I would recommend going through and opening up all of your other business accounts just so that everything is set up and ready to go all from the beginning. And that way, as we go through the rest of the course, you don't have to worry about going back and creating accounts and signing up in all these different places because everything will already be set up. This is definitely the hardest part and where most people stop and just give up, but you might as well take the extra step and just finish setting up all your accounts so that you can move on without having to worry about it. So once our shop is open, next we'll just sign up for our Printify account. So you can finish setting up all of your accounts using the guide. I'm just going to click sign up. And then I like just continuing with Google and just using the Google account that we set up so that all of the accounts are just tied directly to that email. So again, it keeps everything really nice and organized. We can just click through all of these steps and now we have a Printify account set up. Now you might be wondering why we choose to use Printify instead of any of the other print-on-demand companies, and there's several reasons for it. The first is that quality really matters. Keep in mind, if you have the absolute best design, but your actual print provider and the print quality of that product sucks, your customers are going to want to return their orders, they're going to leave you bad reviews, and it's going to kill your business. The print provider you choose to work with dictates things like how quickly your customer gets their order, how much customer service you have on things like lost orders or orders that arrived damaged, and ultimately how much profit you keep from each sale that you make. Now, the top 3 print providers are going to be Printify, Gelato, and Printful. The thing about Printify is that they have one of the largest catalogs, and all of the items in their catalog are competitively priced, meaning that as you sell more and more items, you're going to keep more and more profit per sale over time. Printify wins because they have the lowest costs, they have years of reliability and track record. I've personally sold tens of thousands of items with them. They have an Etsy approved integration, and they provide you with that passive fulfillment so that any products you sell can automatically go to production and get shipped to the customer without you having to do anything or manage any products in the middle. Now in Printify, I'm just going to add a new store. We're going to select Etsy, and then it's going to bring up this pop-up. Make sure again that your new account is selected. And we'll just hit grant access. And what this is going to do is link it directly to Printify so that we can publish products to our Etsy shop directly from Printify. And then all of those products will be automatically fulfilled. Now we can come and edit this store and just give it the proper name, hit save. And from there, we're pretty much done. And you might as well just do the same thing for the rest of these accounts that you're going to be setting up. All right, so I just opened up all of the accounts. Again, I recommend doing it all from the beginning so that you don't have to keep going back and opening up accounts because again, this is a sticking point for most beginners. They don't get past even these first few steps, which causes them to fail before they even have a chance of succeeding. So I recommend just opening them up from the beginning so that we can move on to actually designing and building out the shop. Now, once the shop is opened and the setup process is complete, again, you can reference the free guide to follow all of the steps so that you can get the same exact results that I'm getting live here in this video. Again, you'll want to make sure that you're using the free resources to follow along and open up your shop. But assuming you're doing so, then you should have a shop open and you should also have accounts for some of the additional tools like Kittl, ListingView, and Prelist. And also note, this has gotten a lot better over the last year, but sometimes Etsy is notorious for suspending shops as soon as they're open. And this can happen anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes after the shop is opened. Again, don't panic if this happens. Just write the support team explaining that you're a legitimate seller. This doesn't happen that much anymore since they charge the shop opening fee, but it's still worth knowing that it's not abnormal for it to happen, and you can always overcome it, assuming you didn't do anything wrong during the setup process. If you did get suspended, it's typically because you entered a detail incorrectly or the payment didn't go through, so they weren't able to actually open up the shop. But those are all easy to get resolved, so just message the team and they'll be sure to help you. Now, after all of your accounts are set up, the first thing that you'll want to do in building out your shop is coming over into the settings and go into your policy settings. We're just going to get our policies set up and out of the way, again, so that we can move on to actually growing the business. Now, in the policy section, we'll start with the returns and exchanges, and we'll just use a simple policy. And then we can edit this policy to either accept or not accept returns and exchanges. Now, personally, I don't accept returns or exchanges, but I always list that the buyer can contact me if they have any issues with the order. You can decide on your own policy and the time frame if you want to accept them here, but personally, I don't accept returns or exchanges, and you don't have to either. I've been quite successful not accepting returns or exchanges. Next, we can move on to the cancellations tab. So here we'll just hit create policy, and I like to leave this toggled off. I don't accept cancellations, and I'll publish that policy as well. Again, my recommendation is not to accept cancellations because with print on demand, as soon as the buyer places the order, it'll get sent over to Printify. Now, depending on your Printify settings, you don't want the order to get printed and shipped and then have the customer request that cancellation. So that's why I don't accept order cancellations. Now, a little pro tip for you that, again, we'll cover later on in the course once it's more relevant, is that we can modify our Printify settings to wait about 12 hours before any orders are submitted into production. So I submit all of my orders manually twice a day. You can set up automated fulfillment as well. It's really up to you. But the point of cancellations is that if a buyer places an order and then they try to cancel, if it's already been printed and shipped, you'll be unable to cancel it through Printify, which means that you'll lose out on the production cost and the buyer will still get the product even though they didn't pay for it. And then finally, we have the privacy policy. So we can use the privacy policy generator on ListingView to create a policy that we can publish for sale. So we'll just go to ListingView's main website. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you can go to the privacy policy generator. And here's where we will enter in all of the details. So just put in your shop name, the shop URL, which is just this URL with your name at the end, your email, and then set that you're either an individual or business. Again, you can fill this out according to your needs, but I'm just going to copy this policy. And then we can come back into Etsy and paste it in and just hit publish. Now there's also a fixed policy section, but again, we don't need to worry about that for right now. We can always come back to it later. But once those are done, we can finally start actually building out our shop and making it look the way that we want it to look. So now that our policies are in place, now we can actually start to build out some of the more fun things about our shop and branding it to make it look the way that we want it to. Now, the main thing to consider when we're branding out our shop is to build trust through the shop design. Everything you do from the logo to the banner to the mockup image itself needs to build up a sort of premium brand image. This is what separates successful shops from unsuccessful ones. This applies no matter what stage you're at. You always want to avoid selling products that don't make sense together, that have bad, lazy mockups that don't look good and present the product in a way that makes the customer want to buy it. You want to avoid unprofessional designs, copyright infringement, and making your shop look like a tourist trap instead of a boutique outlet. Instead, you want to aim for clean, professional logos. We'll use Kittl to make ours. You want a nice banner that displays relevant shop information or just adds to the overall aesthetic. You want to convey the vibe that your shop is premium, modern, custom, vintage, and handmade. You want to use high quality mockups. Again, we'll cover these in the mockup section. And you want your shop to look boutique and specialized. Again, these are principles that will carry us through the entire course. So remember some of these things that we're trying to aim for and try and avoid some of these qualities that you wouldn't want to buy from either. This is just one example shop that I wanted to pull to kind of drive this point home. But you can see that they have a professional looking logo that's just black and white with some nice fonts. They have a banner image that looks great. It has their shop name and a few product images, and all of the products that they have listed match the same high quality handmade aesthetic and vibe so that any customer who comes to this shop feels comfortable and confident buying products from them. You want to imitate the same type of thing in your own way. Now we can finalize our shop setup process by adding a logo and a banner image to our shop. And from there, we'll be pretty much done with the entire setup and we'll be ready to go. Now, if you're following along and using the guide, then you can just come down to this shop design, banner, and logo templates section, and you can just click on one of these links and it'll open Kittl with all of those templates preloaded. So you can see right here, this is all of the preloaded logo templates that we can scroll through and find one to use for our shop. I think we'll go for something like this. Remember, we're just going for a handmade aesthetic style vibe, but you really don't have to overthink it that much. Something simple like this should be fine. So we're just gonna go with something really simple like this. I think I'm gonna change the background color to a really dark, almost black color. And then we'll set our text to white. And something simple like this could be good. I think we'll go with this style vibe for now. So I'll just select it and download it. And then we could come back into our shop, hit add an icon, and we'll choose our downloaded file. So now we have our logo. I'm also going to change my personal profile image to be the exact same image. That way we have a consistent look across all of our branding. So perfect. I think that's going to look good. Then we just need a shop banner as well. Now there's a ton of great templates here in Kittl, and obviously you can style yours however you want to. I think that we're just going to go with something pretty simple like this one. Again, you can use the templates to show your personality and your vibe a little bit better. This is kind of just an example, but this is actually how I would do it myself. So I'm just going to delete some of these marketing materials, and then I'm going to delete this made with Kittl thing. And then we're going to type in our shop name. Let's delete some more of this, and then let's just change out the coloring. So we're gonna do some nice. So something like this. I think we'll just do kind of a black look with a bunch of little white dots across it. We'll say Memento Factory, and then later on we can save this banner so that we can add in things like discounts or relevant information, but it's good to just have the banner here available and ready to go. So I'm going to download this. Then we can just come in, we'll add the banner, and once it's uploaded, we're good to go. And now you can see our shop is finally starting to look the way that we'd want it to. Now, I know that that was a lot to cover, but at this point, we've pretty much completed the entire setup process. So we've opened up an Etsy shop and we've branded it with professional branding and policies that are going to keep you safe. We've connected Printify and signed up for our Printify account so that all of our orders can be fulfilled passively. We've also configured and signed up for the rest of the tools that we'll need, such as Kittl, ListingView, and Prelist. And we have a foundation set up. So we have a Chrome profile, a Chrome browser that's going to store all of our information and data so that we can scale this business all from one organized place using the same email. And everything at this point is essentially set up and ready for us to start actually growing the business. So congratulations on getting your account and everything set up and out of the way. Trust me, you won't regret getting it done. It's going to pay dividends down the line because now if you don't know how to pick a winning product, then you're not going to be successful in this business. So in this section, I'm going to show you my strategy for finding and picking winning products, and then we'll build out the skeleton of a listing so that we can create a lot of listings quickly in the future. Now, to be very clear, we are not going to pick a niche to build our shop around, because with print on demand, you're not limited to selling to just one niche. Instead, we're going to create our shop around selling one type of product, and then we're going to use the designs that go on that product to target multiple niches. For example, if we choose to sell t-shirts as our shop's product type, we can create designs for multiple professions, hobbies, interests, or trends to actually get our t-shirts to sell. Picking the product is honestly the easy part, but if you get it wrong, it will ruin your chances of success. So how do you pick? There's really 3 criteria that I look at. The product needs to be an evergreen product, needs to have a good profit margin, and it needs to be adaptable. So the first criteria is the product has to be evergreen, and it also has to have a long-term high sales volume. Now, what does evergreen mean? It means that I don't want to put a ton of work into and make a ton of designs for a product that's going to become irrelevant. So to find evergreen products, we have to look at what's been working over time for a long period of time. And second, at the end of the day, nobody wants to buy a blank product, which means we're mainly selling the designs that go on the product. Obviously, that's the entire business here. And so if there's competition, that means that there's a lot of demand. So I only sell long-term best-selling products like t-shirts, mugs, and posters because they've been proven to work for years and they all have a high sales volume. So a great example is the first product that I was able to sell, which was the standard white mug. It might seem scary to a lot of people because there's a ton of other sellers also selling this exact same product, but that's the exact reason why I was successful, because there was a ton of demand for it. So for example, t-shirts, mugs, and posters, the same products I mentioned earlier, have that high sales volume and they sell for a long time. They are an evergreen type of product. And high sales demand is super important because there might be an evergreen product like this weekender bag that of course is going to sell a lot over time, but it's not going to make a ton of sales like the other products do. It doesn't have a super high sales volume, which means it's going to be really hard to build a long-term sustainable shop around this specific product. Picking something that's evergreen means that it'll sell today and far into the future, and high sales volume means there's a lot of competition and a lot of demand for it. Now, this is where I want to introduce you to the product research tool that we'll be using throughout the entire course, ListingView. Now, we're going to cover how to use ListingView in other sections, but since product research is such an important element of the business, for now, I just recommend getting signed up and getting your Etsy shop connected. Now, ListingView is a paid tool, but as I've already mentioned, I've got discounted links in the downloadable material right below this video, so make sure you use those if you want to save a few bucks and bring the costs down a little bit. But product research is the backbone of running a successful business without wasting time making products that aren't going to sell or go anywhere. If you don't have actual sales data, you don't know which products are truly performing best, which means when you go to create a design, it's not going to be based on something that's already proven to work. Throughout this course, I'm going to show you how to study best-selling listings and use those as inspiration to create your own. When you use a tool like ListingView, you're able to see the high-level niche that they're targeting, the keywords that they're using to get traffic and sales on those listings, the fonts that they're using in their designs, the slogans that their designs have in them, and most importantly, how they're actually styling the artwork in their design. Most beginners will fail because they don't know the difference between what a bestseller looks like and an average listing that will never sell. And so we solve that problem by only using best-selling listings as inspiration for our own, because when you can see the sales data that's available, it ensures that you're building your products with proven elements that have generated sales in the past. The second criteria is that the product has to make a good profit, because there's no reason in doing this business if you can't make good money with it. I always aim to make at least a $7 profit per sale, which is usually around a 30% profit margin, plus or minus maybe 5% here and there. So for example, when I sell a product like a sweatshirt, it's going to cost me around $20.28 between the product cost and the shipping cost to get that product actually printed and shipped and delivered to the customer. So you can see using this ListingView calculator, I've already put in my production and shipping costs. If I sell the product anywhere from around $30 up to $35, again, that'll be your top line revenue whenever you make a sale. Even after all of the fees are taken out from Etsy, you can see I'm left with a $31 profit margin, or almost $10 or $11 actually in profit. $7 of profit per sale and more gives us enough margin so that we can scale with some light paid ads on top of all the organic traffic that we're getting. And it means that we won't need thousands of sales per month to reach a comfortable income. So for example, if we make a $7 profit per sale, and we have a catalog of, let's say, 300 products. So we have 300 listings in our shop, and each one of those listings makes 3 sales per month. That's going to get us to $6,300 of profit per month, even after all of the fees. Now, that's a catalog of 300 products that each sell 3 times per month. You might need more products than that to actually find the 300 that sell, but the point is still the same. Now, whenever I go to analyze a successful shop to see how they're doing, I'm always looking at their monthly sales, not necessarily their all-time sales and all-time revenue. So for example, this shop right here is making $112,000 of monthly revenue. And you can see that they're primarily selling sweatshirts, which is a product that we just calculated. We could roughly make around a 30% profit margin. So if I bring up my calculator, we can see that this shop could be making around $30,000 in profit per month. That's not that bad for some random shop that I found. Now, this is still kind of all just a rule of thumb, because if you're selling a lower priced product, you might make more sales over time. So even though you have a lower profit margin with something like a mug, you might sell more units in total. Now, the third and the final criteria is that the product must be adaptable. Versatility is key, and that's because I need to be able to sell a product to almost anyone. That means I should be able to put almost any kind of design on the product. So if I'm selling evergreen products, the designs on the products need to be able to target trends and niches. We're only ever going to make sales if our designs are good. And so I'm going to spend a lot of time in this course teaching you how to make great designs. But that said, our product has to be versatile enough to carry any type of design. So if I'm selling mugs, for example, but whatever product you want to sell, just plug it in here. So if I'm selling mugs, for example, or whatever product you're thinking about selling, you should be able to make designs for professions like nurses, teachers, doctors, accountants, or any other profession. You should be able to make designs that target interests like people that like coffee and reading and books and traveling and swimming. You should be able to target people's hobbies like gaming or crafting. And you should also be able to capture viral moments and trending niches and ideas. If you're selling something like a shower curtain, it's going to be really hard to make trending designs for that product. When your product is versatile, it means that you're able to hop on trends and make quick sales right away. And it also means that you're able to build up a catalog of products that all sell passively over time. If it's an evergreen product that can make a good profit and allows for versatility of designs, you will be set. Now, since bestsellers do change over time, I'm going to leave you a link to this page in Printify, where you can see the best-selling Printify products over the last year, month, and actually week. And so what this table is telling us is this is all of the data from Printify that tells us exactly which products are truly the best sellers. It's just based on Printify's sales volume. And so yes, these might be some of the more competitive products, but like we already talked about, these are also some of the best sellers that have the most amount of demand. So if we take a look at it, you can see that the sweatshirt is at the very top and it's ranked #1 on the week. So this week, the Gildan 1800, which is the product model of the sweatshirt, is the best selling product in Printify, again, for this week. The second item is a t-shirt. It's just a unisex garment dyed t-shirt, so a very standard t-shirt. And the brand or the model is the Comfort Colors 1717. Now you can see that it's actually ranked #2, but what's interesting is that it's also ranked #2 on the year. So over the entire year, this is the second best selling product. So you can come through here and validate your ideas by looking at which products are truly the best sellers. You can see a lot of the products that I've already mentioned here are obviously best sellers. You have sweatshirts, t-shirts, hoodies, some other products like mugs, and some more sweatshirts and home decor things and posters as well. So the way you want to use this is by coming on here and just validating that your product idea, that the specific type of product you want to sell is actually a best seller. And honestly, the week doesn't matter as much as the all-time or year column matters. So in this case, if I was just starting out, I would want to sell a t-shirt that's from the Comfort Colors 1717 brand because it's the best selling product right now and this year. Again, picking the product is sort of up to you, but if I was going to give you any power tips, I would want to sell an apparel item because they're very versatile in terms of designs. They're clearly best sellers and they're evergreen since people are always needing to buy new clothes. And it's what I've personally had the most amount of success with. So while I didn't personally sell the Comfort Colors 1717, if I was starting over today, that's probably the specific model of t-shirt that I would look to start selling. But as I mentioned, bestsellers change over time. And instead of giving you the fish, I'm giving you the fishing rod and teaching you how to do research to find the best-selling products so that you have the best chance of success yourself. Now, the final step to validating the product that you want to sell is by creating a competitor list. This is just a list of successful shops that are already selling the product that you want to sell. We're not here to reinvent the wheel. And so the quickest path to true success is to follow what's already worked for other successful sellers. Now, to be very clear here, we're not here just to copy someone. And that's why we want our competitor list to be at least 5 shops. So we're going to go through and find at least 5 shops that are successfully selling the product that I'm thinking about selling so that we can validate the idea before we move on. Now, this is going to do a few things for us because not only is it going to prove that we can actually sell the product that we're thinking about selling, but it also helps us reference the keywords that they're using to drive sales to their product listings. It helps us figure out what niches to target with our products. It tells us what mockups are working really well to get conversions and sales on the product listings that they've posted for sale so that we can use the same mockups in our own shop. And overall, it just acts as a cheat code for whenever we get stuck because we can reference this competitor list to see how they've solved problems so that we can solve them in our own business. Now, I recommend going through and creating some kind of watch list or a favorite list where you're going to save these competitor shops so that you can come back and reference them over time. And I'm going to show you a couple methods to do that for yourself. You might be wondering, how do you know when a shop should be added to your competitor list? And my criteria is pretty simple. If I had to spend an entire year to grow a business and I ended up with their shop and their level of success, would I be happy with it? If the answer is yes, then I would add that shop to my competitor list. And if not, you can leave it off the list. So in my case, if I'm being realistic, I'm going to try and sell this Comfort Colors t-shirt because it's the second best selling item in Printify this year. So I can actually just open up this product right inside of Printify so you can see it right here. It's the Comfort Colors 1717. So this is the product that we're going to go with for our shop. That means I need to find competitor shops that are selling this t-shirt. The first option is to use our product research tool, ListingView. Now we're going to have a full tool breakdown for all of the tools that we use throughout this course at the very end of the video. But for now, all you need to know is how to use the database tool, and I'm going to show you that right here. It's the primary tool that's right now just default selected when you log into ListingView. And what we're trying to do is find shops that are selling the same type of product that we want to sell. Now, I'm going to go to the shops database. So you can see I just toggled that one active. And there's a bunch of shops here that you'll see. They're currently sorted by total sales. So these are like the top selling shops on all of Etsy. And we want to kind of filter down and see some better results. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select new shops that were opened in the last 180 days, which is 6 months time. And then we can use these columns to sort and filter all of these shops by monthly sales, monthly revenue, total revenue. And then since all of these shops are only 6 months old, we can actually just sort them by total sales because all of the shops are relatively new. Now, what we can also do is we can edit the columns, and this is going to show us different data depending on what we want to see. So you can see these purple badges are the active data, and we can also click to remove or add new ones in. So I want to see the primary and secondary category of the shops that we're looking at in this database, and I'm just going to apply the changes. You can see there's already the primary category column selected, but we added the secondary category over here. And so I'm just going to bring this over so that we can see the primary and secondary categories if there are any for these shops. So now what we've done is we have a clean list of new shops that are actively selling. They're sorted by total sales. So we're seeing basically the best new shops on Etsy. And now we just have to identify shops that are selling products in our same category so that we can add them to our watch list. And you can see right here, actually, this second shop is selling t-shirts and sweatshirts. And so all I'll do is I'll click to just favorite and add this item to my watch list. So now it's been favorited successfully, and we can go through this list and find a few more shops that are selling the same type of product so that I can reference them over time. So again, I'm just looking at the primary category to find other shops that are selling t-shirts. So I might have to go through a couple of pages to find them. There's another store right here, so I'll click to favorite that one as well. Here's another t-shirt shop. And some shops might be selling, for example, this shop is selling sweatshirts as their primary category and t-shirts as their secondary category. So that could still be a good shop to reference and have on our competitor list. Because they're still selling t-shirts, it doesn't mean that we should discount them just because they're selling sweatshirts. Now, since recording this has gotten even easier, what we can do is if we come over and we add a filter to our search, we can type in a category that we want to filter by. So in this case, we just want to see shirts. So we can add the t-shirts filter, and then we can hit apply, and you'll notice that we're only getting shops selling t-shirts. So we can still filter these by monthly sales, monthly revenue, or total revenue. And then we can also add other conditions. So for example, if we want to see shops that are at maximum 1 year old or 12 months old, I can add that filter as well, hit apply. And you'll see now that we're getting new shops that were created within the last 12 months that are mostly selling t-shirts and maybe some other items as well, like sweatshirts as well, but primarily t-shirts as well. So we can click to add these to our competitor list as we build it out. Now, obviously there's a bunch of different ways to use this database. This is just one idea because there's over 900,000 shops at the time of recording in the database. So you can come through and sort and filter and find shops selling your product. But for the next method that we're going to use, we can use ListingView's plugin to do research right inside of Etsy as well. So if you've downloaded my bookmarks bar that I have in the downloadable material for this course, you can just come to the resources tab and open up the ListingView Chrome app. And then we're just going to click to add this extension to our browser. And it's going to add it up in the bookmarks or the plugins bar at the top right corner. And before it goes away, I'm just going to right click it and I'm going to hit pin. And that will keep it visible in the browser so that I can always come back and continue using it over time. Now, if I click on this browser extension, you can see it automatically signed me in. Sometimes you have to click sign in and then it'll take you to ListingView and sign you in, but I guess it already signed me in and we can just go to Etsy. So now when we're in Etsy and we make a search for something, maybe like a t-shirt, we're going to see a lot more data from ListingView right inside of the browser. So we'll just give this a second to load. And now you can see we have this ListingView summary up at the top of the page, which gives us a bunch of details. Again, we'll get into these throughout the course as we do more product research. And we also get all of these badges below each listing in search results. Now there's a ton of badges there. So if you click on the ListingView plugin, we can actually control which badges we want to see. So I'm going to toggle a lot of these off because personally, I'm mostly just like seeing the monthly sales, the age, and then the badges that go on each listing. So I'm going to do basically these. This is my selection that I like to go with. I'll hit reload, and then you'll see we get a few less badges. It's a much cleaner look, in my opinion, when we scroll through this page and actually take a look at search results. So to find more competitor shops to use in our competitor list, we can actually search for the specific product that we're selling. So I might search for something like a Comfort Colors graphic tee, and this is going to give us a lot more search results that are more specific to the actual product that we're selling. And so once this loads, we can scroll through and you'll start to notice that we're actually getting a lot more data right below all of the listings that is actually relevant to the specific product that we're trying to sell. But what we're looking for right now are specific shops that we can reference so that we can add them to our competitor list. So you can see this, for example, is a listing that's trending. It's got an outlier badge. It's making $800 a month. So we'll just click on it to see how this specific listing is performing. And from here, we want to get details on the shop. So I can either click to go view the shop just by clicking on the shop name, or in the ListingView plugin, I can just click this little arrow and it's going to toggle this drop down, which then gives us a breakdown of the shop details. So it makes it really, really quick to see how well this specific shop is performing right on Etsy. You can see they've done 22,000 sales. They're doing about 1,700 sales a month with $39,000 of monthly revenue. So definitely not too bad. They're also selling the exact same Comfort Colors t-shirt that I want to sell. So maybe we do want to come check out the shop. Again, we can always do that by just clicking through to view it on Etsy. And obviously I want to add this shop to my watch list. So again, I'm just going to click this little favorite icon right there in the plugin, but we can also click it right here if we wanted to like favorite it in the plugin dropdown. So we could click to add it to favorites right there. I like to do a lot of research using the ListingView plugin because again, that's one of the reasons we downloaded the Google Chrome browser to begin with, but also because it allows us to find shops selling the specific variation, like the Comfort Colors t-shirt. Since there's a ton of different brands of t-shirt, we want to make sure that the specific variation is selling on Etsy, and you can see as a matter of fact, it is. When we find shops selling the specific type of product that we want to sell, it helps us figure out what mockups to use, how to price our products, and even the specific product variations that we should sell in our own listing. Now, one final pro tip for adding shops to your competitor list is to pay attention to their listing to sales ratio. How many listings they have posted for sale to how many sales they've made. And this is important because shops with tons of sales that have fewer listings typically mean that their average listing quality and conversion rate is a bit better. They didn't need as many listings posted for sale to make that many sales. Now, a big exception to this is shops that are selling copyrighted designs, like Disney designs. Those shops tend to blow up and then they'll get closed by Etsy because they're breaking the law. Either way, when we find shops that are selling our specific product and product variation, it's super helpful because it helps us tell what mockups to use in our own listings, how to price our products, and it can even help us decide what specific product variations to list for sale for our product listing. Now, you might be wondering, what even is a product variation? Now, this depends on the specific product that you choose to sell. So for example, on a poster, it might be the specific sizes that the poster come in. For something like a mug, it might be the different colors that the mug is offered in. Picking the right product variations obviously comes down to what you personally actually want to sell, but there is also strategy behind it. If the product that you're selling does have variations, you want to be able to offer some, but you don't want to offer too many. Now, there's two types of variations that you should be aware of. First are called required variations. These are going to be options that the customer is required to choose, and they don't really have to make a decision on what to pick. So a great example of this is something like a size variation. If a customer is buying something like a t-shirt, they don't really have to make a decision about which size of t-shirt to buy because they're just going to order the size that fits them best. So you can go ahead and offer all of the required variations that are available for your product. Meaning if your product is a t-shirt, you can just offer all of the sizes as available for sale. But some variations make the customer think and actually make a decision about which one they want to buy. A great example of this is a color variation. So this might be the color of the t-shirt that you offer. For example, black, white, navy, or any other color that your t-shirt comes in. For any non-required variations, something like a t-shirt where the customer is going to pick the color based on their personal preference, I would recommend offering a maximum of 12 variation options to that customer. So for example, no more than 12 colors in your product listing. And this is because if you offer more than 12, the customers can often get something called buyer fatigue, where they're not going to be able to make a decision because some of the options might be too similar. And because they can't make the decision, they'll eventually decide that they'll come back to it later and they'll click off your listing and then they'll never end up buying. A very common mistake for beginners is offering way too many options in their listing, thinking that it's going to get them more sales, when in reality, it just causes buyer fatigue and nobody ends up buying from them. So how do you actually know which options you should list for sale in your product listing? The first option is to just take a look at your competitor list. This is part of the reason why we build this out in the first place. So you can find other shops selling the exact same type of product that you're selling, and then you can take a look at which specific options they're selling. So you can see this particular listing has two variations. They have colors and sizes. Like I mentioned, when a customer is shopping for the size, they're just going to pick the size that fits them best. But when it comes to non-required variations like colors, they're going to choose the option based on their preference. So this listing, for example, you can see that they've got, I guess, 12 color options in their info card. And then I think they only have maybe 10 options in the colors dropdown. So you would want to have the same options in your dropdown as you do in the color chart. But the point still remains. They don't have more than 12 options to choose from. And you can see those options right here. So if you're a beginner getting started out and you don't know which options to post for sale, you can come through and look at your specific competitors and see what options are selling for them best. Now, the second option is my personal favorite, and it's using this Printify Insights dashboard. We already used this to figure out which specific product we're going to sell, which was the Comfort Colors t-shirt. But if you scroll down a little bit, we can also find the best-selling variants for each product in their catalog. So we can kind of cheat the system and just jump ahead and find the exact right product to sell and the specific variants to offer for it. So to do that, we just need to use this best-selling variants table filter to filter out this table down below. So the first thing we need to do is search for the specific type of product, which is the unisex garment dyed t-shirt. And then we need to put in the Printify product model. So in that case, we're going to go for the Comfort Colors 1717. And if we just give this a few seconds to load, I guess we have to press the reload button. So now if we scroll down, you can see this table of the top selling variants for that specific product and model of product. So again, the Comfort Colors 1717 is the specific product you're selling. And you can see the variants or the color names for the top selling products or the top selling variants for this specific product. Now, if we open up this product and take a look at it in the catalog, what we'll see is that there's actually 59 colors in total. So there's way more colors than we would ever want to offer in our listing. And so this helps us see out of those 59, it's going to show us the top 20 best-selling variations so that we can pick to offer the best-selling colors to our customers. Again, customers are buying what they like the best. So to make it super easy for yourself, you can just use this data to pick the best-selling variations for whatever product you're selling. So for example, right now you can see these are the top selling colors for the Comfort Colors t-shirt. And so these are some of the colors I would consider including in my own listing. A super simple rule of thumb that you could follow is maybe you choose to sell the top 6 variations based on this data, and then you come through and choose 6 more based on whatever you personally want to sell, or maybe based on your competitor shops and what they're selling. Either way, this makes the decision based on best-selling data so that you're not guessing what's going to sell. You already know you're selling products that are selling well. Now, the last thing you need to understand about variations is just a little bit of terminology. Once you understand this, you're basically going to be a pro and the whole business will kind of make sense. And you'll understand what I'm talking about here in just a second. So a variation is actually the top level name of the variation. For example, it might be a size or a color. And then each variation has options within it. So black is an option for the color variation. And for example, a 2XL is the option underneath the size variation. So these are options and this is a variation. An Etsy listing can have up to and a maximum of 2 variations. This example listing has 2 variations. They have colors, you can see the options there, and they have a sizes variation, and you can see the options there. And then the quantity is just a default option by Etsy for how many they want to order. So the way that Etsy and Printify are able to talk to each other and figure out exactly which option a customer has ordered from your listing so that it gets automated and fulfilled correctly is by using something called an SKU. This is also known as a stock keeping unit, and it's just a number that's assigned to each option combination. And this is all done in Printify. You don't have to worry about doing this at all, but you should sort of understand how it works since this is a business and you should know how it runs. So just bear with me a couple more seconds and it'll all make sense. Each combination of variations. So for example, a small black t-shirt, for example, is going to have its own SKU or stock keeping unit number. It's also going to have its own price and its own quantity. Now we'll see all of this information in Printify in just a second, but what you have to know right now is that each combination, for example, a 3XL black or a 3XL white, each one of those combinations is going to have its own SKU, its own price, and its own quantity. So when you create a product in Printify and then you publish it to your Etsy shop, Printify is already going to handle all of the details. It's going to pre-fill the variations, the prices, quantities, and SKUs, so you don't need to set anything else up once you've done it one time in Printify. Now, a little fun fact for you is that even if your listing in Printify isn't directly linked to a product in Etsy, meaning you didn't necessarily publish it from Printify into your Etsy shop, if an Etsy listing sells and it has the SKU that one of your Printify products has, it'll be used for the product in that order. So in short, the SKU is what actually links products between Etsy and Printify. It isn't some back-end magic. The SKU from Printify matches the exact SKU in Etsy, and that's how the connection actually works. And remember, each variation combination, like a 3XL white shirt, is going to have its own SKU, its own price, and its own quantity. But that's more than enough about how variations work. So now let's run through creating our first product in Printify. These are the setup steps we're going to take. I'll run through them and then we'll jump into the computer and do them ourselves. So first, we're going to find the exact product that we're going to sell in Printify. We've already done that. If you don't know yet, then go rewatch the last 10 minutes or 20 minutes and you'll see exactly how to figure out what to sell. Then we're going to select the variations that we want to sell, again, based on data and research so that we're selling something that has a lot of demand. Third, we're going to add a placeholder design to the product. We'll configure the pricing using our pricing optimization tutorial. And then we're just going to select a few settings so that we're ready to publish it for sale. So let's hop into the computer and do that right now. So now we're going to build out our initial product in Printify. We're going to get all of our variations and pricing and settings saved in that product so that we can use it as a template to create lots of products very quickly in the future. Perfect. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're just going to find the specific product that we're selling in Printify. You can see right here we have the unisex garment dyed t-shirt by Comfort Colors 1717. So that's the exact product and the brand that we're going to sell. I'll click into it and then I'm just going to hit this Start Designing button. Now this is going to bring up the entire Printify designing canvas where we can add our designs, we can select our variations, and we can just get this ready to use as a template in the future. So the very first thing I'm going to want to do is just open up this little toolbar in the top right corner. And from here, I'm going to select the variations. Now, as we already mentioned, we want to automatically sell all of the sizes that are available for our colors. So sizes we can leave alone. We're mostly focused on the specific colors that we want to sell. And so assuming you've already decided them, again, I already showed you how to do the research on figuring out exactly which variations to offer for sale, then we can just come through and select all of the options here. So I'm just going to go through and select about 12 that I want to sell in this listing. So we're going to sell the white. I think we'll sell pepper. Let's offer black. Let's also sell espresso, ivory. Let's go with the moss color and light green. We'll also do the blue jean color. Let's do navy, denim. Let's do the violet and the yam color as well. So now if we click back, we should have just about 12 colors in our options. Now, once we've got all of the colors for our product selected, I just want to come over to this Add Text button. We'll click it, and then we'll just click to add some text or a little text box to our design. This will just act as a placeholder so that we can save this product and move on, and we'll come back and use this as a template in the future. So now I'm just going to click this Save Product button in the bottom right corner. And now we can add all of the details for this product listing. So this entire page is basically just a bunch of options that we can choose to set for our listing. And the first thing I'm going to do is just call this our template. So I'll name it our template, comfort, or something like that. We can also leave the description blank for now. We'll come up with a better description in the future. The tags, if there are tags, we'll just clear them. We don't really need to worry about the tags right now. You don't need to worry about personalization. So the thing that we're mainly concerned about is the pricing section. We want to set our pricing now sort of as a one-time to do so that we don't have to come back and do this later. I'm going to try to make this pricing as simple as possible, but there are a few things that you should know about. First is that not all of the variations are going to cost the exact same amount to fulfill. So for example, a 3XL shirt might cost more than a medium, but Printify does generally optimize their price as well since they process millions of sales per month. So if you come over and you click into this detailed table view menu, we're able to see all of those option combinations and the settings for each one of those options. So if I just click to drop down the size small options, you can see all of the combinations that we talked about earlier. For example, a small navy shirt is going to have its own SKU number, for example. You can see that right here. It's also going to have its own price. It's also going to have its own shipping cost and different things like that. So you can collapse this. But in general, what we're trying to pay attention to is how much each variation costs. So you can see in the production costs column, all of the 2X, 3X, and 4XL t-shirts cost a little bit more than the small, medium, large, and extra large. So you can see small, medium, large, and extra large are all about $12.41. And the 2XL, 3XL, and 4XL t-shirts cost more since they're bigger t-shirts and they require, more inventory. And since they're less popular variations, they take up more space at the warehouse. And so they cost a little bit more. Now, another strategy you should be aware of is the loss leader strategy. So this is where you select an unpopular variation out of all of the variations that you have for sale, and you make it slightly cheaper to make the entire listing look more cost competitive in search results. Then when the customer selects the exact variation that they want, the price increases by maybe a few dollars. You'll see this in t-shirts all the time, and it's up to you for how aggressive you want to be with this strategy. But if you take a look at this listing, for example, it's selling around 200 times a month, and it looks like it's $6.48 from search results. But when you click into the listing and you actually go to select the real product variation that you would want to purchase, which most of the time is going to be a small, medium, or large t-shirt, the price immediately jumps up to the actual price that they're selling it at. I personally wouldn't recommend doing such an aggressive loss leader where it jumps from $7 all the way up to $19, but doing it by a few dollars can definitely help you stay competitive, especially on the search results page where a lot of the listings are competitively priced. So a great example of this would be maybe that people aren't going to buy the small white t-shirt as often because the darker colors are a little bit more popular. Well, we could come in to the white option and then we could set the price just a little bit lower. So maybe instead of $26, we do something like $19, and that way it'll show up overall a bit cheaper in search results. And finally, when we're setting up our pricing strategy, we need to consider the sale that we're going to be running on our shop. Almost all successful shops are going to be running a sale at all times. It's just how things work on Etsy. It's up to you if you want to partake in that, but what you'll notice is that almost every single listing has some type of sale running. I typically like to run a 50% off sale on all of my products since it makes the math really easy, because it just means that I need to double the price of all of my products so that when I run that 50% off sale, it comes down to the correct price that I actually want to sell the products at. You can also use that competitor list to see how your competition is pricing their products. Remember to select common variations that people are actually going to be purchasing. Remember to take a look at their before sale price, their after sale price, and remember to take a look at how much they're charging for shipping, because all of these things added up is their total revenue for the sale. So for example, I could list most of my variations at $35.98, and if I run a 50% off sale, it'll bring it down to around $18. And then if I charge $6 for shipping, I get another $6 on top of that. So I think that's a simple strategy, and that's what we'll go with for our products. Now we're gonna wanna run our numbers through the ListingView calculator just to make sure that we're making enough profit per sale and we have a good enough profit margin before we commit to this pricing strategy. So right now I have it set at $17.99 for the price with a $5.99 shipping, just like we decided we're gonna go with. And now we're going to grab the prices from Printify. So you can see that for this Comfort Colors t-shirt, it costs $10.72 for the actual t-shirt and printing. And then it costs $3.99 to get it shipped to the customer. So even after all of our fees are taken out from Etsy, we're currently left with a 27% profit margin and $6.50 per sale of profit. So not exactly our $7 profit per sale and 30% profit margin, but it's within the 5% threshold. And so I think that this is going to work out perfectly for our product. So I'm just going to update all of our products to cost about the same. And then since that's a 54% profit margin on the small through extra large, I'm going to set our 2X, 3X, and 4XL to the same profit margin so that we always are staying in profit, even if we're selling those more expensive variations. Then I'm going to come through and just set the small white variation, since I think it'll be a little less profitable, as our loss leader, and we'll drop it by $6, for example. So it'll show up as $3 cheaper in our final listing. Now, if we come back to the quick overview, you can see that our estimated profit is about 50% more expensive than the recommended pricing from Printify. And that's perfect because when we run that 50% off sale, our pricing is going to be right on par with everyone else. That means we're still staying competitive and we're not charging too much. From here, the last setting that we want to select is just this show all variations as available for purchase. So regardless of the stock from one specific supplier, we're always going to be able to sell our variations. This is just one of those toggles that makes sense on Printify, because if one warehouse doesn't have the specific product, they'll route it to a different warehouse for fulfillment. And from there, we're pretty much done. So we can save this as draft, but instead we're actually going to publish it directly to our Etsy shop, for one, to test the connection between the two, and also to create a shipping profile in Etsy. So I'll just hit publish and give this a few seconds for it to load. Now, if we come over into Etsy and you go into the shop manager under the listings tab, you should see your brand new listing showing up right here. So we've successfully done it. We've published our first product into our Etsy shop. Now we can come through and edit this later. It shouldn't have charged you anything because you should have those 40 free listing credits, assuming you used my links. But right now, what we want to set up is the shipping profile for our shop. Every time that we publish a product for sale into our Etsy shop, it creates a new shipping profile. But we want to do is edit that shipping profile so that we can just reuse the same one on all of our future products. And this way, if we ever need to update it, it updates across all of our listings simultaneously. So all we have to do is go into the shop manager and edit the settings, and then we'll basically create this reusable shipping template and shipping profile that we can use over and over. So again, we're just going to click on settings and click on shipping settings. And what we should see is that Printify has now created this shipping profile right here in our shop manager. So I'm just going to hit edit, and then I'm just going to call this standard shipping. You can see they've already pre-populated a lot of these details, like the zip code, where the product is shipping from. And here is where we can come in and actually edit some of the shipping costs so that we can have a little bit more control. Now, depending on where the product's shipped to, you obviously have different shipping costs. So if you're shipping to Australia and Canada and internationally, it's going to cost a little bit more than if you're shipping domestically within the United States or wherever your shop is based out of. But my general rule of thumb is I like charging a little bit more than the default cost, and that way I'm making a bit more revenue from the shipping charge that the customer is paying. So for example, I could do $5.99 for the first item and $1.99 for each additional item. That way it incentivizes them to earn a little bit more. Having a lower additional item charge makes it easier for them to add more products to their order without feeling overwhelmed by the charge. Now, additionally, I would recommend coming in and just increasing these prices a little bit. That way you have a little bit more of a buffer when you're actually selling international items. Increasing your shipping charge is important because it pads some of your risk, especially if you're selling international orders where they're going to get lost more often. For example, several months last year, the Canadian Post went on strike, which meant hundreds and thousands of orders got lost in transit and the customers never ended up receiving their products. So that's why in general, it's a good idea to pad your shipping cost a little bit more. We can also add another location and just say everywhere else, and this will basically cover the rest of the world. And we can add a fixed shipping charge for here as well. And you can always come to the product page on Printify. And if you just scroll down a little bit, you can click the details drop down, go to shipping, and you can see what Printify is going to charge you for the first item and each additional item. So for example, most of the world is going to cost $10 and $4 for every additional item. So for example, we might want to charge $12 and $5 for that shipping. So now we've created our standardized shipping template. We can save this profile, hit confirm, and we're done. Now, while we're talking about shipping, we need to talk about the free shipping guarantee that Etsy incentivizes almost every seller to offer. What this means is that any items or any order that is over $35 as the subtotal, so not including tax and shipping charges, any order that's $35 or more is going to qualify for free shipping. I do recommend offering this. I don't think it's necessarily required, but Etsy themselves tell you that they will get you a priority placement in search results if you offer this guarantee when you're charging shipping like we will be charging in our listings. So we'll just hit get started. We'll basically just set up this guarantee, and this will make it so that any customer who places an order over $35, which will mean they'll need to order at least 2 items from us, will qualify for free shipping, and we'll get that priority placement in search results. Now, you definitely don't have to do this yourself, but I do think that the priority placement in search helps, and so I don't see why you wouldn't do it. Now, a lot of people ask me, should I just offer free shipping and increase the price of my main item? Personally, I think that charging shipping is a great way to add a little bit more revenue and incentivize larger orders, especially with something like this guarantee. So that's why I always recommend, especially for print on demand, charging at least a little bit of shipping. Plus, it's very common on Etsy's marketplace. So the typical shoppers, those 100 million shoppers who come to buy products on Etsy, are used to paying shipping, and it's pretty normal. Unlike on Amazon, where everything needs to be included in Amazon Prime, it's pretty normal to pay shipping on Etsy. Now, our final step with the shipping profile is just to ensure that every time we create and publish a product from Printify, it'll publish to Etsy with all of those settings, reusing that same shipping profile that we just made. So to do that, we just need to go into Printify settings, go into publishing preferences, and select that shipping profile that we just created. So we can do that now if we just go into Manage My Stores, go into the settings, publishing preferences, and here we'll just wait for it to reload with our shipping profile, and we'll just select our standard shipping profile that we created. We'll hit save, and now every single time that we create a product and we publish it for sale, it'll reuse the same shipping profile. And if we ever need to make a change, we can come back into Etsy and just make a simple change to this shipping profile so that it updates across all of our listings. Now, the final element that we need before we can move on, the final element that completes this sort of product template and skeleton that we can reuse over and over, are info cards. So an info card is an image that displays basic useful information about the product that the customer has to know before they place an order. Now, there's a ton of different types of info cards. So for example, when you're selling apparel, it might be something like a sizing guide so that the customer can see how the product is actually going to fit, or a color chart so that they can see the actual color of the option that they want to buy. So for example, this listing shows off the brand of the t-shirt, which is the Comfort Color 1717. They tell you how it fits, which is a unisex fit, which is very standard. They're also showing you how it fits. So you can see the exact measurements for the small, medium, large, and so on. And you can see the color charts. They've sort of combined all of these elements into one info card that they've put in their listing, and they can reuse these info cards on all of their listings into the future. There's a bunch of other types of info cards that they could choose to use. For example, this one also has some reviews. So this is more of a social proof info card. You could also do one where you're explaining how to take care of the product. So how to wash or clean the product, or how to use it if it's something different like a poster or a mug. You can also see any guarantees or shipping details. This shop is using a lot of info cards to convey that information. If you're selling something like a poster, you might have the size options available and how they look in comparison to one another. Maybe how the poster is delivered, or if it comes with a frame or not. And for things like custom items, you might be showing off the different font options or the different options available when the customer's customizing their product. Again, at the end of the course, we'll have a full section on custom products, but it's another idea for info cards. You can display customization requirements or instructions in the info cards section. So how do you actually get info cards? You have a few options. First, Printify is going to give you some very simple default info cards when you create the product. So if you click through into your product in Printify and you click on View All Mockups, it's going to show you all of the preloaded images that Printify has for this product. And you can see one of the options is this size chart. So we could click to include that in our listing and then hit Save Selection. And it's a very basic size chart that kind of looks a little sterile and a little bit Printify coded, but it does get the information across. Now, I typically recommend using info cards that match the overall branding and aesthetic of your shop. And to do that, I would just recommend purchasing a pre-made info card. So you can actually buy pre-made info cards for the product you're selling. If you've downloaded the included material and you're following along, then you'll have access to this best-selling mockups and info cards table that I've included, which includes shops and individual listings that you can buy some best-selling info cards from. So you can see the exact shops that are selling these info cards, and you can also see some of my favorite listings for specific info cards on Etsy. So for example, you can see right here, this is a popular sizing info card that just shows for this specific t-shirt that we're selling, which is the Comfort Color 1717, exactly how it's going to fit for the customer. This is super convenient because for $4, you can just buy it, download it, and use it in your own listings over and over again. Plus, you can see that a lot of other shops are using it, so it's sort of going to give you that, familiarity feel, and you already know that this one is converting pretty well as far as performance on Etsy. Another trick is you can actually search ListingView's database for something like a size chart, and this is going to search from over 100 million listings to present with you some of the best overall size charts that you can use in your own listings. You could search for something like monthly sales or filter by monthly sales rather. And this is going to show you some of the best sizing charts that are selling on Etsy right now. So if you didn't find exactly what you wanted in my downloadable document, this might help you find some more ideas. But in this document, I've got a bunch of info cards and color guides and the shops that sell them. So if you didn't find exactly what you need, you can come search for the shops, and they've got a bunch of different pre-made sizing and color guides that you can just buy and download for only a couple dollars each. And of course, your final option is to make them from scratch. So Kittl has some templates, but you might end up needing to just create them for yourself. For example, if you wanted to do something where you're showing off customer reviews, for example, you'll need to create that yourself since you can't really create a template to reuse over and over. That said, I'll try and leave some Kittl templates that I've created that you can use as a part of the downloadable material, so you can check for that in the resource vault that you downloaded from down below. Now, while you can get fancy with your info cards long term, I would suggest starting as simple as possible, which means only using the required info cards to get started. So for example, if I'm selling a t-shirt and I have colors and sizes in my listing, you'll want an info card that explains how the sizes fit and what the color options are, and that's all you need to get started. Now, I'm going to make a last minute decision and still the orchid color instead of navy, just because I think navy's a little overdone. But now we need to actually buy some sizing and color charts to use in our listings. So you can come through and pick whichever one you like best. I think I'm going to get this sizing guide. And then I'm also going to get this pack of mockups, and I'm going to use this to create our own custom color guide, since I went through and hand selected all of the colors that I want to sell. So for only $17, now we have a pack of mockups that we can use and a sizing guide that we can use in all of our listings, and we didn't even have to make any of the materials ourselves. So now what I'm going to do to make the info card is just create a new project in Kittl. I'm going to create a 2000 by 2000 artboard. And here I'm just going to drag in all of the mockups from that pack that I just bought. So now you can see all of the mockups that I have, and from here I just need to adjust each one, make them a little bit more visible. So then I just need to type out the name of each color on top of each t-shirt, and make sure to change the color of the text to the color that we'd use for the printing of the design if the text color needs to change. So put black text on the lighter color shirts and white text on all of the darker color shirts. So then I'm just going to align all of the images a little bit better. I'm going to add a rounded border to all of them and add a title to the info card. And now we have this info card that we could use to put inside any one of our listings that shows off all of the colors that we're selling. So now I can use this alongside our sizing guide, and we have 2 info cards complete and ready to go for all of our listings. Plus, it's all editable right inside of Kittl, so if we need to change anything in the future, we can make those edits here. But once you have your info cards saved, we're basically done with our product setup. So we figured out what product we're going to sell based on our 3 winning product criteria. We created a competitor list in ListingView of at least 5 successful shops that we'll continue to reference as we grow our own shop. We figured out what variations to sell in our specific product listings. We built out our first product in Printify, and then we published it to our Etsy shop, creating a shipping profile that we'll reuse on all of our future listings, and we got our info cards ready so that now all that's left is to master creating designs and building out actual listings that convert. I hope that this module was helpful, so I'll see you in the next to start creating designs and actually build out a catalog of products that sell. So now let's move into perhaps the single most important section in this entire course, which is focused on making designs. Now, the first thing I want to tell you is that in order to do print on demand, you don't need to be a professional designer. You can think of this like being a chef. You don't need to be a professional chef to make a great sandwich, right? All you need is some good ingredients and a little bit of taste. And so in the same way, I'm not here to make you some professional designer. I'm just here to get your business to work and teach you the essential basics that you need to learn so that you can create designs that sell, not become some professional graphic designer, just make designs that sell. Now, the reason that most sellers will fail with this business is because they don't understand that customer psychology and what causes customers to actually go place an order and buy a print-on-demand product. See, the design is the most important element of your listing. It's the single largest needle mover in terms of making any money. And if you can't make good designs, if you can't do it well, you're not going to make any sales. Remember, the design is the product. It's what differentiates your t-shirts from the t-shirts that I sell. And so I'm going to try and equip you with the skills that you need to make quality designs, again, without teaching you how to become necessarily a professional graphic designer, at least in the traditional sense. So I'm going to go really in depth into my design method, but I'm really going to try and keep it as simple and as straightforward as possible so that you can follow along. And the reason I'm going to do that is because you can't just use templates like the ones you're going to find on Placeit. Some people, especially here on YouTube, are going to tell you that you can come on a website like Placeit, where you can get a bunch of these t-shirt design templates. You can edit it just a little bit yourself and then post it for sale and make a bunch of money with it. But in reality, this never works, primarily because the actual design templates on Placeit aren't actually that good in terms of t-shirt designs that sell on Etsy, but also because everyone has access to the exact same templates, which means everyone's selling the same exact thing. So throughout this section, we're going to cover the research, which is how to find winning niches and existing products that are selling super well so that we can basically hop on an already moving train. Next, we'll go into my design hacking process, which is reverse engineering those winning products into design elements that we can use to go create competing products in our own original way. And finally, I'll show you my batching process so that I can create lots of designs very quickly. Now, before we dive super deep into all of the little details about creating great designs, I want to teach you something that immediately is going to make you better than 99% of other print-on-demand sellers. See, a top reason that most beginners fail is that they're trying to create general print-on-demand products and designs instead of Etsy print-on-demand products and designs. When you make this shift from trying to create general print-on-demand designs that just look good in general to Etsy print-on-demand designs, products and designs that are going to specifically look really good and sell well on Etsy, you're going to set yourself apart from all of the competition who isn't learning these specific Etsy design tactics. This difference might seem minor, but it makes a big difference when it comes to making sales. Now, on average, it isn't always the content of someone's design that causes it to fail, but it's the presentation of that design that makes buyers on Etsy scroll past. Remember, we've decided to sell on Etsy because it's one of the best beginner marketplaces, especially for print on demand. So we want to use that to our advantage by creating products for the active buyers that are already coming to Etsy. If you want to immediately level up your designs, understand that it's not always about the content of your design. It's more about the style that the design is in. It's not necessarily about the specific words or the exact slogan that you put on the product. It's about the font and the way that you style that saying. And it's not about your design in general. It's about how you present that design on the mockup and the combination between the two. Now, if that doesn't make a ton of sense, by the end of this designing section, it absolutely should. But just know, if you're able to lock in a style that sells and works well on Etsy, then you're going to make a lot of sales. And this is the one section of the course that I would suggest rewatching multiple times just so that you can absorb everything and get set up correctly. Now, as I mentioned, the first step to creating a design that gets sales is first doing research. So I'm going to cover how to find winning design ideas. This is the first step because without it, if you don't know what's already selling, then you won't know what to create and you won't be creating good designs. So as I've already talked about, you're going to want a ListingView account. This is our product research tool. You only need one of them, and ListingView does absolutely everything that you'll need. And this is a tool that shows you how well listings on Etsy sell. It sounds really simple, but it's essential if you want to get this business to work. If you just pick a niche and go create a bunch of designs for it, and you list them for sale, hoping that something's going to work, it's like playing the slot machine. We need to study which specific listings are making all of the sales so that we know what designs and specific niches to target with our own designs. The process for research is super simple. So we'll start with a broad niche, and then we'll make some broad searches around that niche to find a list of products. We'll then analyze the best-selling listings for that niche under that search. We'll save proven ideas, and then we'll build up a reference library so that we can move on to step 2, which is design hacking. Most beginners in print on demand are taking a closed book exam. They make designs, they list them for sale, and they cross their fingers hoping that it's going to work. But when you can see specific listing data across hundreds of millions of Etsy listings, it's like being handed the answer sheet to that test. It's basically telling you exactly how to make designs and what niches to make those designs for. Now at this point, you should already have a ListingView account set up, and hopefully you also have the ListingView Google Chrome extension installed in your browser like I've got right here. You can copy down my settings if you want to see the exact same thing that I'm seeing. Now you're going to want to make sure that you have the downloadable material. Again, I've already mentioned how to get it down below. And you can see that one of the links in here is a Etsy niche ideas checklist. So this has over 500 niche ideas. And basically it's categorized by a bunch of different high level categories. So you can see here, there's a sports and physical activities category. We've got professions, hobbies, holidays, beliefs, animals, entertainment, and so on. So there's a bunch of high level ideas here. And then we've also included a bunch of sub niches in each one of these categories. So for example, in professions, we've got a ton of professions listed here. And then in each one of these profession lists, for example, the teachers category, there's even more detailed and listed out specific professions. So for example, in the teachers, professors, tutors, and librarians, we've got a bunch of different types of teachers that we could go create designs for. So we can make elementary teacher t-shirt designs, or we can make special education t-shirt designs, or math teacher designs. So if you're stuck for ideas, this is a great way to kind of free up your mind and just come find, whatever's next on the list or whatever you feel like creating. This is a great way to spark that creativity, because if there's a niche for it, then there's likely a market. Now, not every market is the same exact size and has the same sales potential, and I'll show you that in a second, but you can still make money with almost every single niche. Now, another option is to use something like this seasonal calendar. So you can see that today is December 2nd, and the way that this calendar works is it shows me upcoming holidays and events. And so on the 4th, this calendar recommends that I start creating designs for these specific events that are upcoming. So the most notable is obviously New Year's. You can see that it starts January 1st, which is in about 29 days. And so the reason it tells me that about a month ahead is so that I have time to create my designs, get them listed on Etsy so that they have enough time to rank by the time that event actually comes around. So this calendar view is really nice because it doesn't just show you what's happening this month, it shows you what's coming up so that you actually have time to make designs for it. There's also kind of a list view here. So you can see, for example, if you want to create January designs, here's all of the things that happen in January that you might want to create for. So this first list that we looked at is kind of just a bunch of different categories of ideas, but this is a calendar so that you know when to create specific designs, especially around holidays. Now, right now, since I am in December, Christmas is kind of the next up holiday that I would want to create designs for. It's a little bit late, but I think it's going to be the most relevant example for this specific part of the tutorial. So in this section, we're going to cover making some Christmas designs since they're trending the most. And we'll probably also consider making some profession designs as well, so that you can get a good idea of some seasonal designs, as well as some more evergreen products that are going to sell throughout the year. Now, this might seem like way too many niche ideas, but just remember, we're selling one specific type of product. So we're selling a t-shirt, and then we can go make designs for any one of these 500 niches and target those customers with our specific product. So although it might seem like a lot, it actually gives you endless ideas and endless possibilities for the directions you can go with your product. Shops on Etsy with more listings make more money over time. And so just by creating designs for as many niches as possible and making multiple designs for each niche, that's going to give us the best chance of getting better at making designs for print on demand, as well as making sales in each one of those niches over time. So when you go to make designs, use these to your advantage. You can just pick any niche off of this niche ideas list and go create designs for it. Or you can sort of do what I'm doing. And since it's December, I'm going to make some Christmas designs because it's going to be the most relevant to the season that I'm in right now. So now we can start the research by just coming to Etsy. You can also do this on ListingView's database by searching the database in general, but I'm going to start on Etsy since it's a little bit easier. And we just want to search for the niche that we're going to target plus the product that we're selling. So in this case, I think I'll go with Christmas shirts, and then we'll just hit search. Give this a few seconds to load. Now, the goal here is just to find the best selling Christmas shirts so that we can use those to inspire our own. And you can see ListingView populates a lot of data here. So it's going to show us details like the competition, the amount of competing listings for this specific search term, but that isn't the end of the story here. There's a few more metrics to pay attention to. We'll also see the average age of listings on this page. We'll see the average outlier score. We'll see the average total sales, the average monthly sales, average monthly revenue, views, conversion rate, and we'll even see how many new listings, trending listings, and evergreen listings are being displayed on this page. Now, these stats are super helpful because they show you the quality of each niche. So although there's almost 3 million listings competing for this specific search term, which is Christmas shirts, on this first page of search results, Etsy has 31 new listings. So out of these 60 to 80 listings that are on this first page, they've tested out maybe half of them with new listings that were posted in the last 60 days. That's really important as a new seller to know, because although there's a ton of competition, there's 3 million listings. The first page of search results for one of the most broad search terms like Christmas shirt, Etsy is still testing out new listings that came from new shops on this search results page. And you can see that by just scrolling through the page. You'll see that a lot of these shops, like this shop only has 300 reviews. This is a new listing that was posted in the last 60 days. So that should give you hope, and it also provides perspective on the niche. So this high level kind of overview gives you a ton of details about the niche overall. It also shows you how many trending products and how many evergreen products are showing up on this first page of search. Now, this plugin is also going to show me specific details below each listing in search results. So if I want to create Christmas themed designs, I want to be referencing the best selling Christmas themed designs that I can. And so you can see I've got these badges toggled right below each listing. Again, you can manage which badges show up by clicking on the ListingView plugin, and you can see all of the badges that I have toggled right here. I mostly care about the default badges like trending, new, evergreen, the outlier score, but I also want to see the monthly revenue because I really care about how the designs are selling right now, not necessarily how they've sold over time, but that can still be useful and has its place. And I care about the age of the listing. So if a listing is newer and it's selling super well, I'm going to reference that one a little bit more than if a listing is, 10 years old. Now you might be wondering, what designs should you even be referencing to create your own? And it really can come down to your own criteria that you set. But a personal rule of thumb that I like to use is this 15-100 rule. And so the idea here is that if we were able to get 100 listings in our shop that each sold around 15 times per month at a $7 profit, which is about what we have, that would get us to $10,000 a month in profit. Now you can figure this out for yourself if you go to ListingView and you go to the calculators page and you go to the catalog income calculator. So let's say we have 100 product listings in our shop and each one of those listings sells 15 times a month, again at a let's say $6.50 profit, since I think that's closer to our profit. You can see that that would get us to $9,000 of profit per month. So then you can use this tool to adjust your metrics. So let's say you're going to make less sales per listing. So you only make 5 sales per month, but you have 500 listings that are each making 5 sales. You can run the numbers depending on, your metrics and your profit and how many sales you think you'll be able to make per listing per month. On average, it's going to take a lot more listings than the first 100 or the first 500 that sell regularly. But the end goal is to have something like this. And so if a listing is making 15 sales per month, because this is sort of a nice, easy goal to go after, then I'll end up saving it and using it to reference later. Having some kind of criteria is really important because, for example, since Christmas products are trending right now, overall, product listings are going to be making a lot more than 15 sales per month. But for a more evergreen category, like a profession, maybe we're making shirts for nurses, for example, 15 sales per month regularly is going to be a lot better over time than something more seasonal like Christmas shirts that are only going to sell 1 or 2 months out of the year. So I like setting a minimum criteria like 15 sales per month so that I have something to go on no matter what I'm making designs for. So when we've actually found some products that meet the criteria, how do we actually go about saving them? There's a few ways that we can do that. So for example, if this product is selling super well, one thing I might do is come in here and click the little favorite icon in the ListingView plugin, and that's going to send that listing to my ListingView watch list so that I can come and reference this product listing later. The second option is I have a keyboard hotkey set up on my computer that allows me to press the Shift, Command, and the tilde key on my keyboard, and it brings up this little screenshot tool. And then I can click and drag over a particular listing. And when I release, it's going to take a screenshot, but it's going to copy it to my computer's clipboard. That way I can go into my design tool and just paste it in. Now, assuming you're following me through this course, then you should have access to this design hacking Kittl template. So this is a free template that I've created for you, and this is going to cover everything that you need for my design hacking process. Trust me, it's not as complex as it might look at first. It's all going to make a ton of sense here in just a few minutes. Now, the first thing you might want to do is just duplicate the project, and that's because you want to keep a clean design hacking board so that you can come back to it if you ever need to create a new one. So I'll just duplicate it there. And then since I have that design and that listing already copied to my clipboard, I'm just going to press Command V. You can see it uploading and pasting it in. And there you go. So now we have one piece of inspiration saved in our inspiration artboard. So this is where I like to put them just so that I can come back and reference them later. And I can add as many as I want in this section. And then if I ever fill up this design hacking board, I can always go back to my original template and just create a new one. So that's the research process. Again, you can find a link to this design hacking board in the downloadable material for this course, along with some other guides if you just want to kind of kickstart your intro into actually learning how to use Kittl in a little bit more detail. Again, we're going to cover Kittl in more detail at the very end of the course in the bonus material, but for now, all you'll really need is the design hacking board if you just want to follow along and get started. So I'm going to go through and save a bunch of other listings that we can use for our design hacking process, remembering our criteria and also paying attention to the monthly sales that each listing is making. Because just for a perspective, if a listing is popular now, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's making the same amount of sales as a different listing that's also popular now, but making a lot more sales per month. So remember the criteria, make sure that you're following the process. And this way, when we move on to design hacking, we're going to be set up in a much better position to create designs based on what's actually working best. All right, great. So now you can see I've got all of these designs saved in the inspiration category in my design hacking board. And you're probably wondering what comes next. So what even is design hacking? It's the second step of my 3-step process, which goes research, design hack, and then batch out your products. And so design hacking is essentially just reverse engineering these best-selling products into their core elements so that we can reuse those elements to create our own completely original designs. Design hacking lets us use the exact same fonts, colors, graphic styles, mockups, and effects that best-selling listings use, which gives us a huge head start when going to create our own designs. Again, this is extremely important because this is not about copying any one listing. It's about sampling the best elements out of a lot of best sellers so that we're not copying anyone specifically. Again, you can see here, I've saved a bunch of different designs from a lot of different shops. And the goal is not to go create any one of these designs ourselves and copy and steal from anyone, but it's to use the elements that we see as successful to go create our own original designs. Again, I can't be clear enough about this. It's absolutely not about stealing anyone's design or idea. It's simply about learning why it worked, the specific fonts or color combinations that might have helped it create that visual appeal that caused it to sell, and then use those elements to create something original. And when you're sampling individual elements from lots of different best-selling listings, you truly do create something that's original, but that uses elements that are proven to work and actually get sales. Now, another disclaimer I want to make is that creating your very first few designs is going to be difficult. Even if you're following along, it's probably going to feel hard, but it does get easier over time. Your first 100 designs might feel agonizing to make, but before you know it, you'll be able to make 100 designs in a single sitting if you follow this process. Because you haven't done it before, it feels very difficult, but once you get the hang of things, it's going to become a lot easier. So fundamentally, design hacking is about extracting elements from best sellers and then using those elements to create our own designs. And so the elements that we're going to be extracting are the fonts, the colors, the graphics, effects, and slogans. And we can even design hack out some mockups that are selling super well if we want to. Again, you can create this canvas from scratch, or you can download the free version that I've included as a part of this course, and we can use this to get started. Now, I'm gonna start with one of the single most important elements in all of print on demand, which is the font. So the font is what actually styles the text that goes on the product. And the good thing about using Kittl as a design tool, and that's why it's the design tool of choice, is that they give us a ton of free fonts that we can use in our designs and a lot more when we add a subscription. Now, you might have already noticed if you're paying attention, but I've already gone through and included some of the most popular and best-selling print-on-demand fonts right here in this fonts artboard. So you can actually see all of the different elements that we're going to be extracting from fonts, colors, graphics, effects, and slogans. And so I've pre-filled some of these sections with some elements just to get you started that much faster. And so you can see all of these fonts that I've already included. These come free with Kittl. So as soon as you load in the design board, you should see all of these same exact fonts. So this might save you some time getting started making your first few designs, but we can also take this a step further and still go extract some more fonts out of the designs that we've saved. So if there's a specific font that's been used in one of the designs that you saved, we can actually do a reverse lookup to find that font. And it's a pretty easy process. So first we'll take a close-up screenshot of the specific text that we're looking to find the font for. We'll upload it to a reverse font lookup tool. we'll identify the font and then we can download it and upload it to Kittl. We might have to buy it depending on if it's a premium paid font or not. So what we could do, for example, is we could grab a screenshot of this font right here. We can come over to a tool like What the Font, and we can paste it in. We'll hit search, and this is just going to run a basically reverse lookup for this specific font. So we'll give it a few seconds to load, and you can see some ideas here. So now we've basically done a reverse image search, and you can see all of the recommended fonts or the ideas for which font this could actually be. Now, sometimes it's difficult to tell which exact font you're looking at or which one came from the design, which is actually sometimes a good thing, because then if you go to create a similar design, you're not using the exact same font, which makes your product just a little bit more unique than the competition. That said, once you find one that matches a similar vibe, you can figure out how to get this font. So in this case, it looks like this is a paid font. So then we would need to go and actually buy that font to use it in our designs. We would be able to download it and upload it to Kittl. Now, sometimes what you can do is you can just type out the word that you're trying to replicate, and then you can open up Kittl's sidebar to scroll through all of their fonts, and you can start to try and look through and find which fonts match the exact same style, or at least a similar style to the design that you're trying to design hack. Again, we're just trying to extract the elements so that we can go replicate a similar-esque design, right? We don't want to copy it directly, but we want to be able to use similar elements when we go to create our own. So you could just scroll through this list, and sometimes you'll be able to find a similar result. Sometimes they won't be that similar, but that's the process regardless if you want to use Kittl's built-in fonts. Now, eventually you will want to add fonts that aren't just pre-installed into Kittl. This means you'll have to go find the font and add it into Kittl, but you have to be very careful with this process because not every font grants you commercial use to actually sell that font in print-on-demand products. Otherwise, if you end up selling a bunch of products using a font that you don't actually own, you'll end up owing all of those sales to the actual owner of that font. So one example is, so this is a super popular Etsy font that's used in a ton of different print-on-demand designs. And you can see that you can buy this font with commercial access for around $19. The problem is that buying a bunch of fonts like this, even if they're only $19, can really add up over time if you want to experiment with a lot of different fonts. So that's why I always recommend using a website like Creative Fabrica. So you can see this is the exact same margin font that we saw selling for $20 on the other website. And Creative Fabrica is around $3 to $4 per month, so it's a pretty affordable subscription. And you're allowed to download best-selling fonts just like this, unlimited amount of times, and you get commercial usage for all of the fonts and assets that you end up downloading. And you guessed it, as a part of this course, I've got a Creative Fabrica discount code and link. So it's only $4 a month. You get 10 free resources to begin with. So make sure you use that code if you want to try it out. So I can literally just download this to go and use in all of my designs. So here's another example font. This one's used in all kinds of print-on-demand products. It's got some cool ligatures as well. So it's definitely a good, like, beachy, summery style font that we'll maybe use in some of the designs. But again, we can just download it, and we already have that commercial access allowed. And for only $47 per year, or around $3 to $4 a month, this is an absolute steal if you want to add some more fonts. Now, they have an absolute catalog of fonts. I can't even go through every single one on here. You'd have to go through these for yourself. But they also have some other things like graphics, which we'll talk about as well when we get into the graphics hacking section. So once you've gone ahead and downloaded your fonts wherever you get them from, you're going to have these OTF, or sometimes they're called a TTF files. You can see just the name of the font with OTF and TTF at the end. And all we want to do is come into Kittl. We can select the font dropdown and just click this upload a font. Here we'll choose the font, and then I'm just going to navigate to the font and hit open. Here it just gives us another option to upload the italic style. So you can see I uploaded margin, and then I uploaded the italic version. I'm going to hit upload to library. It's going to basically upload this font, and then what I'll be able to do is I should be able to set our design here to the margin font. So this is just another way to kind of get fonts. Again, I'll do that process again. I'll upload the other font that I downloaded, this Nectarine font. You can see I can just open it here, add to library. And after a few seconds, now you can see we have the Nectarine style font as well. So it's very, very easy to download fonts from Creative Fabrica and upload them into your Kittl board to use them for design hacking. Now, typically what I like to do is I'll go through and I'll name all of the fonts or all of the text layers, the actual font name. So this one is called Margin. So I just typed in Margin with the font selected, and then I'll add it to my fonts library right here. So now I've kind of got this little artboard with all of the fonts that I like to use all stored in one place. So if I can't remember a font name or style, well, now I can come in and just grab the Margin font that I just downloaded because I know I like using that style. And whenever I go to make a new design, it's going to be right there for me to grab. Remember to put this in perspective here, because if you use Creative Fabrica, it only costs maybe 5 or 6 sales per year to pay for the total subscription cost. So it's definitely worth it if you're going to be using a lot of custom fonts and not just the free fonts included in Kittl. So I'm going to go through and pick out a few fonts from these designs that we can use to go create our own designs here in a second. Now, the next element that we can hack or extract out of some of the best sellers we've saved is the colors that they're using. Now, we can always sell classic black and white designs, and those have done extremely well for me in my personal shop. They do tend to work the best sometimes depending on the design, but you also want to be able to add popular colors to your designs. So the extraction method is actually very easy. All we need to do is create a little rectangle shape in our design hacking board. We'll then use the eyedropper tool to extract the color from the design, and we'll save the blocks next to each other so that we can always reference that color palette later on if we need to. And this helps us just save those popular color combinations. So you can see I've already got a couple color palettes right here, but essentially we will start over from complete scratch. So for example, what we could do is just press the R key, draw out a little rectangle, and then if we click on the color box, we can grab this eyedropper tool, and that lets us sample the color, which in this case is just a simple red, out of that design. Now, if I hold the Option key, I can click and drag this rectangle to make a copy. So there's a little hack for you. And then we'll just do the same thing for the next color, and I'll just repeat this process a few times. And this way we can basically extract all of these popular colors out of this design and create our own repeating pattern using these colors if we want to. So there you go. So then I'll select these little blocks and I can add them into my colors palette so that if I'm ever making a Christmas design, I can reference these as well. Now, this is part of the reason why I suggested making a copy of this design hacking board, because sometimes it's helpful to have an entire board based around a specific niche. So if you are creating a ton of Christmas designs, sometimes it's helpful to just rename this design hacking board to design hacking Christmas, for example. All right, so I'm just going to go through and pick out some fonts from these designs, and hopefully then we can use them in our own designs. All right, so at this point, it took me about 7 minutes to go through and find some similar fonts to the fonts that are working in these listings. Again, you can go through and find even more exact replicas if you look hard enough. I didn't want to spend too much time just getting the fonts because I think that having a similar font will get us a really good result without directly copying. You can see that we went through and got a few different styles. So we kind of got this handwriting style. We got this more like still kind of hand drawn, but a little more realistic looking font, I guess. And we got some cursive ones as well. So again, I can spend a little more time and extract all of the fonts, but I think we have a good enough base here to get started. And always remember, like, there's so many fonts in this Creative Fabrica library absolutely worth the $47 or the $3 a month to come in here and have access to all of these fonts. Absolutely insane amount of value. So definitely come in and take a look at all of these fonts, and you can download them and upload them into Kittl to use as a part of your design hacking. But from here, once we have some fonts that we can use, the next element that we're going to be hacking is the graphics. Now, graphics are one of the more complex elements that we'll deal with when we're working with designs. Graphics aren't always necessary. Sometimes you can make bestsellers using just text and a good slogan, but when you do add graphics, they can add a bit of flair and variation, again, depending on the design that you're making. So it all depends on what you're making, but you should still know how to work with and use graphics in your designs. Now, there's three types of designs that we can use and make. The first is going to be pre-made, second is AI graphics, and third are the built-in Kittl graphics that we can just apply directly into our design hacking board. But the first one that we're going to cover are these pre-made graphics that we can purchase or buy from Etsy, or if you're using a Creative Fabrica account, sometimes they're included directly in that account so that we can just download them and upload them into Kittl. So the first thing we can start with is directly on Etsy. One of the searches you can make is for something like a Christmas shirt, SVG. You could also search for PNG. These are file types that you can use and that are commonly sold when people are selling graphics. And so when you search for something like that, you're going to be presented with a bunch of listings that are typically a digital download. And a lot of these are just packs of graphics that you can download and then use to go sell. Now, most of the time, one of the main problems with this is that everyone can come in and buy the exact same design and then go sell it on their own products. So it does tend to get saturated pretty quickly, but it also saves you a bunch of time. So you can see that these graphics are pretty well designed. They've got a good amount of variety here, and the overall pack is only $2. But you can see that 16 people bought in the last 24 hours, roughly 50 in the month. And so the more people that buy it, the more listings using these exact same designs are going to show up. And so it's a good option to get quick designs out, especially if these shops drop new graphics regularly. And that's something that I'll leave in the downloadable material. You can find some of these graphic specific shops that constantly release these SVGs so that you can find some. And then whenever they have a new release, you can buy those graphic packs and be some of the first listings to get them up, because ultimately that's how you make sales if you're selling these pre-made graphics on Etsy. But sometimes you're going to find some even more sophisticated graphics like these that you see that are also selling super well. So I'm going to search for Highland Christmas Cow. This is sort of a double niche because it's targeting people that like Christmas and people that like these Highland cows. And you can see that there's a few listings here that are selling super well. So the competition isn't that high, only 100,000 listings. And they're still showing a lot of new listings on this search results page, which means that they're constantly pushing and testing out new listings. But what you can see is that some designs and some products like this one that have this Highland cow have consistently been selling really well over time. You can see this month around 73 sales, but it's been listed for 13 months. So that's sort of an evergreen product. And you can see there's other listings like this one that's a very similar idea, and it's a bit newer and also selling pretty well. So now we've sort of validated the idea, but what you can see is that if you search Creative Fabrica for something like a Highland Christmas cow, you get a bunch of the exact same style results. So people have already created this style graphic and listed it for sale, and that's how these other shops are able to get a graphic that they know is going to work. They put it on their product and then they list it for sale and make some quick sales that way. Now, most beginners in print on demand have no idea about Creative Fabrica. So that's one of the edges that you have if you do choose to go this route. The other reason is the fact that you don't have to buy each graphic because they're all included in the subscription. So I could just click on this one and then go download it to use on products in my shop. And it just makes it super quick. So if you see a trend on Etsy where a bunch of sweatshirts are selling with maybe a certain style of graphic, you can always go check Creative Fabrica to see if someone has already listed and sold that specific graphic for you to use. So again, I'll hit download, and as you can see, we have commercial and full print on demand usage allowed, which is exactly what this design is for. So I can just take this graphic and upload it directly into our Kittl design hacking board. And once we give it a few seconds to upload, There you go. Now you can see we have this design ready to go and use in our t-shirts. So I can leave it up here. I can also put it in the graphics section to stay organized, but you can really put it wherever you want inside this design board. Now, the next style of graphic is currently my favorite, and that's going to be AI graphics. I think these are the coolest, and that's because we can use Kittl's AI that's already built in and free to use if you have a plan, and we can create graphics that match Etsy's handmade, minimalist, vintage, bohemian, illustrated vibe. So we can recreate that style that works so well on Etsy. Remember, one of the things that sets us apart from the 99% is our ability to create products for Etsy print-on-demand buyers, the people that are coming to shop for that specific art style that works really well on Etsy. So by using AI, we're able to replicate that exact style, and the process is pretty simple. Remember, we're not going for the cartoonish, meme style designs that work really well on Amazon and eBay. We're trying to make something that feels handmade, that feels minimalist and vintage and bohemian and illustrated. Those are some of the keywords and the general vibe that works well on Etsy. Now, to do this in Kittl, I've got the workflow broken down right here, so you can read through it if you need. Otherwise, we're just going to jump in and do it for ourselves. So the first thing we need to do is make a copy of one of our reference listings that we want to sample for our new graphic. So I'm just going to use this listing, and then I'm going to double click to crop in on a specific portion of the graphic or one specific graphic element that I want to use to act as inspiration for our future graphics. So you can see I've just selected this hat right here. Next, I'm just going to press the A key on my keyboard or click to select this little hash mark that says artboard. And that's going to let us draw one of these artboards around the design that we just extracted from our reference listing. You can see it added artboard 10 around this image. Next, we're just going to click this purple little plus icon, and it's going to add a smartboard right next to that original reference image. And I'm just going to scale this up so it fits nicely in the artboard. And here is where we want to add a prompt describing the type of graphic that we want to generate. Now, this entire section down here at the bottom is how we control the AI. So for example, we can switch through and choose a different AI model if we wanted to. For example, we could use the default Nano Banana, but I'll leave Nano Banana Pro selected for now. We can also match the aspect ratio of the original artboard, or we can create a new aspect ratio, and there's some other controls there as well. But for now, we just want to write in a prompt describing what we want to generate. So for example, I might say, using the same style of graphic, create a gingerbread man. And so I'll use a super simple prompt like that, and I'll just hit generate. Now, this might take a few seconds to generate since I'm using the Nano Banana Pro model, and it takes around 30 to 40 seconds to generate each graphic. But what I can do while that's loading is I can create a new smartboard. I can paste in the exact same prompt, but this time I can change out the subject. So maybe instead of doing a gingerbread man, I want to do something like an ornament. Then I can hit generate. And at this point, you can see that the original graphic has already loaded. So from here, I'm just going to duplicate this again. I'll move it up top. And from here, I can change out the prompt one more time. So maybe this time we'll do a snowman. Now, while these three images are generating and as they start to finish, what I can do is I can convert these to an image. So I'll just select the smartboard, convert it to an image, and now I can come back and I can have this rerun the prompt. So if I'm not entirely happy with the first version of the graphic, we can rerun it until we get something that we like. You can see this one looks a little silly. So I think I left a man at the bottom. So I just want it to make an ornament. So we're going to try that one again, not an ornament man. You can see that this snowman finished up and is looking pretty nice. So I'll convert it to an image, and then we'll go back into the prompt and we'll just rerun the same exact prompt until we get some results that look really good. You can also, obviously, you can always modify the prompt as well if you need. Perfect. So now you can see that essentially what we've done is we've launched off and created a bunch of new graphics that use the exact same art style that we already know sell, but are complete unique graphics that we can go and put on our own products. So what we want to do to actually be able to use these is we can select them all, and then we can bulk remove the background. So this is a really cool feature about Kittl specifically, is we can select all of our designs and just remove the background from all of them. And you'll see that loading here for just a second. And now, after just a few minutes of work, we have a bunch of these super high quality, high definition graphics that we can use in our designs. The backgrounds have been removed and they're pretty much ready to go. Of course, anything like this where it cuts off at the top of the graphic, we could come in with the eraser tool and we could figure out how to blend this in and hopefully make it look nicer. But you get the point. Overall, I think all of these graphics look decent enough to use as a part of our design. So no matter what we're making, if we're making Christmas themed products, at least you get the idea of how to use the AI to create graphics yourself. So again, I can select all these graphics and move them into my graphics artboard. And now we can continue to move on. Replicate a similar style to what's working in this design. Again, we can crop out most of the rest of the image. We can draw our artboard around this design so that it's framed in the artboard. We'll add the smartboard to it. And then we could say something like, recreate this graphic, but make it a raccoon pushing over the tree. So we'll submit that and see if we get a result that we can work with. Again, some of this is trial and error, so not every single thing you generate is going to be perfect. And you can see that this raccoon actually did generate as well. So I think it looks kind of silly. Obviously, we'd probably want to make it a little bit more unique since it looks almost identical to this other one, but the point is still the same. You can use this to create pretty original graphics as long as you're able to prompt it well. So you can see we got a pretty decent looking Christmas present. We can do we'll launch off a few more designs just to get a few extra examples. Yeah, perfect. I think these look great. You can see it's almost in the exact same style as the graphic that was already selling. So from there, we would just want to repeat the same steps, select all of those images, remove the backgrounds. We can delete some of our smartboards. And just like that, we have 3 new elements that we could use in our designs if we wanted to. I'll add those to our graphics artboard. And then you can see we're really starting to build out a set of elements that we could use to create some really cool designs. Now we'll dive into the AI a little bit more in the dedicated Kittl section of the course. But for now, just knowing how to use this for our design hacking purposes is super helpful. This is exactly how you can recreate the exact same style of graphic, but replace it with your own unique idea and elements as the core subject. You can really use this AI to make designs for any niche whatsoever. So you can also see this other example. I grabbed this best-selling ghost design that was trending around the Halloween season, and I used it to replicate my own ghosts in a bunch of different styles. So you can see how those came out here. Some of them are better than others, but overall, I think that the visual appeal is definitely there, and it's in that exact same style as the original artwork. But then I took it a step further. And so instead of targeting the reading and the ghost niche for a Halloween themed design, we can take it and target the reading and gnome niche, which is definitely more of a Christmas themed design. So you can sort of see how the AI is able to translate the exact same styles, which again is one of the most important elements when you're creating designs for Etsy. Again, we'll put more examples in the Kittl section of the course, but for now, that's what you need to know. As of recording this course, the Nano Banana model is by far the best model to be using inside of Kittl since it's included, it's free, and you can write super simple prompts while still getting really high quality graphic results. Now, the third type of graphic that you might want to work with are the included graphics that Kittl has built in. So these are illustrations, images, and text presets, and even textures that you can import directly from Kittl's library. So we haven't really talked about it yet, but Kittl has this entire sidebar on the left that has a bunch of different resources that you can use directly in your designs. So for example, in the illustrations tab, you can open this up and find a bunch of more generic shapes and different style graphics that might eventually be helpful in your designs. Now, to be honest, most of these illustrations are extremely simple. And so most of the time you're only really going to be using them to grab simple elements like a star, or maybe something like a dog paw if you want to add just a very simple illustration graphic to your design. But they also have elements such as images. So if you're creating a custom product and you need a family image, you can search that up and just add it right into your product. So it's nice to have that resource library there. They also have some pre-made text collections. I wouldn't really recommend these because sometimes it'll lead you astray from that Etsy style that's so important to try and imitate. A lot of these are just generally good looking text templates, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to sell well on Etsy. Some of them might, but not all of them. So I'd stick to recreating your own text templates for yourself. Finally, you have the textures panel, which we'll get into in just a second. And this is where you can add things like these distressed textures directly into your artwork so that you don't have to take any extra steps to do it yourself. The cool thing about these is all you have to do is just click to import it and it immediately imports it ready to use in your design. So super, super easy and very convenient if you need some simple stuff to include in whatever you're making. The key question to ask is, would this sell on Etsy? Only use graphics in styles that are already proven to work. Now, these next two elements that we're going to be design hacking are probably the simplest, but that doesn't make them any less valuable. That's going to be effects and then slogans. So first, to deal with the effects, this is basically a way to add a little bit more flair to an existing design or an element of a design. And there's a few ways that we can do that. For example, we can add texture to our designs, we can transform text, add things like shadows, and even some decorations. Now, I've already got a few examples in the effects artboard that you'll get access to when you download this for free. And you can see some of those like the distort, arch, and flag effects. And these are really popular in a bunch of different designs. It just depends on the specific design and the niche that they're selling in. So occasionally you'll see these effects being used. For example, this design right here has sort of a flagged waved text that goes through and up the middle of it. Another example is the word Merry that's sort of arched above the word Christmas in this design. And so these effects are super simple to do right inside of Kittl. And to do them, all you need is a text layer, which we've already created right here. All you need to do to put down a text layer is press the T key, and then you can start typing some text. You can change out your font over here on the right. And then once you have your text ready, you can just add a transform to it. This is going to be managed down in the bottom right panel. And you can see all of the different transforms that you can do. So you can add an angle, that flag effect, the wave, the rise, the arch, and really any effect that you'd want to. So if you wanted to make this sort of arch over a different word, you could add that effect, and then you can control the amount of the curve or of the effect that takes place. So you can just use these controls down here in the bottom and it makes it super, super simple. Again, we've already got a few examples here. So when you download the artboard, you'll be able to see exactly how these are applied and where the effect takes place in the bottom corner. Now, the same exact approach applies to adding other decoration styles to your text. So for example, they've got some other interesting text decorations. I don't really think these are applicable, but you should know that they're down here. And you can basically just add different colors and different lines and artwork or decoration, I guess, to the existing text. And the final really popular element is adding a bit of a shadow. And so there's a few different shadow types that you can add directly in Kittl. So you can click through these and experiment for the exact type that you're looking for. And you can also control things like how far away the shadow extends, the angle of the shadow and how it appears, and even things like which direction or how much it extends around the text as well. Last thing you need to know about stylizing and adding effects to the text is you can remove the fill from the text. So for example, I'll change the text opacity to 0, and then we can add a border to it. And the border is basically just an outline that goes around the edge. So if you want to get some hollow text and the font doesn't have that as an option by default, because some fonts do. For example, this one doesn't though. And so we can just add that border in and you can see that we can control the weight of it. We can make it thinner or darker, and that's how you sort of add this outline effect to the text. The final effect I'm going to talk about is adding texture to any design. And so you can see here, if I zoom in, we've kind of got this distressed texture showing through some of the text here. Now, this isn't just an overlay on the image. The actual effect is taking place. You can see if I turn it to red, you can see that the red is showing through the text. So it's not just some overlay that I added on top. It's actually looking that way. And so if this was printed on a t-shirt, you would actually see the t-shirt coming through in the distressed texture, which is exactly what you want if you're selling this type of product. Obviously, you can do this with text, but you can also do it with graphics. So I'm just going to grab one of our gingerbread man graphics and I'll bring him over here. And I'm going to show you how to apply this. So first, we need to add another artboard. So we'll press A on the keyboard and I'm going to draw an artboard that will fit this gingerbread man inside it. And then I'm just going to make sure that he's actually inside the artboard. And you can tell because if you move or shake the artboard around, he'll move with it. So you can see he's inside this artboard. Next, with the artboard selected, we just want to open up this textures panel in the right-hand side. And then there's a bunch of different textures that we can add. So we could scroll through and find one that we want to use. Maybe I'll do something like this. And it'll add it into our artboard. You have to have the artboard selected for it to actually take effect. And then once it's applied to the artboard, we can click this drop down on the right-hand side where it says color burn. That's typically the default selection when you add one of these masks. And we want to scroll all the way down and click the alpha mask. And what that's going to do is it's going to mask out our design so that the background shows through. So you can see that we're actually masking it out. We're actually masking out the gingerbread man with this texture. Finally, we just want to press the mask texture button that's over here in the right-hand side. And now you can see that we have a distressed texture on this gingerbread man. So if I change the background color to something that's maybe a little more noticeable, like this blue, you can see that he's actually distressed. So you can see that distressed texture showing through. If this was printed on a t-shirt, again, that t-shirt would start to show through the gingerbread man and we'd get that distressed effect. So if you need to apply that sort of distressed effect to any designs that you have, now you know how to do it. You just apply it, make sure it's masked, and make sure that you apply this alpha mask layer blending mode so that it actually masks it out. Again, you want to take note of all of the elements that are working well in the designs that you're referencing. So for example, if some of the text in one of the designs is distressed, you can make a note of that. You can either grab a font that's distressed by itself by default, or you can add that distressed texture into the design after you've already created it. You want to pay attention to things like this because depending on the niche, some designs might be heavily distressed, whereas in other niches, such as the Christmas designs, they're typically not going to be as distressed. That's why it's a good idea to replicate this design hacking process no matter what niche you're creating designs for. Now, the last element that we can extract from our designs are the slogans themselves. So these are the specific sayings that are in the designs, and we can save them as templates and use them when they're reusable. So here's a few examples. These are great template slogans. For example, eat, sleep, activity, repeat, or I'd rather be, and then insert activity. I wish I was doing an activity. Now, you're not going to have a ton of these because typically when you make a new design, you'll want to use a new slogan, but it's still a good practice to save them when you recognize them. Basically, you just replace one of the bracketed words with a word from any niche, and it creates a brand new design based on the exact same template and design structure. So whenever you find a good slogan, you can drop it in the slogan section. Again, I'll try and leave some good slogan templates in the downloaded material so that you can pre-populate this and get a head start. But also try and pay attention to if there's any good slogans in the designs that you're referencing, because then as long as they're not trademarked, you can go and use them later. All right, great. So now that we've gone through the entire design hacking process, you basically know how to recreate any single element from popular best-selling designs. So we've gone through and we've just taken some of these really popular best-selling Christmas t-shirts, and we've learned how to extract the most important elements from these designs. So we learned how to figure out what fonts they're using. We can extract the colors. We also know how to recreate or go source graphics that they're using in these popular designs. We looked at a few different methods, from AI to using Creative Fabrica and subscriptions. And we also learned how to create popular effects. So things like distorted text or modified text, and even things like a textured overlay in some of our designs. We also looked at slogans and how to extract them and save them so that we can reuse them in the future. Now, at this stage, once you learn how to design hack, you basically have all of the skills. This design hacking process teaches you how to source fonts, how to style those fonts and color them, and how to access graphics that popular designs are using. And so these are all of the skills that we'll be using to make designs going forward. Now, we could just jump in and start making Christmas themed designs based on the limited elements that we already have here, but it's going to be pretty hard. So I'm going to show you a trick that I use to come up with a lot more best-selling designs. Now, just to be super clear about this, most people are never going to see this part of the course. And that's super important, because even if this video does really well, this specific part of the course, these next few minutes that I'm going to show you, are going to make you more sales than the rest of the course combined. So pay attention to these next few minutes, because this is really the sauce, and this is really how I find those golden pocket niches that actually drive sales. This section might be a few hours into the course, and most people aren't going to watch past the first 20 minutes. So consider yourself lucky, because this is where you're going to get the real sauce. Like I said, we could just go and start making designs for Christmas themed products, but that's going to be really difficult to do because Christmas is such a broad topic. You won't know where to start or what specific designs to make. So instead, we're going to target individual trends within the Christmas niche. So if we look at a really broad search like Christmas shirt, for example, you'll notice that there's millions of competing listings because everyone wants to sell in the Christmas niche because it makes a ton of sales. And as you scroll through this page, you're going to notice that there's a lot of best-selling listings. But as you develop your eye for this, you're going to be able to start identifying individual trends that are happening inside each broad niche. So for example, if we just scroll through here, you're going to notice that a few of these t-shirt designs are actually using a very similar saying to one another. So an example of this is this saying right here. This t-shirt says merry and bright. And if we keep scrolling through these search results, you'll see merry and bright. There's another example right here. And I bet we'll be able to find a few more examples if we keep scrolling through this page. Now, why do we care about this? You can see there's another one right there. We care because this is a sub niche or a trend that's happening within the Christmas niche. So what I actually want to do is open up a new tab and search for the merry and bright shirt, because we want to see how this individual trend is actually performing. And if I give this just a second to load, what we'll notice is that the competition for this specific niche is only around 170,000 listings. And when you compare that to the overall Christmas niche, 3 million listings, you can see it's way less competitive, but these individual listings are still making a lot of sales. This is a sub niche or a trend within our niche, and this is what we're going to make designs for. We're going to talk about trademark and copyright in a little bit, but if we scroll through this page, what you'll notice is that there's a lot of massive shops. I'm talking shops that have thousands, if not tens of thousands of reviews that are all selling designs that use the same exact slogan. In this case, the slogan is merry and bright. I point this out because a shop with 57,000 reviews isn't going to stake their entire business on selling a product that actually has a copyright behind it. These massive shops only sell safe designs or designs with slogans that don't have a specific trademark or copyright holder. And you can see this is an example of one of those designs. There's tons of shops that have thousands of reviews using this merry and bright saying. And based on that, I would consider this a safe saying to use in my own designs. So when I go to create products, I'm going to create a batch of designs around this specific saying, since I know that it's a trending idea, that they're promoting lots of new listings. There's also some evergreen ones in here, but most of all, they're making a lot of monthly sales. Plus, this is going to be much easier to get our products to rank for than something like a broad Christmas shirt. This gives us an exact saying to use in a lot of our products so that we can actually go create a batch of designs all based around this main idea. We've proven that it works. It's inside our broad Christmas niche, so it'll be a lot easier for us to create the products for it. It would be almost impossible to make and sell a broad holiday themed product and actually be successful with it. It's almost just as hard to make a general Christmas themed product, although it is a little bit easier. But it's much, much easier to create designs and products that target specific sub niches within these core ideas or individual trends that are going on. So instead of targeting Christmas, we're going to make a batch of designs around this specific saying, since we know it's a popular trend this year and a lot of people are buying this type of saying. So we're going to use that saying in our own designs. And using this method, you'll probably find a lot more examples than you initially thought. So if I just scroll through this page a little bit more, we'll probably see something like this product. So it just says, "'Tis the season." If I open it up and I come create a new search for a "'Tis the season" shirt, you can see once again, this is another goldmine niche. There's way less competition. They're still making a good amount of monthly sales. Etsy is pushing new product listings on the first page of search results. And most importantly, there's a lot of big shops that have thousands of reviews that are all selling designs that have this specific saying in them. Let's do one more example. So if we scroll through this page, let's take a look at a super best-selling product, something like this. So it says probably just going to jingle some of the way. We search for that. We type shirt. We just give this a second to load. And you can see that this is another goldmine niche. So you can see this specific niche has even less competition at only 6,000 other listings. All of these listings are super new. They're obviously promoting a lot of those listings because they all are super new. And a lot of them are trending as well. And so if we just take a look, we scroll through here, you can see a few mega big shops are selling this design. And if we keep scrolling, we should find a few more examples. And so overall, since there's a lot of big shops that have tens of thousands of reviews, all selling the exact same saying, that leads me to believe that this particular saying doesn't have an original trademark holder, and therefore it is safe for us to use in our own designs. Now, that was just a few of the examples, but there's a lot more. So if you take a look at this list, these are just a few more example sayings that I found. So some of those sayings were, "It's the most wonderful time," "Come let us adore him." Some shirts just said "merry." Some said "feeling jolly," "just a jolly goose." Some designs had gingerbread, and you could even take it one step further. So if a design is selling really well and it's targeted around gingerbread, maybe there are specific gingerbread products that are also selling really well. So if we make a simple search for something like gingerbread, now you can see we're getting all of the gingerbread themed products. So obviously I could go and create a batch of products around the gingerbread idea. This is a sub niche to the Christmas design, but we could take it a step further. And if we see something like this "Oh snap" design that's selling really well, what we could do is we could make another search and we could say "Oh snap gingerbread shirt" and see if this is a specific trend within the gingerbread niche. So this is kind of a super sub niche or a sub niche. And what you'll see here is that, again, if I just refresh this page so that we get accurate details, you can see there's way less competition. There's only 4,000 other listings. Etsy's promoting a lot of new listings here, and we find the exact same thing. There's a lot of big shops that are all selling this "Oh snap" design, which means this is a saying that we could probably use in some of our own designs when we go to create a gingerbread themed product. This is why I always say research, 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 because you have to find these golden pocket niches so that you actually know what to create when you go to make designs. I know for a fact that if I go and make designs for all of these sub niches that I pointed out, I'm going to make sales. We've gone from our holiday idea to making Christmas themed products to having a list of 10 or so sub niches that we can go make specific designs for each one. This doesn't mean to go make one design for each one of these niches, because I could go make 5 to 10 designs for each one of these sub niches and come up with 100 designs that are ready to go for the Christmas niche that could all get sales. We could make designs for each one of these sub niches using the elements that we design hacked out of our broad Christmas search, Or you can run through the design hacking process again, which is what I typically do. And I'll pick out a specific trend that I'm going to target, like this merry and bright trend. And then I'm going to find a line of products, or I'm going to go through the search results for this specific saying, and I'm going to design hack out all of the ideas that are working across all of these products so that when I go target this niche, I'll have some designs that are going to be relevant. I can't even explain how much easier this makes designing, because now instead of just staring at a blank canvas, we have specific sayings that we know a lot of really large shops are all selling, which means there's likely no original trademark holder for those sayings. So we can have a huge head start by just creating products specifically using these sayings. And now we have a great idea of exactly where to go forward from here. I can go down this list and just use each one of these sayings in my own designs and create a few products based around them. We know that the largest shops on Etsy have the most amount of listings posted for sale. And when people ask me, how am I able to come up with so many design ideas? I just turned a category into a specific niche, and then I broke that niche into 10 sub niches where I can go create 5 to 10 designs for each one of those sub niches. So if I created only 5 designs for each one of these 10 sub niches, that gives us 50 designs from one niche idea. So when you consider that we have hundreds of broad niche ideas and holidays that we can target, you can always go through and create multiple batches of designs for each one of these broad ideas. This gives you basically infinite ideas and listing potential, but it also helps you narrow down and figure out exactly what your designs should be saying. So that's the exact process that you should be using to figure out what designs to sell. Make a broad search for the high-level niche that you're targeting, and then come through and identify best-selling products. Search up those products, the sayings or ideas that they're using, and see if there's a lot of other big shops selling a very similar thing. If there are, then that's an idea that you should probably use in your own designs. Again, we'll talk about checking trademark and copyright a little bit more in a second, but for now, that's how you know what to start with. So I went through and collected a bunch more ideas, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paste them into my design hacking board. So you can see now I've got a list of design ideas that I can target. I'm going to take out this top line just so that we can make it a little cleaner. And now we could go through and make each one of these sayings into its own batch of designs. It's really important to do it this way, because when we go through and we find a bunch of sub niches to the main niche that we're targeting, in this case, these are all sub niches to the Christmas niche. When we go to make a batch of designs for merry and bright designs, we'll be able to reuse a lot of those same designs as templates when we go make a 'tis the season design, or it's the most wonderful time of the year design. And it's really relevant to the Christmas theme that we're posting these for sale in. This will make a little bit more sense in a second here, but for now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take our first idea, which in this case is just the merry and bright idea. We're going to design hack a little bit more just so that I can extract a few more elements to use in our designs. And then I'm going to go through and I'm going to start creating new designs based on what I already know work, but for our sub niche. In this case, I'm going to start with merry and bright. So you can watch me do that. I'll speed it up a little bit, but you can slow down the video if you want to see exactly what I'm doing, but I'm going to go do that now. All right, so great. That took about 20 minutes, I would say, but now you can see that we have a bunch of designs to build off of. So I just essentially took this merry and bright saying and I styled it in a bunch of different ways. And I also took inspiration from other products in the Christmas niche that were styled in a similar way, but this is a completely different saying. And so you can see that we have just some cursive kind of stacked options up here at the top. We have a few of these more bold retro styles. For one of them, I just did black and white, and then one of them I did this color pattern. I did another kind of cursive combination there as well. And then I added some graphics. So I did this tree on a sled. I think that looks all right with the Merry and Bright below it. And then I did 3 variations with these icons just above the text right there. I switched out the cup icon. I could probably do better icons, honestly, if I tried here. And then I just did one with the tree. So based on just what I have here, I was able to make, what is this, about 9 different design templates. And what's cool about this is I'm just creating as many as I can. I don't have to list them all for sale. Some of them might not look that good. Maybe I don't want to list this one for sale, so I can move it off to the side. And now I only have 8, but that's totally fine because I still have 8 designs based around one of our niche ideas. So then I could take this and I could go make another batch of designs targeting the 'tis the season idea. What I've just done here by making these 8 designs that I could post for sale is I've started step 3, which is batching. So this is creating multiple designs as efficiently as possible. It's the process of taking all of the design elements, and that includes all of our sub-niche ideas and all of the specific graphics and fonts that we've collected, and turning them into several finalized designs targeting that general niche or sub-niche. You can think about it like this. If you're baking cookies, you don't want to bake one of each type of cookie that you're making. You want to make a batch, several of the same type all at once, because it's much easier to bake a batch of chocolate chip cookies than trying to make a bunch of different types of cookie and only make one each. Nothing is worth doing unless it's backed by research. You need to be creating designs for niches and sub-niches that are currently selling. Go back and watch the last hour of content if you need help doing this research step. I show you exactly how I do it and exactly how to find the specific sayings that you can use in your products and the specific niches that are working really well. You need to be creating products based on products that are already making regular money or products that are already trending. That's how you actually make effective designs that get sales in your own shop. All right, so now I have a completed batch of around 8 designs, and this is where I can finalize these designs and actually get them ready to post for sale. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring them over closer to this creation mat. So what this is it's just a little graphic that I've installed in this design hacking artboard that you'll download as a part of the free resources for this course. And what it does is it lets us size up our designs so that they're gonna look really nice on the product that we're selling. So all we really need to do is make sure that they're gonna look good on our t-shirt template. So if I just drag one over, I kind of wanna center it. You can see that as you drag it over, the design is going to snap to this center line. And that's really important because you obviously want your designs to be centered most of the time, unless you're doing like a little pocket design or whatever. And then we can scale it up so that it actually looks good on the t-shirt. And this is where you'll start to run into any issues with the fonts or the graphics that you're using. So you'll see here, for example, we can't make it too big. Otherwise, if we scale it up, these specific elements, they're called ligatures, will extend beyond the print area. So we've already got it centered, so we just need to scale it down a little bit. And this is gonna look good. Now, something specific about this design canvas, this little t-shirt that I have in here, this creation mat, is you'll see that I have this blue dotted line, and then I also have a gray dotted line going around the edge. So the blue dotted line is typically what I try and design by, because most designs are going to look better if they're sized in that area. But for something like this where the ligature extends a little bit more, I think it's gonna be all right, so we'll just leave it like this. So then what we need to do is we need to lay down an artboard. So I'm just going to press A, or you can select this little grid icon from the toolbar down below, and then you're just going to click to place the artboard. You can manually scale this up. You can also come up to the artboard size, and they've got some pre-populated sizes that you can use. So you can select the t-shirt one, and if you fit this basically to the creation mat, you can see it's basically the exact size of a t-shirt for Printify specifically. We need to add our design into this artboard. So I'm going to move it over here, and then I'm just going to select the design, and I'm going to bring it into the artboard until it snaps into the center. And now we've got a design that is ready for upload in Printify. So that's essentially it. We have to go through and add all of our designs that we've created into artboards that are properly sized for our product. Now, if you don't know how to figure out what size to make the artboard, like I said, you can always come up and select a basically predefined sizing based on what Kittl has to offer. But you can also identify the size that your product needs to be by coming into Printify. And then what you need to do is start designing the product that you're going to be selling. So in this case, I'll just open up the design editor for my t-shirt since that's what I'm selling. And you can see that this is the print area size. So it's 4494 by 5097. So if we were to create an artboard, that's the aspect ratio that our artboard would need to be. The specific pixels don't matter so much as the ratio or the aspect ratio, and that's going to be the width to the height. So width by height. But for now, since I'm selling a t-shirt, Kittl already has the pre-sized t-shirt. This is going to be roughly the exact same aspect ratio, regardless of the specific pixel settings that are already loaded in here. So this is going to work for our needs. Obviously, you can enter in the specific pixel value if you'd like, but it's the aspect ratio that you need just so that the artboard fits inside our design area in Printify. So I'm going to go through and just add all of these other designs into their respective artboards. Now, once you've created one, it's a little bit easier because I can just duplicate it by holding down the Option key and dragging the artboard. That's how you make a quick copy. And then from here, I'm just going to basically size them up pretty quickly. So I'm just going to make a few new designs right here. And you can see that this is essentially the process that I'm going to be following. All right, there you go. So now you can see we've gotten all 8 of our designs loaded into our artboards. And so now when we export these artboards and we upload them to our product in Printify, it's going to fit this print area perfectly. So we don't have to worry about resizing or anything later on. All of the designs are pre-sized. They're going to be really high quality and good to go. All right, so with our first batch of designs done, I think these aren't looking too bad. We're going to go ahead and make a duplicate copy of all of those designs. And I'm going to use this first batch of designs sort of as a template so that I can target our next idea. So the next idea would be this "'tis the season" saying. So this is the exact saying that I would want to use to go and create a next batch of designs for. Now, it isn't always going to work, but for some of these designs, we should be able to come in and just paste in our saying or type it in essentially. So we can just say "'tis the season" here. And if we scale up our text and just adjust it a little bit, now we've got a completely new design, but in the exact same style that we already created. So you can see we created basically a template by making our designs originally. We created a full batch of designs, and now you can see we can just reuse a lot of these templates for all of our future designs, and we just have to switch out some of the text. Now, it's not always going to be perfect, and your designs aren't always going to, fit exactly right, but you can always modify them, and it's good to have these as a starting point so that when you do go start to make new designs, you don't have to start over from complete scratch. I'm just gonna make a few to sort of illustrate the point. I don't think we need these other ones on the side. But you can see we can make some decent styled designs just based on what we had already made in the first batch in only a few seconds. Remember, the more time that you spend on the initial batch of products and creating these templates as best as you can, the easier time you're going to have creating every future sub niche in this same Christmas theme idea, because we can just reuse those same templates over and over again to keep coming up with really quality designs like we have here. Again, this is a delicate balance between creating really high quality quality designs, but also creating a large quantity of designs, because the first few that you make are not going to be that good. But as you do this more and more over time, your designs will get better and you'll be able to create some really good stuff. I only spent about 15 to 20 minutes on this first batch, but it let me create an additional 5 designs in 20 seconds or so. If I spent even more time on these first designs, it would be even easier to go create the next niche and the next niche after that. Does that make sense? Hopefully you can see how this all kind of works together. Now, am I the best designer? Absolutely not. There's definitely people that can make better designs than I've made here, but the point isn't to be the best designer. It's to create something that sells. And we already know that these niches sell, so we just need at least one of these designs to stick. That's why I like creating a lot of variations. So I'm definitely not the best. I know these could be better, but at the end of the day, I am able to make sales using this method, so there's something about it that works. Now, that said, there are some design guidelines that I would recommend you at least know about so that when you go create your own designs, they don't look completely horrible. You don't have to take all of these guidelines and follow them super strictly, but you should definitely know about them, and then you can take them and do with them as you please. So first of all is your canvas setup. When you create the artboards for the designs that you put them in, each artboard needs to be the same exact aspect ratio as the aspect ratio or dimensions from your product in Printify. I already showed you how to find that. You can see the print area right here when you're in the designing or canvas editor inside of Printify. And there's some other general rules that are a good idea to follow. So for example, when you're placing the design in that artboard, you should probably center it in the main viewing area and put it in the upper third for apparel, maintaining a roughly, comfortable spacing between all of the edges. And also consider the visual balance over mathematical centering. So a few of those tips are going to look like this. For example, this design, it sort of feels like it's falling off to the right-hand side because of these really long ligatures that extend to the right. So instead of having it perfectly centered, I could move it slightly over to the left so that we have a nice visual balance between the left and the right side. And then I might move it down just a hair so that it also looks good relative to the top. This is going to look a little bit more appealing, even though it might not technically, mathematically be perfectly centered. It's going to look better because it's visually centered in the product. The balance and spacing is important in pretty much every design. Keeping your designs evenly weighted, using consistent spacing, using white space and breathing room in your designs. So not everything has to be right next to each other and bunched up. You can spread things out a little bit and use creative spacing in all of your designs. When you make designs that have less words, you're going to want to use a wider, fatter font. When you use more words per line, you're going to need thinner, skinnier fonts. This is a perfect example because this is a really thick, wide font, and we're only doing 1 word per line. But for a design where we have multiple words per line, you want to use something that's a little bit thinner that's going to look good when you spread it out and add multiple words. Now, the text hierarchy is sort of how you pair fonts together and lay out your design depending on the fonts that you're using. And so paired fonts should complement and contrast. They shouldn't compete in the same area. The main or focal word should be the most prominent in the design. So if you're doing something like this merry and bright design, the and word doesn't need to be as prominent since it's mostly targeting this merry, bright idea. You can see, for example, in this design, I made the and sign even smaller so that it doesn't overpower the rest of the text. The niche word is typically going to be that main prominent word in your design. And then supporting text can also add personality. So when you add little details or extra text to a design, you can use different fonts that complement and contrast it as well. Obviously, you're going to want to check how your designs look when they're actually uploaded and posted on the product because they will look a little bit different. You really want to check for readability at the actual product size, see how it looks on mockups or even samples if you ever want to order any, and then adjust for the product shape. So some products like mugs are going to have curved or wraparound designs. And so you need to think about that when you're making your designs. If your product has seams, it's going to be the same thing. And you want to ensure that all of the focal points fall naturally so that when you're looking at the product, it actually does look good. Again, you don't need to overthink these things, but just remember these in the back of your head. Again, you don't have to memorize all of these points and double check every single design that you make, but in general, these are some of the points that you should be striving for. Obviously, some of the other considerations: avoid large, solid ink blocks. Use transparent space where possible instead of using white space. So for example, if you have a graphic such as this one, where this would be a negative space right here, kind of in the middle of this sled, instead of having this be white in a part of the graphic, you would want this to be negative space so that if the color of the t-shirt actually changes, it'll show through and it won't be a white blob in the middle of your design or graphic. And you can also use a slightly off-white coloring for all of your text on apparel products. So when we actually go and upload our designs, what we can do is we can change all of our black designs into a white color. So you'll see this later when we actually go to upload our designs. But instead of just going for a solid white, we can go with a color like FEFEFB, and this is actually a slightly yellowish white color. Now, it's really hard to see on this white background, which is actually a good thing. Maybe you can see some of the color difference there. But if we change the background to something else, you can see that there's our white text. And what this actually causes to happen is it's going to lay down 2 layers of ink. So it sort of tricks the actual printers when you're selling apparel to lay in 2 layers of ink. And what that does is it just makes all of the prints last a lot longer and it makes them more vivid over time instead of just using the solid white, just FFFFFF color. So there's a little pro tip for you. Now for multi-word design layouts, or specifically when each word is on its own line, there's a few rules. First is we want to make sure that the edge comes in for each line. So you can think of it like a staircase or an inverted staircase, and you want to avoid inconsistent line lengths whenever possible. So for example, if we take a look at this design, you can see that they've done a couple things well, and they've sort of saved this design with a critical mistake. So first of all, if we ignore this top part that says calm down in this graphic, it would typically look great because each one of these words gets progressively bigger towards the bottom. So it sort of looks like a staircase going up. Now, if they left this word calm down hanging off the top without this blue graphic here, it would look terrible. It would look like this word is going to fall down to the right. But they've added this in for balance. So keep that in mind. If you're doing something like a multi-word design, you want the words to get either smaller to bigger at the bottom or bigger to smaller at the top, or vice versa. You can have a tall word up here and then they get progressively smaller down to the left. You get the point. It's a staircase either way. And if you have to do something, add a graphic in to balance it out. Overall, the best thing you can do is to try and learn these rules and master the fundamentals, and then break the rules intentionally, right? These are just here as guidelines to help you make generally better designs, but as you gain experience, you'll develop that intuitive sense for what works, specifically selling on Etsy. Now don't worry, we'll make more designs throughout this course so that you can get the feel for this across different niches. But for now, we're gonna go through exporting and repurposing and how we actually take the designs out of Kittl, get them posted for sale on our product, and actually post a product that's ready to sell. Now, before we dive into exporting the designs, let's talk about repurposing. And so one of the most common questions that I get from beginners is, should I upload all of the designs that I've made, if you're making designs for t-shirts, to a different product like a sweatshirt or a hoodie, or maybe even a youth shirt or something like that? This can work. And for example, I'll point out this shop that's done it pretty well. You can see that they have around 4,000 listings posted for sale in the shirt shop. And some of these designs, for example, Fun Paw is one of their definition style templates that they uploaded to apparel. They've also posted for sale in their mug shop, which sells only mugs. And you can see it's the same exact design, maybe with a slight font variation. Actually, no, it's the exact same design, just posted for sale on a mug. And both of the shops have been pretty successful. So over the last year, they've done, or 10 years, they've done 50,000 sales in mugs, and they've done around 150,000 sales on their apparel. The thing is, as a beginner, it's really difficult to know which designs you post for sale are actually going to sell. And so to save you time, effort, and money in terms of listing fees, I would recommend you stick to only selling one product at first and save repurposing for later once you've proven that some of your designs can actually sell. Early on, if you really do want to offer all of your designs as different products, maybe you're selling t-shirts and you also want to offer hoodies and sweatshirts, you can use custom listings to repurpose instead of repurposing every single design. And so the way that this works is you build out your shop based around one product type. In my case, I'm building out a shop around t-shirts. Then we can create custom listings for each other type of product that I want to sell. So this allows me to sell this type of product, for example. So it's just a custom sweatshirt. And what happens is the customer gets to reference the actual design that they want on that sweatshirt, which essentially enables me to sell all of my designs on that product without having me to repurpose every single design at the beginning. Once you have that catalog of designs that sell really well, then we can go and repurpose those in a new shop, in the same shop if you want. But first we need that proof that some of our designs are going to sell. And then we'll only repurpose designs that do sell. So we build out the shop with one product, we create custom listings for all the other products that we want to sell. And then in the description of all of our main uploads, we can reference these other custom listings. So we can say, if you want to buy this design on a sweatshirt, and then we can provide the link to that sweatshirt. We can put that in the description and customers can buy all of our designs on basically any product that they want using this method instead. This saves us time, a bunch of listings, and money. And so that's what I would recommend if you're just getting started. But now back to the fun stuff. We can export all of these designs that we've made. So we've completed the designs, they're in artboards, and so they're ready for production. They're ready to go out into the world. So to export all of our designs, we just need to select them, click export, double check all of the sizing. We'll remove all of the backgrounds and then we'll hit save. Now, as a little bit of a pro tip for you, if you're going to be doing this business for the long term, I would highly suggest picking up one of these SanDisk hard drives. So I'll try and show this to you here if I can get the camera to focus. But essentially all this is it allows you to store all of your design files on this hard drive instead of saving them directly to your computer. And it's going to keep your computer a lot faster over time. If you do this business, you might end up making hundreds, if not thousands of designs, especially using this process that I've shown you. And so using a hard drive can save your main computer's hard drive and keep it really fast over time. Because we're not only going to be exporting our designs, but we're also going to be making mockups for each one of the designs that we sell. And so this allows us to save a ton of space on our main computer just by having that hard drive. Now you'll want to export all of your designs in batches, and that'll make a ton of sense in just a minute. But we're going to start with these merry and bright designs. So I'm just going to select them all, and then I can click this quick export button at the top. And I'm going to open up the advanced settings. So this is where we can really play around and get the best settings for our graphics. You can see I have my 8 artboards selected. I just need to change the DPI to 300. So that'll make them the highest quality possible while maintaining our aspect ratio. We'll make sure that PNG is selected. We want to select remove background because right now all of our artboards have a white background, and then we can hit download. We'll just give this a few seconds and it's going to ask us where we want to save. So I'm going to select that hard drive that I mentioned earlier, and then I'm just going to save the designs. So then before I move on, what I want to do is I want to select all of the black text out of our designs. So I'm just going to do that real quick. And then I want to come over onto the right-hand side and I want to change all of these to that white color that I mentioned earlier so that we can have a black and a white version for all of our products. So there, I've changed all of the black text into white. I'll select these again. I'll hit download with advanced settings. It saves all of our settings. Then we can just download them again. And this time I'll just say that these are the white designs at the beginning of the file so that it makes it a little bit easier for us. Now I can open up both of these folders and we'll have all of our designs ready to go. So you can see we got the black designs and the white designs right here. So now feels like an appropriate time to talk briefly about trademark and copyright, just so you can understand the basics as far as I understand it. So huge disclaimer here. Obviously, I am not a lawyer. This entire course is just for entertainment purposes only. So you need to contact a legal professional if you have any questions regarding this. This is just speculation on my end. But that said, there's a couple different things that you should know in terms of copyright and trademark. So first of all, copyright is typically what you're going to be faced with when you're creating designs. Copyright has something called automatic protection. So it happens automatically the moment something is created with no registration required. So whenever you create a listing and post it for sale, you don't have to go through any process of registering that design or going to the government and telling them that you made that specific product. The copyright happens at the moment something is created. So you don't even have to go copyright your designs. They're automatically copyright protected as soon as you post them for sale. If you didn't make it, design it, or gather it yourself, then it's probably not allowed on Etsy. That's why we spend so much time making sure that the fonts and the graphics we use, like the ones from Creative Fabrica, already have that commercial access enabled so that we don't have to worry about it. So what you cannot use is anyone else's photos or anyone else's artwork or SVG files that you didn't create or buy with commercial rights and usage, or designs without permission. So even if they're not officially registered, you can still get copyright strikes on those products. Copyright doesn't have to be registered. It takes effect as soon as a product or listing is created. Now, the good news is that your designs are also automatically corrected by copyright too. So even without filing anything officially, it makes it illegal for anyone to rip off your specific products. So that's the good news there. And the main takeaway with copyright is you just need to be original with all your designs. So as I've mentioned many, many times already, even with the design hacking process, the goal is to use individual elements as inspiration and then go create something completely original. We can figure out what fonts are popular, what colors and graphics and effects work well on Etsy, and then we want to rebuild brand new original designs using individual elements, not ripping someone off entirely. So be original, use design hacking to sample elements, not copy entirely. With that said, trademark is completely different. So trademark identifies a brand. You can think of things like the name, logo, slogan, or symbol. And some of the most common examples are something like Nike with the Nike swoosh. Both of those elements are trademark protected. Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola logo, are trademark protected. Just Do It is a trademark I believe that Nike owns as well. So you cannot use trademarked elements, things like Disney, Taylor Swift, the NFL, Harry Potter. You can't use them even if you create original designs yourself because the idea has already been trademarked. So how do you know if something has been trademarked? Sometimes it's super obvious because you'll know, Disney obviously has all of their elements and all of their assets trademarked. So you can't sell anything Disney ever. Again, if you didn't create it, you probably can't sell it. So you can always check the USPTO database to find live trademarks. We can search something and filter by live. That way we avoid all of the expired results. And if something is too close, then definitely don't list it for sale. Now, I'll have this trademark checker link as well as a few others in the downloadable material right below this video in the description with instructions on how to get that downloadable material. But it'll take you to a site like this, which allows you to search for trademarks. So if you search for something like Disney, for example, we want to remove all of the dead results and only see the live results. You can do that over here on the left-hand side. And you can see, obviously, Disney, the word, is live and registered. Now, it'll tell you more details about what specifically it's registered for. They have a ton of registrations. Obviously, you can't ever sell anything Disney related whatsoever. Everything is going to be trademarked here. And so obviously, this would be something that you have to stay clear away from. Now, copyright can get a little fuzzy and it can be hard to know exactly what you can and can't sell, but here is a good rule of thumb. So a lot of best-selling listings have sayings that appear across multiple listings in several large shops. Those are some of the sayings that we looked at when we went into the sub-niche research. Go rewatch that section if you need help. Now, the general rule of thumb is that if a lot of large shops are all using the same exact slogan on their t-shirt or any product that they're selling, just styled in different ways, it's likely that not one specific shop owns the entire copyright for that design. They all own the respective copyright for the way that that design is styled, unless they're selling a pre-made and purchased graphic, but they likely don't own the specific copyright to that saying explicitly. The safety check is typically ensure that multiple very successful shops that all have around over 3,000 reviews, these are typically larger shops, are all using the same exact slogan. If multiple large shops use the same slogan, it likely means that not one shop owns the originating trademark or copyright. But you do have to use extreme caution regardless. This tactic can bring in sales if done correctly, but you have to be extremely careful, and it's totally up to you to know and choose how to proceed. All right, so now we can finally get into uploading all of those designs that we've made to our product in Printify. And there's two different methods to do that. So first is we can upload every single design that we create one at a time. This is better for small batches or just testing, and I'll still walk you through a quick way to do that. And the other option is to use a tool called Prelist to bulk upload all of the designs that we have all at once, and it saves a bunch of time. So this is best if you have 10 or 20 plus designs at a time, or even batches as small as 5 designs. It can still save you a ton of time. So I'm going to show you both methods. The first process is to just do it manually in Printify. So you need to copy the original product that you have for sale. We'll edit the design, remove the old design, upload the new design, set any specific color variations that we have, and then hit save. We can use Printify AI to title it, and then we repeat that for each design. So for example, I have this template that we created in Printify. So the steps would just be to copy this listing. We'll give it a few seconds to load. And then once it does finally load, we can hit edit listing. From here, we can edit the design. And this is where we need to upload our design. So I'm going to delete the old design, and then I'm going to open up our design folders. So we've got 2 folders here. We've got the black and the white version of each design. We're going to start with uploading the black version of the design. And this is because the black is the less popular design. So what we need to do is just upload it here. And we want to select the colors that the black text design is going to show up on. So for example, we want black text on a white shirt. We don't want to show white text on the white shirt. So with this selected, I'm going to click this Make Specific Design for White. So now this is always going to show up on the white shirt. We can also go over to a color like ivory. We'll hit Make Specific Design. And honestly, those are probably the only 2 colors where the black text is honestly going to look better. So then we can go to our other, we can select any of the other colors. So right now, ivory and white are going to have our black design. So we can go to any of the other colors that don't have this blue dot. I can delete that design, and now I'll upload the white version of the design. And now you can see that all of these other variations are going to have that white design. So we've successfully uploaded it. Now we have the black design on light colors and the light design on dark colors. We can save the product. And if you're doing it in Printify, because it is much slower to do it this way, I definitely recommend hitting this improve listing and then telling Printify what the product is. So we'll say this is a Christmas shirt that says merry and bright, and then we'll hit generate. And this is going to come up with a title, tags, and a description for the product based on the design. And so this is going to save you a bunch of time when you're actually manually uploading every single design. I'm going to hit apply. You can see it's given us a title. It's added the tags in, and we should be good to go. Remember, all of our pricing settings, we created the body for this listing in a previous section. So everything is ready to go. We just have to hit save or publish. If you were doing these one at a time, you would probably save them all and then publish them all at once. But that's how you do it individually. The second option is to bulk upload all of our designs using Prelist. So this is an automation tool. And why would you want to do this in bulk? So if we have multiple designs ready, especially designs that are all in the same niche, like the designs that I'm teaching you how to create. Remember, we're not making just one design per category. We're going to make multiple because our first few designs might not be that good, but we also don't know specifically what's going to sell. So in Prelist, we first need to connect our Printify shop. We'll then import our template listing. We'll then be able to drag all of our designs in. We'll be able to size them and title them automatically, and then upload them and automate. So let's get started with that. So I've created a Prelist account here. I already connected my Etsy shop off camera. I don't know why I did that, but it's super easy to do. You'll basically see one of these type of screens that just makes you click a button and it'll connect your account. But if we go to the Printify uploader here in the left-hand side, now it's time to connect my Printify account. So I'll just click connect account. It'll open up Printify and it'll basically ask you to allow access to Printify. And now once your shop is connected, you should see it loaded into the shops dropdown right there. And it's telling us that we need to add a template. So we can't select a template to create a new upload from. So a template is basically an existing product that you have in your Printify catalog that it's going to copy all of the pricing, description, and other details from when you go create a new listing. So I'm just going to click this green button, and then you can see our 2 products that we've created in Printify right here. So this is the template that we actually want to use. So I'm going to hit add, and what this does is it adds the template in so that we can actually use it. This is where it gets really cool. You can see all of the color variations just added in right here. So those are all of the colors that we want to sell on. And from here, we can just start uploading all of our designs. So I can just select all of the designs that we want to sell, and I can drag them in and allow them to upload in Prelist. So if I just give it a few seconds, you can see now we have 8 designs already uploaded, ready to go. So there's all 8 of our designs. But remember, we have to add a black design to the light colored products that we're selling. So what I want to do for that is just click this Add Variant button. And from here, I'm going to click the settings, and I'm going to add in the light color variations that I want to add the black design to. So from here, what I can do is I'm just going to upload all of the designs that were in the black folder into the black variation set. So now you can see if I zoom in here that for product 2, for example, we're getting the dark version, and that's going to be put on these light color t-shirts. So it's a little bit complex at first, but once you get it down, it's going to make a ton of sense. Now from here, we can get really complex if we need to. There's a bunch of size and position settings that you can modify if you'd like. These honestly don't need to be tampered with because we already know that our designs fit perfectly to the product we're selling. But for example, we could make sure that the designs fill up the placeholder in our product and that they're centered and aligned to the top of the product, just as an example. But again, all of our products are pretty much already set. And from here, really the only other thing that we want to do is get a head start on the SEO that we're going to be using to drive traffic to these listings. Now, luckily, this is super easy to do. So since I'm creating a bunch of designs targeting this merry and bright idea, all I need to do is find some of the top selling listings in this niche. So for example, I'm going to open up this listing. I might open up this one, and we'll open up one more just for good measure. Usually 2 to 3 listings is good enough. From here, I'm just going to copy the titles that these listings are using, and I'm going to paste those titles into some kind of text editor. And I'm also going to ensure that all of the keywords from the titles are separated by a comma. Now, this will make sense in just a second, but we're going to paste all of these keywords in. And now what I can do is I can select all of these keywords, I can copy them and come back into Prelist, and I can paste these keywords into the keywords input field in Prelist. This is super cool because what it does is it takes all of those keywords that are separated by commas and it adds them into the product titles, but it randomizes them. So every single product in our batch is going to have a completely unique title with different SEO from one another. You can see that no 2 listings have the exact same keyword pattern, which is super important when you're trying to rank organically in Etsy search. Now we could also add tags to all of the listings here as well. I typically like to do that later when we add the mockups to the listing and when they're already posted for sale in Etsy, but this is already going to give us a huge head start. So from here, since all of my designs are ready, you can double check that the main design and the secondary design all match up. But once everything looks good, we can just hit upload and we can hit start creating products. This is going to take just a few seconds, but it's much faster to do this all in bulk so that you don't have to manually upload every single listing at once or one at a time. Now, again, I've got all of the discounts and everything for this course mentioned in the downloadable material, but you can get a $67 lifetime pass to Prelist as a watcher of this course. So if it's something that you want to use, you only have to buy it once. It's super nice. There's no subscriptions. And again, the link will be in the downloadable material. So you can see it's cleared all of our designs. It's done uploading. And if we go back into Prelist and we just refresh this page and we give it a second to load, you can see all of our products have been successfully created right here. So you can see the black design is on the white t-shirt. And if we open any one of these up, we can take a look at how it actually looks on all of the different colors. So you can see we have our black design is uploaded to the light color shirts, and our white design is uploaded to the yam, or I guess the darker color shirts. All of the darker color shirts have the lighter design. And so you can see that it's worked exactly as expected, as well as all of these products have unique titles, which is super helpful. So from here, I could just select all of the products that I want to upload, which is just the 8 of these, and we could press publish. So from here, we would just press publish and it would send them over into our Etsy shop whenever we're ready. Again, the result of using Prelist is that all of our designs are uploaded in the exact same uniform fashion. So since we sized the artboards and we followed all of the steps that I've just laid out, we've successfully created a batch of 8 designs that we could use and go target this trending popular niche. Again, we're going to have a full detailed pre-list breakdown in the tutorials section at the end of this course. So if you need even more help and more technical detail about using pre-list, then we'll cover that towards the end of the video. But for now, this is essentially all you need to know. Now, that was an extremely long section, but in this module, we have learned how to research better and create better designs than 99% of people. You've learned how to use the design hacking method to reverse engineer best-selling products into their core elements so that you can use those elements to go create your own completely original designs without copying anyone. You learned how to batch out products, to create a batch of products that you can then use to go create another batch of products, using them sort of as a template. You learned the design guidelines, which is just a general rule and just general guidelines on how to create good designs that actually sell. We talked about the legal basics, understanding the difference between trademark and copyright and how to protect yourself long term. And we also looked at the different upload methods that we have for how to export our designs and get them posted for sale on our Printify products so that they're ready to publish for sale in Etsy. You are now better equipped than 99% of people and a lot of people that would consider themselves professional graphic designers. This is the exact strategy that I've personally used to sell tens of thousands of t-shirts online. And just remember, making your first few designs is challenging, but it gets easier over time. And as your library of elements compounds over time, the more designs you create, the faster you'll become and the easier it gets. So with that out of the way, we can finally move on to making mockups for our products. So I'll see you in that section. All right, so in this section, we're going to cover absolutely everything that you need to know about mockups. Now, before we dive in, what even is a mockup? A mockup is the actual image that displays your product design. So it's basically a blank image of the product that you're selling that we're going to slap our design on to make it look like a real photograph of the final product. Creating the mockup is the final step before we can actually publish our product for sale. So at this point, you should have made designs and uploaded them to the product that you're selling in Printify. We covered all of that step by step in the previous modules, so go watch that if you're skipping ahead because you'll need to be following along for this all to make sense. And this is the last step before we can publish our product for sale. Now, as I said, the mockup image is just as important as the design you make. This is what displays it for sale and actually makes the customer want to buy it. Otherwise, it's just a design file. If you don't get the mockup right, your product is never going to sell. And I mean that. It'll absolutely never sell if you use bad mockups. So in this section, I'm going to show you how to research and find winning mockups that you can use in your own shop. I'm going to show you what mockups work and try and explain why. And I'm also going to show you how to use the mockups to display your design and how to automate mockup creation. Now, how do you actually go out and find mockups to use for the product that you're selling? I'm going to show you a step-by-step research process that you can follow to find high converting mockups so that you can figure out exactly what to use for the product that you're selling, since you might not be selling the exact same product as me. But I've also included as a part of the downloadable material this table, which is a bunch of links to best-selling mockup and info card shops. So this is something I can continue to update. I can't come back and just update this video really quickly when a new mockup pops up or a new mockup shop starts working really well, but I can update this table. So this table is always going to be live and it's going to basically have the most updated links. So if you need to find some quick mockup shops, if you just are looking for, the best mockup shops on Etsy or some good mockup bundles to get you started, you can come in here and then you can click one of these links. It'll actually open up that mockup pack in Etsy, and then you can buy it for just a few bucks, or you can just come through and look at the different options that are here. There's a bunch of shops and individual listings that you can come and take a look at and pretty much purchase from and know that you're getting at least decent mockups for specific products. So these are the overall shops and listings that I particularly like. Again, this is part of the downloadable material, so it's a huge head start if you don't want to go through all of the hassle of doing the research. then I'd recommend just jump starting your research by starting here. That said, let me still explain the strategy and the research process behind it. So we want to use mockups that are already selling best. We can see which mockups are proven to get sales and convert shoppers into buyers. And so those are the same mockups that we want to be using in our same shop, in our own shop. See, the thing about mockups that not every beginner understands is that there's typically shops that sell a bunch of different mockups. So you can see this is just one example shop, and they're selling a bunch of different mockups for a bunch of different products. But the key is that you as a shop owner can come by top performing, really high converting mockups that for whatever reason have already been proven to sell really well. You can download these and display your own designs on them without having to worry about copyright or copying anyone else, because these mockups are available for anyone to buy and for anyone to use. So our goal is to research and go out and figure out which mockups are performing the best, and then see if we can buy those exact or very similar mockups to use in our own shop. Now, the market changes over time, and that means that mockups evolve. And so mockup strategy, as of posting this video, might be slightly different in 3 months. And so that's why I recommend you download this so that you can get the most up-to-date version of this table. And I've also included a bookmarks folder. So when you download and install the bookmarks bar, like I taught you to do when we were opening up our shop, you'll have a live link to all of the mockups that I recommend using so that you can use them in your own shop. Now, the actual research process for finding mockups to use is very straightforward. So first, we'll run a search on Etsy. So we'll search for the product that we're selling. We can include any niches that we want to target to get even more specific results, because the mockups that you use to target a Christmas design are going to be slightly different than the mockups you use to target a more evergreen profession-related design. Next, we'll use ListingView, and this is going to help us identify really quickly which listings are selling better than all the other listings on the first page of search results. This will allow us to look at the outlier score badge. ListingView will display the outlier score on listings if there is an outlier score. So this one, for example, has 110x outlier score, but it'll also be displayed just below listings. If you're on a shop page, for example, you can see that there's a few outliers right here, like a 30x, there's that 110x again, and it'll also be displayed on general search results pages. The outlier score is a really quick way to figure out which mockups are performing best, because they tell you how well a listing is performing relative to all of the other listings within the same shop. So this particular listing is performing 110 times better, or rather it's selling 110 times more than all of the other listings in this same shop. So pay attention to these mockups, and whenever you see an outlier score on a general listing, whenever you're doing product research, pay attention to the mockups that those listings are using. Again, this doesn't only apply when you're looking at mockup listings. It applies when you're doing research or even looking at your competitor list. So for example, if we're selling Christmas shirts, then we'd want to make a search for that on Etsy. And again, what we're looking for here is just a bunch of top performing listings. You can see the little outlier score that I mentioned earlier is already popping up. So as we scroll through this page, you would want to kind of try and identify which listings have really high outlier scores so that we can go buy those mockups and use them in our own shop. So as we scroll through here, you'll start to notice a lot. When we're picking out our product, we also created the competitor list. And so you can also go reference that competitor list and see which mockups they're using in their shops and see if you can buy the same exact mockups. So for example, if we just scroll through this page a little bit more, we might be able to find something that looks good. Now, I already bought some mockups, but this is going to be a really good example. So you can see that this listing has a 7x outlier score, which means it's selling 7 times better than all of the other listings within the same shop. This is a Comfort Colors t-shirt, which is the same one that we're selling, and it's in the moss color. So if I wanted to search for a very similar mockup myself, I could search for the Comfort Colors, moss, and then just type the word mockup, and we'll let the search results load. And this is going to show us basically an entire page of Moss Comfort Colors mockups that we could then go use in our own shop. So as I scroll through here, you'll actually notice right here at the top that very first one of the very first search results is that mockup that we just saw selling really well. And you can see that the mockup itself is selling 34 times better than the other mockups within the same shop. So this is probably a mockup that I would want to buy and then use as a part of my own shop to display my own designs. I know that it's working for Christmas themed designs. It's only $3.50. And so it's kind of a no-brainer because I know that this specific mockup converts shoppers into buyers for the niche that I'm selling products in. Again, you don't have to go buy new mockups for every single niche you target, but it's a good idea to sort of get the feel for the mockups that are being used in the broad niche. In this case, it's a good idea to know what mockups are being used to sell Christmas themed designs. This is a very versatile mockup, so I could probably use this one to sell almost any type of design, but the principle still remains the same. Now, a final tip is we can also search ListingView's database to just find the best selling listings overall. So if we search for Comfort Colors mockup, and we just run a search for something very general and broad like that, and we give it a couple seconds to load, we can filter these results by sales, or monthly revenue, or whatever we want. And then we can see these are some of the top listings matching that search result. So I'm gonna switch it to the visual browse mode. And there you can see a bunch of these mockups that we already know sell super well. So there's that green one that we just looked at earlier. There's some blue ones and a yam color. And there's just a bunch of different mockups on this page. So this can help you quickly find a bunch of mockups for the specific product you're selling just by using the ListingView database and sorting by total sales or monthly sales or whatever you want. But on top of just looking at raw sales data, you should know generally what makes a good mockup. And so a few of the criteria that I like to go by is obviously that it's proven to sell. So don't pick mockups based on what you personally like. Use data and research to find mockups that are already proven to convert well. That way you're building your business on data instead of just pure emotion. Also, try to match Etsy's handmade vibe. So you'll never find best-selling listings using something like a place it mockup. Now, this is one of the biggest beginner mistakes, so please avoid it. A lot of influencers here online will promote websites like Place It. And this is a website that basically helps you automate and generate product mockups depending on what you're selling. And if you're a beginner, these mockups look pretty good. They're visually appealing, they're clean, and it's a really easy website to use because you just drag your image in and upload it to the mockup and it'll look good. The problem is that absolutely no best-selling listings on Etsy use mockups from Place It. You can try to do this yourself. Try and find listings on Etsy that are selling a print-on-demand product that are using a Place It mockup. You won't be able to do it. So save yourself the time and money and just buy these custom quality mockups right off of Etsy that are already proven to work. Remember, make sure that you're only selling mockups that are proven to sell. And so if you're trying to avoid some of the work and use quick hacks like Place It, you're just going to shoot yourself in the foot. Generally, I like mockups that are bright, centered, and not cluttered. So a lot of the mockups that you see selling super well are going to be very clean. They're not going to have a bunch of junk spread around them. So generally, it's going to be just the product and a human or a couple accessory items around the product itself. And finally, you do need to match the vibe of the design with the vibe of the mockup. So assuming it's proven to sell, it matches the handmade vibe, it's bright, centered, and not too cluttered. Then finally, you need to match the actual design and the aesthetic of the design with the aesthetic of the mockup itself. And I'm going to show you how to create multiple mockups at once in an automated fashion so that you can choose the best one without having to kind of guess before you make the mockups. And that's probably the biggest point here. Your design and mockup combination has to create a compelling listing that converts shoppers into buyers. Now, luckily for me, I bought this pack of 24 mockups that I can use when I was opening up my shop. I used it to create the info cards. So again, go back and watch that section if you want, but I already have 24 mockups that I'm going to be using for this example. I know they're high converting mockups because I've already done the research in those same steps that I showed you. So I'm going to download these files and use them for the example. All right, so with my mockup files downloaded, you can see it's basically just a blank version of the product that I have chosen to sell. You'll have the blank version of the product you've chosen to sell. Now it's time to actually use the mockups. Now there's really two ways that you can go about creating mockups. So you can either create each individual mockup one at a time, or you can automate the mockup creation. So if we go with the one at a time method, which is the manual process, then you have to essentially just place the design on top of the mockup, merge the layers together, and save it to the computer. So I've got the steps right here. The steps are very, very simple, but I'm gonna show you how to do that in Kittl. All right, so the absolute easiest way that I've found to do this in Kittl is to first just drag in and upload the mockup image that you're gonna be using. And then I'm gonna scale it up so that it's at least 2000 pixels wide. That's the minimum resolution for an image on Etsy. And then from here, I'm just going to select the design, hold the options key that we use to make a duplicate design. I'm going to drag it over, and then I'm gonna right click and bring it to the front. That way it's on top of our mockup. Here I can just scale it down and position it on the t-shirt itself. So there you go, there's the mockup. From here, I would just want to select all of the layers. Then I need to group it together. So I'm gonna press the Command and G button on my keyboard. And now you can see when I move this around, it's just one image. I can from there just quick export and download this image file. And if we open it up, you can see that the image is now made. So I've got my mockup with the text from my design that I created, and I could use this to upload to my listing. And already, by the way, the design looks a lot better when it's on the mockup. Now, you probably also noticed that it takes a little while to create even just one mockup. So instead, I would highly recommend you go with one of the batching and automation options instead. I always recommend making a lot of mockups for each design so that you can pick the best one for the main listing image. This is part of the reason why batching is so helpful, but also because it'll save you a ton of time. And there's 3 ways that you can go about automating or batching out your mockups. So I'm going to show you 3 different methods. The Figma option, which is a completely free method, the Photoshop script, which requires an Adobe Photoshop subscription, and Dynamic Mockups option, which requires a Dynamic Mockups subscription. So first, we're going to cover the Figma automation. Now, Figma is a completely free tool that you can download. You can use it in your web browser, or you can download it to your computer, and it's completely free. There are subscriptions for some other tools that we will not be using, but you don't need to pay for those. So just keep that in mind. So you'll need to go to Figma's website and download the application or create an account. So once you're signed in, it should look something like this. And from here, all we need to do is create a new file and just create a new design board. Sometimes it'll ask you which project you want to add the design file to, but you just want to create a draft. You can have unlimited free drafts, but when you add them into specific projects, that's when they start to charge you fees. So just create a new draft file. It'll do everything that we need it to. Now from here, it might feel a little bit technical, but don't worry, it's actually not that bad. So first thing we want to do is just drag in one of our design files straight into Figma. And we'll just let it load here. I have to zoom out a little bit. And you can see now our design is visible. The text is white, so that's why it's hard to see. The very first thing you want to do is just come up into the top right-hand corner and click on these 4 little squares that say Create Component. So I'll just click that. And you'll see that it turns the outline for this image purple. Now, what I like to do is I like to hit Command R or just rename this layer over here on the left-hand side to something like Designs Go Here. And that way, you'll always know that your design files are going to go right in here. Next, we have to make a variation, or we have to make a copy of this main component. So the easiest way to do that is to hold the Option key on your keyboard and click and drag this over to the side. Now you can see that this also has a purple outline, but above it, it doesn't say Designs Go Here because this is the main component and this is just a variation of that main design. Now from here, I can upload my mockup file. So I'll just select one of my mockups and I'll drag it into Figma. And then I want to move it to the back so that it'll appear behind my design files. So I just need to hit Command and hit the lower bracket button. Alternatively, you can just click and drag to move the design layer all the way to the bottom. And you'll see that now this green mockup file is below our 2 designs. Now I can select that copy frame that we made and I can just drag it down and size it to our product. So keep in mind that we want the outline of this purple frame to be roughly the same size as the print area for our product in Printify, so that when we're uploading new designs, they're going to be sized and fit perfectly in our mockups every single time. So you can see like right here, I think this is going to look pretty good. Our design already looks good on this mockup, and so I can just leave it like that. And finally, I just need to select both of these layers and press Command G. Otherwise, you can right click and just hit the group selection option. And now you can see if I move these around, it's just one layer. And if I was to export these, you can see that the design is on top of the mockup. It's a really small preview, so hopefully you can see that down in the bottom corner, but that's how it works. So now if we come into our main design where it says designs go here, I'm just going to add a color. And you can see that as I add color to this main design, it's automatically updating our mockup image to the left. So anytime I make changes to this main design, it's going to update across all of the mockups. And so we can do the same exact process again. I'm just going to upload a new mockup this time. I'll move it down right below this one. Again, I just want to make a variant or a copy of our main design. So I'm going to hold Option, click and drag to make a copy. I'm going to move this mockup to the very back by pressing the bracket. And then I'm going to scale this frame down so that it fits nicely on our product. And I think that's going to look pretty good. Then I'm going to select both of them, Command G to group it. And now we've done two mockups. And so again, if I come in here and I updated this design, you can see that it's updating across all of our mockups. So now I'm going to upload a few more and just repeat this process so that you can see how it works. And I will be back in a second.
So I'll be back in a second.
Now, this is even easier to do once you get it sized correctly, because then if your mockups are roughly the same size, you can just copy all of these frames over into the new mockup so that you don't have to like repeat that exact same process every single time. So you can see once we get it done once, it honestly doesn't take that long at all. All right, so now you can see that we have our main component and then a variation of that component in all of our mockups over here on the left-hand side. So whenever I make a change to this main component, you can see it updated immediately across all of the other designs. So here's what we actually want to do. For this main component, we just want to hide this design. And from here, we're still going to upload all of our design files just right into this designs go here component. So I'll show you how that works. All I have to do is come into my designs folder, drag in a design, and then slide it into this designs go here component. And you'll see it automatically snaps into place because it's the correct size. And from here, all of our mockups are updated. This is why I say it's so important to create a bunch of different mockups all at once and to batch them this way, because now you can see that our specific mockups are going to look a lot better on certain colors than others. Because, for example, this product is really hard to read the lettering on this specific color. So that's why it's super important to batch them out. And from here, we can continue to iterate and make more versions. So I can delete that old design. I can bring in a new design. And if I drag it into place, you can see that, again, it just snaps exactly where we'd want it. And we can select any amount of mockups that we want. We can export them and it'll just download them to our computer ready to go. This is probably one of the fastest ways to make mockups. Again, all I have to do is delete, upload a new version of one of our designs, drag it into this Your Designs Here component, and it updates across all of our mockups all at once. Again, you can select any mockups that you want to download, export them, save them to your computer, and we'll use them in our listings whenever we're ready. Now, a little pro tip for you to take it just to that next level. If you come in and you select one of these variations or the actual copy of the main component, we can change the appearance, change the opacity here to something like 90%, and it's just going to blend it in ever so slightly to the product. You can play around with 90% or 95%, whatever's going to look best for your product, and it's just going to let a tiny bit of texture from the actual mockup itself show through the design, just making it look a little bit more realistic. So that's just one little tactic that you can use, but otherwise these look great. And I could probably just keep repeating this and using it for all of my designs, make a ton of mockups super, super quickly. Again, the setup takes a few seconds, but once you get it, it's really not that bad. And all of these steps are laid out here in this downloadable material for you. So even if you didn't quite get it based on the tutorial, you can just read exactly what to do right here. Again, it takes a little bit of time to set up, but it's absolutely worth it in the long run. Now, the second option we have is Photoshop automation. So we can use Photoshop with a free script that I'm going to include as a part of the downloadable material that you can use in Photoshop to automatically generate mockups. Now, there is a cost. So Photoshop costs $20 a month as a part of an Adobe subscription. So there's really no way of getting around that. If you want to use Photoshop, you do have to pay. And it's still a great method. Now, there are some benefits straight out the gate of using Photoshop. Some of those benefits are that you have more control over the image. You can stylize the actual design layer with more effects. I'll show you those in a second. It can be faster automation. You can also do things like warp the design to the product. So if you're selling something like a mug that requires sometimes you to have that wraparound design or sort of a warped looking design to actually make it look good on the mug product, you're gonna wanna do that in Photoshop. You can also have masks to hide and show parts of the design. Again, I'll show you that in a second, but the setup is a little bit more intense, but it's still nothing compared to making all of your designs manually by hand. First, we're going to prepare the actual mockup files so that we can use them with the script. Then we'll prepare Photoshop with the script, and then I'll show you the folder structure that you have to use on your computer so that this can all work. So the setup instructions are right here, but we're going to do this in real time as well. First, you're going to need to download and open Photoshop. So I've got it open right here. Again, you can create your account if this is the method you're going to be using. And then we just need to bring in one of our mockup files so that we can prepare it to use with the script. So I've just dragged it into Photoshop, and next I just need to drag in one of our designs into Photoshop as well. So I'm just going to use this one for example. And once you've dragged it in, just hit done. Now from here, you want to double click on the image preview. So you should see the layers panel over here on the right-hand side. And you just want to double click on this little window that shows the design. It should open up your design file looking something like this. And we just want to add a solid color. So click this little circle with a line through it, choose solid color, add the solid color. And then from here, we want to select these two layers together and press Command or Control E to merge them into one. This will allow us to close this window and we can save this smart object. So the smart object that we've just created with this color fill is essentially the component that we made in Figma. So it sort of acts as a window where we can update it and then it'll update on our mockup as well. So you can see now we have this solid black rectangle. From here, I want to press Command or Control T, and this will allow me to scale this mockup or this smart object preview rather to the actual print area for this product. So again, remember, this is sort of what we're going off of. So this dotted line print area is what you want this rectangle to cover so that when we actually apply our designs to this area, it'll look good on the product. So once we've got it sized properly, we just need to save this file. So I'm going to press Command S, and it should bring up the option for you to choose the folder where you're going to save it. Now, you're going to get these 3 folders as a part of the downloadable material when you download the Photoshop script. And any mockups that you've completed, you just want to put them in the mockups folder. So we'll open that up and then you can call this whatever you want. I typically like naming it the specific color of the product. So I would say, for example, this is Moss number 1 or something. And make sure that it's saving in the .psd format and then just hit save. And we're pretty much done. So the setup for this is complete. There's just a couple extra things that we could add optionally if we wanted to take this to the next level, since we are using Photoshop for it. The first option you have is you can blend colors into the mockup a little bit better since we are using Photoshop. So if you double click on the right-hand side of the actual smart object layer, it's going to open this layer style panel that we can use to kind of blend the design in to the product a little bit better. And what we're going to be using is this blend if section down here in the bottom of this panel. Now, what you want to do is you actually want to hold the Option key and then click on one of these handles. And we're going to basically split apart these handles on both sides, and we're just going to drag them slightly into the center. Now, what you can see here is that it's just allowing the mockup texture and the mockup folds and the actual product to show through the design just a little bit, and it's just blending it in a little bit better. I don't really know how else to describe it, but you can kind of see exactly what it's doing right there. You can see the textures of the t-shirt are showing through the actual ink where the design is going to be shown. Now, you can also get really fancy with it. So if you select your design layer and you add a mask, we could add, for example, a mask around this hair. So we could basically paint away so that the design, if it extended over here, would appear below the hair instead of on top of it, because again, the actual design wouldn't be on top of the hair. It would actually be below it. So you can add some masks here and get really fancy with it. Again, you can use more professional tutorials to figure out how to do things, but even just like that, you can see that we've taken it up a step because it looks like this frame is behind the hair, and it's also blending in with the t-shirt even just a little bit better. So I'll save these updates, and now we've successfully created one mockup. But you have a little bit more control, and you can do things like warp this smart object around products like a mug to get really custom mockups depending on what you're selling. Now, I'm going to just create one more mockup since they do take a while to make, and then we'll just use those two for the example. Perfect, so there you go. Now we've successfully created two mockups that we can use. And so now that you can see how the Photoshop automation works, I'm gonna go back and make a few more Photoshop mockups just so that you can see how they all look after we've run the entire thing. But with the mockups created, now we can start preparing Photoshop to actually use this script. And so you'll need to download the script and then install it. So you can see the install instructions right there. But when you download the Photoshop mockup script file for this course, you'll also get this .jsx file, which is the actual script that you run inside of Photoshop. And to actually install it, all you need to do is find the Photoshop application on your computer. You'll open it up, you'll go into presets, and then you'll find the script folder. And this is where you're gonna add in that mockups JSX. Now it's gonna ask you when you add it in, for example, it's gonna tell you that you need to add the permissions so that you can actually add the file into Photoshop. You typically have to allow the permissions so that it installs it. And once that's done, you need to refresh Photoshop so that we can actually run the script. And the final thing we need before we can run the script is the folder structure so that when we run it, everything goes to plan. And when you download the files, you'll have these same 3 files that you can use. So you'll have a mockups folder, and this is where you're gonna put all of those .psd mockups that you've created in Photoshop. Then you're gonna have the designs folder. Now this is where you're gonna put all of your actual design files that you want to use with the mockup script. So I'm gonna move all of my design files in there. And then the exports folder is where all of the finished and completed mockups are gonna go after we run the script. So that's a lot of setup, but now it's finally time to run the script. So to actually run the script in Photoshop, go up to File, go to Scripts, and then click on the mockups script that we just installed. Now, this is where you want to change the directory to all of the folders that we've just added. So you can see that the mockups template folder is pointing to the folder that holds my mockups. The designs folder, you hit browse and you select the folder that has all of the designs in it. And the export folder is the same thing. You can see it's my mockup folders and exports. So all of the mockups, when they're finished, are going to go right in here. And once you've selected all of those folders, you just hit start. And it's going to automate the process of generating all of those mockups for us. So we can sit back and wait a few seconds and just allow it to generate. You can open up the exports folder and sort of watch it generate in real time if you want to. Again, there's sort of trade-offs here because The Photoshop automation takes a little bit longer to set up initially. You saw it took a little while to create each individual mockup, but you do get a little bit more control over how the actual mockups look. They're a little bit more consistent, but also the actual automation itself does take a while. So it's actually faster to go in and switch out the images using the Figma approach than it is to do this. But you're kind of trading off a little bit of that quality for a little bit of speed. So it really is up to you, depending on which method is right for your business and the product that you're selling. Now, one thing I do want to mention while this continues to generate is that sometimes you can download files that are already prepared to use with Photoshop. So for example, you'll notice on a website like RAWPixel, some of these mockups that you'll see already have a sort of warped design or a warped smart object so that the design you upload will automatically adjust and fit to the product itself, because that type of graphic editing can be a little bit more advanced. You can see, for example, this one, the design is sort of hidden behind some of the fingers using a mask. And so sometimes you can download these already prepared .psd or Photoshop files. You can see that's the exact format that this one comes in, and you can use those in Photoshop. But that said, you still want to go through the research process and make sure that the mockups you're using are actually proven to work. So although you can download them ready to go, they're not always going to be proven to convert and get sales. So if you're selling something like a mug, just to make sure that you're getting a mockup that's already proven to get sales and then convert it into something that you can use. And this is yet another reason why I recommend having an external hard drive that you can export all of these mockups to. I talked about that earlier in the course, but as you can see, since we're making a black and white version for all of our designs, and we're making a black and white version across all of the different mockups that we have, it creates a ton of files. So we're not even finished and we're already at 86 files created here. And you can see there's still a few more mockups to go. So if you have 10 designs and you have a black and white version of each design, that's already 20 files, and multiplied by however many mockups you have to generate, it's going to create a ton of files. And so that's why I recommend exporting to an external drive, just so it doesn't eat up space on your computer. Because even if you come in and you delete all of these files off of your computer, they're still going to take up space long term. All right, great. We finally completed it. It took 8 minutes to complete the job. So generally not that long. And you can see we've got all of the mockup files here. If we go ahead and open these up, now you can see how good these mockups actually look. So I might have gone a little bit overboard with the design blending here. You can see it really looks like it's blended into the t-shirt, but you kind of get the point. And that really shows you how well Photoshop can actually make your mockups look realistic, because they do look a lot more realistic than if you just slap the graphic on top of it. It really looks like this is actually printed on the t-shirt. And it does really bring the designs to life as well, because even a design like this that might not be my best work, it looks a lot better when you put it on the mockup. All right, so I just brought 4 that I made in Photoshop into Figma just so that you can see the quality difference and then hopefully make a decision as to whether it's worth it for you. But you can see it's a very minor difference. These mockups look almost identical because it's obviously the same design, and so both results can get you very high quality, good results. The only thing you're gonna notice is that on this mockup, the graphic itself looks a little flat and it doesn't really show any texture, but using a tool like Photoshop, we're able to show some of that t-shirt texture through the actual product. Again, using those steps that I showed in the tutorial. And so that's the case with pretty much all of these. You can see that they just look a little bit more realistic. And so if that's the look you're going for, you can use Photoshop, but there's also nothing wrong with doing it in Figma, and Figma tends to be a little faster overall. So you just need to know that both options are available to you. And the main important lesson, if you take anything away, is that you really want to be able to generate all of these mockups all at once so that you can come through and pick the best one for each design. Because again, not every single design is going to look perfect on every single mockup. And so the reason we want to bulk generate all of these is so that you can come through and pick out which design looks best on each mockup, and then that's the one that you can list for sale. And so that's essentially it. You only have to create the mockups once, and then you're able to rerun the script over and over as many times as you want, and it saves you a ton of time. So this is an absolutely awesome option if you need a little bit more customization or you're going for those really premium mockups. I typically recommend going with the Figma approach at first and then scaling into using Shopify later on once you have an established system and proven mockups, and maybe you're making some sales to cover that extra $20 subscription each month. That said, the final option for mockup automation is using an external tool like dynamic mockups. So this is just another tool that you can use to automate mockup generation. And the key is that you still need to make those .psd files. So the same process that we just went through in Photoshop, you still have to make those files, unfortunately, but tools like dynamic mockups can make it a little bit more user-friendly if you don't want to use the script to generate the actual mockups. It has some tools where you can batch them out and it makes it a little bit faster, but typically I do recommend going with the Figma or Photoshop automation instead, because you're just gonna get those really premium results for not that much cost, especially with the Figma approach. And then if you do choose to put in a little bit more work and buy a subscription, I'd go with Photoshop. That said, any of these options are honestly going to be great because at the end of the day, you're just trying to create a lot of mockups so that you can choose the absolute best ones to display your design in the main listing image to get people to click on your product and eventually buy it. So no matter what method you're using, as long as you're making a lot of high quality mockups for all of your designs, you're going to be set. All right, so at this point, we now know how to create professional mockups that convert browsers into buyers. So we've learned how to find winning mockups using ListingView and doing research on Etsy. You understand the mockup criteria for what actually sells and what doesn't. You understand the manual method for generally how to create a mockup. And we've covered 2 or actually 3 automation options so that you can actually go and create a lot of mockups all at once. So now our products are actually ready to publish. We have professional designs and compelling mockups and everything that we need to create a successful converting Etsy listing. So in the next section, we're going to be doing just that, creating a listing that converts. So I'll see you there. So at this point in the course, you should have some designs made, and then those designs should be uploaded to the product that you're selling in Printify with all of the details and settings and everything already set up. You should have a good pricing strategy. You should have all of the variations that you're going to sell already set up. You should have the shipping settings and all of the details and options saved. And we even titled our products during the upload process using Prelist. You should also have mockups created for all of the designs and all of the variations that you're going to be listing for sale. So with all of those details, you should be set up and ready to go and move on to the next step, which is creating a listing that converts. So this is where we actually take all of those elements that we've been working to gather up until this point, and we actually put them into a finalized listing on Etsy itself. So in this section, we're going to basically learn how to master every element of the Etsy listing to maximize the amount of clicks and ultimately conversions or sales that we get. So what actually makes up a listing? Your whole shop on Etsy is made up of listings. These are basically just products that you've posted for sale. So when you publish a product to your Etsy shop from Printify, it's going to create almost all of the necessary elements that you'll need as a part of your listing in Etsy, so that there's really not too much work to do besides button a few things up. Now, a single product listing on Etsy has a bunch of different elements, and we have control over each element and how it interacts with Etsy and the marketplace. And so a few of those elements include the primary photo. So this is typically going to be the mockup image or the main image that your product listing is going to have. Your listing can also have additional images and info cards. We've already talked about this at the beginning of the course when we're picking out our product and choosing which variation options we're going to sell, but we'll cover it again in this section. Your product is also going to have, or your listing rather, is going to have a title. So that's the actual description of the product. It's the main thing that the customer is going to see, and it tells the customer what the product is. Your product is also going to have tags. So these are more keywords that help your product show up in the Etsy search algorithm. You can have a description, which is just a much longer, detailed outline of exactly what your product is. And of course, you'll have things like variations. So if you're offering different colors or sizes of the product, those variations are going to show up in the listing. Obviously, you have pricing and shipping details, and there's a few other details that we're going to cover in this section. So in this section, we're going to learn how to nail every part of the listing so that we can get the most amount of people to actually find our listing, click on it, and end up buying. So we're going to cover each one of these listing details one by one, and then we're going to jump into a live example. I'm going to publish all of the listings and designs that we've created, and I'm going to show you in real time what it looks like to actually go and create those listings. So first, we have to learn how to craft a title that converts. Now, over the past few months, Etsy has been rolling out new changes to their search algorithm that include some AI features, and obviously things can change going forward as well. But in this section, I want to show you what's worked for me over the last 6 years and what continues to work as of recording this video. Now, the title serves two main purposes. It tells the customer exactly what the product is, and it also tells Etsy who the product is for. Now, this first section, telling the customer what the product is, Etsy puts a ton of emphasis on that portion of the title. And this is typically going to be the first 30 characters. And that's because it's what's visible from the first page of search results. So if you take a look at this page of search results that will look familiar if you've been watching the course since we started by making some Christmas designs, you'll notice that for each listing, the title is cut off after about 30 characters or so. And this is the most human-friendly part of the title. This is where you tell the customer exactly what the product is. So a great example would be something like this, where you can see the title says, "'Tis the season sweatshirt." And then it goes on to include some more keywords, but that's the primary human-friendly portion of the title. And you can see that matches exactly what the design is. Etsy is constantly mentioning that they want the titles to be as human-friendly as possible so that you can quickly scan the search results to find relevant listings. So that's why first and foremost, in the beginning 30 or so characters of our title, we want to explain exactly what the product is. And then the rest of the characters can be used to tell Etsy who the product is for. So another great example could be something like these sizing guides. So we've bought these to actually use in our listings to explain how the size and fit works for the specific product that we're selling. We use these as info cards, and you can see that their title has the first 30 or so characters optimized to tell you exactly what the product is. It's a Comfort Colors 1717 size chart. You can't get more clear than that. But then they've continued to elaborate and include other potential searches in their title and other keywords that a different user might actually search for, because your customer isn't always going to search for the most obvious search term. They might instead search for oversized t-shirt measurements or just a general Comfort Colors mock-up. So you would still want your product to show up if it's relevant to that search. So you can include those keywords, but just make sure that the first part is the most human friendly. Well, we already added titles to our products during the bulk upload products, and that's the way that I always recommend you do it. But the process is still the same even if you have to go back and create a new product. So you want to start with reference listings. And you should be creating your product designs based on ideas that have proven to work, based on best sellers that already exist. So you can pull those listings up in ListingView and have these ready to go, and you're essentially going to copy and shuffle the SEO. So if you have a product that's selling super well, especially in your sub niche, remember we talked about finding a niche within a niche in our product research and designing tutorial, you'll want to study the keywords that they're using in their titles and create new combinations of these keywords to create completely original and new titles as well when you go to post your products for sale. You essentially take the core idea. So if we're making a "'Tis the Season" sweatshirt, we would take a look at a bunch of keywords that several "'Tis the Season" sweatshirts are using, and then we would adapt and shuffle. So we would copy and paste these keywords into a tool like Prelist that can shuffle these keywords around and create completely unique titles for all of the products that we're uploading. The title is the first and arguably one of the most important places where we can focus our attention for SEO. Now, SEO is search engine optimization. And basically, since Etsy is just a marketplace with a search engine, We need to optimize our listings with keywords that customers are actually searching for. This is super important because we've already done the research to find a niche like this "'tis the season" sweatshirt. So if we took this saying and we went and created a batch of products around this product, we have already done the research and we already know that Etsy is currently pushing out new products. There's a lot of trending and evergreen designs within this niche, and there actually isn't that much overall competition. So from here, we want to find and open up some of the top selling listings in this niche, again, so that we don't have to copy any one listing specifically. And then we can use these keywords from their titles to create our own unique combinations of titles when we go to publish our own products for sale. So now let's talk about tags. Etsy has publicly stated that tags are going to become more important than the titles in your listings in coming months. Again, this comes back to the idea where they're changing out their search algorithm a little bit, leveraging more AI, and tags are going to become more relevant. You can read about this in the seller handbook if you care to. Otherwise, this is the strategy that works for me. So we're going to look at the tags that have worked for other successful listings. Again, those same listings that we're pulling up depending on the niche that we're targeting, and we can reuse the tags that they're using to drive traffic to their listings in our own listings. Now we can also use ListingView to check the recommendation score on each tag that we're going to be using in our listings. This is a hack if you want to use tags or keywords that drive a lot of search volume but don't have a ton of competition. And it also factors in a few other things like conversion rates and average prices, and it just gives you a good idea of generally which tags are going to be the most optimal. Now you can find these in several different ways. So for example, if you analyze a specific listing on ListingView itself and you pull up the full details page, you can see the tags that they're using in the keywords table for that listing. So you can see all of the tags right here, and you get the green recommendation score. We can also just do this right on Etsy. So if you click this little arrow to open up this stats overview tray, it'll actually show you all of the tags right here inside of Etsy, so you don't even have to go anywhere. And from here, you can sort of see the competition to views ratio, as well as the recommendation score for each one of the tags that this listing is using. So it tells you all of the tags, and then it gives you the score right next to it. So this is the exact strategy that I use to decide what tags to put in my listings. I'll open up several listings relative to the niche that I've created, that I've design hacked and made my designs based around. And I will take a look at all of the tags that they're using and pick out some of the best ones. And then I'll go and reuse all of those tags across all of the listings that I post for sale. Again, we'll do this all live in a second, but I just want you to understand the core principles and the fundamentals behind it before we go and do it live. You can also take a look at the top performing competitors overall in your niche. Remember, we created that entire competitor list. So you have a list of 5 to 10 Etsy shops selling the product that you're selling that you can go reference and figure out what niches they're targeting, what keywords they're using in their title and tags to drive traffic to those listings. And you can basically reverse engineer all of their businesses to use as inspiration when you go create your own. You can use ListingView's recommendation score to find some really high volume but low competition specific keywords that you can use in your products. And you can also use adjacent keywords. Now, an adjacent keyword is another word for something like a synonym. And it basically means that if you're posting a product, for example, like a wedding shirt, you want to include other adjacent keywords or terms or synonyms in your titles and tags that might be relevant to the product. So for example, instead of just saying wedding, we can also include keywords like engagement and bridal shower, fiance, or bride to be. These are all keywords or search terms that someone might be entering in the Etsy search bar where your product could still show up and it would be relevant. Here's a hiking example. So someone who likes hiking might also like camping and adventures, nature, sports, and travel, and vice versa. Someone who's searching for a camping shirt might initially think that they wanted a specific camping design, and that might be true, but they might also be interested in your hiking themed product as well. So you can always try and include adjacent keywords as well to broaden the search that your product will show up for. Now, you don't want to go way too broad to the point where you lose the actual meaning for the product that you're trying to target. For example, this is a "'tis the season" design. We design hacked Christmas shirts to find this sub niche. There's a lot of products here, so this is a niche that we might want to target when we go create designs. And you can see that they've done a few adjacent keywords in the title. So you can see they're targeting obviously the "'tis the season." They're also targeting Christmas sweatshirt, retro holiday shirt, Christmas tree shirt, women's Xmas. And we can also check their tags to see the other adjacent keywords or other searches that they might be trying to rank for. In this example, we can see a Santa sweatshirt, a winter shirt, whimsical Christmas, cute Christmas. And so there's a few other examples of just similar but adjacent keywords that don't directly say "'tis the season" just over and over, because again, a customer might be searching for a winter shirt or a Santa sweatshirt, but still be happy to buy this product because it's still relevant. Now, finally, a note on competition. Just because a tag has a lot of competition does not mean that you have to avoid it entirely. Etsy is always pushing new listings even on the first page of search results for super broad, highly competitive keywords. If we make a search for something incredibly broad, like Christmas shirt, and we give ListingView just a second to load, what you'll notice is that out of 3 million listings, which is a ton of competition, on this first page of search results, even from that super broad search, Etsy is pushing out 28 new listings. These are listings that were created within the last 60 days. So Etsy is still giving new sellers with smaller shops. You can see that some of these shops, for example, this one only has 164 reviews. That's a relatively new small shop with a new listing. You can see this shop only 500 reviews with a brand new listing. Etsy's always giving new shops with new listings a chance, even on the first page of search results for these incredibly broad, highly competitive keywords. That's because the combination of tags you use with the unique title that you're generating, again, by using that process that I've already showed you how to do in Prelist, this tells Etsy that you have a completely unique and new valuable listing. Almost every single listing you post will be shown at least at some point, at least once, to buyers on the first page of search results. That's the only job of the title and tags, and I guarantee you that if you're following the strategy, you will get views. Now, turning those views into sales, that's the hard part. That's why we've had to study successful mockups. That's why we're targeting trending niches within broader category niches. And that's why we've made the designs the best we possibly can, because actually getting the sale is a little bit harder than showing up for a specific search or keyword. So again, if you're following this process and you're doing the research and you're using the mockups and you're following the design process that I've already laid out, then you're going to get views on your products. And the tricky part is then converting those views into sales. So don't overcomplicate it. Tags are just additional keywords that you add into your listing. And the only real difference is that a tag can only be 20 characters. So you can't have super long tags in your listings. Maybe one day they'll update it, but that's what you need to know for now. Great, so the next element of the listing that we're going to be modifying is the product description. And so your ability to write an effective description is going to help you convert more shoppers into actually buyers of your product. Now, I like to use a templatized description so that I can reuse it on all of my listings all at once. This is because if we ever need to change any details about our description, I want to be able to change it once and have it updated across all of our listings so that we don't have to go one by one. If you build up a catalog of hundreds or maybe even thousands of listings one day, you want to have a simple templatized description so that you can go edit details without having to go one listing at a time, and doing it would take a ton of time and be a nightmare. So I follow a very simple description template outline, and you can use the same one if you choose. The outline follows this structure. So at the very top is the keywords section, especially if you're going to be using Etsy's new optimized titles, which we can talk about at a later time. But Etsy's placing more importance on the description of your products. And so including a section of keywords at the top of your description definitely doesn't hurt, because it's going to help your product show up in more searches over time. So just including a few keywords at the very top of your description, this is going to help that product rank in search a little bit better over time. You can reuse the tags, or you can just re-put the title in the top of the description. I'll show you that when we go create it live, but that's the very top of the description. But the rest of the description is basically going to be the same across all of our product listings. We're going to explain the production and shipping times so that they know how long to expect to wait for the delivery of their product. We'll show instructions on how to order. So this is especially relevant if you're offering personalization or a custom product listing. We'll also talk about the specifications, so how the product fits, the materials, and how to care for the product. And we can also link to any other upsells or any other custom product links that we want to point the customer to. We talked about this earlier, but this is super important because we're only selling one type of product in our shop. So if you want to offer your same product design, but on a sweatshirt or a hoodie or a tank top, you can leave a link in the product description to those other custom listings that you've posted for sale so that customers can go buy those if they want to. This makes it extremely easy to manage because if we ever need to update our production and shipping times, for example, we can do it once and update it across all of our listings, and then we don't have to worry about it anymore. And don't worry, I'll show you how to do all of that in just a second. The only thing that we need to change for each product is the keyword section at the very top of our description. Now, a little pro tip, a little meta for you here is that the description should try to get the customer back up to the top of the listing page. So I like to mention that any necessary details are given in the photos section of the listing. This gets customers back up to the top of the page where they're looking at your product mockups, where they'll be able to buy. This is often overlooked because, for example, let's pretend this is your product listing. If they need to find a specific detail from your product description, and you have this really long description that brings them to the bottom of this product page, well, now they're at the bottom of the page where they could easily click on someone else's listing. So Etsy's going to promote a bunch of other product listings, assuming maybe you didn't want this one specifically. And so the goal is to try and get them to come back to the top of the page where they can view your info cards or find other information that they might need relative to this listing. The goal is to get them back up to the top of the page to look at your info cards where the buy button is, where they're only really looking at your shop instead of being at the bottom of the page where they could easily click on someone else's listing. But that brings us nicely into the next element that we can control when building out our listing, which is the info cards. So these are the additional images that we can add into a listing that are going to help it convert once a customer is already on it. Now, there's multiple different types of info cards or additional images that we can add into the listings, but the first and most important are going to be variant option info cards. If your listing offers multiple variants, for example, a size and a color option, if you're selling something like a t-shirt, those are both variants, and you're going to need an info card for each one displaying the various options within that variant. Again, we already talked about all of this when we covered picking out your product. We created some info cards at that time, but just remember that you need one info card per variation that explains the variation options. Like I said, we covered this earlier in the course, but I bought this mockup pack that had several different mockups that I just used to show off the different colors and the names for each one of those colors that I'm offering, as well as this sizing guide that shows off the specific sizing and fit of this specific product with the measurements right below. So those are the two variations, and each one of these variations info card shows off all of the options that are available within that variation. If you're selling a product like a poster, you might need to explain the frame sizes or framing options or how the product is printed. It just depends on the product that you're selling specifically. You're going to get a ton of customer questions if you don't have good info cards for the variant options, so make sure that you get those covered. Again, we already talked about this when we covered the picking your product section. We can also add more mockups. This can show off different angles or the same design on a different color, for example, within your product listing. We can also show off processing or shipping times. So we can add an info card that explains how long it takes to create the product and how long delivery might take. For custom listings, which we'll talk about later in the course, we can have additional font options, for example, or explain instructions on how to order that specific product. It's only applicable if you're selling a custom listing, obviously, but you could also include some info cards such as social proof, like reviews that customers have left on your Etsy listings or reviews from anyone who's bought your product. So those are just a few ideas of additional info cards if you want to add them into your listings. Now, we're going to be reusing the same info cards across all of our listings, or at least almost all of them. And so they should really look as professional and branded to your shop as possible, since every single customer, for the most part, is going to be interacting with them. So we really want to spend time making them as good as possible, making them look professional and, again, branded to your shop. Now, where should you get info cards? Obviously, you can buy them on Etsy. So I've already covered this before, but I'll mention it again here. If you need help buying info cards, I've already linked to a bunch of the top info card shops and info card bundles. This will continue to be updated over time. Like I said, I can't really update this video, but I can always update this live table. So if new info cards drop that are super, super good and high quality, I'll leave a link to them in here. But you can just click one of these links and it'll open to a page in Etsy where you can find a bunch of info cards that might help you just get a head start so you don't have to make everything from complete scratch. You can obviously also make your own in Kittl, similar to what I did here where I kind of built this color chart from scratch using the mockups I purchased. That's always an option as well. But just remember that almost every customer is going to interact with these info cards at some point. So don't be afraid to invest a little bit of effort and a little bit of time and money into getting them right. But also know that we can always update these over time. And so I'll show you how we're going to manage these in bulk. But the info card is something that we will be able to swap out later on since we are selling just one product in our shop and the info cards are going to be the same across every single listing that we upload. But next is going to be the video and personalization within the listing. So we can add a short video to our product listing, and Etsy tells us that on average, listings with videos convert twice as often as listings without videos. And they also released a little bit of information that only around 28% of listings use videos. And so including a video can hopefully help you drive a little bit more traffic and stand out if you decide to use one. Now, you might be wondering, how are you going to create a listing video for every single listing you post for sale? And there's a few different options that you can use. So obviously you could do a mock-up slideshow, which is just a slideshow of images that it rotates through, showing off the same design on multiple different mock-ups. So a great example of this is something like this shirt, where if I hover over it, you can see the video starts playing and they're just showing the same exact design on a bunch of different mock-ups, and then they show their logo at the end. It can take a while to make those, so it's not always the best option. So another option you have is to use AI to animate one of your mockups and make a really short clip. Now, I like using Google's Gemini model for this. I think it works the best. So you can just create your account for free, and then you can switch the tool over to create videos. And here I might just add in a mockup, and then I'm going to write out a prompt. So we'll say something like, make a low motion video of this person adjusting their sweater a bit. And then we'll send this off and just give it a few seconds to actually generate a video. And there you go. So now you can see if we just play this video, it shows off this person just kind of, adjusting their sweater with the mockup right below it. It looks pretty good. It definitely has a little bit of AI vibes to it, but it's a video nonetheless. So if you definitely want to add one, then this is an option you have. Another option is to have a video that you can reuse across all of your listings at once so that you don't have to make a specific custom video for every single listing. This is probably a little bit less effective, but it's definitely more time effective. But you could do something like a creation process video. So if you have some stock footage that maybe you found online of t-shirts being created, for example, or mugs being printed, you could just create a short video, slap your logo on it, and use that in all of your listings. Or you could even do something like the live sizing guide live preview. So this is a great example of a video info card. They're showing off the fit of this product. The person is moving around, showing off different sizes. It also shows the exact sizing of the product. So this is sort of two birds with one stone. Now, adding videos to your listings definitely can help them convert better over time. But that said, if you're limited on time, I would definitely go with something like a video sizing chart that you can reuse across all of your listings, or spend your time creating more listings instead of spending a bunch of time creating unique videos for every single listing that you post for sale. Your time is better spent creating more additional listings for your shop than it is tweaking the little details about each specific listing that you've uploaded. Now that brings us to the personalization options. Personalization is what makes a listing customized. So when you enable it, it gives you three options. It's going to tell you to add instructions for the buyer, a character limit for the customer's response, and whether the personalization or customization is required to buy your listing or not. We're going to cover this in a lot more detail in the custom product section of this course, but for now, you just need to know that personalization options are how you make a product customizable. Now, if you really want to squeeze every last sale out of your listings, another thing you can do is offer pre-made products with optional personalization enabled. So if you take a look at this product, for example, you can see it's a pre-made design. So you can buy this product as is, but they also have optional personalization enabled. And so if we click that drop down, you can see that they might give us the option to customize the design a little bit or change the styling. So we can put our request in here when we buy this product, and then the seller will make those modifications before they get this printed and shipped to us. And then obviously you'll want to leave the personalization on if the product is completely custom. Now there's a ton of other little listing details that we can get into. I'm going to briefly cover the rest of them, but just know that a lot of those little details are very product specific. So you can modify them if you'd like, but they don't have a huge impact on your sales. The details that we've covered so far, hands down, have the biggest impact on the sales that you're going to make. So the other listing details and required fields, remember, these are typically going to be pre-filled for you when you publish your product from Printify into Etsy. So it's really nice that you don't have to create a listing from scratch every single time. A lot of this stuff is pre-filled. Things like the core details. This is going to be what specifically your product is and what actual category it falls under. The actual shipping profile, which again, we already set up, and things like returns and exchanges. So these core details are essentially already pre-populated from Printify. We already set up those settings so that when we publish our product for sale, we don't have to go and modify every single last little detail about our listing. And just a reminder here that whenever you charge for shipping, it gets added into your revenue. We already covered this when we created our product template, but just keep that in mind and know that going forward. There's a bunch of other details that we'll briefly look at when we're actually publishing our products live. But the final thing that I wanted to mention here is about shop sections. So the sections of your shop can help organize your products into categories and make it a little bit easier when a customer actually comes to buy something. So I just pulled this random shop for example, just to take a look at some of their sections. You can see these sections over here on the left-hand side. Basically, there are a bunch of different categories that the shop owner can organize listings into. And so if a customer comes to your page and they click on one of these categories, it'll load all of those relevant listings. And it also makes it just a little bit easier to actually manage your shop when you're doing things like bulk editing or adding new listings. And so what I typically recommend is creating shop sections based on the high-level niches from our niche ideas document. So this is that niche ideas document that we took a look at earlier. And if we scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see this section that says base your shop sections on these categories. And so there's only 9 here. You can have up to 12 shop sections or categories in your shop. And so I'm just going to use these 9, and then that gives you like 3 extra sections that you can customize to whatever you're going to be selling. So that's pretty much every detail about a listing that you need to know about, especially all of the details that we're going to be modifying and using to actually make more sales. There's a ton of other little tiny details that don't really have that big of an impact on your shop's success. And when we picked out our product and actually set up the product template in Printify, we already stored a lot of these settings in our template so that we don't have to go enter them every time we create a listing. So make sure that you go back and watch those sections if you're curious about how to save a lot of these details and save you the time from having to re-enter them every time you go create a new listing. That said, I'm gonna go into my shop and create all of these shop sections so that as we're uploading, we can stay organized over time. So to actually do that, we just need to go into the shop manager, click on the listings tab, and you're going to find the sections option right here on the right-hand side. So it says organize your listings. We can click that and then we can start adding sections to our shop. So there you go, we have our 9 sections, and obviously you could go and add the other 11 if you wanted to. So now it's time to put all of this education into practice. We're gonna do it live on the computer right now. So we're gonna start by publishing our products from Printify to Etsy. We'll then bulk edit them using either Prelist or ListingView's bulk editor. We can optimize the title and tags, add in that description, upload our images and info cards, and then publish and watch as the sales come in. So in Printify, the first thing we need to do is just select all of those products that we've uploaded that we want to publish for sale. I'm going to deselect my template that I used for uploading. And then up here at the top, we can just hit publish. And we can just leave the keep individual product details selected and just hit confirm. Now, this might take a few seconds. It's going to create all of those product listings in our Etsy shop for us, so that all we have to do is go back in and bulk edit a few of those details to add the finishing touches. And there you go. So now all of our listings have successfully been published. Now, one note is that sometimes it'll take a little bit longer for all of the images to make it over to Etsy. So you can wait just a little bit longer for all of those mockup images to be published to Etsy. But once that's done, we can go and bulk edit our listings. If we come over into Etsy and we give it a quick refresh, you can see now all of our product listings are showing up here, ready for us to edit. So now we need to bulk edit all of these listings and add in those finishing touches. There's a few different tools that we could use to do this. So we can use Prelist to import all of our products. I'm just going to hit refresh listings, and it's going to pull in all of those listings. And this will allow us to bulk edit and make changes across all of them at once. So now you can see all of these listings are showing up right here. We can also do this inside of ListingView. So if we come to the listing optimizer and we just connect our shop, I'll have to sign in and grant access to it. Now our shop and all of its listings are going to be imported into our ListingView account. So now that once this finishes loading, you can see all of those listings loaded in down here in the table below. So I can come through and select all of those new listings that we just published for sale, and I can bulk edit them. And this brings up the bulk editor mode. This lets me make changes to all of these listings that I've posted for sale all at once. So on the left-hand side, you can see all of the different listing details that we can actually bulk edit. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the actual editor. So for example, the title section is selected here, and I can either edit all of the titles all at once using these controls at the very top, or I can go one at a time and I can edit specific listings one by one. So for example, it looks like there's an extra comma here, so I can delete that, and it'll update whenever we publish all of these edits. Again, the titles here look pretty good since they're optimized to the specific product that we're listing for sale. So I don't need to do much modification there, but we can just go down all of these sections and cover them one at a time. So the first element that I'm going to be making a change to is the description. Our descriptions definitely need a lot of work. So following this description template outline that we talked about earlier, and if you're using the downloadable material from this course, you'll have access to this description example, which is basically just a pre-formatted description based on this outline that I gave you earlier. So it has the keywords at the top, as well as all of the details down below. And this is basically the description that we're going to be using for this example. So I'm just going to copy the entire thing and then come back into ListingView. And we're going to use the overwrite mode, and this is going to allow us to paste that in and essentially overwrite the entire description. So a few things I'm going to do is I'm just going to say keywords up here at the top instead of the string of keywords that we included originally. And then I'm just going to hit update. Now you can see it updated across all of our listings, but there's just a couple weird formatting issues. For example, we're not allowed to use bold characters in the description. So I'm going to remove all of these little asterisk characters. So we can go into the find and replace mode. We can find all of those characters and replace them with nothing. I'll hit update. Now you can see it's already looking better. And then second, you can see that we have these little dashes at the beginning of some of our words. So we need to find all of the dashes with a space after them and replace them with this little bullet character. So I'm going to update those as well. And now you can see that everything's looking pretty nice. So there you go. Now we have a clean templatized description that gives them all the essential information that they'll need. It's got a link to all of the upsells. Again, we can add in real links later, but for now, this will do. And it's basically got all of the different details that we need to convey to the customer about our listing. This template covers pretty much everything you'll need. You can adjust it depending on your production and shipping time, if you have any instructions on how to order. And it includes those details, like I mentioned, to see the photos at the top of the listing to get people back up to the top, but it also provides essential details. Again, this is pretty much tailored to the specific product I'm selling, but the template and the specific sections here can be reused depending on exactly what you're selling. So from here, we can go into the tags section, and here's where we're going to add in all of those tags to our listings. Our tags strategy is almost the exact same as our title strategy that we followed when we were bulk uploading all of our designs to Printify. And so to do that, we're going to search for the specific niche or the specific saying that our designs are targeting. And then we're going to look for some of the best-selling products. And what I like to do is just open these all up in a new tab so that I can grab SEO from a lot of the best sellers on this first page of search results. These are super easy to find using ListingView. You can see I was able to find a bunch that are selling super, super well. Some of them are sweatshirts, some of them are t-shirts, but the overall keyword strategy will still work the same. So what I can do from here is I can click this little drop down to expand this tray, and this will allow me to see which keywords have the most amount of views with the lowest amount of competition. And you can see that with this little green bar. These keywords are typically going to be the easiest ones to rank for. So you can just click the little copy to clipboard icon next to each one of those tags. And then I like to create a text editor document where I just paste those tags in. You're not going to find a ton from each listing, but there are going to be a few. And so we can just come through and essentially just copy and paste all of these tags into this text editor document. Again, sometimes you'll have a completely irrelevant tag, so you can just ignore those if they come up. And so now what I've ended up finding is that there were actually only 3 really low competition keywords for this niche. And that's okay. Remember what I mentioned. Don't fear the competition. So just because a tag has a lot of competition does not mean that you should avoid it. Etsy's always pushing out new listings on that first page of search results, even for super broad and highly competitive keywords. So I'm definitely going to use these 3 really low competition keywords, probably in all of my listings. So I'm just going to paste those in, hit update, and now you can see that those tags have been applied to all of the listings. And then I'm going to go through and I'm going to fill up the other 9 tag slots with top performing tags from these other best-selling listings. So what I'll do is I'll pick one of these listings and then I'll come and copy all of the tags from it. And then I'll come back into ListingView and I'll paste in that string of tags. And what it's going to do is it's going to fill up the rest of those slots with the other keywords that I just copied from that other listing. So I might use those tags for a few listings. Then I'm going to go to a different top selling listing. I'm going to copy their tags. I'm going to come back into ListingView and I'm going to repeat the process, just filling up more slots and using a variety of tags across all of our listings. And so there you go. That's the tag strategy. Now we've successfully added a bunch of tags from top high performing listings into all of our listings, and they're all randomized. We're also always using those low competition keywords. And overall, we have a really good variety of keywords from our scrambled titles to all of the tags that we're using. We have a really good chance of ranking organically in search using this method. So now we can move into the fun part, which is managing the photos. So in the Photos tab, we have a few different options here, and this is where we're going to upload all of our mockups and any info cards that we want to include. So first thing for the mockups, we don't want to add them up top because then it'll apply the same mockup to all of our listings. And instead, we just want to drag in our mockups onto these specific listing trays. Now in the mockups section, we went through and learned how to automate creating mockups for every single mockup and design combination that you could possibly be selling. And so you can see I've got all of those mockups here ready to go. So what we can do is I'll just have this little window open and we can select any amount of mockups that we want to use in a particular listing. We can click and we can just drag them into ListingView. And what it's going to do is, depending on how many listings or images you're actually dragging in, it's going to replace that many images in your listing slots. So you can see I dragged all 6 of those images and it replaced all of those images. So then I can just go repeat this for all of the listings in this batch. Sweet, so there you go. Now we've successfully uploaded all of our mockups to all of these designs. Now what you might notice is we still have a bunch of these Printify mockups appearing in our listings. And so what I like to do for those is just enter the delete mode, and then we're going to select all of the photo slots that we want to delete from. So in this case, it looks like we need to delete photo slots 7 through 12. So I'm just going to click 7 through 12 here. And you'll see that it highlights all of those images that we're going to be deleting. And then I'll just hit update. So now we have really clean listings with all of our mockup images uploaded. And from here, we just need to add in our info cards. Now, when you go and actually add your info cards, I highly recommend trying to maintain the same info cards in the same image slots across all of your listings. This is because if we ever need to update or change the info cards, if they're always saved in slots 2 and 3, for example, we can always use a bulk editor to update the second and third image slots across all of our listings, and it'll update those info cards. But if they're in different image slots, it'll be nearly impossible to update them going forward. For example, if you're always going to be using 6 mockups, you could always keep your info cards in slots 7 and 8. And that way, if you needed to replace them, you just have to replace slots 7 and 8 using a bulk editor. If they're always in slots 2 and 3, then you would just use the bulk editor to update slots 2 and 3. All right, so I've got my info cards pulled up right here. And I think what we'll do for this example listing is we're just going to put the info cards at the very end. So we're going to plan to always use 6 mockups, and we're just going to leave our info cards in slots 7 and 8. And it seems I exported one of them in the incorrect dimensions. So let me just go revise that. And there we go. So now our color chart will always be in slot 7. And our sizing guide will always be in slot 8. So then I'm just going to hit update. And what it's going to do is it's going to add those info cards into that listing across all of the listings in our batch. Again, if we ever needed to update this, we could select all of our listings and just upload our new color chart, for example, to slot 7, hit update, and it'll update across all of our listings. We can also use this bulk editor to swap positions of our designs. So we don't want to show off the same exact mockup typically across all of our designs all at once. So we can just do a little bit of swapping here. That way we're always showing off the absolute best mockup first and adding just a little bit of variety into our designs. So I like to go through and just mix things up a little bit, but obviously you'll have to do what looks best. Now, for some designs like this, I uploaded the wrong mockup. We should actually have the black text here. So I'll need to open up my mockups folder, find the correct design that has the black text on it. I think it's right here. And then we can just upload that specific image right into that image slot and it'll override it for us. This makes it super, super easy and super, super quick to manage all of your listings instead of trying to do this all inside of Etsy. Now, a lot of the other sections don't require that much editing. So for example, the listing details, all of these are already pre-filled by Printify. Things like the category are going to be pre-filled by Printify. You can add in a video if you have one. Again, you can add the same video into all of your listings, or you can add a unique video for each individual listing. You can also see all of your variations here. So if you need to make an edit to any of them, or you need to update the pricing or quantity or the SKUs on any of your listings, you can do that in here. You can edit the personalization settings. So this is where we talked about making a listing custom. So you can see we essentially have the exact same controls that we would have on Etsy. We can give instructions to the buyer. We can activate or deactivate the personalization, control the character limit. We also have control over the shipping profile. So you can see that since we changed the settings in Printify, all of our listings have the exact same shipping profile, which makes it super easy to manage long term. And in the sections section, we can also add all of these designs into a specific section. So I'm going to add these into the holiday and seasons section since they're Christmas themed designs. Obviously, we don't have a digital file for our product since it's not a digital listing. We can also apply the policies that we created when we were setting up the shop. So you can see that no return or exchange is already applied. That's going to be applied by default because we already created that policy in Etsy when we first opened up our shop. These are all going to be active listings, and we can also edit things like the materials if we'd like. Etsy might start to index things like materials in the future, so you could add some materials to this list if you really want to, but I'm going to leave it blank for now, and I'm just going to hit publish listings. So this is going to take us back to ListingView, and if we just give it a quick refresh, it should just take a second to update all of our listings. And we can also come over into Etsy, and if we give this a refresh, now you can see all of those listings that we've just created, published for sale, honestly looking pretty great in my opinion. So if we actually come and we just take a look at our shop in general, we can really start to see how things are starting to look. So although it's a brand new shop, we're starting off strong, and you can see we have a good batch of Christmas listings here. Honestly, they look pretty good. The mockups look realistic. We've categorized them into the holiday and seasons section. And then if I go and open up any one of these listings, you can see that we have a good optimized title. The mockups look great and super high quality with that good blending because of the Photoshop script. You see that we're definitely off to a good start. So although we don't have any sales yet, I think that this as a first listing honestly looks really good, especially considering absolutely everything that can be automated is automated here. And we're doing everything in the most efficient way. We have an optimized title. We have good tags. Our mockups look great. We have a good size chart and color chart. We have good pricing strategy. You can see all of the options and variations down here. And so as a listing that could convert, I think that this one definitely has a good chance. And honestly, all of the listings look pretty good in my opinion. And so with that, you've pretty much learned how to optimize every single element of a listing and also do it in the most efficient way possible by bulk editing. And so in this section, we covered the title, tags, and description optimization, using great info cards in the same slots across all of your listings, video and personalization, and also some other little less common details that you still need to know about. So hopefully you can see how all of these elements come together to actually create a finalized listing that someone can click on and buy. So that's everything that you need to know about creating listings that convert and getting them live on Etsy. And so in the next section, we're going to be handling marketing those listings a little bit more. And so I'll see you then. All right, so this section is going to be exclusively focused on marketing, getting more people to see your product listings and getting the people who do see your product listings to actually click buy. So this section is going to contain absolutely everything that I know about marketing products for print on demand on Etsy. Now, in general, there's really two ways that we can market our product listings. So once we've created the listing and posted it for sale, we need to figure out how to get more customers to see our product listings. And there's two ways to do that. The first method is to use Etsy's free organic traffic. One of the main reasons why we even chose to sell on Etsy to begin with is because of their enormous amount of free traffic that they bring to the website. And so we can leverage that free traffic. Because Etsy's a marketplace, whenever we publish products for sale, their organic traffic, some of the people who are already coming looking for products to buy on Etsy, those customers are going to eventually see some of our products and eventually buy them the more products we make and the more we upload over time. And so by using Etsy optimized SEO in our listings, again, we've looked at this over time and we've already built this into our listings, we're going to get shoppers on our products. This is great because it requires no additional cost besides the initial Etsy listing fee. All it requires is great keywords. It takes more listings and it takes a little bit more time for your listings to actually rank for you to start seeing those organic sales coming in. This entire course and every single step of the way has been carefully mapped out so that organic traffic is already built into the products that you're creating. From the way that we research the product that we're going to sell, to the variation options that we offer for sale in that product, to the mockups that we use and the sub niches that we target with the designs, absolutely everything has been carefully thought out and taught to you so that when you actually publish your product for sale, you have the best chance of getting organic traffic on those listings and getting customers to actually click buy. We're also going to talk about running paid ads and specifically Etsy ads. Now, the strategy that I typically use is running paid ads to existing top performing listings in my own shop. We're going to dissect this a little bit more, but Etsy's method for running ads uses a cost per click model, which means you're only charged for the ad after a potential customer actually clicks on the listing. So you're not charged just to run the ads. You're only charged when a customer actually clicks on it and shows interest. This can give us faster visibility and more visibility in crowded niches and sub niches that have a little bit more competition or might be a little harder to get that organic rank in. but I only use it for proven bestsellers, and it definitely requires you to monitor it over time. Whereas organic traffic is just something that once you create your products, you can just set them and forget them, and they'll continue to passively sell over time. This is what the majority of my catalog runs on. A lot of people wonder if they should be posting social media content or looking for other ways to promote their listings. And you can absolutely do that if you'd like, but it's sort of beyond the scope for this course. And I say that because I've been able to grow a very successful print-on-demand business without using any of those extra marketing tactics. I was able to do over 7 figures in profit only using Etsy's organic traffic. That means I didn't run any paid ads to drive sales to those shops. It was just completely organic traffic using the strategies that I've shown you so far. And I'll continue to talk about those strategies throughout the rest of this course, just so you can hopefully understand it from a few different angles. But in principle, the organic traffic is really what's going to drive you the most amount of growth. And I typically recommend paid ads when you're scaling onto a different platform, like a Shopify store where you actually own the entire business, the entire customer list. It makes a lot more sense to run paid ads to that type of shop once we already have some proven successful winners that we can go launch on a custom private website. And I just say that because maybe I'll make another course dedicated to selling on Shopify someday soon. But for the time being, you can be more than successful with all of the tools that we've looked at here and just selling on Etsy. So in terms of getting organic traffic, the free traffic formula is at the foundation of how it all works. Now, if you're following along with this course, you already have a huge head start on getting organic traffic to your listings because I've baked it into the entire process. From the moment that you open up your shop and pick your product up until now, everything has been centered around optimizing your product listings to leverage Etsy's free traffic. Again, it's one of the core reasons why we even sell on Etsy to begin with. This means that every design we create should target customers who are already buying products on Etsy. If you haven't done research, it just adds more work after you've posted your products for sale. I like doing all of the heavy lifting before I go make the designs and before I go create the products. And that way I don't waste any time on the product creation and then sitting there, with my fingers crossed, hoping that the products sell. I've already done the research ahead of time so that I know everything I list has the absolute best chance of success. Organic sales on Etsy really comes down to having great keywords that are proven to drive traffic on Etsy, and then having a lot of listings posted for sale. Now, almost every beginner wants some kind of secret or some kind of hack, or they think that I've left something out that they don't understand. But at the end of the day, there is no cheat code. There is no hack, or there is no secret that I haven't told you here. As much as I wish I could give that to you, honestly, I've given you all of the sauce that I know so far. The only cheat code I have is that you need to do great research before you go make the product. That comes back to finding a sub niche within a broader category niche, using ListingView to identify those best sellers, use the keywords from proven reference listings. Again, those listings that are in that sub niche, use their titles, use their tags, scramble them on your listings that you're posting for sale. And then make a lot of products. Number 3, make more product listings basically just means do more step 1 and step 2. And I promise, if you do these 3 things and you keep doing them over time, you won't be broke ever again. There really aren't any other secrets to making this work. But in this section, I'm going to break down all of the SEO and all of the marketing tactics that I know just a little bit better. Now, I first want to dive into how the Etsy search algorithm actually works so that you can use it to your advantage. At least this is from the perspective that we understand it. Etsy hasn't disclosed all of this explicitly in public before. But in short, Etsy is going to test your product listings. They're going to see if your product listings work. They show almost every single listing in search at least once to potential customers. If that listing gets sales, or this should say interactions, if customers positively interact with your products by favoriting them or adding them to cart, then it's going to get promoted and they're going to keep showing it in search. Now, if your listing doesn't get sales, or it stops getting sales, or it doesn't get interactions, or it stops getting interactions, meaning people stop clicking on it and adding it to a collection, or adding it to their favorites list, or adding it to cart, and customers don't share it with their friends, then Etsy's going to stop promoting it because it tells Etsy that that listing isn't actually worth promoting anymore in the search algorithm. You can kind of think of this whole thing like a mall. So if you opened up a shop at your local mall, every single person who comes into your shop to take a look at your products is extremely valuable. You want, obviously, all of those people to end up buying something from you. Now, if a stranger comes up to you in your store and says, hey, let me sell this t-shirt I made and I'll give you a cut of the profit. If you put their t-shirt in your front display for all of your potential customers to see and nobody buys it, you're going to take that person's t-shirt off of your front display and put something else up. You're going to find different products to put there instead. And Etsy works the exact same way. So when you list a product for sale, Etsy is going to show it to several customers who come to look at products on their website. If no one clicks on your products, if no one interacts with them at all, they're going to stop showing it to new customers who come to their website because it shows people ignored it. People didn't like your product for whatever reason. Now, if we take it back to the mall example, if a stranger asks to sell their t-shirt in your shop and you allow them and it sells like crazy and you sell out on the first day, obviously you're going to want to get more of those t-shirts and keep selling them because they're profitable for you and they're making you money. Etsy's the same way. Etsy wants you to win because the more sales you make, the more money Etsy makes over time. This is why having a large quantity of listings is so important because not every listing you make is going to be a bestseller, but by creating more listings, you get better at making them over time. And also Etsy has a chance to test out a lot of different products from your shop to ultimately find those bestsellers. Now, a little note that I had to add here is that I'm going to say keyword a lot throughout this section, but the word keyword and search term mean essentially the same exact thing. So keyword, tag, search term, these are all kind of words for SEO. A keyword doesn't have to be a single word. You can use these two terms interchangeably, but a search term tends to be a little bit longer of a keyword. Remember that the top shops on Etsy, the shops that make the most amount of monthly sales, which you can see right here, they also have the most amount of listings. These top shops that sell in all different categories, like tops and tees, even other categories that aren't print-on-demand related, like earrings and charms, but especially print-on-demand categories like t-shirts, those shops have the most amount of listings. Some of these shops have thousands and thousands of listings. Just throughout this course, we were able to make 8 listings just during the tutorial phase, and that's for one sub-niche of one category. So using this strategy, you can easily come up with lots of ideas. It's just about your ability to execute and actually go make the product listings. Now, I want to get a little more detailed into how I actually think about keywords. I've already mentioned adjacent keywords once, but besides looking at keywords that are already working on ListingView, which we've already done in previous sections, we were able to find high search volume, low competition keywords from the listings that we were referencing to create our designs for, which, by the way, is one of the most important things you can do. We are also going to use adjacent keywords in all of our product listings. So especially if you're creating larger batches of products, I'm talking 10 to 15 designs per sub-niche, you can include adjacent keywords in some of your listings just to see how they perform over time. An adjacent keyword is a specific word or search term that might not directly hit or reference the specific product that you've listed. But these are going to be terms where if the customer did search for it, they could still end up buying your product. You really don't know what specific search term your customer is going to be using. And so that's why adjacent keywords can basically help you cover multiple searches for your product so that it's always showing up and staying relevant. I gave you some examples in the previous section, but I want to get a little more specific here. So one of the popular sayings on Etsy is, I'm billing you for this conversation. Now, if you're a profession where you charge people by the hour, so for example, if you're a lawyer or a counselor, a therapist, or an accountant, any one of those professions, you might be billing your clients by the hour. And so this is like a humorous take on the fact that you might be getting charged for the conversation that you're having. And so people would wear that on their t-shirt if they're one of these professions. And so if you created a design for this, you can target multiple different niches. You can target psychologists and lawyers and counselors and therapists because the design is relevant to all of those adjacent niches. So if you're going to create a profession related t-shirt, this is a sub niche to the profession category. And you can see that these t-shirts sell pretty well. But the point is that if we open one of these up and we take a look at their title, you can see that they're targeting a bunch of different adjacent ideas like law students, psychology students, lawyers, psychologists, counselors, and possibly even more in the tags. So you can see they've included attorney or judge, and that actually looks like it's about it. But you get the point. They've included a bunch of different adjacent keywords because this design is relevant for all of them. If you're a psychologist or a lawyer, they're very different professions, but they're adjacent in the fact that they could both find this design funny. All right, so here's another example of a t-shirt that just says adventure awaits with some mountains and a sunset. And the key here is that they've obviously included that at the beginning of their title to keep it human friendly, but they've also included a bunch of adjacent keywords. For example, someone who likes an adventure might also like camping or have wanderlust, or they might be a nature lover. They might like traveling or hiking and road trips. And vice versa. If someone likes road trips and they searched for a road trip t-shirt, this might be a design that they would want to buy. And that's essentially the principle. So when you're trying to come up with adjacent keywords, try and think, what's the core idea and what are several similar ideas where if those customers searched a specific search term and my product still came up, they still might end up buying the product. When you use these adjacent keywords, you're going to get more traffic over time. Now, we also need to talk about timing. Specifically, the indexing timeline. So when you start posting products for sale, one thing that you should be aware of is how long it actually takes before your listings are going to start getting any traffic. So what is indexing? Whenever you publish a new listing to Etsy, they don't instantly start showing it to shoppers in search results. They first have to index it in their system. Essentially, what that means is Etsy's algorithm is going to read the title, tags, and descriptions, and even the attributes that you've added during bulk editing. It's going to figure out what the product is about, and it's going to store that information in their search database so that when a customer does make a search for any one of the keywords that's in your listing, they can show all of the listings that they have relating to that search to the customers very, very quickly. Indexing is the process of getting your listings added to Etsy's database and search system so that it can actually show up. Now, in reality, there's no official documentation that says how long this indexing process actually takes. Some sources say it takes 24 to 48 hours, but in my personal experience, I've found that I typically don't get any traffic from products that I've listed within the first 2 to 3 weeks. Now, honestly, there's really nothing you can do about this. It's entirely up to Etsy's search algorithm and their system, but it's just something that you do need to be aware of, especially in relation to planning out your trends and niches. Now, obviously, for brand new trends and super small niches where there's only a few thousand listings, indexing is going to be a lot faster. But when there's hundreds of thousands and maybe even millions of competing niches, that's where it's going to take you a lot longer to actually get indexed. The main reason you need to be aware of this is for seasonal planning, because when you go to create products, especially around seasonal trends and holidays, you need to budget a few weeks to have your listings posted for sale before the major sales rush come in. So this is why I like using a planner such as this one. So this is basically a calendar view of a bunch of different events and holidays to help you know and stay ahead of the game in terms of planning. So this is the main calendar over here on the left, and then we've got the 1 month ahead planner on the right. So I like using this tab because it shows you all of the upcoming events. So for example, last week on Thursday, I should have been creating designs for New Year's because New Year's is in 21 days. Hopefully you can see this little card right there. These are the upcoming holidays that I should be preparing designs for. And this is super important. If you think about all of these things added up, If from today, it's going to take roughly 2 weeks for my products to get indexed, and then it's going to take another week for any orders to be fulfilled, just to be safe, that would mean that today is the very last day that I could post New Year's designs for sale and still have them indexed and available for purchase in a timely manner. Because you can see today's the 10th, so 2 weeks out would be the 24th, which means if people started buying these products around the 24th for New Year's and it took around a week to arrive, they would arrive on the 31st, which is right before New Year's. So in short, knowing this, you're going to want to create your products at least a month ahead. And so you can also scroll down here and find this more broken down calendar view. It's December. Obviously, we started by making Christmas designs, so I was a little bit late to the party, but it was still the most relevant when I was starting this course. And knowing that it's December and almost going to be the end of December when you see this course, I'm going to start making designs for January. Now, if you're watching this course in January, you're going to want to look a month out and say, what designs can we make for February to get a head start so that our listings can get indexed and so that when people actually order, they have enough time to arrive before that actual event. Now, if you're using organic traffic, how long does it take to be successful? This is a question I get all the time. It's a question that I used to ask myself a lot. How long is this going to take? And a change of mindset is really helpful here. Instead of thinking in terms of time, think in terms of listings. Time isn't a good metric when you're wondering how long is it going to take. Instead, think about how many listings is it going to take me to be successful. Again, almost all of the most successful Etsy shops have hundreds, if not thousands, of listings posted for sale. And those are just the listings that are currently active. It doesn't include any listings that were deactivated over time. I just broke this down, but you have to understand how important this is. You can see the number of listings over here on the right-hand side, and you can see the total sales that these shops are making. And almost all of them, except for a few outlier rare shops that might be seasonal, like a stocking shop, they've posted hundreds, if not thousands of listings for sale. So for me, I'm in the t-shirt niche, and you can see that one of the top t-shirt shops has over 5,000 listings posted here. If we open it up, we can see that this shop has only been selling for about 2 years and 3 months. And because they were able to post so many listings for sale, they were able to make a great amount of income from their shop. For me personally, on average, over time, I've made around $1 of profit per month for each listing that I've posted for sale. Now, over the last 6 years, I've been able to post probably around 15,000 products for sale. And so over time, it averages out to be about $15,000 per month. Some months are a lot more, some months were a little slower, but that's the average over time. Now, since you have this course, I'm hoping that it's not going to take you as long, and I'm hoping that each listing you post is going to be higher quality than mine. My first 2,000 products were absolutely hideous, much worse than anything I've made in this course. Even though the listings I've made in this course weren't perfect, my first listings were hideous in comparison. And so I think a somewhat conservative estimate is that if you post 1,000 listings and they're actually good and you actually follow the steps in this course, you should be able to make between $1,000 and $2,000 of profit per month. Obviously, that can vary a lot, and it entirely depends on you and your ability to create quality products that people want while abiding by all of the rules. But this is just a rule of thumb and something that I would go by. And if you are going with the strictly organic approach, it takes more listings since a lot of the listings that you post might not sell. Now, this saves you money from having to run paid ads, but it costs a little bit more in terms of time actually creating the listings and time waiting for them to sell. So hopefully with that, you can understand why I like organic traffic. But let's pivot into talking a little bit more about paid ads. Should you use them, and how do they work when you actually turn them on? So first, let's talk about how they actually work. When you run Etsy paid ads, it allows you to select a handful of listings that you have posted for your shop to run ads to those listings. When customers search for a term that Etsy thinks is similar to some of the keywords in your listings, Etsy will push your products to the very top of search results, getting you much better visibility. Around 80% of sales are going to come from the first page of search results. Most people are never going to click onto page 2, so this is definitely where you want to be showing up. And obviously more sales are going to come the higher up in search that you're actually showing. So if you can pay to run an ad to get your listing on one of these top slots, it can pay off in the long run. One important thing to note is that Etsy doesn't always have to show your listings strictly based on the keywords that you've included. Sometimes they'll do some weird recommendations where your products show up for completely unrelated searches. But remember that you only pay for the ad when a customer actually clicks on your listing. So showing up for weird searches doesn't really cost you anything unless those customers are clicking on your products. It's a bit of a trade-off, so it takes a little bit of the risk away since you're only paying for the ad slot after a customer clicks and shows interest. But when you consider that you don't necessarily have control over which searches your products show up for, it kind of equals itself out, and it's why the ads don't perform great every single time. So you might be wondering, well, how do you even know when you should turn on paid ads? Personally, I only ever turn on the paid ads after a listing is already making sales. So if you're not getting sales yet, especially using organic, it means your products aren't good enough to sell and you need to keep working on your designs or maybe look at your mockup strategy again. When you only run paid ads to listings that can get organic sales, you save yourself from spending a ton of money to promote products that were never going to make sales in the first place. Paid ads are like adding fuel to the fire. But if there's no fire, if there's no existing sales, then you're just dumping fuel or dumping cash on a listing that might not ever sell to begin with. But that said, once you do have listings making organic sales, it's okay to flick the ads on for those listings. And there's a few strategies that I use to monitor the ad campaigns to make sure that I'm always running profitably. First is going to be the ROAS method. ROAS means return on ad spend. So when it's time to run ads, I use this simple formula to determine which listings to keep the ads running for. So on average, you need at least a 2 to 3x return on your ad spend to break even and start making profit from your ads. Now, this is an example of the ads dashboard. Obviously, we have a brand new shop, so I don't have any existing stats to show you, but this is an example campaign that I just ran using a really, really low budget and some listings that I wanted to test with just to show you some examples here. So this is the dashboard. You can see the ROAS or the return on ad spend for the overall campaign, and then you can also see it on the listing level down here. If a single listing is running at a 2 to 3x return on the ad spend, you could consider increasing the budget, and you might as well keep running paid ads to it since it's at least breaking even and starting to make some profit. Remember that when you do start to run some ads, it can take some time for Etsy to optimize them for their ad campaigns. Because remember, Etsy isn't just going to show your products directly related to the keywords they're searching. They're also going to do some adjacent type searches and show your products to whatever they think is a relevant search. And so it can take a little bit of time for them to optimize your listing in their search results when you turn on the ads. And so you're almost always not going to be profitable from day one. Typically, you're going to want to wait until your product has at least 50 to 100 clicks on it before you can really know if that listing is going to be profitable. When you get 100 clicks, it's going to show you how well your listing is actually performing, because then you can see your return on ad spend after 100 visits. You'll also know your average conversion rate. So if you've made 100 clicks and 7 orders, meaning you're converting at 7%, and you're still at a 2x ROAS, you can kill that ad because it's definitely not going to perform well over time. The only reason I say that you can use 50 as a benchmark as well is because it's typically half of 100. So if we have 50 clicks and 4 orders, that means that we're converting at 8%. And if we still have a ROAS under 2, then we're still typically not profitable. If a listing is consistently under a 2x ROAS at 50 to 100 clicks, then I'd recommend turning it off because that listing is probably not going to become profitable in Etsy ads. Now, if you come to ListingView, we can actually use the calculator to figure out what our operating return on ad spend or ROAS would actually be. So I'll open up this calculator over here on the left, and I have my product over here on the right. And what we'll do is we'll just select one of the more popular variations that we're actually going to be selling. And that's going to be our selling price. And then we're going to add in our shipping price, which is $5.99. And then we'll put in our production costs. So I think it's like $9.30 and $4 of shipping. And then we are going to calculate with a 50% off discount because we're going to run a discount on all of our products. And if we calculate the paid ads here, now you can see what our operating ROAS needs to be, or at least our break-even ROAS. So you can see right here, this line, it's showing that we actually need a 3x just to break even if we're going to be selling this product. So this is super helpful to have an idea of what our ROAS needs to be when we're running ads. Personally, I think that the ROAS method pales in comparison to something like the cost per click method. The most important metric to look at in the listing is the clicks to spend ratio. This is your cost per click. So what does the cost per click do? This helps you gauge how many clicks you've gotten on your ad and how much each click is actually costing you. So this is how you can tell earlier on than just using the ROAS method if your ad is going to be running profitably. It's a very simple calculation. So after the ad has been running for a few days, because again, you need to allow it time to optimize and you actually need it to give it time to spend some of your budget, you just take the total ad spend for that listing and divide it by the total number of clicks. So for example, if you've gotten 5 clicks and you've spent 50 cents, you're running at a 10-cent cost per click. All right, so here's some example math to help break down this equation. On average, if we get 100 clicks, we should be able to make at least 3 sales. That's a 3% conversion rate. If a click costs us 10 cents, then 100 clicks is going to mean we spent $10 for those clicks. Now, if we're able to make 3 sales from those 100 clicks at a $10 profit, that means that we're making $30 of profit from those sales. This should say profit, not revenue. So we take that $30 of profit and we deduct the $10 ad spend and we're left with $20 in profit. So you'd be doubling your money with this example ad. You would want to spend more on that ad if possible to continue scaling it. So the actual formula here is the listings conversion rate times your profit per sale divided by 100 clicks, and that gives you your cost per click budget. So this formula tells you exactly how much you can afford to pay for a click while still breaking even. So you can pull these stats really easily just by coming into your ads manager after your ads have run for a few days, and we'll just use this top listing as an example. So we've gotten 83 clicks on it, and we've spent $69.42. So if we just divide our $69.42 by our 83 clicks, you can see that we're spending 83 cents per click. Now, how do you know how much you can afford to spend while still remaining profitable on your specific product? This is the exact calculation that you can use to figure out your budget cost per click, but we can also just use this ListingView calculator. So again, we just put this in for our example product here. I entered all of the details, and you can see down here on the side, we get our break-even CPC, which stands for cost per click. And you can see that we're able to spend up to 21 cents here. Since we're currently spending almost 84 cents per click, this ad is definitely not profitable for us. We can confirm that because not only is our cost per click way too high, but we're also under a 2x ROAS. And in this case, we would need a 3x ROAS to remain profitable. The only thing to note here is our conversion rate. And so you can see that with 83 clicks and 7 orders, we can call this, it would actually be like an 8 or 9% conversion rate, but we'll call it a 7% conversion rate. So when we actually go and calculate this out, if we have a higher conversion rate, you can see that we get a higher cost per click budget. So we can spend up to around 50 cents to break even on our ads. Now we're a bit higher than that at around 84 cents, and we can double confirm because we have a ROAS under a 2x. So between our cost per click being around 33 cents higher than our actual budget and our ROAS being a 1.7 instead of a 2 or 3x, this ad is definitely not running profitably. And at this point, we would probably want to kill it. Now, here's another quick example of a product that was selling at around a $10 profit per order. And I've got one of these individual ads highlighted because this one is particularly interesting for this example. So with around 44 clicks, we made 3 orders. So that means we're converting at around 6%. If we got around 100 clicks, we could expect around 6 orders. And we've only spent $15.43, and it's running at a 4x ROAS. All right, so we can just run through the math right here just so you can see how this equation works. So we want to take our conversion rate. So in this case, this listing is converting at around 6% times our profit per sale, which for this product is $10, and divide it by 100 clicks. We can spend up to 60 cents per click on this particular ad. We can figure out what we actually spent here. So we actually spent $15.43. And if we divide that by our 44 clicks, you can see we're only spending around 35 cents per click. It's also confirmed by the 4.4x ROAS, which means this ad is definitely profitable and we want to double down on it. Now, while running ads, you're gonna wanna monitor individual listing performance instead of the overall ad campaign because the results are going to be very different between each one of your listings. Some listings will perform better and some will perform worse from one another. There's a few more examples in here if you want to run the math for yourself, but I want to show you just one more example so that we can really drive this home. This listing, for example, has 47 clicks on it and it's made 3 orders. So we can assume that if we doubled the amount of clicks, we would also double the amount of orders, which would mean we had 6 orders for 100 clicks, or it's converting at around a 6% conversion rate. So then we take that conversion rate and we multiply it by the amount of profit that we're making per sale. For this particular example, it's a $10 profit product. And then we divide by 100 so that we can see what our cost per click on 100 listings is going to be. So this means we can spend up to 60 cents per click. So now, knowing that we can spend up to 60 cents, we can take the total amount of current spend and divide it by the amount of current clicks that we have. And you can see that we're currently paying 48 cents per click, or almost 49 cents, which means we're profitable by around 11 or 12 cents per click. We're spending less per click than our total budget allows, which means we're profitable. So in this case, even though the ROAS is a little bit closer to 2, which is still on the lower or tighter end, we're still profitable based on our cost per click method. Again, I've got the full detailed breakdown of these calculations in the downloadable material, so you can download this and follow along and use the numbers relative to your specific product that you're selling, but this is how you run the calculation. You're trying to figure out how much you're allowed to spend per click that you get in your ads and then spend less than that amount. If your budget is 30 cents per click and the ad is running at 48 cents per click, you should turn off the ad. But if your budget was 30 cents per click and you're only spending 25 cents per click, it's technically still a profitable ad. Now, the last thing I'll leave with you for the cost per click method is that you should still try and follow the 100 click rule. And so if you're serious about running ads, run them on your best listings, but then let them get to at least 100 clicks. This ensures that you have enough data to make accurate decisions about whether the ad is actually profitable or not. It tells you what the actual conversion rate for that listing is. And some listings in some niches just cost more to run ads to since the competition is higher. And so even if a product is good, it doesn't always mean that it's going to work well with ads. And as you're going through this process, remember to continuously monitor your ads and your budgets so that you know how your listings perform over time. Depending on the niches and the amount of competition and the other Etsy sellers running ads, the costs per click change. And so you want to continuously monitor to make sure that you're always remaining at least at break even and ideally profitably too. Now, how do you actually learn from and optimize your ads? Sometimes there's nothing you can do about it. For really highly competitive niches, if there's a ton of people trying to run ads, then it drives up the total cost per click that Etsy's going to charge you to actually run ads in that niche. And so sometimes it's unavoidable and it's just too expensive to run ads on Etsy. That said, there are a few things that are within your control that you can use to optimize your ads over time. So if your ads are getting a lot of views and clicks, but not a lot of orders, then either your pricing is wrong, which is typically not the case, or you have a bad preview image or mockup. So I'd recommend testing with different mockups for that listing, but sometimes it also just means that your design was bad and they couldn't tell from the first page of search results. Now, when you're running ads, you actually want less people to click on your ads, but you do want the people who are actually going to buy it to click on them. So that means you want your product to be as clear as possible, your design to be as clear as possible from the first page of search results. This is a super easy fix. So you can just go into the Etsy Listing Manager and you can crop in the image a bit more so that it's easier to see in search. So you can just come to the Listings tab, you can open up one of your product listings, and you can actually edit the images. And if you hit transform, I like to usually make them a square, and then you can just crop in the image a little bit more, depending on how much you want to show in the first page of search, and then hit apply. And now when your product shows up in search, it's going to be a lot clearer what the actual design and product look like, so that when you're running your ads, you actually get the people who want the product to click on it, not just anyone who is kind of interested. The goal is to have an easy product preview so that it's easy to see what it is from a glance. This way, people who are actually interested in your product are the only ones clicking on it. And that will also give you a higher conversion rate, which means more sales and more profit on your ads. Better thumbnail, fewer wasted clicks, lower ad costs, and better profitability over time. So that's essentially my approach to marketing. In this section, we covered both organic traffic and paid advertising on Etsy. We covered the research first approach and how we actually set up the entire business from the start to optimize for organic traffic. I covered things like adjacent keywords, the indexing timeline, and the actual strategy for how to leverage organic traffic over time. And we also covered paid advertising. So why I only run paid ads to proven winners, how to use ROAS as a baseline, the cost per click formula, and then individual listing monitoring and optimizing them so that you actually get the customers who are gonna buy your product to click on your ads. Now remember, if you are gonna run ads, this is the key formula that you need to remember. So write it down or take a screenshot or just download the downloadable material so you can save it. This formula allows you to kill losers and promote winners so that you maintain profitability and scale your ads properly. So at this point, you essentially know everything that you need to know about getting your shop set up, getting products posted for sale, and actually getting them to sell. So over the next few sections, I'm going to talk about things like operations and what it's actually like to grow the shop on a day-to-day basis. I'm going to answer all of your questions. We're going to talk about custom products, and I'm even going to do a deep dive into each one of the platforms that we use to run this business on a day-to-day basis. So I'll see you in the next section. All right, so in this section, we're going to go through exactly what it's like to be running this business on a daily and even weekly basis. So you can see what the operations are like and what you actually do day to day to continue scaling your business and managing it from a high level. So we're going to run through all of the tasks that I do, that I plan out, and some of the things that I do daily to actually grow this business. A few more marketing hacks and just general tips when you're going day to day running this business. So a normal day is just going to follow this fundamental routine, which I call the core loop. And it's just basically the same list of tasks that I'm going to follow every single day. And these make sure that the business continues to function and continues to grow regardless of what's happening inside the business. So you can see basically they go in order throughout the day. And the very first task is to handle customer service. So in the morning, you're going to log onto your computer, you're going to check your Etsy messages, see if any customers reached out to you, and you want to get back to them. So this is really important for maintaining your star seller badge. As you start making orders, you're going to eventually become eligible for this star seller badge, which essentially means as orders come in and as you're interacting with customers, you reply to them quickly, you have smooth and quick shipping times, which doesn't really affect you that much because you already set up your shipping profile, and customers give you good reviews on the products that you actually buy. So these start to fill in once you actually make orders. But messaging your customers back, you have to reply to 95% of customers within the first 24 hours. And that's just good customer service. If a customer is reaching out to you, it's likely because they want to buy one of your products. So you should get back to them as soon as possible. So my strategy is to do it first thing in the morning before I fulfill any orders. And that also makes it so that if a customer places an order in the middle of the night and they need to change something or they want to cancel their order, you'll be able to manage that customer support before actually going and fulfilling the orders. So that's why I do that first thing in the morning before proceeding onto any of the other tasks. But once that's done, we can start to actually grow the business. And so the next few tasks that I'll do every single day revolve around growing the business. So I'll research, I'll go find trends, I'll analyze niches, try and spot that demand, and I'll be adding those listings and shops to my competitor lists. I'll be adding them to my design hacking board, and I'm basically just saving future designs that I'm going to make for my shop. This is also where you'd want to check your niche calendar, for example. So we would want to check the 1 month away calendar and see which events are coming up so that I can start planning designs based around these seasonal trends and seasonal niches. Since we're in December, I could start making designs for some of these niches, or I could move out to January and start making some, New Year's, Lunar New Year's, Martin Luther King Jr., all of those type of designs. And I could even start to think about February designs as well as some more evergreen niches. That's what I'm going to be doing when I'm doing research. Then we're going to go create some batches of designs. Again, I've already talked about this in the design hacking part of this course. Essentially, it just follows the exact same process. So every day, the goal is to create a new batch of designs and get them uploaded to our products, because that is ultimately the only thing that is actually going to scale your shop. Anything else you do is kind of noise. It's kind of busy work. Posting listings for sale is what gets you sales in the long run. And so all of the tasks that you do every single day, or at least the majority of them, revolve around getting listings posted. So we research, we batch create designs, we upload and optimize them. Again, I've already covered this whole process, and we'll run through another live example before the end of the course, but you can see that the core structure of the day is based around creating and publishing listings. Ultimately, publishing listings is the last growth task throughout the day. And so, as you can see, the more listings you post, the more exposure you get, the more niches you're targeting, the better you get as a design creator, and the more sales you will make over time. So it's just simple, very basic math. The main part of your day should be revolving around creating designs and getting them published for sale. And then at the end of the day, you'll want to handle customer service once again and fulfill those orders. So I like to do it twice a day. Again, I always handle customer service before I go fulfill orders, so that if any customers have an issue, I can resolve the issue and then fulfill the orders. This ensures that all of my orders are getting fulfilled twice per day, so that no matter what, everything's still going to be shipped on time, but we're also handling that customer service. We're making sure that everyone's happy. And this is essentially what I do every single day. Now, remember, repeat these steps even if you don't have any sales. Pretend you're fulfilling orders every single day. It gets you in the habit of doing it. And it also sort of helps you bring those orders to you. It helps you get in the mindset of being the business owner who's making those sales. And even just pretending that you're doing it every single day helps you kind of bring that into your reality. So this, as simple as it looks, is the routine that builds the business. And just remember that consistency in these daily tasks is what compounds over time and turns the simple things that you do every day into real income that you'll have in your bank account. So that's what I do on a day-to-day basis, but there's some higher time frame things that I like to do on a weekly and even monthly basis that still help grow the business, just in other more indirect ways. So some of those growth and maintenance tasks, again, these are weekly or as needed. These kind of go beyond the daily routine, and these just help our shop continue to run smoothly, help attract more customers. And I've kind of broken them up into a few sections here. So first is going to be the marketing routine. So since my primary strategy focuses around organic traffic, we heavily lean into kind of gaming the Etsy algorithm and getting the most out of it that we can. There's a few things that we can do to optimize our listings to get even more organic traffic. The first thing is creating a daily sale. A daily sale is basically when your products themselves are on sale. And so if you look for something like a merry and bright shirt, this is one of the niches that we're targeting, you can see that almost all of these listings are on sale, 40% off. This one's 50% off. Almost every single listing, especially high up in search, are going to be running sales, and that's because it attracts buyers. And if we click through and we actually view one of these listings, you can see Etsy's telling us that it's a limited time sale. Sometimes they'll tell you that, it's only for a certain amount of time. So this sale ends in 4 days, for example. And if a sale ends the same day, sometimes they'll even put a countdown ticker so you can see when the actual sale ends. If it's in a few hours. So right here, for example, this one's a 30% off sale and it ends in 5 hours and 36 minutes. So essentially this sale ends at midnight wherever the shop owner is located. So what we want to do is in our Etsy shop, we can go to marketing, sales and discounts, and we want to come down to this run a sale button. If you just click that, this will bring up your option to run a sale. We already decided we're going to run a 50% off sale. You can just leave this as everywhere, since everywhere is going to be able to take advantage of the sale. And what I like to do is I like to select the start and the end date as the same exact date. So that way the sale will start right now and then it will end tonight at midnight. And then we can just give this a title. So I might just say that it's a Christmas. You could also say like Christmas 15 since it's the 15th. We'll hit continue. I like to just include all of the listings. We're selling the same exact product in our entire shop. So then I'll just confirm and hit create. And now if we go take a look at our shop, what you'll notice is that all of our listings are 50% off. So that loss leader that we uploaded is showing that this listing is actually $12.73. When they click on it, they'll be upsold to one of the better variants. And you can see that now all of our products are on sale. And it doesn't show you directly since I'm the owner of this shop, but if we viewed this listing from an incognito or from someone else's account, it would typically show one of these countdown timers. When the sale is ending, it'll show them the percentage that they're getting off. And it'll add that little bit of urgency so that a customer knows, well, if I wait too long or I come back to buy this tomorrow, it might not be on sale anymore. So that's part of the logic and the reason behind running a daily sale. You can also go and schedule out daily sales to start and end on the same day, and we can schedule them out into the future. So we can go and run a sale for tomorrow, for example. We could select the 16th through the 16th, and then we could say that this is, Christmas 16, again, 50% off. And we could go through and just create a bunch of future sales as well so that you don't forget. And that way as well, tonight at midnight, I wouldn't have to wake up at midnight to go run my sale because it's automatically going to turn on for me. So I typically like to schedule these out for a week or even a month. It only takes a few minutes to sit here and do it. There's no way to automate it. So you just kind of got to, manually set up your sales, but it's definitely worth it because adding that little bit of urgency helps you convert more shoppers into buyers. But along with our daily sale, we can also offer email automations. And so Etsy allows us to automatically send customers abandoned cart, favorite item, and thank you emails as an automation. And it'll basically send the customer a discount and coupon code reminding them that they liked the product, that they favorited the product or added it to the cart, and sending them an additional coupon or bonus to get them back to your shop to buy those products. Now, a little pro tip here is that if you're running the daily sale, they're not able to actually stack another percentage off coupon on top of the daily sale. So what we can do is we can send them the same sale or percentage off coupon as you're running every single day. So it'll look like an absolutely great discount and bonus for them. They'll come back to your shop, and then when they actually go to place the order, it's not going to allow them to stack two 50% off coupons and get a completely free product. Etsy's going to say, hey, it's already 50% off. You're getting the full amount of discount. Go ahead and buy the product at 50% off. So this is basically free email automation. You can get sales without having to do anything. So if we come back into that same marketing and sales and discounts tab here on Etsy, you can see the abandoned cart, thank you, and favorite item offer. So when you click one, we can just basically we can set them all up at once. We want to make sure that the percentage off is selected because if you do free shipping or a fixed amount, they might still be able to stack that on top of your daily sale, but we're just going to run it for a percentage off. So I like doing something slightly different than my actual daily sale that I'm running. So you could do like 55% or 45%. think we'll go with 55% for a thank you offer. We could even go up to 60 for a thank you offer because we're getting that customer to come back. For the abandoned cart, I like to do like a 45 or a 50% off. And for the favorited item, we can do like 55%. So it's really up to you how you want to actually structure these, because again, they're not able to actually stack them. It's just whatever they see, that's going to need to be enticing enough to get them back onto Etsy viewing your product so that hopefully they actually buy it. Again, you can read how these are actually triggered. So the abandoned cart gets sent to the customer when they leave an item in their cart. And it'll expire a few days after, if they don't actually take you up on that coupon. The coupon, again, doesn't actually apply because your products are already on sale, but this is how I like to set them up. Now, in addition to just setting these up, I also like to add a little detail by customizing the promo code just to kind of grab their attention even a little bit more. And so I've left some of those promo codes that I like right here in this document. And so you can see they're a little bit funny. They're a little bit like kind of interesting and out of the ordinary. And it's just to add that little extra level of detail so that if they do open up these emails and they click on it, they're just that more enticed to buy the product. So I like to do something like left on red if they abandon cart. It's just kind of like a silly meme just to get them back. If they favorite the item, we could do something like great choice as the coupon code. So we'll do great choice. And then if they actually order, we could say, thank you, you're the best. See you soon. See you soon is a good one. So we'll use that for the thank you code. And then we'll just hit create 3 offers. So now it's going to set all of those offers up. And now it's just essentially completely automated. So whenever someone abandons their cart with our product in it, they're going to get sent that email automation. If they buy our product, they're going to get the thank you automation. And if they favorite an item and then they don't come back to it, they're also going to get that favorite item automation. This is pretty underutilized in my opinion, because if we take a look at a product like this one, we can actually start to kind of calculate and measure the effect of some of these automations. So for this specific listing, you can see we're getting an estimated 1,200 sales and an estimated 1,300 favorites. So let's say, for example, with 1,300 favorites, we were able to convert an extra 3% of those people just through the email automation. I think you'll convert a few more than that, but that's an extra 40 sales. So assuming that's maybe an $8 to $10 profit margin, that's an extra $300 of profit just from a simple automation. And this is just one listing in this shop. We can actually analyze the full shop on ListingView, and you can see that in total, they've gotten over 50,000 total listing favorites. And so let's say with 50,000, they converted even less. Let's say they converted just 2% of those favoriters into shoppers. That's an extra 1,000 sales. And at $8, that's an extra $8,000 in profit. Now, it might be an older shop. They've been around for a few years, but an extra $8,000 for basically not having to do anything is absolutely worth it in my opinion. And that's only from one of these offers, from the favorite offer. That doesn't even include the abandoned cart and the thank you offer to get those customers back. So don't sleep on these free email automations that Etsy gives you. They're free, and so you might as well just set them up. And I like to do it the way that I just showed you. I also like to, as I just mentioned, plan for seasonal events and holidays. I like to use an upcoming calendar to tell me which events are upcoming so that I know what to prepare for. Now, if you're running this business long enough, eventually you're going to have customer issues arise. And so as those customer issues arise, I like to develop systems around how to handle those issues. The first thing I like to do is I like to create a replacement listing. So this is the way I handle when a customer orders the incorrect size of a product, or maybe it wasn't the actual color that they wanted. Since my shop doesn't offer exchanges and refunds, I will offer the customer the ability to purchase a replacement listing, which costs the exact amount that Printify is going to charge. So if we come to Printify, we can see that it's going to cost about $10.72 plus $4.99. So this is the exact price that I would create that replacement listing at. So I would essentially just sum these two values, so $10.72 plus $3.99 plus the 20-cent listing fee that Etsy's going to charge me. So I'm going to actually type that in wrong, plus the 20-cent, not the $20 listing fee. There we go. So the replacement listing should be $14.91. And so if a customer actually has a problem, they order the wrong size, they order the wrong color, they can buy a replacement listing. It's simply a listing in Printify that just says replacement. It's not linked to any SKUs. They can just buy this listing directly, and then I'll go manually fulfill with the correct variant and the correct design that they actually meant to order. This basically makes it so that you keep all of the profit, and it makes it so that the customer is still happy with your shop. 9 out of 10 times, the customer is going to take the replacement listing. I only have a few really grumpy customers who don't actually want to pay this and who demand a refund. And at that point, I just give it to them to avoid getting a negative review. Now, once you get that replacement listing created, I like to use canned responses to handle customer support. So this makes handling support not only faster, but it also makes it a lot more reliable because people tend to respond to messages the same way over and over. And so if we go into Etsy and we go into our messages, I actually had to send myself a message here from another test account so that you can see how this works. But when your customer sends you a message, it's going to show up like this. I'm going to accept the message. And now we can actually start to create some canned, or they actually call them quick replies right here on Etsy, to handle all of our customer support for us. Now, you guessed it, as a part of the downloadable material, you can download this document, which has a bunch of quick replies that I like to use in my own shop. So for example, if someone has a sizing question, like they didn't read your info cards, they didn't check the description of your listing, I like to have a pre-saved message to handle all of the sizing questions. So what we can do is just click on the quick replies, hit view and edit, and then this is where we can create some of those quick replies. You can categorize them too. This is what I do when I'm building out a full list of these quick replies. I'm just going to edit one so that you can see how it works, but I'm just going to say this is the sizing question, and then I'm going to copy and paste that message right inside of here. And now what happens is, if someone sends me a message and they're like, hey, how do your shirts fit? Then we can come in and we can hit sizing question and just hit send. And it basically just sends them that exact canned response so that I don't have to sit here and type out the message every single time. This document has basically all of the replies that I typically use. It has problems from cancellation requests to when you need to get photos for a custom product, for example, if your product was lost in the mail, exactly how to handle that. If the customer gave you the incorrect address when they were ordering it in Etsy, how to handle returns and exchanges. So all of these messages are basically crafted the way that I answer them, and it's just a customer support system. So if you want to integrate this exact customer support system, you can categorize all of your quick replies according to these categories, and then you can add in these quick replies to essentially handle all of your customer service for you. So even if you have questions about how to handle specific customer service, it's probably answered here in the quick replies, because these are all of the quick replies that I use, and it makes customer service almost just a non-issue. And I've also just tested these over time, so I know that customers respond well to them. They're helpful, and they just make it super easy to manage your shop. So I would recommend adding all of those quick replies into your shop just to sort of automate your customer service so that you don't have to worry about it going forward. In addition to that, there is a little bit of international selling prep that you might want to do on a monthly basis. International laws and rules change all the time, so this is just something that I like to sort of stay up to date on. It's not really something I can give you a clear direction on right now at the moment. But what you can do to jumpstart your compliance and just get a head start is go into manage your stores and then click on the settings icon. And if you do want to sell to the EU and United Kingdom, then I like to select this little check mark. It basically allows you to sell your Printify products in the EU, and then just hit save. They're going to pre-fill all of their information so that you don't have to worry about providing all of this information to business information to the EU yourself. So Printify makes it super easy to do that, and it basically keeps you in compliance while using Printify's information. Now, a question that every single person probably wonders when they're watching this section of the course is, how many listings should I be posting each day? And this is a really tough question to answer because it totally depends on the amount of time that you can commit to your business. Obviously, the more time and the more listings you post, the better. But the golden rule that I try and live by is that consistency beats intensity, and the compound effect of just posting listings every single week or every day if you can is actually going to be what scales and grows your stores. Personally, I've had seasons where I'm posting 50 product listings per day. I've gotten up to 1,700 listings in a single month. That was probably my highest month where I posted the most amount of listings, and I was working 10-hour days just making listings and posting them for sale. But you only really need to do intense sprints like that when you're aggressively trying to scale. And even that might be a little bit overkill. Remember that volume gets you those first sales and it gets you in the game. But that quality, those quality designs and listings are what's going to keep selling over time. And so for me, the sweet spot is trying to aim for around 20 Lou listings per day, around 5 days a week. That's really been the sweet spot to have enough volume to grow really quickly and to continue scaling the shop. It's small enough to stay out of just the spamming territory where all of your designs look exactly the same and you're not actually putting anything quality out. It's manageable to systematize so that you can still automate the things that should be automated, but you're not overkilling it with too much AI. And it leaves space to improve in quality every single day. And when you're only posting 20 new listings per day, targeting specific niches, every few months or so, you can come back and retarget some of the best niches that you created designs for as your skill improves so that you're never running out of ideas. This is just the sweet spot that I've found. Now, that's still a lot of listings. And so the way that I figured out how to get there reliably is to just build a system or follow the system that I've shown you throughout this course. You can scale up to roughly 20 designs per day. And then after you've gotten to 20 listings per day, you can start to improve the quality more than you improve the quantity that you're posting. So instead of going from 20 listings to 40 listings, I would stay at around 20 listings, but try and make those 20 the most high quality listings that you can possibly post. That's going to get you the best results over time. Now, if you're a part-time seller or you only have a few hours per day to dedicate to this business, you might be wondering, is this still going to work for me? And the answer is yes, but really only if you rely on systems as much as possible. I've designed this entire course to be system heavy so that you can do it even if you're on a strict time budget. But some of the ways that you can think about breaking down the process so that you can be successful on a part-time schedule are things like pre-batched design days. So dedicated days where you're going to create multiple designs instead of breaking up the process into multiple steps that you follow each day. One of the things you can do as a part-time seller is break up the daily cycle into, instead of focusing on multiple steps per day, break each one of those steps into their own day. So for example, pre-batched design days. So spend an entire day creating designs targeted towards the sub niche that you've decided to target. You're going to want to have reusable title and tag templates and frameworks in place so that you know exactly how you're getting your title and tags and you're mastering SEO in your listings. You're going to need to stay super organized with folders and a good structure so that when you're going to actually do the work, you're not scrambling all over the place and everything is exactly where you need it when you need it. And I would definitely recommend time blocking your day so that each specific time slot matches a specific task that you need to do, whether that's research or designing or uploading. You have dedicated time throughout the week so that you know when that time comes, that's the specific task you're working on. The key difference is that full-time sellers can basically brute force their way through any inefficiencies or any mistakes that they make. But part-time sellers, you really can't waste a minute and you really have to rely on strict systems and organization to make it happen. Your constraint is time, so optimization, it becomes your superpower. And I know I'll get the question, how many listings should I post if I only have 5 hours per week? Or what's the minimum viable workflow for part-time sellers? Again, it just comes down to consistency over time. Even 5 to 10 quality listings per week is going to be better than nothing at all, and it can still get you to your goal long term. Systems turn limited time into leveraged time. So build the system once and then you can continue to reuse it forever. Now, especially in the beginning, on a daily and weekly basis, you'll probably be wondering, why am I not making any sales? And so this is the diagnostic funnel that you can memorize and use to identify exactly what you can try and improve in your product listings that you're designing every single day to actually make more sales. And so the funnel sort of works like this. At the very top of the funnel, you need to get views. Eventually, those views on your product are going to turn into visits. A view is counted anytime your product listing shows up on the first page of search results or on any page of search results where the customer has the opportunity to click it. Your products will be shown in search. As we've already looked at, Etsy's always pushing out new product listings even on the first page of search for super broad searches. But if nobody's clicking, they're not going to be able to buy your listing either. And so the problem for not converting a view into a visit is almost always going to be your main mockup image, the thumbnail vibe, or the clarity and quality of the design. So it's basically all the image related issue. If you're not getting any views, it's because you didn't follow any of the SEO tactics that I've shown you. So you need to go back and rewatch the SEO and listing tutorials throughout this course. Once you get views, which is almost inevitable because we've baked getting views into the entire course, converting them into visits comes down to your mockup and your design and the overall vibe of that image. Now, when someone actually clicks on your product listing, you get a visit. And so next, you have to convert that visit, that person who's clicked on your product, into an interaction. There's several positive interactions. So for example, they can favorite your listing by clicking on the little heart. They can also add it to their cart. And they can also share it with friends, which counts as an interaction that you just can't track. And that builds on what we just talked about in setting up those automations so that when someone does favorite or add your product to cart, they're getting your marketing emails sent to them directly from Etsy. If they're not interacting with your product listing, it's typically because the design sucks, you don't have good info cards, or the pricing is too aggressive. Basically, these are the things that will turn off your customer and turn them away from your product once they're already on it. So if you're getting views and visits on your products, but they're not interacting by favoriting or adding that product to cart, it's likely due to one of these three issues. Now, once you're starting to get interactions, those people will eventually convert and actually buy the product. If they're not buying the product, there's only a few issues, and this is honestly super uncommon. Once you start getting interactions, eventually you're going to make sales. But if you're really not, I would take a look at the variations that you're offering for sale, those specific colors of the product and or the sizes that you're offering, the colorways, or any trust signals. So do you have bad reviews? Have you tried uploading a video to those specific listings? And does your shop overall look trustworthy, or is there anything weird about the page that's turning them away? Now, once you start to get those conversions, people actually placing orders and buying your product, this is when you want to scale those winning products. Any product that has sold is a winning product. And so what you want to do when something sells is double down on it as quickly as possible. So I like to design hack my own products. That means I like to duplicate the listing, which is starting with what's working, and then modify that new listing just a little bit. So maybe I'll change out the main listing image on that listing, or I'll add a new colorway, or I'll add a video, or I'll change the description, or just make a slight modification even to the design, just so that the new variation is slightly different, so that it abides by Etsy's terms of service, but it's almost the same product, so that I have two chances now of getting sales on something that I already know will sell. You want to keep the core elements the same, so don't reinvent the wheel, just build on what's proven to work, but you definitely want to double down on those listings that start to get sales. Publish a separate listing to multiply your visibility with the proven concept. So once something works, once a saying takes, double it and keep posting more of the same product. This works because when a listing from your shop sells, Etsy's algorithm has validated that that type of product works well in your shop. They're going to continue testing that product as well as other products in the search algorithm, and they're going to push them harder than they would have before. Remember, Etsy really likes products that sell. And so once you get one product that sells, they're going to start looking for more items that they can add to their catalog to push out to customers. They want customers to buy products from your shop just as much as you do. So creating variations gives you multiple chances to show up in search for the same proven concept with very little additional work. You've already created the original design and listing. So as soon as one design and one listing sells, especially early on in your journey, you can create 5 more variations of that same exact design using different mockups and colorways as your main listing image. And this gives you 6 listings in total, all targeting the same validated niche with unique presentation each time. And it gives you the absolute best chance of building on that momentum that you get from making that first sale. Remember, don't waste time guessing what's going to work. When the market tells you something, listen and then scale immediately. winners compound, and it only takes one successful listing to become 10, 20, or even 50 variations that can all sell over time. And you can abstract this out even more. So if a listing sells using a specific design style or a specific mockup or template from one niche, let's say it's the nurse profession niche, you can translate that over to a completely different niche. Let's say it's the accounting profession niche. And this is the best way to scale your shop because it's the most organic, it's the most natural, and you're just building on the success that you're generating for your own shop. So when a listing sells, multiply it and create more variations so that you can continue to build on that momentum. So right now it's about 7:30 in the morning, and that means it's time to answer customer messages. I think I only got like 5, and then submit all of the orders that I got overnight into production. Remember, we handle customer service first in case there's any issues or people want to cancel their orders so that we can manage that before we go and submit them all into production. So I'm going to do that right now. It typically only takes like 5 minutes or so. And then the entire rest of the day can be focused strictly on just making new designs and getting them posted for sale. So hopefully you can see right here, this is my live dashboard. We got, I guess, 47 orders overnight. So all we would need to do is we would need to come to the second page. I'll just select them all and then hit submit orders. Those are going to be submitted. And then I'm going to go back into the other page and we'll submit all of these orders as well. Just get all of them sent into production. All right, cool. So we've already fulfilled our orders for the day and we've managed customer service. And so if you'll remember from the operations section, essentially the entire workload that I have to do today is just researching, creating designs, and getting those designs published for sale in my shop. Those are really the only tasks that we have to do day to day. And so right now we're going to jump into my computer and I'm going to run through what an actual day of real work looks like. So I'm going to go through, I'm going to research some niches. We'll create some more designs. We'll get them uploaded and published for sale. And you'll see basically what this is like in real time. So I've got my design hacking board pulled up over here in Kittl. And I've also got my niche ideas list. Now, obviously, we could use a niche calendar and base some of those designs on upcoming seasonal events or trends. That's what I did for the Christmas designs, but I think to start here, we're just going to use a couple different examples so that you can see me do live research again while creating the product. So I really like this niche because it works in so many different ways. It can be a gift that people can buy almost all year round for people getting promoted or switching jobs. It can also work great as a seasonal gift for things like Christmas or whenever someone has a birthday. And so these type of niches in the professions and trade group can work year round. So all we're going to do to start out is just pick one of the niches here. So we could do like vets or librarians, professors, nurses. And obviously, if you click the little drop down, you'll get a bunch of other niche examples that you can go and target. Because our goal isn't to target these high level niches, but it's to get a little bit more specific and create designs for the sub niches. So if we take nurses, for example, we can just start there. And all I want to do first is just open up ListingView so that we can start to get an idea of the best selling nurse shirts. So I'm going to just type nurse shirt into the search bar. Again, super broad searches tend to perform a little bit better on ListingView just because of the way that is querying all of the listings. And we're going to sort, we can sort by monthly sales or monthly revenue. And this is going to give us a really good idea of which particular nurse products are actually selling best if we want to start and target this niche. So as you can see, kind of what I mentioned, most of the best-selling products here are doing the dual targeting. So it's a Christmas or it's a nurse and Halloween, or we're getting also a lot of like nurse and Christmas themed designs as well. You can see some of those taking off right there. And so these are just some good ideas that we could target. Basically, we can just start at the top and start writing down some of our ideas. So I like to do it this way where I have my main top category, then I have the actual niche, and then I start writing down some of these sub niche ideas. So for example, this listing says, have you tried icing it? So try icing it is sort of the niche. We can just write that in, and then we can continue looking for other sub niches to continue targeting. So this one says 12 days of nursing. So it's like a play on the 12 days of Christmas, I guess. Now it's not in the title, but I can still come back I can make a duplicate here and I can say 12 days of nursing. So there's another idea for us. And we'll just continue down this list. So this one seems like it's sort of a double niche again, where they're targeting dogs or labs as well as nurses. So it's sort of a play on words as well. So Black Labs dog nursing t-shirt will kind of save this idea as well. And we can continue going through. So this is literally the research process that I showed you earlier. Silent Night, that one's kind of funny. Let's take a look at this. Pain scale. So pain scale is another potential sub niche. Again, I like writing down as many potential sub niches as possible, and then I'll go back and I'll verify that I can actually sell those specific sayings in those specific designs. But it's easier for me to just go through and label all of them and write them all down and then do the follow-up work. So from here, let's also try just sorting by monthly sales instead of just monthly revenue. We'll see if there's any other different results that we didn't catch at first. And if everything looks good, let's see. Let's see if we can spot any more trends before we move just to Etsy. But I think these are looking good. If it was still Christmas time, I would definitely do some like gingerbread men, targeting nurses as well. And that's another great idea for a product that you can make. And then every single year, it probably won't sell throughout the year, but then it'll sell during Christmas time. Oh, healthcare squad. So like nursing, healthcare squad, that seems like a good idea. So we can grab that idea, healthcare squad. Let's see. I think that this is pretty much most of the niche ideas that I'm going to get from ListingView. We can obviously go and we can search Etsy for some more. So I'm going to just refresh our search results so we make sure they're all accurate. And from here, I'm already noticing some of those products that we got on ListingView. So that saved us a little bit of time there. And actually right here, this might be a niche in itself. So you can see like the leopard print, actual leopard print with the nurse niche might be just its own trend. So I just added these arrows just so that I could write these out. This is just how I kind of categorize like a sub niche, but you can, use the arrows however you like. So leopards, let's see if there's anything else. Off to prevent falls, maybe that would be a good sub niche. Nurse life, but again, I'm trying to use ListingView to find outliers and find new listings that are selling super well. This is an interesting sort of template. So it's like I have two titles, nurse and dog mom. And so we could think about doing something similar. Nursing is my jam. That's a template if I've ever seen one. So profession is my jam. Could be another good potential niche to target. I'm about to crash out with a little like nursing goose. So that's an interesting sort of template because we could just replace the graphic with whatever profession that we want to target. Either way, we have a bunch of sub niches that we could go target. So we could start there, but we're going to go through and do one more example. So instead of professions, I think we're going to try and target something else. And in the back of my mind, I was thinking we would do something like the sarcastic humor under the personal identity. Because like sarcastic humor and just humorous sayings can sell super, super well. And they're also really easy to make. So what we can do is we can also open up the filters in ListingView. And in the keywords, we can type some different keywords in. So I'm going to type shirt. And then I'm going to type humor. And we're just going to hit apply here. And so it's going to search from all of the listings in the database. It's going to search and find listings that have those two keywords from the title and the tags section. And basically it's going to get us a lot more results. So when you use this filters mode, it typically gets you more results because it's able to query a lot more listings. We're filtering out by monthly sales here. And you can already see that we're getting a bunch of pretty good results. We could also set this, actually, I want to set this to physical listings because I don't want to see like SVG downloads and digital downloads. I just want to see the actual products that we could use as inspiration for our own. So life is full of important choices. That's like a golfing tee, I think. So maybe that one's not specifically in the humor niche, but it could still be funny. Here's one. off to cause a kerfuffle. So I'm going to grab that idea, and then wherever I'm writing down or saving ideas, for example, I like to do this little kind of branching method so that I can see what my actual sub niches are. I'm just going to paste that in. And then once again, we can just come back into ListingView and proceed as normal. So this one says, what's it say? Feral and pregnant, don't touch me. All right, so this is like a double, like a pregnancy t-shirt. So it's kind of a double niche there. This one, let's see, a little ray of pitch black. Actually wanted to open it on Etsy so we can see how it's actually looking. And again, I'm not sure if I can sell all of these because I'm gonna go through and do research for each one that I actually create. I'm just writing down all of the ideas that I see that are potential sub niches. Any product that's selling super, super well is a potential sub niche. And so whenever I find a product, I like to save that sub niche, and then I'm going to go verify if I can actually sell that saying and if I can actually sell products in that sub niche. Sometimes you're not going to be able to. So again, for some of these ideas, you can't just use all of these examples that I'm showing you in this video. You're going to have to go out and do all of the verification. You're going to have to check the trademarks and make sure that you can actually sell products in these niches. Again, I've already talked about how I approach doing that, but it's totally up to you. So but back to what we're doing here. Let's see this one. The only squat I'm doing is diddly. So that's potentially another sub niche. And again, a sub niche is basically anytime there's a saying or a style of design or a general idea where lots of shops are selling the exact same thing and they're all selling it very well. So that's why I start at the top of the list. That's why I use ListingView to just filter all of the results so that I can save a ton of time doing this. First of all, I'm a delight. Here's another potential sub niche. So I'm just going to come in and add this. And honestly, I could keep going through and doing this, but I'm going to switch over to Etsy and I'm just going to search for something like sarcastic shirts. And this way we can hopefully get some even more ideas that we didn't see on ListingView. So again, this is going to show us an even greater batch of results. Let's see. I'm not responsible for what my face is doing when you talk. That's another potential sub niche. So I'm going to put that one in and we'll see. There's a lot in this niche. Again, these are super, super easy because as you can see, a lot of them are just text or with a simple graphic that we could probably make using AI. Sorry for what my face said. So we can grab that sub niche. And I'm running out of arrows, but I'm just going to keep putting them in just so you can really see, like this is exactly what I would do in a normal day. I'm loading up a page of search results. You can check the stats at the top to see how it actually performs, but I'm just looking for those outliers. I'm just looking for trending, high outlier listings. Any listing that's created within the last year is even better because that means that it's recently working. If it's a 13-month-old listing, like this one's a 24-month-old listing, it's a 2-year-old listing, it's still selling really well. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. If it's selling super well over time, it could still be worth trying to target that niche. But if it's selling super, super well and it's pretty new, I would personally make designs for both. It's just what you don't want to do is come through and make a design that's not selling super well. So it's new and it's just not selling. I'm not going to use that idea. Let's grab a couple more and then we're going to move on to designing. So this one says, like, admit it, life would be boring without me. So let me grab this sub niche. Admit it. Okay, admit it, life would be boring without me. Let's see if there's any more that are pretty simple that we could grab. Here's an 80x outlier, 17 sales per month. That's not too bad. It's too peoply outside. This is a super simple saying, so we could grab that one as well. All right, so at this point, essentially what I've done is it's only been 15 minutes and I've already come through and I've taken a bunch of sub niche ideas for the nurse niche and as well as for the sarcastic niche. So now I have a bunch of sub niche ideas and I could honestly spend as much time as I wanted targeting each one of these niches. Now, the second step to this would be to go and validate one of these niches. So if we wanted to start with this where it says, admit it, life would be boring without me, we would follow that same process that I talked about earlier and I would search for that keyword in Etsy. And what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a bunch of large shops that are all selling the same saying. And then I'm going to go check the trademark to make sure that no one actually has this specific saying trademarked and officially registered. So when we find a bunch of shops that are all selling it, that are all very large shops, it tells me that there's no one single original owner for the saying. So this one, you can see this shop has 53,000 reviews. They're selling that saying. This shop has 43,000 reviews. They're selling the exact same saying. I'm going to come through and look. Here's a 2,700 review shop selling that saying. And we can just come through and see if there's any more. Here's a 16,000 sale or review shop selling the saying. This one has 45,000 reviews. And so basically what this tells me is that this saying is commonly used amongst big shops, and big shops typically have sayings or typically sell products with sayings that are safe to use in your own products. So for me, I know that with so many large shops selling the exact same saying, the saying likely doesn't have an original copyright holder, so I can use that saying in my designs. That's the rough logic behind it. Obviously, coming up with your own completely original sayings is the safest method, but for something like this, you can see that as long as we're styling it in unique ways and we're actually creating something completely original, we should be good to sell this design. So what I want to do is come into my design hacking board that I have in Kittl, and I just want to make a copy of it. So I'm going to click Duplicate Project. This is going to open a new tab with the exact same design hacking board. This is the same board that you can download in the downloadable material. And I just want to rename this something like sarcasm design hacking. And this way I can stay super organized, and I can always come back to this specific design hacking board whenever I want to revisit my sarcasm humor t-shirts, or if I ever make a new batch, or if I don't, finish making all of these today, which I likely won't. If I only need to upload, 10 to 20 designs per day, I might only need to do 2 or 3 of these sub niches per day. So that's why, you can do this pretty quickly. So let's start with this saying that just says, admit it, life would be boring without me. So I'm just going to paste it in up there. And the first thing I want to do is, since I know most of these are just text only designs, I want to pick some of my fonts to go and actually create some variations of this design. So I'm just going to pick a few fonts that I like, and we will start to build out some variations of this design. So I'm going to just grab a few. I'm basically just going to make a copy of them. Oops. And then I'm going to use these fonts for my saying. And so now what we can do is, let me just align and space these. I'm just going to come through and paste that saying into all of these text boxes. And what it's going to do is it's going to apply that saying using these fonts. And already we're going to have, something to start working with. So now I can literally just go start designing it. There's no right or wrong way to do this. And so here I'm just going to style the text in a bunch of different ways. I think we'll do something with this typewriter font. So we could say, admit it, life would be boring without me. And then I think I just need to make the line height a little shorter. Yeah, I think this will look good. Admit it, life would be boring without me. Let's uncapitalize the I. Yeah, I think that looks good. We could add a period to the end, or we could leave it off. I actually think the design looks better without the period at the end. So we'll do something like that. Let's see. We can just keep playing around. We can keep messing with the layouts to see what's actually going to look good. And there's no right way to do this. All I'm trying to do is experiment and see what's actually going to look good and what's not, because we might not, get a winner on the very first try. So let's keep experimenting. Let's set these to a center. Admit it, life would be boring without me. So this could be a sort of pyramid shape. Remembering those design rules that we talked about, you kind of want things to be balanced. And so that's why this is sort of balanced. This looks like a staircase. And so that's why it feels more balanced. But if the word boring was on this second line, it would feel kind of weird because that second line is just super long. So hopefully you can kind of get what I mean by that. Let's do a little bit shorter there. So we have that pyramid shape, and let's just make a few more. Let's do something let's add one of our more custom fonts. So I uploaded the margin font. This one looks pretty good. Let's do all lowercase for this one, just to kind of make it a little fun. Admit it, life would be boring without me. All right, and then we'll center it. So I think that this one is still kind of balanced because the top and middle lines are similar widths, and then the second and fourth lines are also similar widths. So I think that could actually work. I actually don't think that looks too bad. We could also always like test it with a different font. So we could try the Special Elite font, and maybe that one looks a little better, but we just have to, we would just have to kind of see what it looks like on the mockup maybe. But you know, you can always just make multiple variations. All right, next, I think that I don't like impact as much. Let's go with a font like Barlow. So go with the Barlow and we'll set it to black. I think this one looks good. We'll also do all caps. And from here, let's make a new sort of style. So instead of the period, I think what we'll do is, actually, let me take this out. Life would be boring without me. So you can hopefully see kind of my thought process here. Admit it, life would be boring without me. All right, so now I'm going to align these to the right. And when you're doing like a stacked design like this, it's easiest if you like align all of the layers to the left or right as well. And then from here, what I'm going to do is just scale these up so that it's all in line. So here, let's do something like this. And that looks pretty good in my opinion. It's a little bit big, but you know, this is a good template that we could use. So at least in terms of the styling. Now I'd want to bring these in a little bit, but since it's all aligned to the left, it doesn't matter too much in terms of just visually getting it out. And then we can, you know, adjust the position of them a little bit better. And yeah, now you can see we're already getting some good templates. All right, let's do a couple more. I think what we should do is we should try and combine a font like this. Let me turn it all caps, and then let's grab a cursive font to do in conjunction with it. So we'll do something like this maybe. Life would be boring without me. Centered, aligned. This one needs to be centered. There we go. All right, that's all right. It's not the best, but again, it's not about having the best. It's just about making a large quantity, and then eventually we will have really good designs. So I think maybe the period doesn't fit there as well. So yeah, there you go. There's another template we could try and use. Actually, I think this font might look better if we did something like, forget what it's called. It's called Nectarine, I think. Yeah. Nectarine font is going to look better there. Sweet. Yeah, this is looking a lot better. So now you can see, I guess I'm going to get rid of those other examples. What we've essentially done here is, are these the absolute best designs? No, I've only spent like 9 minutes making these designs, but they're all targeting that niche that we know works really well. So I could essentially like scratch that one off since I've already made designs for it, and then I could pick the next sub niche that I'm going to create designs for. And so we could say like, sorry for what my face said. And now I already have a head start on making these designs. So it makes it a lot easier to make future designs in this niche. So I can just copy all of these designs and I can start filling them in with my new saying. So this saying is going to be, sorry for what my face said. And we can literally just start filling all of these in. So I could say sorry, and then this could say for what my face said, or something like that. And so now we're getting, you know, hopefully you can see we're taking the original idea, the original template and layout. This works super well if you have really high quality layouts and templates, and we're just going to fill it in with the new idea. This one, I don't know if this would look that good just because there's not that many words, because like sorry would be sorry for what my face said. So we could do something like that, I guess. It's not going to look quite as good. Is that the full saying? Sorry for what my face said. Yeah, that is the full saying. So that doesn't look too bad, honestly. Let's see if it looks good just like in this font. Sometimes it like, honestly, this looks pretty good. This is an example of a design where I just paste the text in and it already looks pretty good, like first try. Let's try this, but in all lowercase. Sorry for what my face said. There we go. That looks all right as well. We could try kind of this left aligned staircase again. Sorry for, I think we would have to do like, sorry for what my, or sorry for what my face said. It's hard to like picture it with these text boxes. So, you know, we could do something like that with a little like staircase again. Let me collapse the line height a little bit. And maybe we try all caps there. Let me see if that's going to look better. That might look a little bit better. And then let's do typewriter font. We'll do sorry for what my face said in all lowercase. Maybe we'll add something to it. So we'll say like ... We will collapse these. We could do something like that. That actually doesn't look too bad since the top and bottom are kind of balanced. But yeah, something like that looks pretty good. Sorry for what my face said. We'll make, you know, the line height a little bit bigger. And there you go. So now, what have we done? We've essentially taken two of our ideas and we've generated a bunch of designs. And keep in mind, like I've now been recording in total for 30 minutes and we already have something like 14, 15, 16 designs or something here. Are these the absolute best? Definitely not. But I haven't even done any designs with color in them. I haven't added any graphics. And I've literally spent 30 minutes working today. So in perspective, when you think about it, if I spent 3 hours creating even better designs or making better templates, I would come out with a lot higher quality designs. Now, I'm not going to make you sit through 3 hours of me sitting here and tweaking these designs just to make them that much better. But hopefully you get the point. This has taken me 30 minutes. I could probably upload all of these, and even if only one of them sold and became even a somewhat regular seller, it only took me 30 minutes of work to get there. So now I'm just going to take all of these designs that I made, I'm going to upload them, post them for sale, and hopefully all of the work that I needed to get done today will be done in less than an hour. So to do that, I basically just have to finalize all of the sizing for all of the text boxes so that it fits nicely inside of my frames. So I'm just going to do that here. And any designs that have 2 layers, you want to group them together into single layer designs. So I just grouped them together. And now we basically have all of our designs ready to go. I'm just going to scale these up a little bit. And then I can start adding them to my frames. So I'm going to select all of those designs and I'm going to come down here. And they're going to need to be a lot bigger. So what you can do is you can sort of select them all. And if you just align them, you can kind of see how big they're going to be relative to the t-shirt. So I like them to be fairly big. I think bigger designs sell better. So we'll do something like that size. And then I just need to add an artboard. We'll make it the t-shirt artboard size. You can see that's going to fit pretty nicely. So I have 7 designs right here. So I'm just going to make 7 artboards. And now I can just place 1 design per artboard. And then we can come through and do any last final sizing adjustments that we wanted. So I think this one will kind of make it a little bit smaller, something like that. This one will kind of lean into the fact that it's big. This one, I think actually is going to look really nice. So we might leave that around that size. I might make the second layer a bit smaller. Boom, there you go. So now we have all 7 designs pretty much ready to go. This one I want to be just a little bigger. There we go. All right, so I think we're pretty much going to be good with this size. So hopefully you remember how we set everything up. I'm just going to select all of our designs and then we're going to hit export. I'm going to change the DPI to 300 and we're going to remove the background from them. And now we can just download as our black version of the designs. So there we go. We have our file right there. And then from here, I'm just going to move that into our designs folder, and I'm going to open it up so that we can use those designs with our Photoshop automation. And then finally, the last step I have to do is select all of these layers, and I'm going to change them to our slightly off-white color so that we get that double ink, but also so that we can export the white versions of the designs so that we can create both versions of our mockups. So here I'm just going to open it, and then I'm going to call these white, and that way I know which folder is which. And then I'm just going to actually name this folder black. So now I have my black designs saved in this file. I have my white designs saved in this file, and now I'm ready to start uploading. So the very first thing I want to do is come over into Prelist. I've got my shop selected. I've got my template already loaded up with all of my colors imported right there, and I can start uploading my designs. Now I'm going to upload the white versions first since they're going to go on the majority of the colors. And then I'm going to add a variant. And this variant is going to have all of the colors that my dark design needs to go on. So in this case, I'm going to add white and ivory. And I think those are the only two colors that actually have a dark design. So now you can see that our variation still on the front of the product is going to be white and ivory. And from here, I can come select all of the black designs, and I can upload those for the variant. So now all of the main colors are going to get the white design. All of the variant or light colors are going to get the dark design. And then we can come down and we can start building out some of the SEO, some of the titles for our product. So this design says, sorry for what my face said. So what I need to do is come through and pick out some of the top selling products in this niche so that I can use their SEO. So I'm just going to start by holding Command or the Windows key on your keyboard, and you can click these listings and it'll open them in another page so that we can start to grab some of their SEO. So I'm just going to find some that are selling best. Again, using that little ListingView plugin to identify which ones are actually making the most amount of sales. And with these open, now I can come through and I can use some of the SEO from these listings to actually use the best keywords in our listings. So next what I'm going to do is just open up a text editor, and this is where I'm going to start pasting in all of those keywords. And we're just going to start grabbing different phrases and keywords from these titles of these listings that are already proven to sell, making sure that each keyword is separated by a comma. So I'm just going to come through and grab a bunch of these. And you can literally see how I'm adding them directly to the listings. Again, this works. Some of the listings say like comfort colors. You can copy this if you're selling a comfy colors. Otherwise, you would definitely want to remove any irrelevant keywords to the product that you're selling. And so I'm just going to finish this up. And now you can see I've got a full string of title keywords that I know are proven to drive sales. So since we're uploading seven different products here, I'm going to have a good chance of actually getting some rank because we're using keywords from proven listings, and it's going to be scrambled across all of our product listings here. Now, it is best practice to come in and just refine these keywords a little bit. So for example, if you see something a little weird, like if the word comfort colors is reused too often, or there's a specific term that's reused too much and you don't want it appearing in every single listing, then you might want to remove it. So I only really need it once. I don't need to spam the fact that this is a comfort colors in every single listing, but then I'm going to copy this and we can come back into Prelist, and I'm just going to paste all of those keywords in my titles, and we can decide if we want to keep or remove the commas from our titles as well. And you can see this has one too many characters. So we'll go through and just remove that comma. And now you can see every single one of these products is going to have unique keywords in its title, but generated based on titles that are already proven to sell super well. Now, we can also add some top selling tags right here during the upload process if you want, but to keep it consistent with the previous tutorial, I'm going to add them after I've already uploaded these to the shop. So otherwise you would just add the tags in right here, and then they would be uploaded to your Printify product. It doesn't matter if you choose to add them before or after. This is just the way that I like to do it. So from here, we already have our title set. Everything's going to be uploaded properly. I'm just going to hit upload to Printify. You can check this if you want, publish after uploading, but I'm just going to start creating them first. Now, while these products upload to Printify, I'm going to get started on my mockups. So I'm going to open up Photoshop and then I'm going to click on scripts and open up the mockups script. And this is where you can select all of those folders. So I already have almost all of them selected. I've got the mockups. Then I need to select the designs folder. So here you can upload the black and white versions of the designs if you'd like, but it will make twice as many mockups. So just keep that in mind. I think for now, we're just going to make the white versions and we'll use those in the listings for this example. But otherwise you would just want to add all of your dark designs to the designs folder as well. So we can select the designs folder, and then for the export folder as well, I'm just going to open this in Finder and I'm just going to clear it out. I'm just going to delete all of those old mockups so that we have a clean folder when we go to run this script. So now I'm just going to start this script and you can see it's just going to run through and generate mockups for all of those listings that we just made. Back in Prelist, you can see that all of our uploads have apparently finished. And if we come into Printify, you can see that now we have all of these products created and ready to go. So all I'll have to do is select them and I'm just going to hit publish on those 7 and we'll hit confirm. Then it's going to start publishing these products to our shop. This will take a little second, and we also have to wait for the mockups to finish generating. Again, it might say published, but then you just want to wait a few minutes for all of the images to actually get pushed to Etsy correctly. Now, what I like to do while the mockups and everything is still loading is I like to grab the tags that we're going to be using for our listing. So what I'm going to do is open back up that text editor. I'm just going to clear it out. And I'm going to come through all of these listings that I know are proven to sell super well. And I'm going to look at which tags are performing really, really well. So I'm just going to grab some of these low competition and high search volume keywords. And we're just going to add them separated by a comma in this text document. So we're just going to go back and forth, adding some of these just top selling high search volume, low competition keywords. And that way, when we add them to our listing, we're going to get some really good variety across all of the tags that we're using. And a lot of these listings are actually using the same exact keywords from one another. So sometimes you won't get a completely new batch, but it's worth checking. Now, we only got a few of these super low competition, high volume keywords, but keep in mind that not every single keyword you add to your listing has to be one of these really high recommended keywords, because sometimes they're not actually getting searched. And so it's okay to use some of these keywords that have a lot more competition because they can still drive sales. Etsy still promotes new listings even on super broad searches like these. So it's okay to have a mix of really high competition and low competition keywords in your listings. So from here, once all of our listings have published from Printify, I'm just going to come over into ListingView and I'm going to refresh the listing optimizer. So you can see it's been a few days since the last edit. This is just going to pull in all of those new product listings. From here, I just need to select the listings that I'm going to be editing. We can open them up in ListingView. I'm going to go to the tags section and I'm just going to add in all of these tags to all of the listings. So I'll add those and hit update. Then I'm just going to come back into ListingView. I'm going to grab all of the tags from one of those listings that's selling super well. I'll paste them in. I'll hit update and it's going to add in the rest of the tags that we need. And so now you can see all the tags have been updated. We have those super high volume tags, but we also have just general tags that will hopefully drive some traffic. Plus, all of the titles are already optimized, so we should be good to go. And now we can go into the photos section. And this is where we can just start uploading some of those photos. I'm going to upload about 6 mockups per listing. So I'm just going to come through and select my favorite 6 mockups that we have. They're probably going to be the same exact mockups every single time. And we can just drop them into ListingView and it's going to replace all of those images. And we can rinse and repeat this same process for every single listing. From here, I'm just going to adjust the order for some of these images so that the ones that I actually like appear on the very first slot. Then I'm going to upload all of my info cards to slots 7 and 8. I'll hit update and it will add those into our listings. And then the final thing I need to do is delete any image slots 9 through 12 to remove the final Printify mockups. So we'll just select 9, 10, 11, and 12. We'll hit update. And from here, everything should be good. So I'm just going to publish those updates to those listings. You can see that the publishing is in progress. So now all we have to do is wait a few seconds for them to load. So at this point, the recording has been going for about 45 minutes and we've gotten almost everything done for our daily work. So in that amount of time, I've been able to research, I've been able to design hack and create a bunch of new design templates that I can reuse for more sayings in that same niche. I created 14 designs and we also got them uploaded to our product in Printify, published for sale on Etsy. We generated the mockups and used a bulk editor to apply those mockups, to apply tags and make sure that our titles are all optimized and everything is ready to go so that these products have the best chance of selling. All that's left now is for these changes to finalize publishing and these listings are going to be good to go. And I'm basically done with what I have to do today. This was a small batch of products, but the fact that I researched multiple niches and I created all of these designs from complete scratch live for you in this video should hopefully give you hope that you can make a lot more designs and probably higher quality designs than I made here in this video in only a few hours per day. When I come to view the shop on Etsy, you can see exactly what I'm talking about. So all of those new designs that I've created and published for sale are showing up. And if we click on one of the listings, you can see just how good it looks. So the design honestly looks much better when it's actually uploaded to the mockup. The user can scroll through and view different poses and different mockups with the same exact design. We've got the color chart. We've got all of the info cards added to this listing. It's on sale. And so this is a well-oiled and operatable machine. All I have to do is those same steps that I just showed you. Research, create designs, and do the bulk uploading. And over time, this shop would grow. This is only a few listings, but you can already see that we're building out a very branded shop. And as I start to add more mockups and I start to expand my design and niches, I'm just going to continue to grow the shop. And each listing that I post is another opportunity to make sales. Even for super simple designs like this one, you can see how much better the design actually looks once it's on the mockup. So don't be afraid of creating designs because sometimes all it takes is the right mockup to really bring it to life and make it look like something that people would actually pay money for. And even if they don't sell, there's always the next listing that you're going to make and post for sale, and eventually something's going to stick. So congrats on making it this far. Most people are never going to watch this point in the course because they just aren't dedicated enough and they're not going to take it seriously. And so congrats if you're actually here. This section is for anyone who's actually going to take this and turn it from a side hustle into a full business. This section is mostly going to be applicable after you've broken out of the $1,000 to $3,000 profit per month range. These are going to be all of the tips and the strategies that I use to continue scaling the business from banking, credit card hacking, and legally structuring the business so that you can continue to scale the business safely. So this module 8 is basically what to do when this becomes an actual business. Again, this only really applies when you're making $1,000 to $3,000 of profit per month, but this information is still useful for thinking about long-term how you're going to continue to scale this business while staying protected. The very first thing you're going to want to do in terms of actually setting this up is get yourself a business checking account. There's a lot of bank accounts that you can have for your business. Some of them are free. Some of them look free, but are not actually free. And so typically you're going to want to go with a business checking account just because it helps you organize all of your finances for the business and keep them separate from your personal finances. This makes things like accounting and paying your taxes a lot easier once you get to that point. Again, you only have to worry about paying taxes after you've made like $600, I believe. Don't quote me on that. Again, I'm not a legal professional, so this is all entertainment purposes only. But separating your business funds from your personal checking account is one of the first steps you can take. And personally, I'm a big fan of the American Express business checking account. There's several reasons for that. First is you're going to get a 1.3% APR, so they're going to pay you a little bit of interest just by having your money in one of their checking accounts. Almost every single business checking account besides this one is going to give you like 0%. So they're not going to pay you absolutely anything. So in my opinion, even though it's a tiny percentage, it's better than nothing. So your money earns interest over time. There's also no monthly maintenance fees, and this is huge. Other banks such as Chase and JP Morgan, they have really good business checking accounts and they appear to be free, but In my experience, they're always sneaking in little monthly fees. So they'll charge me anywhere from $15 to $30 a month. And from my experience, it's kind of difficult to keep track of all of the requirements that you have to meet each month in order to not pay the $15 or $30 fee. And so that's why I've switched to the American Express business checking accounts, because there's no monthly fees whatsoever. You can see if you take a look at some of their marketing, they don't charge you any monthly maintenance fees, unlike a different bank such as Chase, where they're going to charge you some fees. And it's very hard to avoid paying those fees, even though there are some strategies you can use to get away from it. There's also some sign-up bonuses available. So as you saw, depending on how much you deposit into the account or how much you spend through the business checking, sometimes you can earn some bonus points. So it's a nice little bonus in addition to just having a free business checking account. If you get to the point where you're able to earn some of these bonuses, for example, this one, you have to deposit $5,000 within 30 days of opening the account, and you have to maintain a balance of $5,000. And then you have to make 5 qualifying transactions. So relatively easy if you get to the cash flow point where you can have $5,000 to deposit into the business, which hopefully shouldn't take you too long. Then it's a great little $30,000 point bonus that you can have with American Express. And it's also good because American Express gives you the pathway to having some of the best credit cards on earth. In my opinion, American Express has some of the best credit cards that you can have in general. And so that's why it's a good idea to build up that relationship with them, because it'll be easier to get those cards down the line. So it's good to build up that relationship early on, because it'll lead you to those premium credit cards that might be a little bit harder to get if you don't have that relationship with them. But that brings us into credit card hacking. Now, before we go and talk about credit cards, just remember, never spend money that you don't have. You should never be racking up debt for anything. You should always use credit cards as a tool for rewards and not as a loan to borrow money that you don't have. It's okay to use a credit card to pay to fulfill an order before you get the funds deposited from Etsy, for example, because you already know that you're in profit. Etsy's going to pay you the funds from the customer, and you're going to pay less to get that product printed and shipped to the customer. So that's okay to do if you're running into cash flow issues. Credit cards are super helpful for situations like that. But otherwise, you don't want to use credit cards to go buy a new computer or go buy equipment before you're making money with your business. You only want to use it for cash flow issues and to rack up rewards once you're kind of building up momentum and have some consistent sales coming in. So please use credit cards responsibly. They can absolutely destroy you and destroy your financial life if you're not careful. Now, why do we want to use credit cards? There's several reasons why I absolutely love using credit cards, but primarily for the points and rewards and the cash back, because we're going to be spending a lot of money. If you're making even $1,000 to $3,000 in profit per month, you might be spending $5,000 to $10,000 a month on your credit cards. Because remember, the cash flow, you're making a lot more and you're spending some on products. And so you're left with a few $1,000s in profit, but you might have to cash flow and you might have to spend even more than that per month. And so we can put all of those charges on a credit card to earn points, rewards, and cash back. So you might be wondering, well, which credit cards should I use in order to do this? Don't worry, I've got you covered. So here are some of the absolute best credit cards that I would personally recommend for this specific business. Number 1 is the PayPal Cashback. Hands down, this is probably the single best deal that you can get for this specific business. So this PayPal Cashback credit card, it gives you 3% cash back when you check out with PayPal. Now, what's particularly cool about that is that in Printify, if you go into the Payments tab and you go to Fund Your Account. So we talked about topping up your Printify balance so that you're not getting thousands of charges on your credit card. You can add money to your Printify account using PayPal, which means for every dollar that you put into your Printify account from PayPal, you're going to get 3% back in cash that you can actually use. It's tax-free and the cash just goes straight into your PayPal account. So last year using this strategy, I made like $18,000 just from the cash back from one of my shops because I was constantly using one of these PayPal cards to fund the account. And the only other downside you should know about it is it takes 1 to 2 weeks for the limits to reset even after you pay it off. So let's say, for example, you have a $5,000 credit limit on the card that they give you. If you spend all $5,000 loading up your Printify account and you basically use up the entire limit, even if you pay it off the next day, there's typically going to make you wait 2 to 3 weeks before they're going to refresh and actually allow you to spend that $5,000 again. So if you're spending more than your credit limit per month on fulfilling your orders, then you're not going to be able to maximize the cash back to the fullest potential, which kind of sucks. So just keep that in mind. You can use the PayPal cashback even if you bank with Amex. It's a great credit card. It can get you some good cash back. And remember, the cash back is tax-free. So that's any additional money that you're making. You're basically saving 3% without paying taxes on it. It's an absolutely great deal. On top of that, there's some other cards that I would recommend. So if you are going to bank with Amex, then some of the best cards you can get are the Blue Business Cash Back. This is going to get you 2% back on all purchases, but it is capped at $50,000 per year. So once you start to spend more than $50,000 per year, it starts to become less valuable. So if you are in that category, you can also add the Blue Business credit card, just the standard plus card. Again, these two are free. So both of the Blue cards are completely free. They don't have any annual fees. This one gets you 2x points on all purchases up to $50,000. So that gets you $100,000 worth of rewards between both of these two cards, which can be absolutely amazing if you're spending that much money per year. Whether you're getting cash back or Amex points, it doesn't really matter because they're valued about the same from one another. And American Express has a ton of different ways that you can redeem those points for things like travel and hotels. And using these credit cards has other benefits that I can try and talk about a little bit. But I would definitely start with the business cashback card if you're going to start banking with Amex and you want a free credit card to start racking up points while you're paying for your Printify orders early on. Again, this also helps you stay organized and keep your business spend and all of your business funds separated from your personal banking, makes taxes a lot easier and it's a lot less sketchy, and it gets you rewards. And with a free credit card, it can definitely be helpful early on. The next card I would recommend is the Amex Gold. Now, this one has gotten a little worse over the years. So if you're actually spending a lot, it's not the absolute best that you can get specifically for this business. It costs around $400 per year. But the reason I do recommend it is because you can get an absolutely insane sign-up bonus, 100,000 points, if you spend $15,000 per month, or rather within the first 3 months of opening up the card. So that's around $5,000 a month of spend over the first 3 months. You get an extra 100,000 points, which can be really good. That said, the specific multiples that you get with this card for print on demand aren't that good. So you'll see the 4x points on eligible categories. Well, none of the categories that print on demand has, unfortunately, are eligible. So you won't get the 4x points, and you're not going to get that many points for flights or prepaid hotels unless you're somehow doing that for your business, which you're likely not. So that means you're getting 1x points on all other purchases. So I typically like to recommend this card just to get the sign up bonus. But if you want the absolute best card, hands down the best one is going to be the Amex Platinum. So the American Express Business Platinum card is probably the best one that you can get once you're able to comfortably afford it. So this one specifically, it costs $900 per year. So they're going to charge you that every single year, but you get a ton of benefits. So not only are you usually going to get a huge sign-up bonus in points when you actually get this card, which pretty much covers basically the entire annual fee for this card just in points. You have to spend $20,000 within the first 3 months. Again, you should only get this card if you're easily able to do that. So you shouldn't be getting this card if you're not going to be able to get the sign-up bonus. That's a good, way of thinking about how to get these cards. If you can't get the sign-up bonus, don't worry about getting the card because, it's the criteria is kind of there to filter out people who aren't ready for it. If you can't get the sign-up bonus, you're not spending enough to make the annual fee worth it, and you're not going to be able to take advantage of the card as a whole. But that said, there's a ton of benefits here. This is the card you're going to want to get, especially once you're ready to start traveling and taking this business on the road. This is really where you start to graduate from that side hustle territory into a full nomadic business that you can really run from your laptop. And so this is a really cool point to be at. But again, it takes a lot of that consistency. So you get the $600 hotel credit. So you get $300 basically twice a year in like Q1 and Q3. You also get, there's just a bunch of bonuses. So you get like $500 to spend at fine hotels and resorts, $800 with the Global Lounge Collection. A lot of these you don't even typically end up using. I'll typically use like half of them and it still easily pays for the card. You can get a clear credit and I think maybe a TSA pre-credit. So this is really nice. Once you start flying a lot, you don't want to have to sit through the typical like security lanes. So these really help you just speed up your travel and make it more enjoyable. You get airline fee credits. You also get a lot more points. You get 5x points when you book travel through Amex. And on top of all that, there are some credits. So for example, the Adobe credit. If you're at the point in this business where you're truly scaling things up, you're probably going to have the Adobe suite that we talked about earlier. This gets you a $250 credit. So for me, every single year, it drops the price from $900 down to like $650 or something because of this $250 credit that you get just from buying Adobe, because I'm going to need Adobe anyway to actually run the business. And on top of that, the main reason why you're going to want this is because it's going to get you 2x points on key business purchases, which essentially just means anytime you spend more than $5,000 on the card, it's going to double the amount of points that you get. So once you're to the stage where you're able to spend $5,000 whenever you top up your Printify balance, you're going to get double the amount of points on your Amex every time you do that. And so it's super helpful for quickly racking up points. And I believe it's unlimited spend, up to $2 million actually. So almost unlimited. You're probably not going to reach that threshold right away. I haven't reached that threshold. $2 million in spend is a ton. And so you can basically earn unlimited points just by doing this, spending the $5,000, putting it on the card. You'll earn hundreds of thousands of points by doing this. And so it's a great hack. And that's why I recommend it. And if you do keep this card, you get a $1,200 bonus after you spend $250,000 within a year. So once you really scale up this card, that's basically like a $400 cash bonus on top of having the credit card completely for free and earning the sign-up bonus, getting all of the points. And so it's an absolutely insane card once you're to the point where you're able to spend that amount of money. You get the Amex lounges, you get the concierge services. They'll give you a bunch of extra protections whenever you rent a car or book a hotel. And so absolutely insane once you start scaling up to that point. So personally, I would recommend opening the Amex checking again so that you can start to build towards that path of having these cards. And then I'd get either the PayPal or the Business Plus card to start earning some of those points. I'd skip the gold and I'd go straight to the platinum once you're ready to start traveling because the platinum is going to save you a ton of money. All right, so sort of the final boss for actually establishing your business as a real business is forming an LLC. This is something that you might want to do before you actually open up your bank account, depending on the stage that you're at and how quickly you're scaling things. But the primary focus of the LLC is to add a little bit more separation from your personal assets, which are, your personal income and your personal money from the actual business itself. So if something goes wrong with the business, you're going to be completely safe if you're using an LLC, or at least that's the idea. Again, you need to consult a professional for even more details, but setting it up is pretty simple. You just need to pick a name for your business and file with the state that you live in. You can also use something called a registered agent. So this is essentially a company or a service or a firm that's going to collect all of the mail. They're going to file all of the paperwork on your behalf, so you don't even have to worry about it. And they're going to collect all of the documents that you need for your business. So super, super useful if you don't want to have to manage all of the filings and all of the upkeep and all of the annual renewal dates that you would normally have to keep track of. A registered agent makes it super, super easy. And so you can create an LLC through a registered agent if you'd like. Then you need to file the LLC. So you're submitting the articles of organization and you pay the fees. This creates like your operating agreement, which basically outlines how the LLC runs, even if you're the only owner. Then the IRS is going to send you an EIN. This is going to be basically the number that you use to file taxes. So again, this is just another level of separation. You'll have your personal taxes and then you'll have the business taxes. Again, you only really need this once you're at that level where you can sort of afford to separate everything and file twice. It adds a little bit of headache, but it also adds a bit of protection. And then you'll want to make sure that you're banking in compliance. And so this typically means opening up a bank account with that EIN. So I said you might want to wait until you've set up an LLC to actually create that bank account. If you're going to bank with American Express, for example, you can open up the business checking account using the EIN number that the IRS is going to give you. And that means that the entire bank account is owned strictly by the business. It just adds that extra level of organization and separation from your personal assets to the business. Now, you might be wondering, when should you actually open up the LLC? Honestly, as soon as you're making consistent sales. Again, once you're making $1,000 to $3,000 of profit per month, it's definitely not going to hurt you to open up an LLC. It sounds like a huge headache, but I'm going to give you some game on how you can do it super easily. You can go with whoever you want, but personally, I use Northwestern Registered Agent. And when you sign up with them, they're going to get you absolutely everything that you need. So it takes about 10 minutes to do their onboarding and sign up process, from getting the official business name to all of the documents properly filed at the federal and state level. They also give you a registered agent address so that you don't have to use your own personal home address on the public filings. So it's super nice to keep a little bit of your own privacy so that your LLC isn't tied to your personal address. And again, it does it all in under 10 minutes for around $100, depending on the specific state that you live in. So I live in Colorado. It adds a little bit of state fees, but it's definitely the best $100 that you're going to spend for any type of tax and legal structure, because it makes it so easy and it gets done so quickly. And don't forget, if you've downloaded the free downloadable material from this course, and you come to this costs table, this is where I have all of the discounted links that I have available. If you click on this add-ons and miscellaneous button, this is going to bring up all of the auxiliary links that I recommend using to get you discounts on things like forming an LLC. So you can use the exact same Northwestern Registered Agent that I use, and they give you a huge discount when you use this link. So you can come to this table and scroll over and click the claim offer button, and it's going to get you those discounts so that you can create an official LLC in like 10 minutes for almost half the cost. I guess actually less than half the cost that I paid for it. Once you're at the point where you're making even $1,000 a month, you might as well set up the LLC, move the Etsy shop into the LLC, create the bank account, and then just have that peace of mind going forward that as long as you keep the funds separated, the LLC should add a fair amount of protection for your business. But again, obviously, if you have any questions about it, this is purely entertainment, and so you should consult a professional. So to quickly recap, once you're at the point where you're making between $1,000 and $3,000 per month, some of the ideas that I like to follow are opening up an official business banking account. I like to use the Amex business checking account for all of the benefits we mentioned. This is when you can really start to optimize the credit cards and start credit card hacking to earn those points and rewards that we mentioned earlier. And I would also consider forming an LLC to protect your personal assets from the business and keep everything organized and separate. Again, these steps are a little bit more optional, but as your Etsy shop turns into an actual business, having the proper banking structure in place and having credit cards that are actually going to serve you and having the legal protection in place will save you money and give you peace of mind long term. And so that's just what I do, and you can do with that information as you please. Now, in this section, we're going to cover absolutely everything that you need to know about selling custom print-on-demand products in your shop. A customized product is different from a pre-made product in the fact that the customer gets to modify it, typically modifying the design in some way, shape, or form. Now, you might be wondering, why would you want to sell custom listings in the first place, since they're typically less passive than a pre-made design? And the reason for that is sometimes it's much easier to get sales on custom product listings because the customer gets to add that little bit of modification. So custom products can convert quicker than standard pre-made listings. You can see this for yourself. So if you open up ListingView and you search for the type of product that you're selling, in this case, a t-shirt, you can notice that if you have the personalization column enabled, which listings actually have it enabled versus which listings don't. And what you'll typically see is that for most categories of products, the top selling items and the items that sell thousands of times per month also have some form of personalization enabled. You'll also notice that a lot of the time, personalized products convert at a higher rate than pre-made or non-personalized items. So on average, you can make more sales and you can get a higher conversion rate with custom products. You're also going to get happier customers. This is because customers are able to create that emotional connection with your product a bit better because they actually have a little bit of customization. They have their input in that product. And so they're a little bit more excited and happier with the final result. You can also typically charge more money for a custom item since there's a higher perceived value. And you can make custom listings that target specific needs and offer specific solutions. And on top of all of that, it's easier to justify not offering returns and exchanges on fully custom listings because the customer is typically going to understand that the product was customized to their request. So obviously there's no returns or exchanges involved. This also allows you to expand your product line. So if you're selling t-shirts, for example, we can create custom listings to enable us to sell sweatshirts, tank tops, youth tees, all in the same shop. So if customers want a specific pre-made design that we've already created and uploaded to our t-shirt listing, they can order the custom listing with a link to that original design, and we can fulfill that order for the specific product that they actually wanted. Now, an important note here is that we don't want to link our custom items to specific product in Printify because otherwise they'll get automatically fulfilled. But with custom products, the design is going to be unique each time. So just keep that in mind. We'll talk about how to automate custom products in just a second. Now, there's different types of personalization that you should be aware about. First is the optional or partly custom listing. So this is where a customer can either request a change to add maybe their name or logo or a small detail to the item that they're selling. So an example could be you're selling an existing dog mom shirt. That's the traditional design. But then the customer can request to add the pet's name, Max, underneath the original design. That would be an example of the optional customization. A partly custom design is a design where the core theme stays the same, but the customer needs to change out a small detail. So a great example of this would be this type of design where it just says RN, which stands for registered nurse. So that's the core niche of this specific design. And then it has the nurse's name written out above that core design. So the customer isn't changing anything besides the name that's printed over the original design. This is an example of a partly custom product. A fully custom product is where the customer can request to have their entire logo printed on the product, or maybe an image that they want to upload, or they're customizing the entire text block for the design. So for example, maybe customers have a company logo that they want printed on a hoodie. They can do that using a fully custom listing. Maybe they want their own saying printed on a product with a custom font that they chose out. Well, they can get that done on a custom listing. You can also use these listings, as I said, to sell your existing designs on other product types, like selling your best-selling t-shirt design on tote bags or mugs or any other product. So how do we actually go about and set up a custom product listing? This is simpler than you might think because custom products are super popular on Etsy. And so to set one up, all we have to do is set one of our existing listings to custom. And this requires us to just enable the personalization setting in the Etsy listing. So we'll look at that in just a second. From there, we need to add relevant info cards to that product. So we need to add info cards for all the variations, as well as instructions for the buyer, and to basically tell them how to actually order that custom product and show them any examples of the customization options that are actually available. And finally, we'll add some instructions for the buyer in the instructions field, but we'll look at this in just a second. But the very first thing we need to do is come into Printify and pick out the product that we're going to be selling as our custom listing. So in this case, I'm going to sell a sweatshirt, and we'll go with the Gildan 1800 since it's one of their best selling and most affordable sweatshirts. And I'm just going to hit start designing with Printify choice. And from here, I'm pretty much going to select all of these color options since there's only about 10 to 12 maybe in here. So I'm going to select all of them. And then we need to add just some kind of text so that we can save this design. And once we've saved it, we'd want to come in here and optimize our pricing. So I'm going to edit the profit margin to be about 60% just to get some rough pricing enabled. And that way, when we run the 50% off coupon, we should get more accurate prices. And from here, I just need to select show all variants available for purchase, and then we can just publish it to the shop. So now that product is going to get pushed over from Printify into our Etsy shop. And it's time for us to edit it to add some details. I like to use a bulk editing tool since I like doing everything inside of a bulk editing tool instead of inside of Etsy. It's just much faster. And for this one, I'm going to use Prelist. So I've already refreshed the listings, and you can see this new sweatshirt is showing up right here. So I select it and hit bulk edit one listing. And the very first and most important thing we need to do is come over into the SKU tab, and we need to remove all of these SKUs. Remember, the SKU number is how a product is actually linked from Printify into Etsy. And so by removing these, if this product sells, it's not going to automatically create the order inside of Printify pre-filled with this product, because otherwise it would just say enter text on their t-shirt or on their sweatshirt rather when they actually buy this product. So I'm going to overwrite all of these blank and just hit update, and you can see it removes the SKUs from all of these variations so that now if this product sells, it's not going to be automatically fulfilled in Printify. Next, we just have to come through and add some kind of title. So I'm just going to say that it's a custom sweatshirt. Obviously, you can go heavier on the SEO if you want. You've already learned how to do that. But for this particular listing, all we're going to use it is just a custom listing. So if someone wants to buy an existing design on a sweatshirt, this will be the listing they use to do that. So I'm not going to go super hard on the SEO. Plus, it'll save us some time recording. But besides all of the best practices that you should be following for this listing, we really need to modify the photos because we can't just have this one default photo here in Etsy. So what we need to do is create a mockup and then also add some info cards explaining how to order or the options that they have to pick from when they're placing their order. So you can see right now I've already loaded up my Kittl board with a unique info card for the sizing as well as for the color options. Again, some of these we don't have like gold, but for the example, you'll get the point. These are sweatshirt info cards that we can use in this listing. From here, I'm just going to upload a mockup that I have so that I can display what the actual product is in this listing better than just using the default Printify mockup. And these are almost all of the elements that we're going to need to actually create the listing, but we need one more. If we were selling a custom image listing, then what we would need to do is go into the photos section, look for something like family, for example, and then we could import one of these pictures, put it on top of our mockup. And this kind of shows a custom image listing. Obviously, you could use a different photo. You could also add some text below and really show off that this is a super custom listing that the customer could order from. This basically shows the customer that this is a custom listing that they can upload their own photo and have some custom text on it. But for this first example, I think we're just going to go with some custom text. And so our text is just going to read custom sweatshirt. So I'm going to make this mockup. Again, you don't really need to automate these mockups since you're only really making one design, but I'm just going to try and pick a nice font. I have this paper flowers font that I uploaded that I think looks pretty nice. So I think we'll go for that. Then I'll just scale it up on the sweatshirt, reduce the line height a bit. And then I'm going to change the color to slightly off black so that it's not a super harsh black on our sweatshirt. And from there, this is looking pretty good already. So then I'm just going to select and group these layers together. And now my mockup is made. I have the color chart and the size chart, but we just need one more info card. Since we're selling a custom text listing, we need an info card that shows all of the custom font options that the customer has. So what I'm going to do is just add in an artboard right here, and this is where we're going to add all of our custom font options. I already have some of the best selling fonts in this design hacking board, so we're just going to choose some of them and build out a list of fonts that the customer might want to order from. There's no real method to this. You just want to choose some fonts that you think the customer might like. I'm going to just pick some that I think could work well. And then from here, I'm going to bring these fonts over into my info card. I'll scale them up. And then I'm also going to add this paper flowers font. The only important thing to note here is that you want to have the main font that you're showing on the mockup preview as an option in your font options list that they can choose from. Then I'm just going to do some basic aligning. Then I'm going to select all of these text layers. I'm going to use the rewrite text option, and then I'm going to tell it to make all of these text layers say font option and then the number so that it'll change the text for me in ascending order ideally. If we hit generate, basically it changes all of the text layers to say font option 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the way down the list. And it only messed up a few. So then I just have to go in and fix all of the issues that it caused. This is still faster than doing it all manually, by the way. And there you go. So now we have all of our font options enabled. I'm going to center them and align them, and then we're just going to scale them up so that they fit well in this document. The goal is just to make them all readable so that you can see exactly what each font looks like. You can break them into multiple lines if you want, or really display it however you'd like, but I think this is going to look pretty good. And once this is looking good, then I'm just going to grab one of them and I'm going to say custom font options at the very top. We'll just use a basic font for that. And now you can see we have an info card with all of the custom font options. And so from here, I'm just going to select all of these and we want to download all of them to our computer. And so now I have all of these images and I can come back into Prelist and I can start adding them in. So I'll add the main image, then I will add our custom font options, I'll add our color chart, and then I'll add that sizing chart in. And now this is essentially ready for a customer to buy. The last thing we have to do is add those instructions for the buyer so that they actually know how to place the order. So to do that, we could come into the personalization tab. And obviously we want to click the activate personalization. I like to give them a slightly shorter character limit, something around maybe 220 characters. That way they can't ramble on and explain in too much detail what they want. This will make it easier for you to scan through and actually read their requests. And then we just need to add some instructions for the customer so that they can see exactly how to order. So I'm going to use these same instructions that I have in the example guide. And you can see it just tells them to pick a font. And in this case, actually font 12 is the default. The default should be whatever the mockup font is. So you can see in this example, font option 12 is the Paper Flowers font, which is the same font that I used on the actual mockup. And so we're going to tell them that a font option 12 is the default if they don't actually pick a font. Then we're going to tell them to describe the request. They can optionally link to an existing design or message us with the image or logo that they want added, and then they can see the photo section for help. And so that's essentially everything that we need to add. We can hit update. You'll see it adds all of those details to our listing. And if I just publish all of these changes and give it a few seconds, if we come back into Etsy and we view our shop, you can see this listing right here. Now, obviously we need to run a sale. We could add some more SEO to it. But if we just take a look at how this is looking so far, a customer who lands on this product knows that they can customize the text. We'll see all of the font options in this font options info card, along with the color options and the sizing guide. And if they come down to actually place the order, they're going to get all of these instructions. So they know they need to pick a font, they need to describe the request, or they can link to an existing design or message us their image or logo. Plus, since we already unlinked this product from the product in Printify, anytime it sells, we're gonna have a chance to create the custom design and then go fulfill it in Printify before anything is automated. We still don't have to print and ship the designs ourselves because we can use Printify to do that. We just have to make sure to get the customer the correct design before it goes into production. Now, another pro tip for you is if you're selling an even more complex custom product, for example, maybe it's a pet recreation with AI, or maybe it's a fully custom portrait that you're generating with Nano Banana, something that requires more details from the customer, or where you just need the customer to explain it a little bit more than they can in their simple message. One option is to write out all the instructions, basically telling them that they need to send you a custom message on Etsy after they've placed their order with any reference images that you need or any other details. And instead of giving them a 200 character limit, restrict it down to 1 and make them write the Y character in the response field. And what that will force them to do is, as they're preparing to buy your product, and they start typing, they'll run into the character limit. And so right now the character limit for this one is set to 200, but if you set it to just 1 character, it'll give them an error when they start typing out all of the instructions and their request, and then it'll force them to go back and actually read the instructions that you need them to read anyway. And so it's a good way to force them to read the instructions, because a lot of times customers are just going to skip reading this, which makes it harder for you. So this is a great way to just force them to sort of read the instructions and give you all of the information that you need. All right, so when a custom order comes in, it's typically going to follow the format that you gave them in the instructions for the buyer. So they'll typically say something like font option 9 or font option 8 or whatever font they want. Then they'll give you the specific saying for the product that they want, or they'll make it easy. They'll give you the image, the logo, or link to an existing design. But assuming they're actually creating like a custom text design, the way we fulfill it follows just a two-step process. So first, you need to take their request and actually go fulfill it in Kittl. So we need to create the actual design in our Kittl board. So I like to have a custom listings Kittl board if you're going to be selling this. And let's say they chose, font option number 9. So what I would do is I would just copy this font option layer, and then you would just type in their request. So let's pretend their request said subscribe. So you would type that out in their font that they requested, and then you would download this design to your computer. And then next, we need to go and upload that design to the product that we're selling in Printify. So we would go into Printify, we would load up the product that they ordered, and then we would upload our design file. So you can see we uploaded that right here. We would center it, position it on the product how they actually wanted it. Maybe they wanted it in the sand color, and then we would hit preview. Now, this is super important. We want to generate a Printify mockup for the actual customer so that they can see what the design is going to look like on the product when they actually receive it. You can use the default Printify mockup at this stage because customers are going to expect a more realistic rendering of what the product is actually going to look like. So you don't need to use the fully custom mockups that you're using to sell the product. Instead, this actually works better because it's showing when your design is printed, this is from our printing software, this is what it's going to look like. In my experience, this actually increases customer confidence when they buy your product. You'll need to then save this mockup image to your computer and send it to the customer. You can use one of the canned messages that I already gave you in the customer support section of this course, but you're essentially just trying to get approval for them. And I always choose to send them a 24-hour deadline. So once they approve the design, or after 24 hours if they didn't respond, then we send their product and design into production to avoid delays. This gives them time to make revisions if they want to, but it also avoids any excess and unnecessary delays. And so once the design is approved or 24 hours has passed, to fulfill it, you simply need to go into Printify, and then instead of going into your standard orders, you're just going to click on the other orders page. That's where you'll select the product, you'll upload the design, and then you'll fulfill the order as normal. Printify will print the design on the product and get it shipped directly to the customer. Now, we talked about this earlier, but you can offer this as an option for your other listings. And so if you want to do that, the first thing you need to do is just copy the link to this listing. If you go up into the URL bar, it's going to look something like this. So you'll have the standard Etsy URL, and then you'll have the listing ID. And this is the only thing you need to copy out of the URL. So once you've copied that, you can come back into your listings, and we can just bulk edit them here for an example. And what we can do is we can update the descriptions for all of the product listings that we're selling. And so you can see I've already included this in our template. We have the sweatshirt listing. And so all we would need to do is add that custom ID to the end of this right there. And now if we just update all of these listings, if we just visit these on Etsy, what we should see is if we open up the description, now our sweatshirt link is live. And so if they click on it, it'll take them directly to the custom sweatshirt listing. And so you can see they can buy the other custom products that we have for sale in the description section of any of our listings. And so this makes it super easy to kind of upsell and sell your same designs on other products if you're creating the custom listings for them. So now we're going to take this to an entirely different level. I'm going to show you how we can use a tool like HelloCustom to automate the process of selling customized and personalized products. We already looked at how personalized products sell more often and make a higher profit, convert better, and create an emotional connection with the buyers on Etsy. And what HelloCustom enables us to do is automate the process of selling these products so that we don't have to go through and manually create every single design that sells. This allows us to maintain that same passive nature of the print-on-demand business so that we're not stuck at a desk fulfilling orders 10 hours a day. This keeps it entirely passive. And so I'm going to show you how to unlock all of this automation using HelloCustom. So I've got the process laid out here. It's a pretty simple process once you get the hang of it, but I'm still going to walk you through every single step of the way. HelloCustom is a tool that automates personalization. There's a few different ways you can use it. First is you can automate a specific part of a design. So we talked about how there's partial and fully custom products. So the first type of design it can automate is a partially custom design. For example, if you have a core graphic element like this nurse design, and you want to allow your customers to change out the name and maybe a date on that design, you can set that up in HelloCustom. But we can also set up fully custom products. So if you want to offer something for sale like a custom photo t-shirt, for example, where a customer is able to upload their own image and maybe change out some custom text as well, we can automate the entire process of selling a product just like this using HelloCustom. And I'll show you how. So no matter if you're selling these partly custom or fully custom designs, HelloCustom is able to fulfill those for us. And by the way, if this is something that you want, I'll have a link where you can get HelloCustom lifetime access for just $67. So similar to that Prelist tool lifetime access deal, this unlocks text personalization for only $67 once. So it's an absolutely insane deal. If you want to unlock automated personalization in your shop, this is the way to do it. That said, whether you sign up for the free trial or you grab the lifetime offer while it's available, once you're signed in, you'll need to connect your Etsy shop. So just go to the connections page and click connect. This is going to bring up that same connection screen that you're used to. So you'll just hit grant access and it'll take you back to HelloCustom. And you can see I have 2 shops connected. So we just need to switch over to our Memento Factory shop that we just created. Now we can manage all of our orders that come in. And for each section, by the way, you can watch a quick little tutorial to kind of understand how that section works. But for now, since we don't have any orders, we just need to create a fully custom design so we can go over into the designs tab to do that. Now, to actually go ahead and create the design, the first thing we need to do is hop into our design tool like Kittl, and I'm just going to add an artboard, and I'm going to change this out to our t-shirt size. So this is the default size for a t-shirt print area. And the next thing I need to do is change the opacity of this layer to 0. So you can see I'm just changing the color, change this opacity value down to 0, and now it's essentially invisible. And from here, I can just quick export this at 1x and save it to my computer. So now when I come back into HelloCustom and I go to upload a design, I can upload this blank image, and what it's going to do is create a canvas perfectly sized to the t-shirt product that I'm selling that I can create the custom print areas on. So we give this just a few seconds to load, and now you can see we have this canvas that's perfectly sized to our t-shirt product. Now, before we do anything, we want to give this product a title. So I'm just going to call this custom t-shirt, and then we can start adding some custom fields. Over here on the left-hand side, you'll see some of the elements that you can add directly through HelloCustom. So we can add text, images. We can also add background colors and simple shapes as well. But for now, we're just going to use the text and images. So I'm going to start out by adding some text. So I'm just going to click the text box and we're going to add a header. And this is where we want to type in some of our text. So I'm just going to say custom text. Some of the other listings say your custom text or just custom text. So it doesn't necessarily matter. I think we'll say maybe your custom text here. Again, it doesn't matter too much. And then I'm going to add the Paper Flowers font that I downloaded earlier and uploaded into HelloCustom just so that all of our designs are consistent and you can see how this really works. So I'm going to scale this up. And what you'll notice here is that there's this is what actually constrains and helps size our text so that if the customer has a super long request, it'll start to wrap the text instead of extending beyond the print area. So it's good to keep all of your elements within the print area. For example, you don't want this text box hanging off the side. We want to keep it inside the print area, somewhat like this. From here, I also have some font control settings. So I'm going to increase the size of our font. I think we can go kind of big, maybe something like this. And then I'm also going to reduce the line spacing just so that it looks a little bit better. I think that this is looking really nice. Now, the next thing we have to do is with the text layer selected, we have to tag it and tell HelloCustom that this is actually a custom field. So we can come over into the tags section in the top left, and we can select one of their predefined text fields. So for example, I'm going to just select text, and this is where I can tell the customer basically what this is. So we can say custom text. Then we have to tell HelloCustom what type of input field this is. So in this case, it's a text input. This is where the customer is going to type in their text. I'm going to make this required so that a customer has to input their custom text before it'll get fulfilled. And you can also add a character limit here depending on the size and the style of your design. So depending on what you're making, you can add a character limit, but for me, I'm just going to save this as is. Now, if we pull over this little layers panel on the right-hand side, now you can see your custom text here. And this is a field that our customer would be able to edit if they were selling this specific design. But HelloCustom has a ton of features that make this even more powerful because maybe your specific customer doesn't want this exact font. Well, we can actually allow them to order from a bunch of different font options that you have listed for sale. So to do that, I can select the text layer again, and I can add another tag. This time we'll call it something like font. And from the type dropdown, we're going to select a font collection. This is where we're going to allow the customer to essentially choose which font they want the design in. So I've got a font collection already set up, but you probably won't if you haven't done this before. So you can just click the create collection button, and then you'll need to type in a collection name. And from here, we can add fonts into this collection. So I'm going to go through and just select a bunch of different fonts. It's totally up to you which fonts you actually want to sell. So I'm just going to kind of come through and just select a bunch so that hopefully we have some good examples, and you can see all of these examples right here. So I just added a bunch. Again, you would want to come through and actually select the fonts that you're selling, but just for the sake of example, I'm going to go through and save a bunch of these right here, and then we'll just hit create. And so now you can see our font collection has been created, and we can set the subscribe collection as the font collection for this custom design, and I'm going to hit save. And so now what you'll notice over here in the right-hand side is that we have our custom text input and we have our font input for the customers. Now here's where it gets just a tiny bit complex, but stay with me. If you try to save this design, it's going to tell you that a product is required. And that's because we have to link this design and this print area to a product in Etsy and in Printify. So the way that this works is you have to make sure that you publish a product from Printify into your Etsy shop. I went back into this original custom sweatshirt listing that we created together, and I republished it so that it would add all of our SKU numbers back into the listing in Etsy. If we come back to this listing in Etsy, you can see our custom sweatshirt right here. And if I scroll down, you'll see that all of the SKUs have been added back into this product. So when I click on the products button, it's going to open this tray where I can select the product I want to link this design to. Since I added all of those SKUs back into this custom sweatshirt listing, you can see it selects it right here, and I can just click update. After that's done, this design is linked to that sweatshirt in Printify and in Etsy. I can save this design, and it'll take me back to my designs dashboard where you can see we now have this fully custom design file saved in HelloCustom, and it's ready to use. Now, just as an example, I want to run through one more example of a custom design that you might want to make. So I'm going to upload a design, and I'll use that exact same blank canvas that we already generated from Kittl. This time I'm going to name it custom image example, and instead of just text, we're also going to use an example image. So in this case, I'm just going to select images, and then we're going to select zone. From here, I can configure the specific zone that we want to allow customers to add their image in. So I'm just going to select an area somewhat up at the top of the t-shirt design where the customers are going to be able to add their own custom image. This can go pretty close to the edges and pretty close to the top because they'll be able to adjust it just a little bit. From here, we need some kind of placeholder image. So I'm just going to go back into Kittl, and we're going to open up their images tray, and we're just going to look for something like a family photo just to kind of give the impression that this is a custom listing image. I don't know, it doesn't matter too much. We can do something like this just for the time being. So I'll import this image, and then I'm going to download it to my computer. So then I'm going to come back into HelloCustom, select this image area, and then I'm just going to click to upload the specific design that I downloaded. So I've got it right here. We'll just let that upload for a second. And now we've got our image uploaded. So I'm just going to scale this up a little bit so that it fills our image container just a little bit more. I'm also going to center it. And I think that this is looking pretty good so far. So from here, we could also add text layers if we want, but I think just an image will serve the purpose for this example design. So I'm going to select this image area, and then we need to tag it again to tell the customer what they're able to edit here. This time I'm going to select an image tag. I'll just leave the label as image. And for this one, we want to select an image upload. We'll make it required since it's the only part of this custom design. I'll hit save. And then once again, we need to link it to a product in our catalog that we've published from Printify. So then I can save this design, and now you'll see we have a custom image and a full custom text design ready to go and use in our shop. Now, the reason that HelloCustom is truly one of the most powerful custom product automation tools out there is because it enables us to use a tool called Live Preview. This tool is going to enable our customers to design their own product in real time without us actually having to do any of the designing for them. And to use it is super simple. So the first thing we need to do is select Create Live Preview. And this is where we can upload that mockup that we've saved. So I'm just going to drag in that same mockup that I used for the actual mockup in the listing image. And we'll give this a second to upload. Once this is uploaded, we need to give it a name. I'm just going to call it Live Preview Example. And from here, we need to import one of those designs that we made. So I can just click on Designs, and I can choose which one of those designs is applicable to this Live Preview mockup. So we'll start with the text. I'll just import that text design right here. And we can scale it up or move it around depending on the print area and how it correlates to our specific mockup right here. Honestly, I think this is looking perfect. So from here, I'm just going to hit save. And now we have a live preview created for our text design. But we could do the same thing again with our image design. So I'm going to hit create live preview. I'll just drag in that mockup image again. We'll call this live preview image, and then we're going to add in that custom image example design that we created. We'll give it a second to import. Again, I just want to scale it up a little bit so that it looks good on the sweatshirt. Something like that looks perfect. I'm going to save it. And now we have 2 live previews ready to go. So from here, what we need to do is actually enable our customers to see the live preview in the custom listing. So to do that, we just need to pick which design we want to link to the product in Etsy. So for example, we're going to start with this text design since it's the same font as we have in our custom listing in Etsy. Just going to click these 3 dots, and I'm going to copy the live preview link. Then I'm going to open up a tool like Prelist where I can make changes to that sweatshirt listing that I just linked my product to. So if I select it and I click bulk edit, I want to come into the personalization settings, and this is where I can add new custom instructions for the buyer. Currently, we instruct them to pick a font, describe their request, and send us a message with any images or logos that they have. But now we can do something better. I'm going to write in the personalization instructions, create your custom design here, and then I'm going to paste in a link to the live preview. From here, I'm going to hit update. And then we're just going to hit publish. And once this is done, we can come back into our shop on Etsy and we can come and click through to this custom sweatshirt listing. And again, we should be running a daily sale on all of our products. This specific listing needs a lot of SEO work. We already talked about all of those things. This is just an example. But if we open up the personalization tray that the customer would need to use when they're ordering this listing, you can see their instructions. Create your design here. Now, if they click on this link, it's going to load the live preview for this specific product completely branded to our shop. So you can see the logo, our shop name, and the customer is now able to come through and create their personalized request in real time. So the customer will pick out these specific variations that they want to order from you. In this case, maybe they want a dark gray heather small, and then they'll type in their customization request. So this is the actual text that's going to go on the design. So maybe they type out something like subscribe, and you can see it updates in real time on the product live. They can click through and pick the exact font that they want. And assuming that this is the exact design that they like and that they're ready to buy, When they click done, you can see that it gives them buyer instructions. And so the customer would read this and see that it says copy and paste the reference number below into the personalization box on Etsy. So they can click copy, they can click back to Etsy, and this opens up the specific listing where they can paste in that request number and hit add to cart. And when they do that, it's going to automatically create that design, upload it to the sweatshirt, and get it printed and fulfilled through Printify using HelloCustom. Now, just the ability to automate selling custom text is insanely powerful. Some of the listings selling text-only customization are bringing in absolutely insane amounts of money every single month. You can see that using ListingView. Some of these listings bringing in $10,000, $20,000 a month on their own. But some listings offer customized images as well, and you can see that these are also making absolutely ridiculous amounts of money every single month. They allow a customer to simply upload their image and maybe add some text, and HelloCustom allows us to do the exact same thing. So you can see we've created this live preview. If I select an image and I just upload any kind of example, and we give it a few seconds to load, you can see that it allows us to crop into the specific dimensions that we actually want to show on the product. That was based on the print area and the specifications that we set in the design earlier. And after just a few seconds, you can see that it uploads that design to the product exactly how you would expect in HelloCustom. The customer can then edit. So if they want to bring in the sides a little bit, maybe they want to center it a little bit better, they can hit update. And from there, every time a customer makes an edit or a change to the design, it reflects in real time so they can get it exactly right before they go place their order. And once they're ready, they already have their size and their color selected. They hit done. They get this personalization code that they can use to buy that specific design so that HelloCustom can take that design, put it on the product, get it printed and shipped directly to your customer through Printify, all without you having to manually create every single design and order whenever they come in. If you happened to have a jackpot listing like this one that's selling thousands of times per month, it would take you an insane amount of time to create the custom design every single time that item sold. And as a super pro tip here, remember that you can sell custom products in sub niches. So for example, you might have custom friend listings. You might have custom family listings. You might also have specific listings where you're targeting businesses by offering them to print a custom logo on your product. You can get more specific with your targeting. You don't just have to say custom t-shirt in your listing. And if you choose to sell partly custom designs, it doubles your ability to create listings because every single default design you make, you can create a custom version of it by allowing customers to add something like a name to the product, which can absolutely increase your sales with that specific product. Adding HelloCustom is genuinely one of the most powerful automations that you can plug into your shop. And when you consider the fact that you can get lifetime access to HelloCustom for just $67, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. Not only does it make the shopping experience better for your customer because they can see what the actual final product is going to look like before they ever click buy, but it also makes your life easier. It removes all of the back and forth with you and the customer so that you don't even have to go and validate what it looks like before it's printed and shipped. That's handled all automatically through HelloCustom if you decide to use it. And so with that, hopefully you can see the true power of custom products in your shop. You're able to get faster sales earlier on with happier customers, selling your products at higher prices, and they do that all while allowing you to expand your product catalog without creating multiple listings for every single design you're creating. You can offer two types of customization: fully or partly custom products, either with small changes like just modifying a name or a completely unique design depending on what the customer needs. You learned how to literally enable customization on your products in Etsy, and you learned the most powerful way to automate selling custom products using HelloCustom. Custom products are the fastest way to differentiate your shop from competitors. They create urgency, command premium prices, and build loyal customer relationships. You can start with partly custom listings and scaled up to fully automated custom experiences once you're ready. Sweet. So in this session, we're going to dive into Etsy's platform and just take a thorough look at essentially the entire shop manager, how everything is laid out, all of the details and controls that you need to know about. And we're basically just going to go tab by tab and line by line so that we can cover absolutely everything that's inside of Etsy itself. So if you have any questions about using Etsy, those should get resolved in this section. So when you first log on, you're just going to have basically this toolbar on the left-hand side for the shop manager. And this is where you essentially just manage everything about your shop and your business. So this sidebar can collapse and extend. And the first tab is going to be the dashboard. This is where you're going to get all kinds of updates. Etsy's going to give you tasks to complete every once in a while, little side quests to do, you could say. And it's just going to kind of help you grow your shop over time. So for example, right now you can see there's a few more onboarding steps that they want me to take. They want me to write a little bio about myself to kind of, tell customers who I am and what I do. So I can do that later. And they'll also just give you general notifications. So they found one issue lowering search visibility. We could go and try and resolve this, but I don't usually take their advice for search visibility because it doesn't typically work that well. And you can see we've got some other things. So they're giving us some guides here that it basically points us to the Etsy Seller Handbook, which can be a good resource, but I typically don't use it. I typically just use this information that I'm giving you in terms of knowing how to get items to sell, how to do general work for your shop. These little guides that they offer don't typically help that much, so I'm probably just going to dismiss this and move on because I don't need it that much. Either way, we can finish the onboarding, and then every day you'll kind of get your tasks to complete. And so depending on how many orders you have or messages that you've gotten, you'll get little notifications here that tell you you need to fulfill your orders or you have messages to reply to. Below that, you'll have the stats, which is basically just your total views, your visits, your just overall performance on Etsy over the last given time frame. So you can change the time frame and you can change the channel to Etsy. You're not selling on pattern. You don't need to worry about that. That's just an upsell Etsy tries to do. So you don't need to worry too much about that. But this little stats overview is actually some of the best stats that you'll get on Etsy because it tells you how many total views you're getting. That's anytime a listing shows up in search results. How many visits you're getting, which is anytime one of those views ends up clicking on your listings or your shop. And obviously your orders and revenue. So very high level stats, but very useful. And then this little shop advisor is just going to give you even more notifications. So this dashboard is essentially just a place where you're getting a ton of information from Etsy. They're going to recommend stuff to you. It can be kind of confusing because they're going to tell you to complete a bunch of random little detailed tasks, especially like, hey, optimize your listing by adding a video, something like that. I don't typically worry too much about the dashboard because the info in here just isn't super helpful in actually growing the business. Typically, to just grow the business, you need to post more listings and make higher quality designs over time. And so I spend less time trying to focus on the actual dashboard and Etsy side and more time creating listings. Now, the recent activity tab, this is where you're going to see all of your purchases, reviews, item favorites, shop favorites. And so this is useful basically just in terms of filtering out all of your reviews. Whenever a review comes in, you can respond to that review publicly. So what that means is that when someone buys your product and they leave a review for it, the shop owner can actually come in and leave a reply to the review. What that does is it locks the review state. So if someone left a 4 or a 5-star review and they, said a lot of good things about your listing, and then you reply to it, the customer cannot go back and modify their reviews, which is sometimes a good thing. If, for example, someone washes their shirt 1,000 times and the design starts to fade, and then they want to come back and update their review and change it to a 3-star or a 2-star or a 1-star, they won't be able to do it if you've already replied. But it can also work the other way around. So if someone gives you a 1-star review and the shop owner still replies, it's going to lock that 1-star review and the customer can never change it. So the reason I mention this is because I like to come into recent activity, I'll filter by reviews, and I'll go through and I'll reply to all the positive reviews just saying, hey, thanks, or glad you liked it, and just a really short message so that I lock all those 5-star reviews into my shop. And it also just shows a little bit more engagement with all of your reviews. It shows customers that you actually care about them and actually care about them getting a quality product, and that you're in there replying to every single message and review that you're getting. So that's where the recent activity tab is a little bit helpful. Moving on to the listings tab, this is obviously where all of your product listings are, and it's where you can manage things like the states, your shop sections, shipping profiles, and things like that. So basically in the center here are all of your product listings that are posted for sale. You can see core details like the price range, when these listings expire, and obviously the preview images. And there's some controls that we have here that we can use to modify these listings. So you can select them, and we have some editing options. I don't recommend editing your listings here in the Etsy Shop Manager. And I typically recommend using a tool like ListingView or Prelist to bulk edit your product listings so that you get more control. And I say that because let's say you wanted to update the price of your loss leader. If you want to do that inside of Etsy itself, you can select all of these listings and hit edit price, but you only have these limited controls. So you can only increase, decrease, or set the new price amount, which is really not all of the controls that you need. You need more control over it. So if we used a tool like Prelist, for example, I can select all of the listings we have available, and then I can come into the prices section to make a bulk edit to the prices. And here I can select specific variants. So I can add a filter. Let's say I wanted to set the small, and then I want to add another filter for colors. So I want to set like the small white t-shirt, and we want to make this one cheaper. So then I can change to the overwrite edit mode. And let's say we want to change this to something like $19.98. Then I can hit update. It'll update across all of those listings. And then if I remove those filters, all of the other prices are staying the exact same. So what this has effectively done is it's updated just one variant to the new price. You can see $19.98. If I go ahead and publish these, it'll update across all of our listings. And we've just simply updated all of our loss leaders in a different tool, in Prelist instead of on Etsy itself. So then if I refresh these and we view it on Etsy, now you can see we're appearing under the $10 mark because we updated that white variant, that white small, to be $19.98. And with our sale, it brings it down to $9.99. And with our $4.49 of shipping, it's basically a break even if someone happens to order the small white t-shirt, which is unlikely with our loss leader variant. Again, we already covered that in the pricing section when we set up our shop, but that's part of the reason why I don't like using this listings manager, and I like managing and bulk editing listings in a tool like Prelist, where you have a lot more control if you need to edit specific details, like one variant price across all of your listings. It just makes it so much easier. That said, there's some more controls over here in the right-hand side. So this is where we're able to manage those sections that we created earlier. You can have up to 20. I like creating the shop sections based on the sections from this niche ideas checklist. So I've just added all of these sections to my shop. Obviously, you can create sections based on what you'd like. There's also the shipping profiles. We created this at the very beginning, so we don't really need to worry about that. We also created our no returns and exchanges policy. And essentially the rest of the tools here are just controls for how to filter out the listings that you're viewing. So if you need to make changes to them and you need to do it inside of Etsy's edit manager, then you can do that right here. Of course, you can also use this page to add a listing, which creates a new listing from scratch. If I'm going to do this, I'm definitely going to use a tool like Prelist or ListingView, which again, you can watch tutorials on those specific tools coming next to learn how to create listings there. But for now, that's all you really need to know. I don't typically like to use Etsy's listing manager because I don't find that it's that good. Moving on to the messages. This is where you're going to be interacting with your customers and basically managing all of the customer support. So a few things that you need to know about this is that you have to message every customer back at least twice a day. Etsy says within the first 24 hours, but try and do it twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, and just answer every single customer so that they get a response, they're more likely to buy from you, and you're keeping them happy. In this section on the left-hand side, they basically have pre-built folders for you. So if you star a message, it'll get saved in the starred messages. If you move one to trash, it'll get sent in the trash. You can also create your own custom labels. So you can add a new label. We could say example label right here. And I guess we have to have a listing selected. And we can create that. And now you can see, basically we can start to categorize different messages. So now this message is going to show up in our example labels, label folder. And so it's kind of a nice way if you ever need to categorize messages. If you have maybe specific types of messages that keep coming in, you can categorize them if you want. Otherwise, I don't typically worry about it too much. I don't really like the labels because I just come in and answer every message that comes in. We also have auto reply. So you can set up auto reply to basically handle messages that come in regularly. You can set this up temporarily. You can also set up repeating on a schedule. This is kind of nice to do. This basically allows you to set up an auto reply. So if you take Sundays completely off, for example, you might want to turn on the auto reply on Sunday, and then you can select the time frame that you want to basically set this auto reply for. You can use a canned message and it'll send it to your customers if they send you a message during that time frame. I don't typically use it that much because I answer my messages every single day. I suggest you do the same, but you should know how to do it. Next, if we click into a message, this is where we can basically manage our conversation with this particular customer. So you have the same controls up at the top. On the right-hand side, you can add notes. So if, for example, you're dealing with a custom order or a very difficult customer, you can leave notes to yourself over here on the right and manage that from the side. And there's also a few other things that you should know about down here. So if you're dealing with custom orders, you might need to upload a preview of the image to the customer. You also sometimes might want to send them a screenshot of tracking information. This is where you upload the images. You just click the upload button and then you select the image. I don't really use this quick discount option because my items are always on sale. So the quick discounts don't work if your items are on sale. Now the quick replies, I've talked about this in a previous section, but the quick replies are super, super useful. So when you open up this tray, you'll see the quick replies and then we can click view and edit all. And these are basically canned responses or pre-formed messages that we can send out to our customers. Again, you're going to be able to find all of these resources in the downloadable material for this specific section. So no matter what section you're watching, you'll just be able to go and find the downloadable material for it. But I've got these quick replies, and these are basically all of the replies that I use. So they're kind of categorized off by generic replies, shipping related replies, and things like that. And so what I would recommend is, for example, just copy generic replies, come in to managing your quick replies, and then you can add a category and you can call it generic replies and then just hit save. And so this is going to create a generic replies category if it'll save. All right, well, I don't know why they won't let me create a category at the moment, but the point still remains the same. Whenever a customer sends you a message, it can typically be categorized into one of these following buckets. So typically they're just going to have a general inquiry. Maybe they have a shipping or a problem related message, or maybe they ordered a custom product from you. And no matter what, you want to be able to message them back as quickly as possible. And you also don't want to have to type out a custom message for every single customer in every single case, especially as you scale this business. Personally, if I'll wake up with maybe 5 to 10 messages depending on the day, I don't want to have to sit there and type out a unique response to every single customer, especially considering that all of their questions are typically going to be the same. They're going to relate to one of these pre-crafted canned responses and categories. For example, let's say a customer places an order and they need to modify the address that they used when they placed the order. So they might send you a message and say, hey, I placed an order with the incorrect address. Can you change it to this one? Well, I would go change it in Printify, and then I'm going to send them this canned response that says, hey, I've updated this on our end. It's not going to be reflected in Etsy, because that's all the information they need to know. It was updated and it's not going to be reflected in Etsy. And so you can use these canned responses in your own business. I've just given them to you to hopefully save you some more time and hopefully help you also handle customer service. For example, if someone asks, hey, how long is it going to take for my product to be delivered? You don't want to have to type out all of your delivery time information for every single customer that asks you that. So what you would do is you would copy this delivery time message. We would create a new quick reply called delivery time. And then we're going to copy the text, put it in the message, and then you would categorize it in the appropriate category, which should be shipping related replies, but for some reason I can't create a category. And now you can see we have our delivery time message. So if I click it, it just puts all the text in the message box and I can hit send. So that's part of the logic behind why we do it. You can use this in a bunch of different ways. So if a customer says, hey, can I get the design printed on the back of the product? Or can I get faster shipping? You can have canned replies to handle all of those issues. But the problem-related replies are going to be your lifesaver. These are carefully crafted, basically problem-handling replies that I've been using for years that after a lot of testing tends to get me maybe an 80 or a 90% success rate in neutralizing angry customers while keeping maximum amount of profit for myself. So for example, some of these aren't actual problems, like cancellation request. Was it canceled? If it was canceled, we send them, it was canceled. You might need to collect photos. So sometimes if you have an issue with Printify, let's say you're selling a mug and the mug breaks in the mail, the customer is going to tell you that it was broken in the mail. Well, you need photo evidence for Printify. So you just send them this message. You say, hey, you'll need to submit photos. Just give us the photos. And then basically you pass those photos along, but you just send them the canned message if they didn't provide photos. If the order was lost in the mail, this is exactly how you handle it. You just have to swap out all of these bracketed fields. So basically everything in here, like if they gave you an incorrect address, all of the potential issues we've already handled because I've been doing this for a long time. So I've seen these same exact messages over and over. And so these quick replies are going to save you a bunch of time, again, in the downloadable material if you want to use them. That said, we can move on to the orders tab. I don't have any orders because this is a brand new shop that we've been building for this course. But any orders are going to show up here. And essentially all it is just an order form. It's going to show you the product that they ordered, the SKU for that specific variant, which is an example for our product is going to be the color and size combination, how much profit or rather revenue you made for that sale. And it's also going to tell you, which orders in each order need to be shipped out in priority. So it'll kind of, help you manage all of your orders here, but you don't need to visit the orders tab too much since all of your orders are going to be managed in Printify. Etsy search visibility, I genuinely do not use this tab. They basically will always recommend new tactics to update your products. But over time, I have found that their suggestions absolutely tank any product performance. And so that's why I've taught you to do it the way that I do it that actually gets results. Obviously, you can use these if you want, but I typically stay out of this section. Now, in the stats, Etsy has this marketplace insights, which is kind of cool. You can search for things like keywords. So if you want to look at hat, for example, they'll show you how many searches and how many search results there are. So it's kind of interesting to see how many searches are coming in. They'll show you some related keywords and some listings that are selling well in that niche. So it's kind of interesting, but it's not nearly as good as just searching on Etsy and then finding best sellers. And then also you'll have the shop traffic. So this is essentially just a more detailed breakdown of all of your stats that you saw on the dashboard. So on the dashboard, you got this basic stats overview. If you come into the shop traffic page, this is just giving you an even more detailed breakdown of your overall shop traffic. It'll show you things like your where the traffic is coming from and some of your listings that are actually receiving traffic. You'll be able to see revenue, orders, favorites, and things like that in a table view so that you can break down which products are performing best. Now, you're going to get these same details in ListingView's product optimizer, listing optimizer. So we'll talk about that in the ListingView section, but for now, you just need to know that the stats are here. And one major key that most people don't know about this stats manager is that when you're displayed revenue, it does not calculate in your shipping revenue. So If you're making $5 per sale and you charge $10 for a product, that's going to be a large percentage of the actual sale. Like 30% of your revenue comes from shipping, but they're not going to calculate it in here. So that's why I also recommend using a tool like ListingView that's going to calculate in all of the revenue that you make from shipping and any other charges that come in, and it'll display your total revenue, because this stats dashboard does not include extra revenue that you collect from things like your shipping profile. So it's just worth knowing this is going to be lower than your actual total revenue in practice. Next tab is the Star Seller Badge. This is a page where you can track and manage your progress towards earning the Star Seller Badge. And this is essentially just a little badge that they post on listings to tell customers how the shop performs over time. So if you manage to earn the Star Seller Badge, it tells the customer that they consistently earn 5-star reviews, ship on time, and message back quickly. So you can view your progress here. There's 3 different badges. So there's one for speedy replies, there's one for smooth shipping, and there's one for rave reviews. So you can view the criteria just by like hovering over it. You have to respond to 95% of messages within 24 hours. That shouldn't be a problem if you're following what I'm teaching here. Smooth shipping, if you set up your shipping profile correctly, this is not going to be a problem and you'll earn this automatically. And rave reviews just depends on how quality your designs are, and assuming you're using a good print provider like Printify to fulfill your orders, this is not going to be a problem to earn as long as you're messaging back on time and as long as you have the required amount of orders to actually earn this. So to actually earn the Star Seller Badge, you need at least 5 orders and a certain amount of sales based on where you live in a current review period, which is a month. So every month you need at least 3 orders to qualify for Star Seller. You also need to have a low case rate, which just means that people aren't opening cases towards your shop. Now, a case is pretty rare. It's anytime a customer wants to bypass messaging you directly, they'll go to Etsy's support and create a case against your shop. These are super rare. I think I've gotten like 15 cases over the last 6 years. And they're handled really quickly. They're handled by Etsy's support. So you actually don't really have a say in what happens here when you're selling something low ticket like print on demand. So there's not much to worry about. Just make sure that you're taking care of customers and you'll earn the Star Seller Badge. So that's what's on this page. In the Policy Violations tab, if you ever post a product that gets taken down due to trademark or copyright infringement, those listings are going to show up here. This is a relatively new feature that was added within the last couple months. And essentially it allows you to counter or dispute any takedowns that happened for product listings in your shop. I haven't had the chance to actually test out this feature since I typically don't get violations on my products, but if you need to, then this tab is here. You can counter any disputes that happen against your product listings. Now, the marketing tab is an important one. This is where you're going to manage your Etsy ads if and when you decide to run them. You have your sales and discounts, and then the rest of these tabs don't necessarily matter that much. So Etsy ads is basically the Etsy ads dashboard. This is where you can start running ads. If you click get started, you can go through the onboarding for basically turning on ads. There's like 5 questions. They'll ask you how much you want to spend per day. And remember that you're only charged for an Etsy ad after a customer clicks on your product listing. So you're not actually charged based on the views, you're based on the visits, or you're charged based on the visits. So that's where the Etsy Ads Manager is. And the Sales and Discounts tab, we've already talked about this one before as well. This is where you're going to manage your daily sales as well as your email automations that you're sending to your customers. So you can see the details and stats of how each one of your particular sales is performing. But the promotions tab is where you're going to spend most of your time. Now, generally, the only things that you need to focus on is this run a sale button and these 3 automations that you see with this little green check mark. So these automations we've already set up. We set these up because they're completely free to do, and it just entices customers to come back. We set this up in the operations section of the course, so you can go back and watch how and why I set those up in that section if you'd like. But this is also where you can create and run daily sales. So I typically recommend a 40 to 50% off sale every day, starting and ending on the same exact day. You You can call the name whatever you want and just create that right here in this marketing manager. Now for the finances tab, there's several additional tabs here. A lot of these are just Etsy affiliate links, which is kind of funny. They promote other tools like QuickBooks and TurboTax. But the only tabs you really need here are these top three and then this bottom one. So the payment account, this is essentially how you're actually going to get paid or how you're going to make payments to Etsy. So this gives you a detailed breakdown of all of the costs associated with running your shop. So you can see all of the fees breakdown. You can see how much you spend on shipping, which you won't be spending anything on shipping because you're shipping through Printify. If you're running Etsy ads or if you made offsite ads sales, then it's going to show up in your marketing cost. And an offsite ad is essentially an ad that Etsy is going to run on Google or a different platform. So if someone searches Google for a funny Christmas shirt, you're going to see that Google is going to have a bunch of sponsored products here. And you can see this particular listing is an Etsy listing. And so Etsy has paid Google to show up right here in search. Now, if I click on this listing, nothing is actually charged towards this shop owner unless I buy the product. And so if I go through and I actually purchased this, it would charge the seller an offsite ads fee on top of any other fees that come in with the sale. So just as an example, let's say you make 25 bucks and it costs you 15, you would normally keep $7 in profit from this sale. These are just example figures again. But if we turn on the calculation with offsite ads, you can see how it affects or impacts your actual sale. The 15% is standard. So most sellers are going to have the 15% applied, which would take our profit all the way down to $3 because that offsite ads fee is $3.75. But the more you continue to sell over time, if you have over $10,000 in sales, they're going to reduce that offsite ads fee to 12%, which only takes away $3 from your sale. So you can kind of get an idea of how the offsite ads impact you. You can't opt out of this. It's just a reality. If someone buys your product from clicking on one of Etsy's offsite ads, you're going to be charged this fee. And you can see the fees breakdown for those offsite ads right here in this payment account summary. It'll also show you breakdowns for sales, refunds, and all of these details. This figure up at the top is basically what's going to get deposited into your account. And you can see available funds for deposit up here in the top right. And you can see if you have any bills due for listing fees or any outstanding costs that you haven't paid yet in the top left. So these are important to pay attention to. One other note while we're on this page is that you can also change your deposit schedule. So by default, Etsy's going to want to deposit your funds monthly. But if you click on that, we can actually change how frequently the funds are deposited into our account. And so you can change this to every day, once per week, every 2 weeks, or once per month. And so I typically like to do this once per week. That way on Monday, you'll typically get your deposits and then you can use those funds to cash flow the business. You can take your revenue and dump it back into Printify to continue scaling so that you get your funds a little faster. But you can also do every single day if you need those funds a lot sooner so that you can continue paying for your orders. As a new seller, they will put restrictions on your funds because they don't trust you essentially. So you'll have to hold account minimums, which means you'll have to have a minimum balance of $25. And sometimes they'll even withhold more than that, especially early on as a beginning seller. Just so that they can verify that you're legitimate and that you're not selling trademarked products like a bunch of Disney products or something like that. So don't be surprised if they hold a little bit more of your funds early on. You can view your monthly statements in the monthly statements tab. This is just going to give you basically an invoice of everything paid and earned. This is helpful for doing taxes. And those payment settings, that's where you can change the deposit schedule so that you can manage your cash flow a little bit better. And then your legal and tax information, this is going to be hidden because this is just where you enter in all of your personal details. And again, you shouldn't really need to change this ever. So don't worry about this tab too much. The apps tab is where Etsy's going to promote some of their affiliates. So some of the people that pay them to promote their tools here might be showing up. So you can see there's a bunch of different tools that you might have heard of. Some of these tools are all right, but I typically like to stick with the stack that we've connected, which you can see right here is going to be Prelist, ListingView, and Printify. It makes it super easy. So you don't have to worry about all of these extra tools that don't really do anything and that cost a fair amount and can add up a lot over time if you try and add a bunch of these tools. So I typically stay with the 3 that we've connected since we already know they work well. Finally, in the settings tab, this is where you can change out all of those little details if you want to manage them. So you can change your shop announcement. You can send a message to buyers or a message to buyers if you're selling digital items. And you can just do a bunch of other little details in here. There's a ton of settings in here. And so I'm not going to cover every single setting because a lot of these by default are totally fine. And overall, I wouldn't spend too much time digging through the settings. Again, your time is always best spent just creating more listings. So that's essentially all of these tabs covered. There's not too much else to talk about in terms of those. Last thing I'll mention is that we can visit our Etsy page, and this is where we can customize the actual page that people see. And so if we hit Edit Shop, you'll see basically we can add a color theme if we have Etsy Premium, so you need Etsy Plus to do this. Again, it doesn't really add that much and it costs you like $15 a month, so I don't typically recommend it. This is where you can change out your profile pictures, your logo, your banner, and then you can add all those little details down below. So you can add an announcement message, and you can just fill in these details if you'd like. We already have our policies, so we don't need to add too much in right here, but you should know that this is where you can come to edit your shop if you want to change anything about it. And then down at the very bottom, this is where you can change things for your personal profile. So remember, you have your personal account, and then tied to that account is this overall shop that we're managing right here. And so that is essentially Etsy in as much detail as I can go into. There's not much else to talk about, especially while we don't have any orders here. And so, yeah, that should hopefully answer any questions you have about Etsy as a shop manager. And so now we can move into the next section. All right, great. So now we can dive into Printify. So similar to what we did with Etsy, I'm going to walk you through the entire platform just so you can see where all of the tools and the buttons are. And so whether you're watching this before or after the course, hopefully you get a better idea of how it all works together. So again, this sidebar extends in collapses, and all of the controls that you'll need are over here on the left. Up at the top, this is your shop selector. So this is where you can change the specific shop that you're dealing with. So if you have an Etsy shop and a Shopify shop, for example, it's going to change the products and the orders and everything based on the shop that you have selected. So that's pretty important, but for now you should only have one shop. You don't really need to create multiple. You can see this My New Store was just created during the creation process when I was setting up account. From here, we can click on Manage My Stores, and this is where you can actually edit details about these specific shops. So there's a few options right there, but you're mostly gonna be dealing with the store settings if you want to make any changes. So we'll get down to that tab in a minute. But yes, selecting a different store, adding a new store if you want to connect another shop, if you want to connect to Etsy again, or set up a Shopify or a TikTok or an Amazon. You can do all of that through this drop down up there at the top. That said, the dashboard is going to be the main view that you're opened up to almost every single time. And it's also probably the most useless tab, just because once you're kind of set up, you don't really need to visit the catalog and do too much stuff from the dashboard. So they have some onboarding steps. I don't typically recommend new sellers join Sellers Club unless you're already profitable and making regular sales. They just post some promos here and basically show off catalog things and post some blog posts. So yeah, overall, I don't really use the dashboard that much, and I think you can, for the most part, ignore it. Now, notifications might come in depending on things that are happening at Printify or within your business. So some examples of those could be if a product is out of stock after you've already tried to submit it, they'll tell you in a notification that that product was out of stock. Or for example, maybe there's delivery deadlines. Since it's Q4 and Christmas is coming up, they might give you a notification telling you what those deadlines are. You can view all of your notifications here. I typically find that for really important information, they're going to send you an email, and otherwise this notifications is a little bit redundant in addition to the emails that you'll receive. The catalog is obviously something worth familiarizing yourself with. This just provides you with all of the products that Printify has that you can offer for sale. So just from a super high level, if you need to find something, you're gonna look at the category up at the top for like clothing or accessories or home and living, and then you'll find the specific products right below. You can click on one and it'll take you to that section of the catalog to view those products. And inside all of these like product pages, you're gonna find details about each product. So if you click into one, you're going to see a few different things. So you're going to get all of the details about that specific product. And then if you scroll down, you're going to see basically all of the variation options, pricing, the delivery time, how you can print on the product, and just the overall details for that specific item. Now, something that we haven't really covered that much throughout the course is that Printify is not actually the company responsible for printing your artwork on the products and shipping it to the customer. This happens using third-party warehouses and print providers. So Printify isn't actually the one who's doing all the work. They just connect you with a warehouse that can, and that's how they're able to offer so many different products. They have like over 1,000 products, and this is how they're able to do it. So by default, when you create a product, it's using Printify choice, which essentially means that Printify is going to choose, it's their choice. They're going to choose the best supplier to fulfill that specific order. I typically recommend selecting Printify choice as your supplier. That said, you can view the other fulfillment options, the other warehouses, by selecting choose manually. When you click on this, it's going to give you a drop down with all of the different fulfillment centers that offer the specific product you're on. So right now I'm on this Accent coffee mug, and you can see it's offered by 2 print providers. It's offered by District Photo. Oops, I clicked on it. So it's offered by District Photo, and it's also offered by Harrier. And you can see that they're in different locations. So Harrier is in the Czech Republic and in United Kingdom. So they have 2 print facilities. District Photo might have multiple print facilities, but they're in the United States. This also means that each one of these print facilities has different pricing, and different pricing depending on where the item is being shipped to. So for example, if you select District Photo as your only supplier for this product by just simply clicking Start Designing on this supplier's listing, you're only going to be printing and fulfilling items through District Photo, which means you're going to be, paying these prices for US-based orders. But if we open up the provider info, you can see that shipping to the rest of the world, which would include the United Kingdom, is going to cost a lot more. You can see that they're charging $8.39 to ship that product versus the $6.39 that they charge to ship to the United States. Now, if you compare that to a supplier like Harrier, they're going to charge a different price to actually ship that product to the United Kingdom. So for domestic shipping, because they're located in the United Kingdom, shipping to the United Kingdom only costs $3.79. Now, if you select only this print provider and you need to ship to the US, it's going to cost $40, which would be absolutely insane. So that's why I recommend using Printify Choice, because depending on where the item is actually going, Printify is going to decide which warehouse is more cost effective and going to deliver that item faster for your customer. So they're going to choose the best price and make sure that it's delivered as quickly as possible. So I always recommend using Printify Choice. And you can see that for a product like a t-shirt in the comfort colors that we're selling, there's a lot more fulfillment center options. So you can see there's Monster Digital, Jams Designs, Demonia T, Swift POD, Fulfill Engine, Marco Fine Arts, Drive Fulfillment, and then there's more that are outside of the US. And just by choosing Printify Choice, they're going to select the best print provider depending on where the item is going, who has that item in stock, and who's going to get it to the customer the fastest. And if they have trouble, they're going to send you a notification and everything's going to be fine. So I typically recommend Printify Choice just because it makes it super easy to decide who to use to fulfill your product orders. Now, with that in mind, if you go back to Printify Choice, basically they're just going to choose the top quality provider for each order. You can always click on details to see all of the things that are available within this product listing. So you can see the sizes and colors. You can get shipping info to see exactly how much it's going to cost you to get the product shipped for the first item, and then every additional item that you sell in that order going to the same location. You can see things like production and how each order is actually quality controlled and tested. You can see if branding is an option or if you can include gift messages. All of those things you can see from the details button on each provider. And of course, from here, we can also start designing it. So when you choose the print provider, it's going to open the editor where you can upload your artwork. We already created a template when we first were deciding what products to sell. And so we have already done this process, but now it would be creating this product with Printify Choice. So if you select a different print provider, it's only going to create that product with that print provider, and you won't have as much access to the other print providers if you want to sell there. Now, we've already covered inside this editor pretty extensively, but we're going to cover it a little bit more right now. So first of all, they're going to give you a lot of information. You can read this if you'd like, but in short, there's a few things that you want to pay attention to. First is going to be the print area size, and this is a pixel ratio. So this is the size that your artboard in Kittl needs to be, or at least the aspect ratio it needs to be, so that your designs can fit within this dotted line on the t-shirt, which is the actual print area. Now, a product can have multiple print areas. So for example, if I just close this, you can see down here at the bottom, we actually have the front side and the back side. So we can have a design on the front and the back of the product. Some products have even more print areas. You might be able to print on the sleeve or on the neck label. And there's a bunch of other print areas depending on different products that you're selling. And so you'll be able to change the actual print area that you're working with down here at the bottom. Now, on the left-hand side, when you're in the editor, you have a bunch of controls. I almost never use these controls. There's only a few that I'd ever use. One is my library. This is where you're going to see your previously uploaded designs. You can just click to import one of those designs, and you can see this one was perfectly sized to our product as we would expect. They also have personalization, which we'll talk about a little bit in the custom section of this course. You can add text right inside of here, which I don't typically recommend. And then obviously you can upload new designs to Printify. There's other options in here, but honestly, these graphics aren't going to sell, and so I don't typically use them. Now on the right-hand side is where we control all of the variants and the options that we're actually selling. So if we click select variants, it'll open this huge drop down depending on the product you're selling. And this is where you can actually choose all of those variants or all of the different colors and sizes that you want to sell for the specific listing you're creating. And so it really depends on what you're creating, but we typically like to create a template to reuse for all of our uploads. We've already done this in a previous section, so you can go watch that if you're curious, but this is where all of those controls are. And again, if we're uploading a light and a dark version of a design, you might notice that you need to have a white text version on a dark color product and a dark text version on light color products. So if you upload something like this where it's white text, you can use this make specific design for ice blue in this case. And what it's going to do is it's going to lock that design on that color product for that print area. So now this merry and bright design, if I move it over to the bottom, for example, it's not going to affect all of the other colors because it's a specific design. If we do the same thing for the black version, I can move it like halfway off to the side. And now you can see that both of these are unique and the rest of them are unaffected. You can use this in a bunch of different ways. Let's say that we wanted to do a different style, like we wanted to have the black text on the white shirt, and then we wanted to have this white text on the black shirt. So now since I've made them specific designs, I can have those different design files on different colors. And so that's what this button does. And if you revert it, then it's going to revert to the original design that you used. So you can see how that works right there. Finally, you have the preview. So you can click to view a preview, which is a mockup generated by Printify of what the product's looking like. And that's about it for the product editor. From there, you can view your products. So these are all of the products that you've created. You should have a template that you created at the very beginning of the course. That's the core product that you're selling that we use for all of our uploading. And then you have all of the additional uploads that you've made and posted to Printify. Now there's some additional filters that you could go through if you want at the top, but I typically leave these as is. And that brings us to the next tab, which is the orders tab. Now, this is where all of your orders are going to be imported from Etsy. So as orders come in, Printify is going to refresh every few hours and pull those orders into your orders tab, and this is where you're going to manage them. Now, I might have to blur out some of the names here, but this should just give you a rough idea of what a populated orders tab actually looks like. And so you can see I haven't fulfilled my orders in a few hours right now. You can see I have 31. And this is basically just where we submit all of the orders. So again, after I handle customer service and make sure that no one wants to cancel their order, for example, this guy accidentally placed an order twice. So if I had automated fulfillment enabled, he would have had both orders submitted and I wouldn't have had time to come in and cancel the second one. So handle your customer support, and then twice a day I like to come in and manage my orders. So you can see right now I have 31 that require action and 3 of them which are out of stock. But since I have Printify choice, they're just going to be routed and it should be handled no problem. You'll also have an other orders tab. So if you're selling custom products or you're selling any listings that don't have a SKU that links the actual product to the listing in Printify, those order forms are going to show up here. You can select these and then pick a product if you still want to fulfill it through Printify, and that's how you import them into your actual orders form. And then from here, all you have to do is click submit and it'll begin the production process. They'll charge you the total cost, whatever that happens to be, and then those products will be sent into production and they'll be printed and shipped directly to your customer. And from here, essentially everything is automated. So as orders are printed and shipped, as soon as tracking information is available, whenever Printify syncs with your Etsy shop again, those tracking details are going to be added to the order forms in Etsy, so you don't even have to worry about adding tracking details. It's all automated through Printify. Now, orders are fulfilled by matching up something called a SKU. So we talked about this earlier in the course, but when a product sells on Etsy, Etsy's going to note which product variants the customer actually ordered. So if they ordered a small white t-shirt, that specific t-shirt with that specific design is going to have a unique SKU, which is a stock keeping unit number. And whenever there's an order form with that number, Printify is going to match it up to the SKU from the product that they published in Printify. So you can see if we just come to a product page in Printify and we open up the variants tab or this table down here, you can see all of the SKU numbers. So for example, a small white version of this product is going to have a unique SKU number. So you can see it's a completely unique and randomized number. These are generated by Printify. And when you publish your product from Printify into Etsy, this is how it actually links and how it knows which specific version of that product to use for the sale. So whenever you make sales, it's just going to match the SKU from the Etsy order, or multiple SKUs if there are, up with the SKUs in Printify, and that's how it knows how to link your products. Now, if you go into the payments tab and you click on payments, this is where you're going to manage your Printify balance. So you might be wondering, how do you pay for all of these Printify orders? If you get like 30 charges all in a row on your credit card, they're going to assume it's a scam or that someone is just spamming your credit card. So how do you actually deal with all of those charges? The way that I like to do it is by adding funds to my Printify balance. So again, in the payments section, just clicking on payments, this will bring up your Printify balance. So what you can do here is you can add a debit or credit card to pay for individual orders if you'd like, and that'll really work for your first few orders. But once you start getting into the flow of things, let's say you're making 5 orders per day or 10 orders per day. What I would recommend instead is adding a bulk amount of cash to your Printify balance to pay for all those orders. So you can come in and hit add money, and you can add a fixed amount of cash to your account to pay for all those orders. So if you're doing 5 orders per day, you might want to add $100 or $200 or $300 into your Printify balance. And that way it'll just deduct that balance from your Printify balance, and you won't have hundreds of charges on your credit card individually. So this is a nice way to sort of stay organized with all your finances. And eventually you can add funds in weekly or maybe even monthly, depending on your total cash flow and when those Etsy payouts are hitting your bank account. I typically try to top up my balance maybe once a week. It just depends on the order flow and the cash flow that I have. And make a mental pinpoint. If this is something you're ever going to do, make sure you watch the credit cards section of this course where I break down the credit cards that you should be using if you're going to pay for a bunch of Printify orders and top up your balance this way, because you can make serious points and cash back using the credit card hacks that I'll teach you in this course. Last year alone, I made around $18,000 just from the cash back on my credit cards that I was using to fulfill orders that I was going to be paying for anyway. So that said, this is how you manage your cash flow. You top up a balance once you start making a lot of sales, and that way you don't have thousands of transactions on your credit card. Now, when you are ready to subscribe to Printify Premium, you'll do it from this payments page at the bottom of the page. You'll hit subscribe and make sure that you use the coupon code ALEC. Now, I'm not going to redeem it here because there's a limited amount of usages for it, but it should save you 2 or 3 months. I can't quite remember off the top of my head in the middle of recording this. I think it saves you $60 in total. So it gets you like 2 months of free Printify Premium when you're ready to upgrade. And again, you should only upgrade after you're making at least 20-ish sales per month. 10 to 20 sales per month. You can also go to the transactions tab. This will show you all of your invoices. It's useful for taxes, but hopefully you don't have to do your own taxes. And then in the taxes tab, this is where you're going to put in all of your personal details. Again, I need to fill in the details for this specific account so that I can continue to sell in the EU, Norway, and the UK. And then in the US, you actually don't need to submit any tax or resale certificates since you're selling on Etsy. So Etsy takes care of all of that for you and makes it super easy. So you don't even have to worry about that. The only one is this EU and UK tax details. You just have to put in all of your business information. From here, you have the Insights tab. So you need at least 20 monthly orders, or I think if you subscribe to Printify Premium, you also get access to it. Again, I haven't wanted to do that yet on this account just so that I can keep it clean as we begin, and then we'll upgrade later. But then you have that settings panel that we mentioned earlier. So this is where you can manage your shop name. You can make sure you're in GPSR compliance, which is simply done by clicking this button. And there's a bunch of other settings up here at the top. So for example, the ship from address, I typically recommend using Printify's default address unless you have one that you want all of your returns to go to. If you're accepting returns, then you can add a custom address. You can also manage your order settings. So this is where you can change specific details about how your orders are handled overall. If you're not going to be using Printify Choice, I would definitely recommend enabling order routing. This essentially gives Printify a fixed budget. So let's say it's $5. And if the warehouse that you've selected is out of stock with the specific variant that a customer tried to purchase, Printify will route that order to a comparable warehouse that can actually fulfill that order. You shouldn't really run into this problem, especially if you're using Printify Choice, but it's good to know that this is an option if you are hard selecting a specific warehouse that you want to work with. I'd also leave this activate my upgrade to Printify Choice option selected. You can read about how all of these options work. And then for the order submission, I change all of my order submission to manual. That's because twice per day, I'm going to go through and submit my orders after I've done customer service in the morning and in the evening. So I like setting it to manual. You can also do automatically after 24 hours. That way, if you forget to submit them, they'll automatically go to production, but I never forget because this is my business and basically my full-time job. So I have to make sure I do it every single day. Personalized orders, you also want manual fulfillment. You don't want any of those to go into production without your oversight. Tracking notifications, I like to turn all of these off because I don't need a bunch of emails telling me when orders ship and what the status is. And delayed orders, I also like to manually send these to production just so that I can know the status of all of those orders so that I can see exactly how affected and delayed they actually are. And finally, you can decide if you want to receive the daily emails with your order updates. I don't like to receive those, so I'm gonna change that setting and hit save. Now the publishing preferences we sort of already covered, so you can set the default profit margin that you'd like to go for. This doesn't really matter since we already developed a pricing strategy based on what was already working on Etsy, and we also increase our prices 100% so we can run a 50% off discount. But that said, you can edit this if you'd like, and this is also where you select that shipping profile that we created at the very beginning of the course. As for Printify Connect, branding, and gift messages, I leave all of these off. I don't really worry about any of these options. I don't enable gift messages and I don't enable any branding inserts. I don't think it's worth it, and I don't think you should do it, especially if you're just getting started. Only do this if you're a seasoned seller. That said, you can manage all of the branding and gift messages in this little heart icon tab, and this is where you can manage all of these inserts and branding. They are going to charge you per order, and I just personally don't think it's worth it. And that's almost it. At the bottom left, you'll find Printify Sellers Club, which is just like their education platform that they charge you for. It's where you can upgrade to Printify Premium. They've got a bunch of help articles and the help center, so you can message their support if you ever have an issue. You've also got more resources like blogs and webinars, and you can also manage your personal account, which is going to be things like your personal business name, your address. You can also view all of the files that you've uploaded to Printify. You can manage your connections and your general settings overall. Now, the final thing I'll mention is to how to actually use the Printify support when you need it. So first of all, this is that live account I showed you. If you click on the little help icon, it's going to bring up a chatbot so that you can chat with their AI, and then they'll ask you if you need to speak with an agent. If you do, then you can hit yes, and you can start chatting with an actual agent to get your issue resolved. If you have to use this chatbot, then typically you will want to speak with an agent. You can just hit yes, and that'll connect you to a real person that can help you debug any order problems that you might be having. You can also click on any of the order forms to get more details on that specific order. So this is an example of an order that has shipped but has not yet been delivered. You can see they give you tracking information, and it tells you basically the full status of the order. But this is also where we can submit issues. So if there was a problem with the order, if it arrived damaged, if it was lost in the mail, this is a time where you would come in and hit submit an issue. You can request a reprint, or you can request a refund for this order depending on what happened, and Printify will get you sorted. They'll walk you through all of the steps that you need to follow depending on what type of issue it is. And the only time you really need to use the chatbot is if there's not a submit issues button right here on the order, which only happens if the order is still in production and you need to cancel it, or just occasionally when the button doesn't happen to appear on this page. Besides that, any issues that you do actually run into are going to be handled by Printify, and they'll be able to walk you through step by step what you need to do to come to a resolution. And then they'll decide whether or not they're going to compensate you or offer the customer a free reprint for the order, depending on the issue. That should be everything that you need to know. And so I hope this was helpful, and we can move on to the next tool. So in this section, I want to break down absolutely everything that you need to know about ListingView. This is the tool that helps us figure out which sub niches we're actually going to create designs for. So if used properly, it can save you a ton of time. And so hopefully after this video, you'll know absolutely everything that you need to about how to use it. So when you create your account and you get signed up, you're going to see a view like this. Again, you have a sidebar on the left, which gives you access to all of the tools that ListingView has. And then the main tool is going to show up on the right. The default tool that's going to be selected is this database, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It's a huge database of a bunch of Etsy listings, shops, and keywords that are all searchable and sortable so you can find exactly what you're looking for. So I'm going to run through how the database works, and we'll also go through sort of the hierarchy of how ListingView is actually laid out. So the first thing you should understand is that on Etsy, the top level element that you can have is a shop. Basically, shops can hold listings, and listings hold keywords. And so those are kind of the three levels, with shops at the top and keywords at the bottom, and listings in the middle that are the actual products that people buy. So the shops and the listings are typically what you're going to be looking for and searching from when you're trying to do research on Etsy. Now, this database tool enables you to search and filter from all of them. So up in the top left-hand side, you'll see different tabs. So you can navigate to the shops database, the listings database, and the keywords database. And you'll also notice, depending on the tab that you're on, how many items you can actually search from. So at the time of recording, there's around 1.2 million shops. There's around 113 million listings that you can search from. So an absolute monstrous amount of data, and ListingView helps us comb through it. Right below these tabs where you'll select the actual data you're looking at, we have quick filters. So with the listings tab selected, if I want to choose the new filter, I can look at listings that were posted within the last year. And immediately it starts filtering out all of these listings so that we're only seeing listings that are at least or at maximum 1 year old. We could also do 180 days or 60 days or any other filter, and it's going to show us those results. We can then apply a different column sorting to these results. So for example, we can see monthly sales or monthly revenue for these selected listings. And once again, you'll notice that these are only listings that were listed for sale within the last year, since I have that quick filter applied. But before we get super deep into the other research, I want to talk about these top right-hand side controls. So we have the watch list, which we're going to get into in just a second. We also have edit columns and this grid view option. So the grid view button just toggles a grid view, or a more visual browsing friendly view that you can use to sort through all of the products. So if you prefer to have the images much bigger, but still get that data below each listing, you can switch to the grid view, which makes it really easy to kind of see all the listings that you're looking at. So you still get all of the sorting features that you would expect from this table. So you can, for example, if you want to sort by monthly sales, you can change the sort order to any other column, and you'll see these listings refresh here so that we get an updated view. So very helpful if you're looking at the image specifically, but otherwise, if you want a more data-driven approach, you can switch back to the column and row view, and it gives you basically all of the raw data to look at right here. Now, we can also edit the columns that are appearing. So each one of these columns displays different data. And so you can see all these columns here. We can control which columns we want to see. So for example, maybe we want to add some more data here. Maybe we want to see the type of the listings that are being displayed. Maybe we also want to see the category that those listings are posted for sale in, and the age of those listings in months. So I'll select those columns, and now you'll see that we have 3 new columns available for our sorting. So we have the type column, we have the category column, and we have this age column that we just added. And so what this shows us is obviously the type. So this is going to be whether it's a digital download or a physical product. We also get these category badges. So now we can see the specific taxonomy ID, or the actual category that a product is listed under. And we can see the age. So you can see how many months each listing has been active on Etsy, which is super useful, since newer listings that are still performing well tends to be more valuable when we're doing research, because we want to imitate products that are currently selling well that aren't ancient. We don't want to reference products that are 10 years old that have a ton of sales. We want to reference newer products that have a ton of sales. And so viewing the age in months is super helpful there. In addition to that, we also have a bunch of filters. So if you click this filter button, it's going to drop down the filters tray so that we can control our search even more. Now, there's a bunch of filters, and you can use any of them that you'd like, but I'll give you some examples here. So maybe you want to see only physical products, since we're selling print on demand. So I'll toggle that physical type. And maybe we want to set a maximum age, let's say 12 months or around a year, or we could go up to 15 months. Since we're using a filter, we can get super granular and super specific. And maybe we also want to add a category to our search. So for the category, I'm just going to start typing, and we'll type something like shirt. And then we can add the t-shirts category to our filters. Now, even if I just apply these few filters, what you're going to notice is that it updates the table below, and now all of our products are physical products in the t-shirts category, And what you'll notice is that all of the age column, they're all going to be under 15 months because we set a maximum of 15 months in the filter. So now we're able to sort by monthly revenue or monthly sales or total sales or any column that we want to find listings that are physical in type in the t-shirts category that are less than 15 months old. So this gives us a super, super detailed view of exactly what we want to see. Of course, we could also add keywords to the search. So if we wanted to search for a specific niche, maybe we wanted to search for something like nurse, well, we can add that keyword to the search. And if we just give it a second to reload, now we're seeing nurse shirts posted in the last 15 months in the t-shirt category, physical product selected, and we're filtering by monthly revenue. So if we're creating nurse t-shirts, this is exactly what I would be looking at. Again, we can switch over to the grid view and we can get a really great, basically visual browse of all the nurse related t-shirts that are selling well in this niche, so that when I go create my own listings, I have a starting place, I can do my design hacking process, and I actually have inspiration. Now, the shops database works essentially the same. So if we switch over to the shops database, we can bring down those filters. And this is where it gets really powerful, especially when you're going to build out that competitor list when we talked about at the beginning. So I'll just add a few other similar category filters. So let's filter the shops out by t-shirts. But this time I also want to add a hoodie and sweatshirts, and we can add the normal sweatshirts category. So now you can see I've added 3 category filters. I'm looking for shops in t-shirts, hoodies and sweatshirts in general, because since I'm selling print-on-demand apparel, the specific designs are kind of applicable to all 3 of those categories. So just for the sake of example, I'm going to add all 3. And then maybe we also want to see shops that were created within the last 15 months. So I'll add that age filter. And now when I hit apply, we just give it a few seconds to load. You can see we're getting new shops. Now I actually, the age in months is over here. So let me bring that over a little bit. And we also aren't getting all the data. So I want to change the columns. I want to enable the primary category. So this way we can see the specific category that these shops are selling in. So I'll bring those columns over. And now you can see we're getting the exact results that we want. I'm going to filter by monthly sales column. And this is exactly how I would be building out my competitor list. What we can see here is we're getting a list of sweatshirts, hoodies and sweatshirts, and t-shirt selling shops that were opened within the last 15 months. You don't want to reference shops that are 10 years old. You want to reference newer shops because their strategies are proven to scale today. And so that's why I add that age filter. And you can see from the results, we're getting a bunch of shops selling t-shirts that are relatively new, bringing in tons of monthly revenue and sales. And so as I'm building out my competitor list, I'm going to be adding these listings and shops to a watch list, which brings me to the watch list. So whenever you find a shop that you want to save or a listing that you want to save to your watch list, you can click the little favorite icon and it's going to bring up this watch list tool. Now what this allows you to do is just save it to a default favorites list, but we can also create folders. So if you add a new folder, we can just type in a name. So we could type something like competitor list, and you can see it moved that shop into that folder. And we can just continue doing the same thing. So whenever I find a shop that's selling the type of product that I want to sell, I'm just going to click and add it into that competitor list folder. So I'll just add a few shops here. And if we switch over to the watch list and we go to the shops watch list, you can now see that folder is created in the shops watch list. So if I open up that watch list, now I've got all of my competitor shops ready for me to track over time. So you'll never lose the shops that you want to track over time. And remember, add them to the watch list because you're definitely going to lose them if you don't add them here. And of course, you can do the same thing with listings. You can have folders where you add a bunch of specific listings. You could have mockup folders. And you can really build out a super robust watch list the longer that you use it and the more that you add listings to these folders. Now on the dashboard, when we click on any row, for example, if I click on a shop, it's going to open that respective tool. So if I click on a shop, it'll open the shop analyzer. If I click on a listing, it'll open the listing explorer, and that gives us a breakdown of that specific item. So I just clicked on any example shop here, And this basically just gives us a holistic breakdown of this specific shop. Remember, shops are the highest level item on Etsy. Shops hold listings, listings hold keywords. And so when we're looking at the shop analyzer, it gives us a breakdown of pretty much any detail that you could possibly want to see in relation to the shop. So on the right-hand side, you get the graph with the sales for the selected time frame. And on the left-hand side, you get all of these cards which show you the essential details like listings, reviews, sales, revenue estimates, things like conversion rate. And you have even more super granular details like the primary, secondary category, the specific date that the shop was opened, average ratings, removed listings, active listings, pretty much any detail you could possibly want. If you find those details relevant or if you need them, they're here for you to use. Specifically, what I use the shop analyzer for is looking at the listings. So as we build out the competitor list, a list of shops that we're going to reference as we build out our own, knowing how they're building out their specific listings is super helpful. And so this listings table allows us to sort and filter the listings from this specific shop. And so you can edit the columns here as well if you want to see more data. Otherwise, it's just basically going to mirror how you have the dashboard set up. And this allows us to filter and sort this shop's listings by the most monthly sales or the most monthly revenue. And you can get a quick bird's eye view of what these listings actually look like from the shop analyzer. So if you're ever running out of inspiration or you need an idea for another niche to target, you can go to your competitor list, you can click on one of their shops and you can see which listings are performing best this month. And hopefully that can give you a head start to create your next designs. Now, when we actually click through and we open up one of these listings, it opens that second level tool, which is the Listing Explorer. Very similar layout to the shop analyzer. You've got the images from that listing, as well as the title. You'll also see any badges up at the top. So this listing is trending and it's also an outlier. We've talked about the outlier before, but the outlier score is essentially how well a specific listing is performing relative to all of the other listings within the same shop. So this specific listing is selling 6-7 times more than all of the other listings within the same shop. So it's absolutely crushing it is what that means. And these badges help you pick out specific listings that are doing really well. Overall, you're getting the chart data so you can see the trend of how this listing is selling over time. You also get these cards which break down essentially the same details like sales and revenue estimates and when the specific listing was posted for sale, as well as those full details down in the bottom left, like how many favorites, how many characters are in the title, description, how many tags are used, and all of those details, as well as a shop preview. So if you just clicked on a random listing, it'll also give you an overview of how that specific shop is performing on Etsy as well. Now, when you're viewing a listing in the Listing Explorer, primarily what you're going to be doing is obviously assessing how well it's selling, but also taking a look at the tags that this listing is using to drive sales. So the Listing Explorer is going to give you a tags breakdown. Now, these tags have essentially been run through the Keyword Finder tool, and you can see recommendation scores for each one of these tags. The recommendation score just shows you essentially the views to competition ratio. So how much search volume is a particular tag getting relative to the amount of total competition using that tag. For example, this top tag, Bird's fan shirt, is getting a lot of views compared to the relatively small amount of listings, which is why ListingView is recommending we can actually use this tag to drive sales. Now, does that mean that we should only use tags in our listings that have a super high recommendation score? Not necessarily. See, these keywords might have a decent amount of views and really low competition, but Etsy still tests out new products in super broad, highly competitive searches. We'll look at this in just a second. But for example, a game day shirt, super highly competitive search with around 300,000 other listings posted for sale. It might feel impossible to rank on the first page of search using this tag, but it can still get you exposure over time. And we'll look at it in just a second so that you can see that Etsy still pushes new product listings even for super competitive keywords. So I recommend picking out a few highly recommended keywords for each listing and then filling in the rest with some more competitive keywords. But we've already talked about how to do that at least 2 to 3 times throughout the course. So you can go rewatch the SEO sections if you're curious about how to do that in more depth. We do that during the bulk upload process. That said, if we click on any keyword, it will open that keyword in the keyword finder. This is essentially the same type of tool. It helps you analyze a specific keyword or search term, and also helps you get similar ideas so that you can build out listings that have really quality keywords in them. So for this specific keyword, we get great search volume, not that much competition, and so therefore we have a really high keyword score. You get the pricing breakdown for what the average price of a listing using this keyword is, as well as some more full details down below. But what's really cool about this particular tool is when you search a keyword, it's going to show you a list of similar keywords that you could use or that are being used in other best-selling listings. And so if a listing is selling super well, these are some other keywords that you could consider using. You can copy these and put them in your own listing, or you can use this just to get ideas for other keywords or even other designs that you could go and make, because sometimes you'll get specific ideas that weren't originally related to this keyword, but that are still being used in other successful listings. So this similar keywords table is super useful, not only to figure out what keywords you could use to drive sales, but also just to help you get overall inspiration and ideas. And the top listings table just below it lets you sort and filter from listings that are making the most sales. So if we sort by total sales, for example, we can now see the top selling listings using this keyword. So Philly football tee, this is the top selling listing that's actually using that specific keyword in it. You can see 2,500 total sales, which is definitely not bad. Again, the keyword finder is built into all of the listings already. So whenever you're viewing a listing, you'll see all of the keyword stats. But if you do want to look up a specific keyword or need to get more ideas, this can help you do that. Now we're going to get into the listing optimizer, which is the final tool. But before we do that, I need to talk about the Chrome extension plugin. Part of the reason why I had you download Google Chrome during the shop opening section of the course is so that we could use the ListingView Chrome extension plugin to do research on Etsy itself. So to install it, what you'll want to do is go to ListingView's website. You can go to the tools and click on Chrome app, and this is where you can add the Google Chrome extension. I already have it installed. Otherwise, you would just click install and it'll add it right up here to the top right hand side of your browser. And what I like to do is right click and then hit the pin button, and that way it'll always be visible, but it doesn't do anything unless you're actually on Etsy's website. Now, once you are on Etsy's website is where we can start to use it and customize it to actually get data displaying on Etsy. So when we click on the plugin, what you'll notice is that there's a bunch of these settings here. By default, they're all enabled, but I like to disable the total sales, total revenue, and some of these other metrics that I don't find quite as useful as just seeing the monthly sales, monthly revenue, and the age of each listing, along with the category badges, because these are essentially the badges that are going to help us super quickly identify which listings are performing super well. And so even just from the homepage, what you'll notice is that we have a ton of details below some of these listings. For example, we're getting a trending badge, we're getting that outlier score that I just talked about, and we're getting an evergreen badge. So these are just some quick indications and visual cues to help you understand and draw your attention to listings that are actually performing super well. Along with that, you also get some monthly sales and revenue breakdowns along with how old that listing actually is. Now, where this plugin gets really cool is on specific search pages. So we just looked at this game day shirt keyword, which is a super competitive keyword. And if we come over to Etsy and we make a search for something like game day shirt, which is a popular search that customers might be making, ListingView is going to give us a super detailed breakdown of the listings on this page on Etsy. And so here's what we're going to see. First, we get a breakdown of the competition. This is the total competition using this specific phrase. And then from this page of search results, we also get breakdowns like the average age. How old are the listings on this search page on average? In this case, 13.48 months old. What's the average outlier score of the listings on this page that are outliers? In this case, it's 16x. Then we get sales data, so average sales, average monthly revenue for listings using this keyword, as well as views, conversion rate. And we also have some additional badges up in the top right-hand side that show us specifically for this search page how many evergreen, new, and trending listings are being shown. In this case, even for a super competitive keyword like game day shirt, you can see we're getting 5 new listings. So out of 60, we're getting around 5 new listings. It's not the best. I've seen Etsy actually pushing more new listings on even more competitive searches, but this helps you get an idea. If there's hundreds of thousands of competing listings, and every time someone searches for this, they're getting around 5 new listing results, how easy is it going to be for you to stand out using a keyword like this? Now, obviously, this changes every single time someone makes a search. So when you make a search for game day shirt, it might be different because it's basically taking all of this specific search page result. So when you make a search, you might get different search page results. And so this data might be a little bit different, but that's what you need to know. This also lets us filter it by bestsellers. So we can click this button and it's going to apply an Etsy filter so that every single listing we're shown is an Etsy classified bestseller. This gets us a lot better results overall. So you can see we still have the same amount of competition because it's the same keyword, but now we're getting younger listings with higher average outlier scores, with more sales, more monthly sales, better revenue. And again, since this is a new search page, more new listings, evergreen, and a lot more trending listings since these are all bestsellers. This is really how you're going to identify those sub niches that you want to go after. You can see right here that there's a bunch of really high performing listings on this first page of search. But for example, this one, a 236x outlier that's only 5 months old and bringing in around $4,500 a month. This is definitely something that we would want to look into. So we can open that listing in a new tab. It says, feels like a penalty box kind of day. So what I would then do is assume that this is the sub niche. I would go make another search for that search phrase. And this is going to give us another breakdown, and we're going to be able to actually identify if this is a sub niche that we can create designs for. Because again, targeting game day might be a lot more competitive than targeting something like this specific keyword where there's hardly as many listings, but it's still making, a decent amount of monthly sales, especially considering that there's not that many listings available. This page is around 40 new listings, which means Etsy's really trying to push those new product listings here. There's hardly any competition. And so we would want to see if this is a saying that we could use to create designs for. Again, this overview just helps you find those sub niches so that you can actually create designs in a sub niche so that you're not competing with hundreds of thousands of other listings, but instead maybe 10, 20, 50,000 other listings instead. So helps you narrow down, it helps you create designs that are trending that people actually want. Something like this might be a good idea. And this overview box up at the top helps you identify just an overview of a specific search page. The example of Christmas shirt we used a lot throughout this course, but it's a great example because you can see there's over 2 million other listings using this keyword. But like we talked about earlier, this specific search page is showing us some interesting details. We have really young listings, 4.5 months old on average, really high outliers, 45x on average. Average total sales, 240. Average monthly sales, 136. Again, because we're getting a lot of those younger listings. Average revenue, $2,000. And on this first page of search results, we have 28 trending listings, 55 new listings, and 6 evergreen. So Etsy's really pushing out a lot of new listings, even for a super, super competitive keyword like Christmas shirt. So that's why I said you don't only have to include super low competition keywords in your listings. It's okay to include keywords and search terms that are a lot more competitive, such as Christmas shirt, because eventually your listings can get pushed out for sale. You can see all of these new listing badges on these listings on this first page of search results. And on top of that, a lot of these are selling super, super well. So when you're doing the design hacking method that we talked about, you're going to be able to target these specific sub niches that are really taking off and really doing well. And so this plugin just helps you get an idea. How old are the listings? Is Etsy pushing out new listings for this niche? How well are listings in this niche actually selling? It gives you a picture of all of those details. Now, when you do find a listing and you click on it, it'll open up that listing page in Etsy and you'll get the details breakdown for that specific listing, just like you would in the listing optimizer. So this is essentially a card with all of the same details that you'd get in the optimizer. You get the badges, outlier score, details like revenue and sales estimates. You're getting favorites and views. And we can even click this little arrow drop down to view all of those keywords that it's using. So you can see this particular listing is using a ton of really low competition keywords in it. So maybe that's what's helping drive all of the sales. So if we were to target this sub niche, I would definitely be taking a look at these keywords. Like we already talked about in the bulk uploading process, for coming up with keywords to use, this is how I'm going to find them. So I'm going to copy these and I'm going to go and add them to my listing. From there, we can either click on the shop name or we can come down and view a little shop overview in the bottom of this card. And we can click this to view the overall shop and see how it's performing on Etsy. So again, we get a nice breakdown and a holistic view of the shop. We get those same shop analyzer cards up here at the top, and we can see how many new listings have they posted, how many trending listings do they have in their shop. We can view those details right here. And as we scroll down, you'll also get those same badges on these listings. So again, if this is one of your competitor shops, maybe you want to come and get some inspiration since this particular shop seems to be targeting the sports niche pretty well. What are they doing differently that we can take inspiration from to go create our own products if we were to target some sub niches like these? So we can see what's working. ListingView helps us pick out those specific products within a shop that are doing really well so that we're targeting designs that are actually doing well and we're not referencing ones that we're just guessing are doing well that aren't actually selling well. Again, you can use this plugin to send shops directly into your favorites list, and it allows you to bring your research on the fly. So if you would prefer to do research on Etsy itself, you get access to all of the same information through the plugin, which can be super helpful. Now that's sort of the research side of ListingView, but there's also an optimizer side that helps you improve your shop and products. So if you click on the listing optimizer, it brings up a view of your shop. So this is going to be the shop that you connect to ListingView. And what you can see right here is that obviously I haven't made any sales since I opened this shop a couple of days ago, and we just started listing products for sale. But if we did, then we would start to fill in these cards. So on the right-hand side, we're seeing the sales and listings charts. You can see how you uploaded listings over time. We've only uploaded a few batches of listings, so that's why there's not too much data here. The longer your shop is open, the more populated this chart gets. I'll try and show you a live example here in a second. And we also have the listings table down below. So we'll talk about the stats in just a second, but real quick, I want to talk about how to actually use this listings table. Again, you get access to all of the same filters. So you can see which of your products are making the most profit, the most total sales, total orders, monthly sales. And you can use all of these columns to essentially sort and filter your own listings, as well as view the listing view score. If you click one of your listings and you hit edit, it'll open the listing optimizer page. This is where you can optimize specific details for your listing. So you get an idea of each essential element in your listing. So this listing, for example, has a good title, good tags, and good photos, but it looks like we're missing something in the description. So we're missing having our tags replicated in the description. So we could go and add that in right here. It essentially matches up our listing details with the Etsy handbook recommendations. And so ListingView is comparing how does the listing that you're viewing stack up against what Etsy recommends you have in your listing. So that's what this is comparing. You can see all of the images here, and we can even go and edit some of our fields as well. So if we want to make a quick change to the title, we can do that right here. For example, we use the word tea a lot, so we could change this to something like t-shirt, and we could just make those changes right inside of this listing optimizer. We also have our tags here. We could edit the tags if we want. We have our description. And you also have this keyword finder table at the bottom so you can see how the tags in your listing are actually going to perform. But if we just go back to the listing optimizer real quick, if we select more than one listing, we can enter a bulk editor mode. And this is similar to the bulk editor in Prelist, but with a few essential differences. You can edit almost all of the same details and sections in ListingView that you can in Prelist, just with a few nuanced details. The main difference here is that we have an undo functionality. So if we type something out, So if we overwrite the title, for example, and we put in a keyword, but we want to undo that change, we can simply click the undo button and it's going to revert it to the previous state. So super useful if you're making a ton of edits really quickly and then you make a mistake. In Prelist, that mistake is a little bit harder to redo, but in ListingView, you can just click the undo button and it'll undo all of those changes for you. Besides that, essentially all of the other editing modes are basically the exact same. So you can come through and pretty much edit any detail that you need to in these sections. And besides that, ListingView can also show you the actual stats for your shop. So this is an example shop that I'm running, and I'm gonna have to blur out a bunch of details because it's actively making money. And so I don't want all of the products to just get ripped off if this video gets a decent amount of views. But what you can see here is that it's showing us our monthly revenue, our total sales, conversion rate, and we're getting realistic breakdowns of our total revenue, how much of that revenue is coming from shipping, and our actual profit from Etsy after all of the fees are taken out. And so what's really unique about this specifically is it's going to show us our total revenue, which includes revenue from shipping. So for this particular shop, what you'll see is that around $326,000 was generated just from charging shipping on all of my listings. If you go into the standard Etsy seller dashboard and you view the stats, you're not going to see stats that include the shipping revenue. So those stats would show my total revenue as around $300,000 less than it actually is, when in reality, it would be around $1.6 million with $1.4 million of profit. So this helps you keep track of your actual stats and revenue. And if I click over to the next tab, you can see even more details like refunded orders, how many refunds you actually issued, and how many Etsy fees you've paid in total. You can also view those stats for your listings specifically. So you can see, for example, some of these listings have made $40,000, $20,000 in profit from these individual listings. You can see how much revenue, total revenue, product revenue, shipping revenue, and all of the details that you're not going to get from Etsy right here in ListingView. So super helpful if you want a super granular detail breakdown of your shop and how it's performing. But for the time being, that's essentially what you need to know about ListingView. It helps you identify those sub niches that you actually want to target so that when you go create designs, you're not wasting a bunch of time creating designs that are never going to sell. It also helps you optimize your shop and your individual products so that you make more sales over time. And yeah, that's about it. So on to the next section. All right, so in this video, we're going to cover absolutely everything that you need to know about using the tool Prelist. This is one of the recommended tools that I suggest you have when running this business, and there's several reasons why I suggest you have it. We're going to go over all of the different tools and features that Prelist comes with, and I'm basically just going to walk you through the entire platform, how it works, what it does, and why you would want to get it. So when you sign up to Prelist, it'll ask you to connect an Etsy shop and a Printify account. You can connect one or the other or both, and you can use them under the same account. Essentially, what Prelist does is it allows you to bulk edit listings that you have for sale in your Etsy shop, and it also allows you to bulk upload all of your print-on-demand designs to the product that you're selling in Printify. First, I'm going to cover the bulk editor, and then we'll move into the Printify uploader. So with your shop connected, this is the view that you're going to see. You can see that I have this Memento Factory shop connected. This is the shop that we've been growing throughout the course. And all this tool does is let us bulk edit these listings. Now, that might seem pretty simple at first, but there's actually a lot that we can do here. So on the right-hand side, you'll see a bunch of controls so we can refresh the shop if we've posted listings for sale that haven't shown up in our dashboard here. You can also use Prelist to create listings and build out presets, which we'll talk about in just a second. But if we select a few of our listings, I can enter the bulk edit mode. This is going to be the primary Etsy feature inside of Prelist. And essentially, it's almost the exact same bulk editor that you'll get inside of ListingView. So you can kind of choose which one you'd prefer to use. But there are a few differences between the two platforms that I'm going to try and cover here. First is this AI generator. So inside of Prelist, you can use this AI generator to optimize or make your titles longer, make them shorter, simplify them, and you can basically use this AI to generate SEO for your listings. Now, using AI can be a great option if you don't know what you're doing, but throughout this course, I've really shown you my favorite approach to coming up with great SEO that's actually going to drive shoppers to your products. And so you don't typically need to use this, although it can save you some time, especially if you want to prompt it with some of those keywords that you're getting from your research on ListingView or on Etsy using the ListingView plugin. If you prompt it with some of those keywords, it can get you better results. That said, inside of each of the listing elements sections, you're going to be able to add bulk edits or apply bulk edits across all of your listings. Up at the top, you have the bulk editing mode. So depending on what view or what element you're editing, you'll have different editing modes. These allow you to do essentially the same thing as in ListingView. So for example, if you want to find and replace, we could find all the words shirt and replace them with the words tee. And if I hit update, you can see it's going to update across all of those listings. Same thing for descriptions. It functions almost the exact same way. Find and replace, you can overwrite the entire thing. You can add text to the beginning or the end. You can manage your tags, your images. You can edit the listing details, the category, the prices, the variations, pretty much everything exactly the same as ListingView. It just enables you to edit all of those details over here in Prelist. That said, some of the primary differences between the two bulk editors is that as of recording, Prelist does not have an undo button. So in the ListingView bulk editor, if you make a change and you need to undo it, you can just simply hit the undo button. It makes editing a lot faster, but Prelist does not have that. But on the other hand, Prelist does have variant filters. So we've looked at this a little bit earlier, but if we want to filter out a specific variant to make a change to it, we can do that super easily inside of Prelist. So for example, if we want to change the price of our loss leader, this was an example I showed earlier, we can add a variant filter just by clicking on this filters button, and then we can select the variant we want to filter. So we'll do a size small, and then that's going to add a variant filter over here on the right hand side, and then we can add another filter. So we can do the color white, and now we have two filters. So we're only seeing the size small and we're only seeing the color white variants, and you can see that all of these price fields, all of the editable listings here are only for those two variants. Again, if you remove the white filter, now you're only seeing the size small items. So this is kind of how you can get a really exact control over the specific variants that you're editing. This makes it really easy to increase, overwrite, find and replace prices based on specific variants. Maybe you need to change the quantity, so you want to set something to out of stock. So we could go to color white, for example, and then we could update or overwrite all of the quantities to 2, hit update, and now you can see all of these are at 2. I'm going to change them back to full stock though, just for now. So those filters are super, super helpful if you need to do some very detailed, specific editing. And the other feature that Prelist currently has that ListingView doesn't have just yet, at least to my knowledge, is this presets feature. And so a preset is essentially a template of saved details that you can go and apply to your listings. So I'm going to exit the bulk editor just for now, and you can come over into the presets tab, and this allows you to create essentially one of those templates that allows you to apply the same exact details to all of your listings using a preset. So for example, we can name this anything we want. So I'm just going to name it tutorial example for example. And from here, we can basically save any amount of details that we want to use for our template. So for example, I could say, let's for the title, just say Alec, or we'll say subscribe. And so now we've set a title. So the title is going to be saved in our preset. We can also add a tag. So we'll just say like subscribe to Alec for one of our tags. We can add images and a video into our preset as well. You can save things like the core details. We could update the pricing if we wanted to. Maybe you want to save a preset that automatically applies those listings to a specific category or shop section. So you can do that as well. And you can basically fill out any amount of details that you want. For now, we'll do a title, description, and a tag. So very simple preset. Then I'm just going to hit save. And you can see the preset was created successfully. Now, in presets, I'm going to just open this back up real quick. You'll notice this bulk create validation badge right here. Prelist has an additional feature that allows you to bulk create listings. It's typically used for something like a digital product, so it's not applicable to print on demand, but it's good to know that it's there. And if you ever need to learn more about a specific feature, if it wasn't covered in depth here, you can click on this little learn button and it's going to open up the Prelist documentation, and you can come through and you can view all of the help articles that will teach you how to use any one of those features. So if you're curious to learn more about the presets, for example, you can visit the Prelist presets article, and it's going to show you things like scenarios where you might actually want to use the presets, how to create them, what the validation means, and essentially just, how to use them in general. So with our preset created, now if I open up those listings again, I can click the preset dropdown and you'll see I have this tutorial example preset already generated. Now, I only saved those 3 fields. I only saved the title, tags, and description. So you can check or uncheck whichever details you want to apply to all of the listings that you're editing. For example, if we just hit apply all, you can see it says it updates the title, it updates the description, and it updates the tags across all of those listings. So it's going to overwrite that data, but being able to select which specific fields it overwrites is super helpful, because if you want to save a bunch of preset details, then you can go and apply them no matter what you're editing or dealing with. So a use case for this might be, for example, if you want to create a new preset for like Christmas tags, and then maybe you save a bunch of unique Christmas tags relative to the product that you're selling, you could generate a bunch of Christmas tags, and then you could go through and you could apply those to all of your listings if you wanted to. It's just an option, and you should know that it's here. There's all kinds of use cases, and it really just depends on your workflow. It's just a tool that Prelist has. Outside of that, it's basic bulk editing for your listings. And so if you're trying to make changes to a lot of your listings at once, it's a great tool to have in your tool belt to be able to do that. Next, we can move into the Printify uploader. So we've talked a little bit about this because we've used it throughout the course, but there's some features that I haven't had time to dive into. And so now we're going to be able to jump into those now. Obviously, once you've connected your Printify shop, you're going to see all of your Printify shops available right here in this select shop dropdown. So I have the Memento Factory shop selected, and then you'll have your templates. So I currently just have the one template. You can always add a new template by clicking this Create from Products button, and it'll allow you to select any of your existing products to use as a template, or it'll allow you to paste in the URL to one of the products that you've created from Printify, and it'll import it as a template. Now, what actually is a template? A template for Prelist is simply a product that you've already created that Prelist is going to use as a template to create all of your future products. So instead of creating a completely brand new product from scratch, Prelist is essentially going to copy the details from that existing template. It's going to look at which color variations are selected or which size variations are selected. It'll also look at all of the pricing details, the description, and any other details that you've saved inside of your original template. And it's going to populate all of those same details in all of your future uploads. It doesn't actually have anything to do with the design placement on the product or what the design actually is. It's essentially just used for all of the variations, the specific product, and any pricing, description, tags, or any other miscellaneous details that you saved inside of the template. So in our template in Printify, you'll notice that we saved all of those variations. We also added a custom description, so that description will be reused on all of our uploads. I like to leave the tags blank because I typically add custom tags to every product I'm uploading. But we also saved some things like a standard shipping profile. You can see all of our pricing and our variation details right here in the pricing table. And we also created some additional settings over here in the variant visibility and sync product details so that when we're using Prelist, all of those details get saved in our new products. But as I mentioned, it doesn't actually have anything to do with the specific design or layout or any files that you've uploaded to the specific product. Those will get ignored while you're uploading. It only has to do with the specific variations and the details that you've put in your product listing. So now I'm going to show you how we can actually use this to create a lot of products in Printify in bulk. And hopefully this should get you to understand why we like to do things in batches, because it's much faster than going one by one manually every single time you want to upload something. So here I've got black and white example designs. And I'm just going to select some to upload to our product. So we'll just do 3 to make it really simple. And all I have to do is drag those design files into the uploader. It will upload them. And now you can see a little preview of what these 3 designs are going to look like on our product. So right now, you can see that these 3 designs would be uploaded to all of the variations that we have listed for sale here. Now, you might want a little bit more control because just uploading your designs can save you time. But here's how you can add a multicolor design and also designs to different print areas within the same product. If you come and click on this Add Variant button, it's going to add another row where you can upload designs. You have to click on this little settings icon, and this is where you can change out which variations or which colors are going to receive this secondary design. So from here, I'm just going to come through and I'm going to select a bunch of the darker colors. So basically everything except white and ivory. Now I've got all of the dark colors down here. And next I would probably want to upload the white design to those colors because I want the dark design on the light colors and I want the light design on the darker colors. And so now when I upload these products, and you can scroll down to see a preview, we're going to get the dark design and the light design on the same product, but just on different colors, on different versions. Now, what if we wanted to take this even a step further? So maybe we want to add a print to a different print area, for example, the back of the product. From here, when we add this print area, you can see that if we add a back print, it's going to load in all of those colors. And so now if we uploaded a design, maybe something like this, I just feel empty inside ChatGPT design, you can see this is going to be printed on the back of every single color that we have. Now we could go and add more variants. So we could do another back print, and here we could select some of the colors. So if I wanted to do a different color back print for the light white and ivory color, then I could remove them from the first back print and I could add them into the second. And so this would allow me to upload a different design file for the back of the product on white and ivory colors. So hopefully you can see how you can get super, super detailed. We can have different design files for the front. You can see this is the front print area. We can have different design areas for the back of the product too. So you can have back, these designs in variation B for the back would be applied to all of these colors. Variation C on the back, any designs we upload in this tray are going to be uploaded to those colors on the back of the same product. So I'm going to delete those and we'll add it back to this main variant, and we can delete that bottom one as well. Now, you'll also notice this apply to all variants button. So what does that actually do? Well, if I click it, you can see it's just going to duplicate that main design onto all of our products. So you can think of each column here as its own product. And you can see if I hover over it, it says product 1. And then if I move to the second row, product 1A, because that's the first variation. Here's product 1B. So that's the second design in the same variation. So now hopefully you can start to see how all of these things kind of work together. The reason you'd want to use this apply to all variants button is, let's say you have a neck label that you want to apply to all of the products in your uploading batch. If you ever decide to add a logo to your products, which I don't typically recommend for beginners getting started on Etsy, but if you're trying to build out that full brand, well, you can upload your neck label and hit apply to all, and that way you don't have to keep dragging in that neck label file and uploading it for every single design. If you have 50 designs that you're uploading in a single batch, it would take a while. So the apply to all makes it so that that same exact file is going to be applied to all of your uploads. From here in the global settings, this is where things get pretty cool for actually creating your designs. So the title field allows you to just globally overwrite the title. So you can see anything I type in this field is going to be applied to all of the products in real time. So we could type anything in there and then it's just going to apply to all of our products. And then the keywords tab is another really cool feature. And any keyword strings that you add in here, I just have this Christmas one saved from earlier, will basically be randomly shuffled and applied to all of your listings without you having to manually shuffle those keywords yourselves. So what you'll notice here is that we have a few keywords like merry and bright trees, women's Christmas shirt, women's holiday shirt, Christmas gift, chic winter shirt, cute holiday tee, Christmas tree shirt. And so there's a bunch of keywords here that are all separated by a comma. And you'll notice that in our titles, we actually have a bunch of those keywords shuffled together. Now, I like to use this little comma button, which will ensure that the commas stay in place. So you can actually see where the keywords are in our titles. You can see they're separated by commas. And this just looks really, really good overall. We have a bunch of different unique titles, and it's also going to try and keep all of those titles within the Etsy character limit. So no matter how many keywords you paste in the keywords tab, you're always going to get a unique title, and it's always going to be within the 140 characters that Etsy allows. In addition to that, any titles that you've added in the global title override are still going to be in place. So if you want the very beginning of your titles to always be the same, for example, if we wanted this to say example design, or rather up in the global section, I should say. So if we say example design right here at the top, well, now you can see that all of our designs here, all of our new uploads have example design, and then it's followed by all of these randomized keywords that we added in the keywords field. So super, super cool in my opinion. If you're looking to get unique titles on all of your products, I think this is a super neat feature. We can also do the same exact thing with tags. And so the only difference here is that it is not going to shuffle all of the tags across your listings. So if you add something like a Christmas shirt, it's going to just apply that tag to all of your. So if I just grab a few more of these tags, you can see that it just applies them as is. There's no randomization. It's just a global tag override. So all of these tags would be used in all of our designs. So you can definitely upload them and use tags here. I just personally like doing it during the bulk editing process after I've uploaded, but it's totally up to you. We also have some sizing and positioning controls. And so the way that these work is pretty interesting. First, we have these fit and fill to placeholder. So actually the tooltip isn't like appearing in the correct spot. Let me refresh this. Either way, this is the fit to placeholder toggle. And so what that will do is it will stretch the design until it meets one of the edges. So if you have a square print area on your product and you have a very tall design, and you use a fit to placeholder, it's going to hit the top and bottom of the placeholder before it hits the sides. You can see a really good example of this in the tutorials where the fit to placeholder basically fits it so that the design will snap to the closest edge, whereas the fill to placeholder will ensure that the entire print area of the product is covered, even if some of the product extends beyond the print area. So that's how those two toggles work. And the rest of these are very simple. You have align left, center, and right. I typically like centered. And then you can align to the bottom, middle, or top. And I typically choose to align it to the top. And these specific controls, I wouldn't ever touch those because they can be very finicky and you have to be very exact with how you're typing in, down to like the 8th decimal place. So it's not worth it. I would just use the basic toggles and size your designs properly. And that way, when you actually go to upload, you're not going to run into any issues. So with all of this, basically our uploads are set. We can start uploading to Printify. You have this choice to publish to Printify during the upload process, but I typically leave that off because it's good to go in and check every single upload just to verify that everything came through as expected. And then we can just hit upload, and this is going to go and create all of those products on Printify for us. This saves us a ton of time from not having to copy an existing product, delete all of the designs off of it, and then upload our new designs to that product, then save the product, add our unique titles and tags to the product, and then publish it for sale. It basically automates something that would normally take you maybe 2 to 3 minutes per design, and it does it all for you automatically. So you can see these products are getting created and now it should be done. So if we come back into Printify and I give it a quick refresh, here we go. All of those 3 designs are successfully uploaded. So if I open one up, what we should notice is that we have all of these designs exactly as expected. So on the front of the t-shirts, we have our dark example design on the light t-shirts. So you can see the ivory and the white have that black design. And on all of the darker color designs or all of the darker color t-shirts, we're getting that white design. So it's exactly what you would expect from Prelist. We're getting those variations coming across, and you can also see that it uploaded that back print to all of the products. So if we actually go to edit the design, you'll see that we have the white design on all the dark products. We've got the black design on all the light products. And if we switch over to the back, you can see that we have this graphic that I uploaded, and it's fit to the print area, and it's also aligned to the top exactly how we would expect when we're uploading our designs like this. And again, if I go check a different one of the uploads, you'll probably see the exact same thing where we have the dark design on whites, white design on darks, and we have the same back print image that we could have used as the neck label or the sleeve label or anything else, depending on the print areas available for your product. It was done all automated. So normally that would take a ton of time to do by hand, but from here we can just set up the automation in Prelist to do it for us. Now, although you get an Etsy listing bulk editor as a part of ListingView, which is going to be the primary tool that you typically use, Prelist is still a great option. And because you're watching this, you don't even have to pay for the yearly or the monthly subscription plans. Instead, what's super, super cool, you can get lifetime access for one payment of $67. So this is like a lifetime deal. It allows you to connect one Etsy shop and your Printify shop to Prelist to get access to all of the features that I just showed you. And you only have to pay once. So there's no recurring subscriptions. You don't have to worry about getting charged over and over again. It's just one price of $67. And so if you think about that in terms of time, just from the Printify uploader, it can save you hours and hours of time going forward. And so the $67 once is definitely a great deal. On top of that, there's some extra freebies that you get, like some checklists and calculators that might help you manage your business overall. And so there's a ton of value for the $67, and that's really hard to beat because it's something that you can use every time you go to upload designs. But that's essentially what Prelist will do. It will help you bulk upload products to Printify, and it will help you bulk edit all of your listings in Etsy if you want to use this bulk editor for it. Now, let's talk about Kittl. Kittl is the choice design tool that I have chosen to use for absolutely everything that we do throughout this course. And that's because it's a super powerful tool and it has almost every single feature that we could possibly want in order to create amazing print-on-demand designs that are going to sell in our shop. And so instead of trying to get you to use a tool like Figma to make designs, or trying to get you to use a tool like Canva that's still going to charge you, but that doesn't have all of the features that Kittl has, I think that Kittl has absolutely everything that you could possibly need. And so in this section, although we've talked about it a lot throughout this course, and it's a core tool that we need to use to actually run this business, in this section, I want to lay out absolutely everything that you need to know about Kittl to actually use it to its fullest potential. So once you're signed up for Kittl, again, I would recommend signing up using the Google account that you created when opening up your shop, but you can do that however you'd like. This is the type of screen that you're going to see. Now, the main thing that you need to understand about Kittl is that you can create designs. And when you create those designs, they're saved inside of artboards, which are typically called projects. So a project is a file that's going to hold all of your designs and all of your design elements. Now you'll see on the left-hand side here, Kittl has navigation to your projects, but they also have a few other buttons here. So your likes are just templates that you've liked. We'll talk about templates in just a second. Your fonts and graphics are elements that you've uploaded to your Kittl account. We can upload those inside of projects as well. So the only real navigation that you need to know about over here is the templates and the projects button. So if we click on templates, this is going to load a huge list of templates, which are essentially just project files with preformed designs. So you can see some of these designs are created by people from Kittl, some are just independent designers, and these are just project files that you can copy into your own workspace as projects that you can go in and edit. So Kittl functions on projects. Templates are just prepared projects that you can copy into your own workspace. So if you have the free downloadable material for this course, you'll be able to access a few templates that I've linked. First of all, we have some tutorials from Kittl themselves. So if there's something that I didn't cover in this section, which is unlikely, then you can visit one of these templates to view the Get Started with Kittl or the Introduction to Kittl Flows, which are tutorial projects straight from Kittl that are sometimes helpful to just look through to understand a little bit more about how things work. But for now, what you'll need is this template link, which is my Kittl Design Hacking Board template link. So when you click on this link, it's going to open that template in Kittl. So it'll open this up and it might have you copy it over into your account. And this is essentially how we go about creating all of our designs, or at least this is the template that I like following and using when I go to create a design. Now, with this template, I like to duplicate it so that I always have a clean version of this template to reference and to come back to if I need it. So the very first thing I do is I come up to the top left and I duplicate this project, and it's going to open up a new tab with the exact same template, which is the design hacking board. And I can come up here on the top right and I can rename it. So I'll say Kittl example. And from there, now we can start using this to play around and start to learn Kittl. Now, the first thing you'll see is that it's a large canvas with sort of a gray background, and there's these white blocks all over the place with different names above them. Each one of these blocks is called an artboard, and it's typically recommended to create designs and keep your design elements inside of artboards, although you don't have to. An artboard is just a way of preparing a pre-sized design based on whatever you're creating. So we'll talk a little bit about that in just a second. But for now, all you need to know is that these are called artboards. Before we jump into that though, I want to direct you down to this part. These are some essential controls that you need to know before trying to navigate Kittl. This will save you a ton of time going forward. So if you hold down the shift key and you scroll up and down, it's going to scroll you side to side. Some mice, like the mouse that I'm using, have a sideways scroller, so I can use that as well. But if you don't, then you can hold the shift key and scroll vertically up and down, and it will move you side to side. Likewise, if you hold the Command or the Windows key and then you scroll in and out, it will also zoom you closer or further away from specific designs. You can always press Command or Control Z to undo your most recent edit. And you can also hold the Shift key and press the Command or Control key along with C, and that will copy whatever you have selected as a PNG to your clipboard. So it's super helpful if, for example, I wanted to copy this. I could hold Shift, Command, and press C. I guess copying failed at the moment, but sometimes it will copy to your clipboard as a PNG, which is super useful for certain applications. So this first welcome board is just a little design that I made, and I set it as the preview image for this template file. So this is what you're going to see in your home screen when you select the project. Now, we already covered in a lot of detail some of the core features of Kittl, and so I'm going to try and highlight some of the things that we didn't have as much time to dive into. For example, we talked a lot about how to work with fonts and how to upload your own fonts. We looked at changing colors of elements and changing colors of fonts and even specific characters. We worked with graphics, and we even added some effects to the graphics and to the text that we worked with in the intro to design hacking. Part of design hacking and actually being able to create designs is learning the design tool. And so that's why we spent probably about an hour covering each one of these specific elements and learned how to edit it and how to work with it in detail. So I primarily want to talk about everything that I didn't get to talk about in the design hacking portion of the course. So first of all, if we come over to the left-hand side, we can open up a chat box. And this is essentially going to let us chat with AI about our canvas and also just use it as a general chatbot, which is super helpful if you don't want to switch between using Kittl or ChatGPT, for example. So we can ask it, what can you do? And you'll see it works as essentially just a normal AI chatbot. It says, I can help you create and edit professional grade designs quickly and easily. So it basically just says, I'm your personal assistant and I can do what you need. You can create new chats. You can also close this chat window. And it's just helpful to have this here so that you can always chat with an AI without having to go into a different tool. So it's essentially like having ChatGPT built into your design tool, which is very, very helpful if you need help coming up with ideas, for example. We could say, like, what are some t-shirt niche ideas that I could target? And essentially, just like any other AI tool, it's going to give you a list of ideas. Again, this is just a chatbot, so this isn't actually the image AI, but it's still really, really helpful to have this built right into Kittl. Now, besides the chatbot, we also down here at the very bottom left have the layers panel. So we can click and it will expand this little layers panel. And what you can see is that all of these layers relate to the specific artboards and all of these elements that we have on our design canvas. So for example, you can see inside of the colors artboard, which is selected right here, we have all of these rectangle shapes. So if I zoom in a little bit, you can see as I select them, some of those rectangle shapes start to appear. And what's helpful about this particular layers panel is if we have some specific elements that we need to reorder and maybe stack differently. So we want specific elements to be on top of one another. We can manage that in this layers panel. So you can see I have this mustard color beneath the orange. But if I drag it all the way to the top, you'll see that it's now on top of the orange. And so those two layers are right here in my layers panel. And I can always change the height of them, I guess you could say, or which one is on top and which one is on bottom in the layers panel. So this is super helpful if you need to get specific adjustments like that done. Now you know that it's in the layers panel down there at the bottom, and that's where you can find the information. Now, one of the most important features and one of the core reasons why we even use Kittl to make designs in the first place is for their AI image generators. So whenever we need a graphic for print on demand, instead of creating it from scratch, I always recommend using AI, unless you're a professional designer already, which you're probably not if you're here watching this section right now. And the AI in Kittl is absolutely incredible. So if we come down here to the bottom of our screen in our tool belt, what we can see is this generate with AI button right here. And this toggles on and off this prompting field, which we can use to interact with some of the AI models that Kittl has available. So when it's enabled, you can see this prompting box opens and it essentially will just expand whenever you click on it. And this is where we can really dive into everything that Kittl has to offer. A few of the options you'll see here is that we have a generate image and remix image. So remix only works if you have an existing image in your project file. So at the moment, I don't have an image selected. So that's why you're not seeing any prompting images already preloaded. So we could use the generate image at the moment, but a remix will work the same way, and we'll look into some examples in a second. We also have our style panel. And so this is basically a pre-generated styles that Kittl gives us that we could use to go and create more artwork. So if we wanted to get, this anime look, for example, I could select this and it's going to pre-populate the Kittl generator with that specific style. And so what it actually does is if we wanted that anime style, you can see it preloads the specific model and it adds that reference image in so that when we go create our new design, it's in the correct model and it's using the correct reference style so that we can get the exact same style that Kittl is showing us in these little preview images. So depending on what you're trying to create, this is super helpful. Kind of talked about this in design hacking, where I showed you how to create your own styles using uploads and reference screenshots from popular best-selling products, but there's some styles preloaded into Kittl. So if these are something that you're looking for, maybe you're making a logo or a banner for your shop, that this is a really good tool to know exists. Next, we have the actual model selector. And so currently Nano Banana has around 18 different models that you can choose from. It's an absolute ton of models, so it definitely depends on what specifically you're trying to create. But a general rule of thumb at the time of recording is that the Nano Banana model is one of the best models that you can possibly pick from. So there's a ton of models here, and you'll also notice that they each cost a different amount of credits and they take a different amount of time to generate. So for example, the default standard Nano Banana model only takes around 15 seconds to generate an image, still incredibly high quality, and it only costs 10 credits. Versus if you take a look at the Nano Banana Pro or the Nano Banana 4K models, those take a bit longer, 40 to 90 seconds, and they cost 40 to 65 credits. So you're spending a lot more credits and you're getting a little bit of a boost in accuracy and quality with the actual image. But sometimes, depending on how many credits you have left, it might not be worth using the Pro model every single time. Sometimes it's better to just use the standard Nano Banana model. Now, the best image model can change over time, but right now and for the foreseeable future, I would personally just recommend sticking with Nano Banana or Nano Banana Pro for generating all of your images. You get insane quality and realism and character consistency, which are all things you need for creating graphics with print on demand. And so that's the model that I would personally go with. But with that, we have a few more controls that we can use with this specific image generator. So next, you'll see this little aspect ratio selector. So depending on the model that you're using and the type of image that you're generating, whether you're remixing or creating a new image, which we'll look at in a second, it might change the aspect ratio, which is the size of the image. So some of the predefined options are 1:1, which is just a square, 16:9, which is like a video, and 9:16, which is like a vertical video size. You can also select how many images you want to generate. So if you want to run the exact same prompt multiple times, then you can launch 2, 3, or 4 images all at once without having to rerun the prompt manually every single time. And then you can also generate images privately or publicly, but I like to leave private selected. And finally, there's a little enhance prompt button. So if you suck at writing prompts yourself, sometimes this can help, but I typically like to write my own just so that I can learn how to actually work with the AI a little bit better. All right, so how do we actually use this to generate graphics? The very first thing that I would recommend doing is uploading some kind of reference image so that the AI has something to build off of. So for example, maybe I screenshot a design like this that I find on Etsy, and I want to replicate a somewhat similar style in a new graphic. So what I can do is I can paste that in and upload it to my Kittl design board. Again, it doesn't have to be inside an artboard. It can just be in the project somewhere. But from here, we have a few different options that we can use to actually go about creating images. So if we click on our AI controller down here at the bottom, we could switch it to remix image. And what you're going to see is that this preloads that design that I have selected into the prompt, and then I could describe the remix to the AI. So maybe I want to use the standard Nano Banana model just since it's a bit cheaper and faster. And then we could describe the remix that we want to make. So I could say, using the same style of graphic, make a gnome reading a book, and then we'll match the same, or actually we'll switch it to a square aspect ratio. So then I'll hit generate, and then you can see it's created a square in the same vertical height, but it's going to hopefully create a gnome reading a book in the same rough style instead of these ghosts. So we'll just see what it looks like. So there you go. Now we have a gnome reading a book in almost the exact same style as these ghosts. And so what we can do now is, since we know this prompt works with this specific image, I could launch off a few more generations. So I could just generate a few more options, and it's going to launch all of those off without me having to manually rewrite the prompt every single time. I guess one of them failed, but that's fine. And so now you can see we're starting to get a few different versions of this gnome. So from here, what I could do is I could switch it to a 16:9, which is going to be a horizontal sized image, and I can modify the prompt. So in the same style of graphic, make a row of 4 gnomes reading books in slightly different poses. And then I can hit generate. And again, depending on how many images you're trying to generate at once, you can launch off multiple generations. And this makes it super, super fast to get amazing graphics in not that much time. Again, I guess one of them failed, but let's see what we get here. So there you go. Now you can see we got a couple funny images, and we have a few different gnomes that honestly could look pretty good on some shirts. So what I could do is I can first remove the backgrounds from these images. That's going to give us much more usable graphics. And from here, you can see that we're actually starting to build out elements that we could use in some of our designs. It really all comes down to your ability to write a prompt. And as long as you know how to use the remix or the generate image mode, you're going to be able to create really high quality graphics this way. So next, I think we'll just go back to that original image, and we'll say, using the same graphic style, make a row of 4 gnomes reading books with slightly different poses and different color hats, sitting, standing or laying down. And then we'll generate those and we'll see what we come up with here. Again, this really comes down to your ability to be creative and adapt and work with what you're getting. All right, these definitely don't look good, so I'm gonna delete them and we can proceed kind of moving on with hopefully some better ideas. So I'm gonna copy the same prompt because I think the prompt can work, but I'm going to reference a few different images. So let's try launching off 2 images, and we're also going to upgrade to the Nano Banana Pro model since we're pretty close to getting the exact graphic that we want. I'm going to hit generate and it's going to launch off those generations for us. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we get some good results here. And there you go. So now we have 2 different versions of our graphic. These honestly look really good. I can remove the backgrounds. Again, I love that Kittl lets you do this in bulk. We could just remove the backgrounds from all of them. And we have a bunch of different gnomes in all kinds of poses that we could go and hopefully use to make some different artwork. Again, remember what you can do here is you can copy these and then you can crop them in. So if you have multiple items per image generation, you can always duplicate them and then add a different crop to the image so that you're always getting, multiple graphics that you can then move around and position exactly how you want. Because maybe you want 4 in a row, or maybe you want an entire design of, repeating graphic elements. It just depends on exactly what you're going for, but you can always work with the graphics that you're getting. And honestly, these are super, super high quality. You can see the level of detail and the also attention to the style that we got from the original reference image. These gnomes absolutely look incredible. And so if we were going to sell a gnome version, a gnome plus reading product, I think that we have a super solid foundation here. And obviously this is only, 2 minutes of prompting and playing with Nano Banana, and we already have some amazing graphics that you really can't make anywhere else. You can't get this same level of quality in Canva or any other tool at the moment. And on top of all of that, we can also use it to work with text. So right here, I've uploaded a reference image that just says nurse, but it's in this sort of cheetah print. And again, I'm going to open up the prompt box. We've got the reference image here, and I'm going to say in the same text style, write the word doctor, and we're going to see what it gives us. Again, we only need 1 image here, so I think we will just match the input and only generate 1 image, and we'll launch that off. Now, we could also try a different prompt while this is getting started. So we could say, in this same, and we can actually try Nano Banana, the default model. Again, you kind of have to play around with it and keep testing until you get something that actually works. But instead of doctor, we could try a different profession. We can try YouTuber, for example. And then let's try another example. I'm legit stumped. I need to open up my niche ideas to find another profession. Let's see. Let's do librarian, because I think that would be a good dual niche. You can already see some of these are starting to look good. Librarian. And I think the Nano Banana Pro model did better based on these generations. So you can see that this doctor one came out absolutely incredible. The YouTuber one doesn't look too bad, I guess, but it could definitely be better. So I think the Nano Banana Pro model is maybe a little bit better with the text. So I'm going to delete the YouTuber and then move this around. From here, I'm going to remove the background from it. And there's librarian. So these look absolutely incredible. Honestly, this is exactly what you would want if we were going to try and replicate a similar design. So from here, I'm going to remove the background. And since we're using built-in Kittl's tools, I can just select these images and I can upscale them. And so it's going to upscale them again in bulk. I love that about Kittl. No other tool has it this easy where you can just select multiple graphics that you just made, upscale them. And again, it only takes a few seconds once you get it done. And so now as I zoom in, you can see that we don't lose any of the detail or the quality from these images. They look absolutely insane. And these would probably just be ready as is to go on our product, assuming we can sell the leopard print and we don't use this to rip off anyone's products directly. A few other details that you should know about is you can select a graphic and you can click the AI chat option and it'll open those images inside the AI chatbot so that you can sort of talk with ChatGPT about the images depending on, what exactly you're trying to go for. So you can see there's some recommendations here already. And so once you load this up, it gives you some cool ideas here. So you can see maybe we do a whimsical forest background and then we send this off and it's going to go generate your image over here in the chatbot as well. So I'm going to close that for the time being. And the last AI feature that you need to know about inside of Kittl is the text manipulation. So let's say that you have some text-focused template designs. such as these that I went ahead and created as a little bit of an example for you. So you can see there's a bunch of different styles here. You can see some of them say, I'd rather be baking. I'd rather be baking in a different style. Baking is my favorite sport. Often yaps about baking. This one just says baking. And there's just a bunch of different baking themed designs, sort of as templates, which we looked at earlier when we're creating our designs. Every time you make a design, you should ideally be thinking about how you can reuse it for future designs as a sort of template and a structure. Now, what we can actually do here is just come through and select all of the text layers. So I'm just holding Shift, and then I'll come through and I'll click and drag over all of the text, not the specific artboards, but just the text layers are now selected. And then if I right click on one of them, I can click the rewrite text button. And what this is going to do is it's going to open up this prompt box on the right hand side. And this lets me bulk generate new text for our designs. So I'll say instead of baking, make these designs say reading, for example. And then I'll hit generate text. It'll typically take just a few seconds. And now you can see that it's updated all of these designs to say, I'd rather be reading. Reading is my favorite sport. Reading, reading, reading. And you'll even notice that it updated these dynamically. So this one says drink tea, read books, be happy. Whereas previously it said drink tea, bake cakes, be happy. So very, very cool. Typically what I like to do is I will make a copy of all of the designs. I will bulk generate, and then I'll, kind of keep them both so that I can have, all of the references. And then we could do it again. So I'm going to select all of these artboards. I'm going to make a copy of them. I'm going to select all of the text just by holding down the Shift key and dragging over all of the text layers. I'll right click, I'll open up the rewrite text, and from here we can say, instead of reading, replace these designs with running, for example. Hit generate text, and you'll see that it doesn't just find and replace all of the designs. You can see it's actually used AI to come through and do this dynamically. So it's kept, for example, the color pattern throughout all of our designs. It's also updated these like run miles. Instead of saying something like, run books or something silly, it's updated them dynamically and using AI instead of just doing a simple find and replace. Very, very useful. You'll see based on this one batch of maybe 10 designs, in a matter of seconds, just using this feature, we're able to create an entire new batch just using that one simple command. This is incredibly powerful and super underrated. Again, I'm just going to do one more example. So we'll select them all. I'll make a duplicate, hold down the Shift key, select these text layers, right click, open up the rewrite text, and then again, instead of, and then the current niche, which is running, target these towards, and then we'll enter in the new niche. So you could come back to the new niche and we could say, what's another activity? I guess we could do camping. So do camping and hit generate text. It's not always perfect, but it usually does a pretty good job. There you go. I'd rather be camping. I'd rather be camping. Camping, born to camp, forced to relax. Maybe that one doesn't make a ton of sense, but drink tea, camp nights, be happy. Again, it's much better than using a simple find and replace to fill in all of your designs, or even sometimes doing it by hand. It'll save you a ton of time. And for something like this, where you would have to manually type in each character, and if you do that, sometimes it will, replace the color. So it's very, very useful, even if you're doing it one design at a time, to use that rewrite text feature that you'll find when you right click on some text. But yeah, that's about all of the AI features that I know about. That's how I use them when I'm generating designs. At this point, we've covered them in extreme detail. And so if you want to get this design hacking board so that you can play around and follow the exact strategies that I've used to get this type of design and artwork, it's for free. It's linked below this video. You can download it in the downloadable material and just copy this template into your account. And it also includes things like a link to get more fonts and more pre-made graphics if that's something you're looking for. That said, you can get started with Kittl for free, but you're not going to get all of these features that we looked at. And so in order to get all of the features that you're going to need if you follow along with this course. It's going to cost around $30 per month if you didn't have the links that I've got for you in the free downloads of this course. So if you're using all of my discount links and coupon codes that I've got for you in this discount table, you'll see that it effectively brings the price down to $18 per month if you're grabbing this best deal that I have for you. That's almost 50% off from the normal price. It saves you about $144 per year, so it's an absolutely insane deal when you think about it. You're getting all of the basic design tools that you'd need from a tool like Figma, or that you'd have to pay Canva for to begin with. And on top of that, you're getting 18 AI image generation models, which is an absolute insane value. If you went and subscribed to each one of those tools individually, it would likely be hundreds of dollars per month, but you get them all included in Kittl for not $30 a month, but instead around $18 per month. And you get 6,000 AI tokens per month. And as someone who uses a ton of AI image generation myself, I've never run out of credits with this plan. So it's an absolutely insane deal, especially with my coupon code. You absolutely get your money's worth. And remember that all of the tools that you need to run this business cost around $500 once. And that's way less than even 1 week at some of the cheapest public colleges, just for perspective. And this is something that can start making you money as soon as you start taking it serious. So in my opinion, it's completely worth it. For now, that's about all that I have to say about Kittl. So I'll see you in the next section. All right, are we good? Guys, I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you for watching this video, for taking the time out of your life to hopefully learn something that will be of value to you. But just trusting me with that time is an absolute honor, and I wanted to say thank you. I genuinely hope that this was helpful for you and that you are able to take even just one small piece out of this course and implement it into your business or your life to hopefully just live a more abundant, fulfilling life in general. I have to give props to my team and everyone who helped this video come together. Obviously, this video would be nothing without them, and it would be nothing without you here watching it right now. So I don't think that there's a right way to wrap up an absolute monster piece of content like this. But if you're here, maybe you've watched some, maybe you've skipped the entire video, but if you would, go down to the comments and drop some encouragement for other sellers, for your peers, or just other people watching this video that are trying to better their lives. If you've gotten any amount of value out of this video, that would mean the world to me, just to see that encouragement kind of spreading around. And hopefully that same energy will just come right back to you. Guys, thanks for supporting me, for supporting this video and this project. I truly, truly hope that it helps you, that it inspires you, that you're able to get something of value out of it. And above all, I hope that you're able to live an abundant, fulfilled life and that you believe in yourself and your own ability to make that happen. I wish you the absolute best, and as always,